Chapter 81. After the handover, the officer offered to send Emma out. I know how to get out, no need. Emma wanted to talk to Alice's clones, but if the officer was there, she would have a hard time. The way in and the way out are not the same. You have to take so many people out, and there are other procedures at the checkpoint. I must go with you, the officer told Emma bluntly. But what about Simmons and that woman? Emma thought of Simmons and that mysterious woman she met at the elevator door when she came here. They went in and out of the elevator. The officer was not interested in asking Emma's, but he just coldly asked Emma to follow. Emma knew she had no room to refuse, and she accepted the arrangement calmly. The officer was silent, and Emma walked with him, and she didn't hear him say a few words. Under such circumstances, Alice 2000 had nothing to say, they just followed Emma quietly. Emma had noticed that Alice 2000 was no longer wearing the clothes they wore when they came out of the sewage treatment plant. They all changed into ordinary military uniforms and looked heroic. Alice in the red skirt and Alice in the military uniform were both so beautiful. The charming style of the red skirt and the boldness of the military uniform were completely different styles, but she could handle them. She was indeed worthy of being Alice. Even if they were clones, they could compare to Alice. It was better than nothing. In addition, Alice 2000 was in good spirits. Judging from their normal walking posture and intact appearance, the people at the Los Angeles Space Base did not abuse them. As for the 27 people who were left behind, Emma forced herself not to think about what would happen to them. Bang! Bang! Emma turned her head and looked behind her. The clones looked at each other, but there was nothing unusual. The sound came from the closed laboratory. Don't stop, the officer reminded her, including the clones. When they noticed the movement, they stopped unconsciously. Emma raised her foot and followed. What was that just now? What happened just now has nothing to do with you. Don't investigate it rashly. The officer did not answer Emma's question. Emma knew that she couldn't get anything out of such a person, so she didn't force it. She kept following the officer, but her mind was still on Simmons and the mysterious woman, as well as these mysterious laboratories. What is hidden in it? It seems that the level of confidentiality is not low. Seeing Simmons appear here, Emma felt that he was not here for Alice's clone, so what else could be here? Could it be that the gorilla in there came out of the Explorer? The moment this guess came up, Emma couldn't control her divergent thinking. Even if Simmons was not here for that, Emma herself was extremely curious about what came out of the Explorer. Especially since Umbrella and Al-Qaeda planned a terrorist attack, they came for the Explorer. It's impossible that they just wanted to seize the spaceship, but went for the things inside the spaceship. Emma was immersed in her thoughts, and it didn't show on her face. The officer sent her to another exit. Sure enough, there were guards here, and they were armed with guns and looked very burly and powerful. And Emma really didn't see the elevator she used to get down, let alone use it. This way, the walking was not slow, and the time spent was not long, but the terrain was extremely complicated. Under the guidance of the officer, Emma went through the formalities with the guard. Hey, everyone enters from that elevator and comes out from here. Emma put down her pen and handed the document to the guard. The officer did the same thing, unless there are special circumstances. This was a disguised answer to her that it was indeed the case, and there were more explanations for special circumstances. It was not a particularly useful message, and Emma reluctantly remembered it. The formalities were quickly completed, and the guard indicated that Emma could take Alice 2000 away. After saluting the officer and the guard, Emma did not hesitate to take Alice 2000 to the exit. Leon's message was sent to Emma's communicator again. Emma took a look and saw that his weapon had been selected. Soon after, Caroline's message was also transmitted to her communicator, followed by a reminder to receive the file. She didn't take a second look at it, now she had to save time. Emma just quickly scanned the information, especially the information Caroline sent to her, and waited until she arrived at the BSA camp. You guys follow me, don't get lost, Emma said to the Alice 2000s behind her. This place is not so complicated that we can't see you. The clone closest to Emma replied. Emma nodded. When we get there, we will have new arrangements. There are too many Alice 2000 people, and there is definitely no way for all of them to follow them to Rhea. Moreover, Emma was also reserved about Alice 2000 when she didn't know what was going on with them. Who knows what Umbrella has done with these clones? But Graham and his team have detained them for so long, and they should have collected samples from the most basic physical examination. Graham and his team wouldn't be stingy and refuse to give them their physical examination reports and other things. At the gate of the Los Angeles Space Base, Leon and Caroline were both there, and there were many cars parked around. It seems that Graham had already prepared. "Let's go to the BSA base first," Emma said to Leon. Leon asked people to get in the car. Fortunately, although Alice 2000's memory was not complete, they could still understand his words. According to Leon's instructions, they got on the prepared cars one by one. The drivers of these transport vehicles were soldiers from the Los Angeles Space Base. They would take them back after sending them to the place. The camp prepared by BSA has certain transportation equipment, but obviously there is no car for more than 200 people, so some problems must be solved in the homeland before going to Ria to carry out the mission. The plan to form BSA must have started very early, otherwise there would not be a camp for them to use when it was just decided. Emma, Caroline and Leon were still in the same car, and Emma even dragged a clone of Alice into the car. There was a monitoring device in the car, there was no doubt about it. However, there was nothing wrong with her asking the clone questions. If they avoided the monitors, they might be misunderstood as having other intentions. This misunderstanding can be fatal to people like them, who are still under suspicion. Emma was in the driver's seat, Alice's clone was in the passenger seat, and Leon and Caroline were in the back seat. Controlling the steering wheel, Emma followed closely behind the transporter. After 2 car accidents, she hated riding in other people's cars. Later on the way to the Los Angeles Space Base, Leon touched the steering wheel several times, and the car overturned without exception. From this example, Emma understood that Leon Kennedy was a person who absolutely could not touch the steering wheel. As long as you don't want to overturn the car, let Leon stay away from the steering wheel. When I went to pick them up, I met the National Security Advisor at the elevator entrance. "It's a pity that I don't know what he was going to do." "Is he going to see you?" Emma asked Alice clone number 1 beside her. "Simmons." Alice number 1 didn't know who was Simmons, and who was the so-called security advisor. Emma described Simmons' appearance to Alice number 1, brown hair, gentlemanly face, but actually a little sanctimonious. Puff. This description made Leon laugh out loud behind him. Alice number 1 recalled carefully, and shook his head affirmatively. "We haven't seen such a person." And the clone's statement also confirmed Emma's guess. It's a pity that the latter guess can't be verified personally. "Did anything bad happen to you there?" Emma asked tentatively. At the first time, it's still not good to ask targeted questions. Unless the clone has a reply, you can further refine the question from the clone's words and ask targeted questions. Alice number 1 frowned. This kind of ambiguous question made her wonder what Emma wanted to know. Maybe she wanted to know if they had encountered any incidents while they were locked up. "Someone came and took some people away. Later, they gave us a physical examination and asked us to wash ourselves and change clothes. That was all they had encountered in the laboratory." It can be seen that the people at the Los Angeles Space Base did not do anything to them. Or after they collected the samples, they did not care much about such a large number of clones. Emma also wanted to know what happened to the 20 or so clones of Alice. Perhaps she could find out if there were any secrets in the Los Angeles Space Base that could not be seen by others. Maybe they could see the people who came out of the Explorer. The world was changing too fast, and Emma actually just wanted to live a stable life. At least that was her mother's wish, otherwise she would not have left the headquarters. Who would have thought that the world would change in just a few months? Has Umbrella always had such a plan? Emma knew that such a large company could not possibly be free of any illegal activities. Especially Umbrella's biochemical research, which she knew when she was very young. But she never knew that Umbrella would have the idea of subverting the entire society. To this day, neither she nor the company can go back to the past. She wanted to know the truth, but she had no way to find them. The Gale country was too far away from the real headquarters of Umbrella. Let's not talk about the geographical changes. Even if there have been drastic changes in the past few months, there won't be any major errors in the geographical structure for the time being. But the problem is how to go if she wants to go, and how to ensure that she won't die because of those mutant creatures. Without any preparation, that would be courting death. Moreover, it is not certain whether Umbrella Corporation will continue to use that headquarters. Leon, see who to ask. We need their medical examination reports. Although it is only possible to put these clones into use after confirming that they do not carry anything suspicious, Emma still wants to be more cautious. No problem. Leon looked down and saw Jeremy's number in a contact. He sent the request to check the clones' related information and medical examination results. Jeremy's response was very fast, and what Leon wanted was quickly sent to his communicator. Okay. Leon handed it to Emma, and Caroline also sent a copy. This kind of information is not particularly confidential, At least it does not need to be concealed in front of teammates. Caroline had just joined them. If he had only communicated with Emma and ignored Caroline, Caroline would have been unhappy. Over time, these small details could lead to disasters one day. Leon didn't do anything in particular, but his convenience did make Caroline feel more at ease. Caroline was not a professional soldier at first. She was just recruited to the Los Angeles Space Base when she was fleeing because of her good communication skills. After a period of training, she began to carry out the mission. The cooperation with Emma and Leon was only her 7th mission. She was not experienced, and she could not say that she had any team camaraderie with Leon and Emma. To put it more bluntly, she only knew what had happened to Leon and Emma in the past few days, and knew that they were suspected of being traitors, but she did not know anything more specific. It was also because of this that Caroline was also very curious at Graham's place, why she was chosen to join BSA with Leon and Emma. BSA was too dangerous for her. Even if she had been prepared to die in such a crazy world, she did not know whether she would be useless as before when she really faced biochemical terror. But at least, Leon and Emma had no barriers to her. They would also give her appropriate tasks and let her do them. This would not make her feel that she was a useless person, nor would she feel that she was a marginal person in the team. Caroline stared at the screen of the communicator in her hand, rubbing her fingers on it. Her heart was in turmoil. Facing an uncertain future, most people would be as anxious as she was. Caroline thought of what the person who gave Emma the latest information about abandoned public hospitals and auto repair shops said when she was helping her find the latest information about abandoned public hospitals and auto repair shops. The people at the Los Angeles Space Base were on guard against Leon, Emma, and the clones. They used these people, but they were also wary of them. President Graham really trusted them, as he said. She joined BSA as a semi-professional and acted with Leon and Emma. What role did she have to play? Caroline was in turmoil. Only she knows this. Leon could see that the girl was worried, but he couldn't tell. After all, they were not familiar with each other now. It would not be too late to care about her after arriving at the camp. The change in the atmosphere in the rear compartment was of course not in Emma's consideration. She remembered that she should care about the clones and asked, "You stayed in the laboratory for a night. Did you chat with each other? How much do you remember about your memories?" Emma wanted to confirm the situation of these clones. Their memories should be similar to Alice's. Just like chatting with ourselves, we only remember a little bit, all about fighting. Alice #1 was still a little interested in chatting with people who were exactly the same as herself. Even though she knew she was just a clone, she was very open-minded. At least when she was in the laboratory, the many clones inside did not have any extreme emotions. When she knew she was a clone, she accepted it very calmly. In a safe environment, with people who are exactly like you, when you say something and the other person knows it, and the words you say are similar, that feeling is actually quite wonderful. However, this feeling can only be understood, and it is difficult to express in words. Emma understood what she meant. When Alice was in the mansion, she inhaled the nerve gas released by the Red Queen in the bathroom, which caused her to lose her memory. Her fighting instinct and language instinct were not lost, but her memory recovered very slowly. What Alice remembered later was also about her youth, when she joined Umbrella Corporation and became a janitor. She has always worked very hard, and she fully agreed to the fake marriage with Parks arranged by Umbrella Corporation. But later, they gradually realized how harmful Umbrella's anti-human biochemical experiments were. Alice secretly released the relevant news. Combined with some surrounding news in Raccoon City, Matt's radical environmental organization began to operate. The environmental organization sent people to Umbrella in Raccoon City to inquire about the situation. Matt's sister Lisa did pass the assessment and entered Umbrella. And she performed very well, and was even accepted into the secret hive. Alice can tell many conversations with Lisa, and remembers how many bloody things she had done under the arrangement of Umbrella. But she can't remember anything about her childhood, or even her teenage years. Alice really wants to know this. Kaima doesn't know how to help her. Umbrella has already made corresponding arrangements for her identity, and there is no useful information at all. But what if these clones can remember a little bit? Even if it's just a little bit, it can be a direction. Do you still remember any memories of your family? Emma asked carefully. Alice #1 shook her head sincerely. No, I only remember the instinct to fight. I didn't even know my name was Alice Abernathy. This name was said by a man who walked into the laboratory when they were in the laboratory. Alice Abernathy did give them a very familiar feeling, and they instinctively determined that it was the name of their original body. But they couldn't think of more with this name. Umbrella Corporation really did some weird experiments. Emma gnashed her teeth. They only gave Alice fighting instincts to clone her, and they made so many of them at once. These were just the ones that were rescued. It was possible that there were more clones of Alice in the laboratories that had not been opened. What exactly did Umbrella want to do? Did Alice have any special significance? Emma didn't believe that Umbrella created so many clones just to explore Alice. They knew that Alice had superpowers, but they were very persistent in Alice. This was not Emma's far-fetched belief that she hoped Alice would be valued by Umbrella. It was the truth. It was reasonable to say that Alice was a test subject that was released, so they cared so much about her, and even added a backup plan that was difficult to detect, and even had a way to control Alice. After all, Kaplan had the same design, and even Alice and Kaplan's rebellion were together. But the problem is, if Alice was just an ordinary test subject, they would not have arranged so many clones for Alice, and judging from the time of production, it definitely did not start when Alice was captured in Raccoon City. In the information President Graham gave them, they saw that the plan to produce Alice's clones seemed to have started before Operation Hive. But there was nothing wrong with this in Alice's memory. She did not remember helping Umbrella Corporation to produce her own clones. Of course, it is also possible that Alice did not remember this after being poisoned. Emma felt that this was not the case. There was a deep sense of disharmony here. But there was too little effective information, so Emma could not make further guesses. Yes, this was not even a guess, but just a guess. Thank you for bringing us out. Alice number 1 observed Emma, and saw that she was in a bad mood at the moment. But she still had to say thank you. Not only her, but also more than 200 other clones wanted to thank Emma. If it weren't for Emma, maybe they wouldn't even have the chance to see the light of day. Even if they were imprisoned because of Emma, they would have to go to a dangerous place now. But at least, they would have a chance to really live because of this. For people like them, this is actually very satisfying. When Emma had nothing to say, the car suddenly became quiet. There was only the roar of the engine, and the sound of the tires rubbing against the ground. From the Los Angeles Space Base to the BSA camp, this route is relatively safe. Someone is responsible for cleaning regularly. Even so, they arrived at night. After driving for most of the day, the driver was exhausted. Emma was in good physical condition, and she almost fell down when she got out of the car. Alice 1 was quick and wanted to reach out to support Emma. But Caroline was quick and supported Emma steadily. The wilderness at night was very dangerous. The BSA's camp was in the coastal area of California. The soldiers from the Los Angeles Space Base, who escorted them all the way, had to rest here for a night to get enough rest before returning early tomorrow morning. The BSA camp was built on the edge of the human settlement, closer to the sentry post. As soon as the car entered the camp and parked, many people came out of the BSA dormitory. There were even familiar faces among them. Of course, these people were definitely not as many as Emma and her group. Emma, Leon, Jill, who had just walked out, recognized that this was her long-lost teammate. Emma, Alice, and Kaplan separated from them in the Huron military region, but Leon disappeared in Operation Hive. Jill always believed that Leon would not die easily, but the longer time passed, the less news she could get about Leon, which made Jill more and more worried about Leon's safety. Now that she saw both Emma and Leon, she was very happy. Of course, there was also Alice. When did Alice have so many twin sisters? They were exactly the same. Jill, nice to meet you. Emma greeted Jill, and saw the people behind Jill. David Jones, the man she forced to fly the plane for her. If it weren't for his cooperation, they might have died in the nuclear explosion in Raccoon City. Carlos and Nicola, members of the Special Forces, have rich combat experience. Especially Carlos. If it weren't for Carlos's command, it would be difficult for them to escape from the Alex Mountains. Of course, we can't forget Lloyd Jefferson Wade. This black man added a lot of joy to their journey. Carlos, Nicola, and Lloyd, David, you all look good, Emma greeted. But Nicola and Lloyd had scars on their faces, and it seemed that they had a hard time living during the time they were apart. The 4 of them also greeted Emma, with a sincere smile on their faces. Jill hugged Leon. They were already teammates when they were still members of STARS. Their relationship must be even deeper. On the other side, the person in charge has begun to arrange accommodation for them who have just arrived at the BSA camp. The dormitories here are pretty good, and it is not a problem to arrange hundreds of people. After all, they also have obligations. When there are no missions, they have to train other police officers on how to deal with bioterrorism incidents. If the venue is not big enough, it can't accommodate so many people. Big is better than small. In this environment of reunion of old friends, Caroline took the initiative to find the person in charge and wanted to arrange their dormitories. Emma, what's wrong with Alice? Jill chatted with Leon for a few words, and her attention was attracted by hundreds of Alices again. Especially these Alices didn't mean to say hello to her at all, and they looked like complete strangers, which made Jill very confused. This is Alice's clone, Emma said without hesitation. It's the work of Umbrella. Jill nodded, not quite understanding. Then where are Alice and Kaplan? Why are they not here? Instead, I'm the one following you. Caroline is our new teammate. Before Jill said unknown strangers, Emma said, Alice and Kaplan have always had Umbrella's backers hidden in their bodies. When we were on a mission, Umbrella suddenly controlled them. They killed many of our people and disappeared after the mission was over. Now her whereabouts are unknown. Jill, Emma, Alice, and Kaplan are all close friends. When they learned that they had encountered such a ridiculous and terrible thing, they could not react for a while. What should we call them? Fortunately, Jill's acceptance ability is quite good. She quickly digested Emma's words and asked a question that was more important to her. Just call us by our numbers. Alice number 1 came over and answered for Emma. When they were chatting in the car, she found that Emma never called her by her name every time she asked questions. Instead of letting them bother to think of different names, it is better to call them by their numbers. Coincidentally, the numbers were marked on the military uniforms they changed into. Faced with clones that looked exactly like Alice, Jill was still not used to their cold attitude. Even when Alice herself was not very enthusiastic, it was always better than now. These clones stood in front of her, and Jill could not feel how much human flavor they have. They are more like some kind of machine, running according to the set program. However, this is also a fantasy statement. Jill feels that it is unreasonable to have such an idea. Dr. Ashford and Angela are not following you. Emma looked for so long, but she didn't see Charles Ashford, let alone Angela Ashford, and she also understood something in her heart. The arrangement of Dr. and Angela is different from ours. We don't know the specific news. We also guess that they have entered the Government Research Institute. Carlos came over and told the news he knew. Emma also approved of such an arrangement. They are indeed more suitable for this. Especially Angela is still young and needs a safer and more stable environment to grow up. Dr. Ashford himself is also disabled, and the institute is suitable for intellectual workers like him. I just hope that the government will use his ability in the right way, otherwise, it is very likely to cause a tragedy like the one created by Umbrella Corporation. Don't stand outside and talk. Let's go in. Nicholas urged. That's right. I missed you so much during the time we were apart. Lloyd squeezed over, not serious. David was scared when he saw Emma. He stood far away, but got closer to Alice's clones. Emma, Leon, our dormitory has been arranged. Come with me. Caroline arranged most of Alice's clones, and the soldiers of the Los Angeles Space Base who drove were completely arranged. Okay. Let's go to the dormitory first. Some things need to be packed. Emma pulled Caroline over and asked her to lead the way. Leon also said thank you for your hard work to Caroline. Jill could see from the details that Emma and Leon's attitudes were still important to this new teammate, so he didn't say much. The dormitory that Caroline had fought for was on the 3rd floor. She took care of Emma on purpose, and these people Leon knew arranged it. When Jill knew that Caroline's room was at the end of the 3rd floor, he also looked at her, a person named Caroline, with a very thoughtful look. As for whether Caroline is a trustworthy teammate, it will take some time to observe. This is not Jill targeting Caroline, but Caroline is a stranger to her. Leon and Emma are not particularly familiar with Caroline, and the tacit understanding means that Caroline has indeed joined not long ago. They are all people who are on the edge of blood, and the missions of BCA are all about dangerous biochemical terrorist incidents. If they are not careful, they will die in the mission. If they are not careful, they may not even understand how they died. As a woman, Jill naturally got a dormitory. Carlos, Nicola, Lloyd and David, they are all in another dormitory. The dormitory building is basically a room for 16 people, with upper and lower bunks, a table in the middle, and stools next to the beds. The space under the bed is convenient for luggage. Emma, Leon and Caroline don't have much luggage, and before they can reach out, Jill and the other 5 help them take it first. You've been traveling all day, and you've worked hard. We help you carry the luggage, Carlos said. Emma was happy to see that she could lighten her burden a little. Even Leon was happy that someone would help him. After a simple packing, Emma and Caroline also moved into Jill's dormitory. There were a few female teammates here, but they were all on a mission and hadn't returned yet. Leon squeezed into Carlos' dormitory. But now they still had something to say, So Emma and the others still squeezed into Carlos' dormitory, and didn't just lie down on their own dormitory beds, ready to ignore everything. The door was closed, and they were determined to tell it all. Only the 8 of them knew what they said that night. The next morning, no matter how much they didn't want to get up, they jumped up immediately when the time came. After quickly packing themselves up, Emma and her group rushed to the playground to see off the people from the Los Angeles space base. This form of engineering did not take long and was soon over. Looking at the cars going away, watching their exhaust disappear into the sky, Emma still felt that she had lost out. Doing a high-risk job and carrying out extremely dangerous tasks, the benefits are not that good. But it's good that these people have left. She will now arrange for Alice 2000. In front of them, she still has to worry about whether these people are looking for an opportunity to sell their information to President Graham and his people. She had read the information of Alice 2000. In the laboratory of Los Angeles Space Base, they had undergone a thorough physical examination to confirm that there were no backdoors left in their bodies, and that they would not be remotely controlled by Umbrella Corporation. That was enough. Emma also knew that in order to ensure that Alice's clones would not pose a threat to the government, Los Angeles Space Base implanted trackers in the bodies of these clones after the physical examination. Emma couldn't explain what she was thinking, but at least she didn't feel angry about it. Maybe these clones looked very similar to Alice, but in her heart they were different after all. Even when she saw their faces, she would sometimes be dazed, but Emma would not mistake them for Alice. The feelings they gave her were completely different. Just because Alice was the one who created common memories with her, even if these clones had the same face and body as Alice, and even their personalities were very similar, Emma would not be really confused. Most of the time, when she saw these clones, Emma thought about finding Alice as soon as possible. The new information about abandoned public hospitals and auto repair shops that Caroline found for her contained a lot of useful things, and one of the pictures caught Emma's attention. In a picture near the abandoned public hospital, there was an old newspaper with the words "The Dead AK" written on it. It was an old newspaper about Raccoon City. When Emma was in the Huron military region, she chatted with Alice, and Alice said that when she walked out of the Umbrella Company building and on the road filled with many abandoned cars, the first information about the outside world she saw came from this newspaper. Especially the words "The Dead AK." She remembered them very clearly. Could this be left by Alice? The information I got from Caroline was that the abandoned public hospital was the first place where the explosion occurred, and then the sewage treatment plant and the car repair shop also exploded. According to the order of events, it is very likely that something unusual happened in the abandoned public hospital, the hideout of Umbrella. Could it be Alice? She got rid of the control of the people of Umbrella, and then escaped from them, and left her this message as a hint. The more Emma thought about it, the more possible it was, but she had no way to go out and look for Alice herself. She couldn't even say such an action idea directly, lest the government people find Alice before her. Emma didn't want to think about how they would deal with Alice at that time. But she couldn't go to look for her, but these clones could. They were going to go to Rio on a mission, and most of these clones could stay here to collect intelligence. After all, no one could guarantee that Umbrella didn't have other settings in Gale Country. Even if the den near Los Angeles was destroyed, who knew how many other dens they had left on the land of Gale Country? It was also very easy to teach Alice 2000. It seemed that when Umbrella planned to create them, the knowledge they instilled in the clones was about the skills of agents, and they knew almost everything. In addition, the physical fitness of the clones was very good, so it would not be too difficult for them to carry out such intelligence-gathering tasks. Emma thought about it for a while, and decided on her next plan. She would use the clones to pass the message to Alice. If Alice understood, she would go to Rio to find her. After leaving the land of Gale Country, the people of Gale Country would not be able to control this traitor. Alice would also be freer to do other things. Once they met in Rio, she would break away from the control of the Gale government and completely control her own life. Whether the headquarters of Umbrella Corporation was abandoned or not, it was a goal. Emma's goal is not as glorious as saving all mankind. She just wants to know what the truth of those things is. Alice's dream is not to save all mankind, but to regain her memory. On their way forward, if there are obstacles, they must find a way to remove them. Alice cannot be sure of Emma's situation. She, Kaplan, and Alexia cannot get close to the Los Angeles Space Base under martial law. The operation cannot be carried out. She can only find other ways. When she was in the Huron military region, she also developed the habit of listening to the radio. Now many radio and television stations have no signals and cannot be used. Radio has become an important way to transmit information. Alice is also listening today. She will not miss any useful news. I don't know if Emma has seen the message I left. They are still living near the collapsed public hospital, but in a safe human settlement, instead of in the deserted city, continuing to be a target. With Emma's intelligence, once she sees the message she left, she will definitely know that she is still alive and has escaped the control of Umbrella Corporation. Are you still waiting for news from your girlfriend? Alexia sat down next to Alice with a lazy look. Alice listened to the news on the radio and did not respond to Alexia's words. The radio suddenly made a noise. Alice picked up the radio and prepared to adjust it, but the noise of the radio disappeared again. Testing sound. Testing sound. This is the signal taken over by the government of the United States of Gale. There was another harsh noise behind it. Alice clapped twice, and another male voice came from the radio. It sounded very soft and full of firm strength. Alexia's attention was also on the radio. This was President Graham speaking. He expounded on his hope to rebuild the order of Gale Country, and was willing to spend a lot of effort to reintegrate the people of Gale Country and eradicate the mutant monsters that threaten the survival and safety of the people. He then talked a lot about his political wishes and his vision for the future. This is empty talk, and it does give hope to the desperate. But to Alice, it is more like beautiful nonsense. Alice did not move. Since it is said that the signal is taken over, no matter how the frequency is adjusted, the only voice that can be heard is Graham. I don't know how long I have heard such words. Graham finally mentioned how he would carry out the first step of the strategy. The whole world has united to form a team to resist bioterrorism. BSAA. Chapter 82. President Graham's declaration was spread to every corner of the Gale Country through various channels. In Graham's speech, he explained the functions of the BSAA very clearly, and told every citizen of the Gale Country that the BSAA was a trustworthy and powerful organization with rich experience in fighting enemies. But President Graham was a politician after all, and he would not show off the list of BSAA members to the world at this time. It was even more impossible to tell what kind of technology the BSAA had mastered so that those hungry wolves in the gutter could be prepared for their official actions. If he really did that, it would not be a demonstration of his own ambition, but a display of his own intelligence, bottom line as low as the abyss. President Graham, and all other officials, who were carrying out the same activity at the same time, only told the basic information of the BSAA. They just hoped to use such an organization to publicize the official determination to fight against biochemical terrorism, and to continue to send back good news in the future to help the people build confidence to survive. Politicians are a group of people who are good at rhetoric, and know exactly what they should and shouldn't say. They have 10,000 ways to achieve their goals. So, it is not easy to get effective information from these people. Fortunately, under Emma's influence, Alice also understands some of the rules of these people's behavior. As for President Graham, even if there is a lot of invalid information, Alice still found some that she can use. BSAA sounds good. Alexia crossed her legs, propped her chin with one hand, and slumped in the chair. She had listened very carefully just now, but the carelessness on her face seemed to have been engraved in her bones. Alice heard that Alexia seemed to approve of this matter, but she didn't care about BSAA in her heart. In just a few days, Alice could also feel some of Alexia's temper. She has always been challenging authority, and never admits defeat. Alexia is not stimulated by many things in the outside world. This means that Alexia has been exposed to so many things in these days, but few of them can arouse her interest. Such people are not safe. They seem calm on the surface, but there are beasts living in their hearts. Alexia is the best among them. On the surface, she looks harmless, and people may even feel pity for her because of her beautiful face. But she can definitely be said to be a man-eating flower. Alexia never hesitates when it's time to strike. In her heart, she doesn't care about the moral concepts of good and evil that the world upholds. Or rather, Alexia only cares about what she is willing to care about. I think it's good too. Alice smiled at Alexia. Seeing the sincerity of this smile, Alexia asked sharply, "Do you have any useful information?" Graham's long speech made her drowsy. Even if she listened carefully, it was really irrelevant to her personal interests. She also understood the general meaning. I guess Emma and the others will be arranged to join BSAA. Alice firmly believed that few people could compete with Emma and Leon in terms of experience in fighting against bioterrorism. Alexia became bored again when she heard that it was about Emma again. She had no good feelings for President Graham who was speaking, but she had some good feelings for Alice who had saved her, but she didn't love Emma Winchester. Alice was determined to find her girlfriend, and Alexia could roughly understand that there must be a deep friendship between them, but she herself didn't have any feelings that could be replaced. Alexia had no other direction along the way, so she just continued to follow Alice. When she returned the favor, it wouldn't be too late to leave. However, Alexia didn't support Alice's persistence in finding Emma and wanting to reunite with them. She didn't know whether it was because of her amnesia or the extraordinary effects of the experiments done by Umbrella on her that made it difficult for her to empathize with ordinary people. Even Alexia herself felt that she was somewhat out of tune with these people. It was only when she was around Alice and Kaplan that she felt that they were of the same kind. However, Alexia herself felt that before she lost her memory, she was probably such a lone ranger. Not caring about the feelings of ordinary people, and feeling that she was superior to these people should not be born with this mentality. Something separated her from ordinary people invisibly. Alice and Kaplan were both outliers and her saviors, so she could barely talk to them. But it was impossible to say how much Alexia recognized them. Then you are going to go find Bisay. Alexia observed Alice's expression, and thought that Alice was very likely to do such a thing. It's not worthwhile to find Bisay. You have to pay attention to where there are large-scale bioterrorism incidents. As long as you arrive in time, you may run into Emma and the others. Alice can only pray that she is lucky. Alexia thinks that Alice's choice is very wise. Then let's start looking for relevant information now. Nowadays, people live together. In order to ensure their own safety, while people constantly patrol the living environment and regularly clean up monsters near the city, they will also constantly collect information about dangerous creatures from all over the world. It is actually quite convenient to collect information about bioterrorism incidents, especially now that communication has not been completely cut off. Alice really doesn't want to delay for a moment, she said. Well, let's go now. Alexia is very interested in such things, and took the initiative to volunteer. Alice agreed easily. After Alexia went out in disguise, Alice left Kaplan to guard their current house, and went out to collect information. One more person to do it, it is possible to find useful information earlier. The conditions are not good now, so this stupid method can only be used. Emma didn't know what Alice was doing at this time, but if Alice had escaped, she would definitely work hard for reunion like her. The training plan for clones was passed very smoothly. FOS was originally seriously short of manpower, and now it has been incorporated into the BSA organization. It is still not enough. If the clones can take over, how much loss of normal people can be reduced? In particular, the physical fitness of clones is quite good. Their cost is not cheap, but the cost of using them is not much, which is quite cost-effective. In addition, clones are not like Alice. After the trackers are implanted in the bodies of clones, their whereabouts are completely controlled by the authorities. They are not afraid of these clones rebelling. Once there is such a sign, the tracker in the clone's body will explode, and it will not cause the heavy losses like Alice and Kaplan did at the beginning. Emma, Leon, and the members who are still waiting for orders in BSA have joined the plan to train clones Alice 2000. Under all-round control, Alice 2000 quickly grew into qualified agents. At this time, Emma's departure to support the country of Rhea could not be delayed any longer. Alice 2000 was intentionally dispersed by Emma to various states in Gale country to collect intelligence. They would be the clues she left for Alice to find her in Rhea country. Emma only chose Alice 4 and Alice 9 to go to Rhea country together. After making these arrangements, Emma and her party boarded the helicopter to Rhea country. There were 3 helicopters in total, with enough space and the fastest speed among the helicopters that Gale country could take out so far. Although the speed of dispatching fighter jets can be faster, there are not many people that can be accommodated in the fighter jets, and the fighter jets are used in more dangerous places, and cannot be used to support them. This official excuse is nothing more than that they are reluctant to do it, or they think that the current BSA is not worth touching such a strategic weapon. Emma and her friends didn't care what they were riding. The weapons were not available on the Rhea side, but just in case, Emma and her friends still carried some weapons. This was just in case. The roar of the helicopter's propeller wings reminded Emma of the time when she was still hanging around in the Umbrella Company's mercenary team. She thought it was just a simple rescue mission, but she didn't expect that it would actually send her into the clutches of the Hive. At that time, the mercenary team was not as easy to talk to and abide by the rules as Leon and his friends. Lane was the most exciting girl among them, but it was a pity that she was infected with the T-virus and had to die on the train. Emma and Lane did dislike each other, and occasionally, when they were emotional, they thought it would be nice to just kill each other. But they never really did it. Life is not like a cool novel, where you just need to kill decisively. The biggest gain from the trip to the Hive was meeting Alice. It must be said that Alice, who had lost her memory at the time, was also a blonde beauty wearing a red suspender dress and a pair of black leather boots. But it was later proved that Alice's blonde hair was dyed. During the days in the Huron military region, Alice's blonde hair became lighter and lighter, and the original brown began to show from the roots of her hair. This was not a problem for Emma at all. Alice's blonde hair looked good, but the original color of her hair was also beautiful. No matter what she looked like, Emma liked her. Missing someone is something that cannot be stopped since they separated. Emma rubbed her forehead, silently diverted her attention, and maintained her weapons. The helicopter flew very smoothly. It was pretty good except that it was noisy, and could not be improved. The people sitting together in this helicopter were all acquaintances. They were a group of 10 people: Emma, Leon, Caroline, Jill, Carlos, Nicola, Lloyd and David, plus Alice number 4 and number 9, which was just a complete team. As for the people on the other plane, Emma and the others only knew their names. Emma had studied the BSA mission manual. It was a serious matter to dispatch a BSA team. But now 2 10-man teams were dispatched, which could guess what kind of dire situation Rhea was in. In terms of the strength of the Rhea army, it was normal for them to have no way to defend their own land. After all, under the step-by-step encroachment of the Gale country, the dignity of the Rhea army had long been reduced. When Emma was thinking about the international situation, the helicopter suddenly shook. The group picked up their weapons vigilantly, ready to go, ready to deal with emergencies. Don't be nervous, there was just a gust of wind. The helicopter pilot calmed the passengers. After listening to the pilot's words, they observed the situation outside the window, and sat down with peace of mind after seeing that the other 2 helicopters were also stable. What's the situation now? How long will it take us to reach the BSA camp in Riyadh? Emma asked casually. The shaking just now reminded her of the time when she participated in the Hive rescue mission in the Umbrella Company's mercenary team. She felt uneasy. Not only her, but also Leon and Jill. Don't worry, we are flying well now. It's still early to reach the BSA camp in Riyadh. If you are hungry or tired, it is recommended to rest and eat and drink water. The pilot answered naturally. He was experienced and encountered many situations when flying a helicopter. It was just a small problem because of the wind. It was not worth worrying about at all. And there was something more noteworthy ahead, a large island. He had only seen the sign of this island on the route, but there was no detailed information about the island. Ladies and gentlemen, please note that there is an island ahead of us. If you are interested, you can go to the window to enjoy it. The helicopter pilot shared what he saw with his passengers. After all, if you don't say something or do something during a long flight, it would be too boring. Really? Caroline was immediately interested when she heard the driver say this. She had only taken a few helicopter rides. It was true that she had taken a passenger plane when she traveled, but it was a completely different feeling from a helicopter. If it wasn't for the time when the plane was about to land, it would be difficult to see any scenery from the window. But now we were in a helicopter, and the helicopter's flying altitude was not as high as the plane, so if the altitude of the island was high enough, maybe this could be considered a close contact. Of course. You can see that the view from the helicopter is very good, the pilot assured with a smile. Caroline moved carefully and leaned to the window to take a look. She did see the outline of a small island in front of them, not too far away. But even though it is a small island, humans are still small compared to it. This island looks very special. Its mountains are like clusters of shark fins, standing on the island. Their color is a fantastic green, and white smoke is still floating up from the peaks. She remembered that in the Far East, there was a romantic saying that clouds were born from the rocks of the mountain peaks. This kind of beauty shrouded in clouds and mist is really like the fairyland in the legend. So beautiful. Caroline explained sincerely. Right. This scenery is so special. It must be a primitive island that has not been explored and destroyed by humans. This is a bit too rare, especially since the environment here looks pretty good. The driver expressed his own opinion. Emma was not curious about the so-called beautiful scenery. She just continued to maintain her guns and ammunition calmly. Jill and Lloyd seemed to be attracted by this. Jill restrained herself and did not look around, but Lloyd did the same thing as Caroline. The main peak of the island was a little higher than expected, so the pilot tried to keep the helicopter away from the peak and prepared to make a detour. But the next moment after passing by the main peak of the island, the helicopter shook violently. A warning of being hit came from below, and the helicopter cabin was also hit by something. The pilot urgently contacted the pilots of the other 2 helicopters to ask what was going on, and whether they had encountered the same thing. What are these things? Caroline was frightened by the huge monster outside the window, and almost fell to the ground. What? Emma and the others also knew that something had attacked them, and they all stood up and observed the situation outside the window. "It looks like a bat," Lloyd shouted. "Such a big bat. What a joke." Nicholas frowned, and saw what the huge monster outside the window looked like. David took a step back and looked at Carlos. "There is more than one monster outside." "Damn it," the pilot received a reply from the other two helicopter pilots, who were also attacked in the same way. "You all return to your positions. I will find a way to break out." The helicopter is relatively flexible, and it is not impossible to avoid such a situation. "Equip the parachute first," Carlos reminded loudly. Emma and the others quickly sat down, took out the parachute to equip themselves as soon as possible, and then fastened the seatbelt by the way, and were always ready for emergency response, and it was not impossible to jump out of the plane to escape when necessary. The helicopter was in the middle of a group of huge bat monsters, and there was no way to break through. Fortunately, the helicopter was also equipped with weapons, and the pilot did not hesitate to use ammunition and directly use them to clear the way for himself. After several explosions, the bat monster was finally rushed out of the way. The pilot increased the speed of the helicopter to the maximum, and finally flew out of the encirclement of the giant bat monster. The pilot showed a hint of joy on his face. In addition to him, the other two helicopters also rushed out of the encirclement of the bat monster. "The danger alarm can be lifted temporarily," the pilot said to his passengers. However, he did not dare to take it lightly. After a round of attacks by the giant bat monster, they could only be extremely alert. They always paid attention to the detection system and guarded against possible attacks from any direction. The helicopter was almost over the island. As long as they left there shouldn't be any creatures that could threaten them. But this idea was not realized. When the helicopter used ammunition to clear the way, it had attracted the attention of the monsters sleeping on the mountain. After searching for a direction, they quickly locked onto the three helicopters in the sky. This was not the prey on their menu, but occasionally they didn't mind adding other menus for themselves. But the foggy situation greatly obstructed the driver's vision. These awakened monsters were faster than the bat monsters. They attacked at a speed that the helicopter could hardly react to. These monsters were very similar to the bat monsters in appearance, but they had long necks like vultures and thick feathers. Groups of monsters flew towards the three helicopters in a black mass. This time, the goddess of luck did not continue to favor them. These monsters hit the wings of the helicopters and even the fuel tanks. Their claws, wings, and even the strength of their bodies are not comparable to those of bats. The three helicopters all wailed and fell. At the most critical moment, the pilot still remembered to open the cabin, which gave the people inside a chance to escape. Even though they knew nothing about this island now, they had a better chance of surviving by parachuting first than by dying with the helicopter. The first person to jump out of helicopter number 2 was caught in the beak of a flying monster and taken away before he could open his parachute. Even so, the members of BSA had to jump out of the helicopter. There would only be one consequence of staying on the helicopter, that is, being blown into a firework. Even if these terrifying monsters were waiting outside, they had to jump out. The helicopter fell rapidly, and Emma and the others only had time to say that they would gather at the beach before they jumped out of the helicopter and separated from each other. Those who were unlucky might be eaten by monsters directly. But since there were monsters flying in the sky, it was reasonable that there were other monsters on this island. I don't know how many of them would be left alive to gather by then. The parachute was hung on the branches and failed to land completely. After looking at the distance between the ground and herself and making sure that she would not fall on her hands, Emma untied the parachute bag and let herself fall to the ground. The vegetation here was too lush, and it was impossible to see the situation inside the island through the clouds and green shade in the sky. But they were on this island again. What else could they do except to admit that they were unlucky? Emma couldn't help wondering, was it her or Leon's bad luck, or was it the two of them who were unlucky together? Their bad luck with transportation was rising sharply. Now that all three helicopters had crashed, how were they going to get to Ria? Swim there? A real man could swim tens of thousands of miles to get to Ria, right? She couldn't do it anyway. Emma, who knew her own limitations, tried to contact the North American headquarters of BSA with a communicator to request support. She briefly described their current situation and reported what she knew about this strange island. Then Emma put away the communicator. Satellite communicator, barrier-free communication is not a problem. The message just now was sent smoothly, but she didn't know if there was any delay. The parachute jump was very hurried, and Emma only saw the direction of Alice 9's parachute falling, but they agreed to meet at the beach, so they shouldn't waste time searching for teammates. If lucky, they can survive and live to the time of reunion. If unlucky, they can only pray to the Lord, hoping that the dead can ascend to the happy heaven. However, people like them, with blood on their hands, have no habit of praying to the Lord for forgiveness, and they are afraid that they will go to hell directly. Before going to hell, they may be swallowed alive by monsters. Thinking about it, I feel quite unwilling. In short, if she can get out alive, Emma is determined not to ride in the same vehicle with Leon again. Otherwise, sooner or later, either they will die or the vehicle will die instantly. There is only one life, and it is not worth playing with. Recalling the direction of the nearest beach she saw, Emma used the compass on her body to determine where she was. But the magnetic field of this island turned out to be problematic, and the compass could not work properly at all. Emma's expression became complicated, and she could only use simple and primitive methods to identify the direction. Fortunately, she was not a directionally challenged person, otherwise she could happily choose to die in such a primeval forest. If the huge plants here were not lurking threats, Emma would also think the scenery was pretty good. Everything here is big, only people look so small. Emma couldn't help but be very alert and secretly check her body to see if there was anything wrong. She was not sure if there were any bad elements in the air here, and whether she might be poisoned by the air in this forest. The evolvers infected by the T-virus should have a tough life. In the wild, if you want to know the north and south, but can't use a compass, there are simpler and more primitive methods. For example, by observing the sun, combined with time and shadow, you can roughly determine the current direction. But in such a primitive forest, you can't see the sun in broad daylight, let alone observe the direction of the shadow. You can also observe the leaves. Which side has more leaves is the sunny side. Emma squinted and observed. Very good, there are more leaves on the top, and the sun is above her head. This kind of useless information is meaningless. The tools in Emma's hand are not good for cutting trees. It's really meaningless to observe the tree rings in this way. Unless she can break a tree that is at least 100 years old with one punch, it will be useless. If you can't see the sun, don't even think about the moon. Emma planned to look at the mosses on the rocks. Mosses like cool places, usually on the north side of the mountain. However, this place is very humid, and there are mosses everywhere. Her method is completely useless. Emma was a little tired. She planned to climb a tree, go up to see the sun, and then find the right direction to go. At worst, a huge tree, she can also see the beach in the distance. The situation here is very similar to the Amazon forest, where she once visited. The vegetation there is also very huge, and it is full of ancient and primitive atmosphere. Brazilians have not protected the Amazon forest well enough. The area of the forest known as the lungs of the earth has been greatly reduced. However, humans only have the leisure to pay attention to these things because they have a surplus of life. Now, I am afraid that there is no need to worry about whether to return farmland to forests or not. After all, it is difficult for humans to survive, but these plants and animals have benefited and are madly showing their presence in the Steel City. Emma has practiced climbing trees, so she can climb very high. But the higher, the more dangerous. Emma can only be extra careful to avoid making any mistakes. If she falls, she can only choose to die here. It is really not an easy task to climb to the top of a tree in good health, especially in such a forest, which is full of unknown threats. Emma can't be as light and flexible as a monkey. After some effort, she has climbed to a point where she can barely see the distance. The sun is shining and hot above her head. Emma checked for a while, and thought she had identified the direction, and then carefully got down from the tree. People say that it is easy to go up a mountain, but difficult to go down a mountain. It is not so easy to climb a tree, and it is even more difficult to get down a tree. Emma struggled for a long time before she finally got down to the middle of the tree. Before she could catch her breath, she suddenly heard a roar similar to the sound of an airplane wing. Emma felt something was wrong and quickly dropped her hands, falling rapidly. A dark shadow pounced directly on her original position. Emma below tightened her safety rope again and stabilized herself on the tree trunk. She saw clearly what was above her head. It was a huge insect that looked like a mutated cicada, but it had a huge jaw and a mouthpart protruding from its mouth, cold and disgusting. This ghost thing is definitely not a cicada. Emma no longer hesitated and quickly fell down, no longer carefully controlling her safety rope. And those giant insects are getting more and more, all flying towards here. Emma didn't dare to shoot, worried that the gunshot would attract more monsters. She knew long ago when the helicopter was sunk by those enthusiastic monsters that they could only run away, and they had to run quietly. It's best not to attract the attention of those silent monsters, otherwise they are likely to die. Even if Emma is no longer careful, her movements are still skilled. When she fell to the ground, she only had a few more scratches on her hands, and her hands felt hot. But fortunately, she didn't fall into the mouths of these hateful monsters. Emma's situation is not good, and the others who were lucky enough to land with parachutes are not in a good situation either. Compared with those who were eaten by strange birds in the air, it's hard to say who is luckier. Some of them even fell directly into the giant worm pit, and were swallowed and dissolved by giant worms one by one. As for other people, some encountered giant insects like Emma, and some encountered giant beasts that only appeared in prehistoric times. Not everyone has the courage to fight like Emma. When they are forced to have no way out, they can only choose to die together. At least in this way, they still have a chance to fight. Even if they die, they have the courage to die together, which is also a dignity. This wave, it is not a loss to force it. Of course, Emma did not have such an idea. She would try her best to keep herself alive, even if she had to eat these insects. Unfortunately, she did not have such a good appetite. She plunged into the mountains under the siege of those giant insects. Emma had never hated her luck so much. She thought about running directly to the beach, but she had no way to break through, so she could only flee here in a panic. The insects didn't dare to chase them here anymore, but instead did something that frightened her. They turned around and ran away in an instant. These giant insects were scary enough, and there was no telling how scary the thing that could make them turn around and run away in an instant would be. When will luck be fairer? She has been unlucky since the hive mission. Why did they treat her like this? She just wanted to survive, and she didn't treat anyone badly. After going around in circles, Emma decided to go up the mountain carefully. With her strength, it shouldn't be a problem to catch a bat. Even if that thing couldn't understand human language, Emma felt that as long as it was a creature with a certain IQ, it would know how to survive. She happened to be good at taming wild beasts. Thinking of this, Emma resolutely went up the mountain. Perhaps this hilltop is indeed the lair of a terrifying monster. She had not encountered any terrifying monsters all along the way. Even if she did, they were all alone and could be killed perfectly by her. She was most afraid of a large group of monsters that suddenly appeared. They were really hard to deal with. She did not have the group attack skills like the magician in the game. Emma took a deep breath and tried to sense where the terrifying monster was. She was going to walk around. As long as she was not discovered, she would not have to fight the terrifying monster, right? Emma did not often use this method, because she found that using mental power to spy on stronger people or people with very sensitive nerves could easily arouse their vigilance. It's not that they have any special powers, but the body's instinct will remind them to pay attention to the hidden danger. Emma tried her best to release her spiritual perception, which was learned from Alice. Unfortunately, her mental ability is not as strong as Alice's. Correspondingly, Alice's 5 senses are not more acute than hers. The evolution promoted by the T-virus is also flawed. It may enable people who successfully survive the danger of infection to gain some special powers, but it is not an all-round improvement. It may only be that one aspect is particularly outstanding, and the other parts are partially improved. In Emma's perception, there is no very scary guy. This also allows her to have spare energy to avoid some unnecessary battles. Her physical strength has been consumed a lot in the previous battle. If she continues, she might as well face the terrifying monster here. At least the opponent may be big enough to swallow her in one bite, so she doesn't have to feel any special pain. In Emma's full perception, all the scenes seem to be slowed down, and only her movements are fast. But even if other creatures move slower, some noises became more terrifying. Emma's ears were numb, and her head was dizzy from the sudden loud noise. The birds in the jungle fled to the sky in clusters, and after they flew up, they encountered other predators. A small number of them were hunted by predators, and most of them successfully escaped to what they thought was a safe haven. Roar. Bang bang bang. The strange howl resounded through the sky, and on the other side there was a strange bang bang. A muffled sound, like a huge wooden stick hitting a drum. The thunderous sound was so clear that even Emma could hear it clearly from a distance. There were some terrible monsters fighting in the distance. The noise of their fighting made the land here tremble. What kind of heavyweight monster was it? Before Emma could sense more, she saw a group of different insects and a group of different monsters running towards here. She had to find a way to avoid this frenzy of escape. The remaining staff of the BCAA North American branch received a call for help from Emma and other survivors on the island. They were all shocked by this. These people had only been out for a short time. God knows how they could encounter such a ridiculous thing. They were attacked by a huge group of monsters on some island. All 3 helicopters were crashed and some BCAA members were eaten by monsters. Although they knew that Emma and the others would not joke about the life and death of the members, The sudden incident still made the remaining BSAA members feel incredible. But no matter what, the rescue message has been sent, and they must find a way to support the teammates who fell into the mysterious island. There is something strange about that island. How should we rescue it? If there is a group of flying monsters there, it will be difficult for them to fight unless they drive a fighter jet. Moreover, the flying monsters are actually better than fighter jets in terms of flexibility. It is not easy to easily destroy those flying monsters. What secrets does that island have? It is such a dangerous island. Why is there no danger level mark on the mission map? There is too little information from them, and we cannot carry out effective rescue operations. Reply first and ask them to tell us more about the island so that we can carry out targeted rescue operations. Otherwise, it would be meaningless to send them one by one. This time, the news should be reported directly to. It must be reported. I suspect that someone has been active on that island. Your idea is too dangerous. If the higher-ups know the situation of that island and deliberately conceal it, isn't this a conspiracy to murder the team that will be on that route on a mission? This is not the first time this has happened. What's so surprising about it? The people in the government of the Gale country often do this kind of thing, and they have harmed more than one or two teammates. Not to mention the current biochemical terrorist incidents. Just talk about the Vietnam War and the Afghanistan War. Every war provoked by the Gale country is a quagmire for the US military, which has trapped them deeply. They may have boasted well when they joined, but once the war is provoked, it is not so easy to control until it ends. If that were the case, the army of the Gale country would have occupied this planet long ago. In fact, they didn't. That was simply because they didn't have the ability. Emma's group's request for help was quickly passed up the chain of command, and finally the remaining members of the BSAA North American branch received information from their superiors about the mysterious island. These remaining members were not wrong in their guess. The government had indeed organized people to explore the mysterious island. Chapter 83. 8 years ago, the first people to explore were mercenaries sent by the government. The Gale government was immersed in the World War at that time, and had no way to spare the hands to let professional soldiers go to explore the situation. So they hired mercenaries to explore the mysterious island. As soon as the team of mercenaries arrived at the island, they found that the magnetic field on the island was chaotic, and even the signal could not be sent out. Only the primitive smoke can ensure that the signal can be seen from a distance, but that cannot guarantee that the long-distance exploration will be safe. The mercenaries first explored the outer layer of the island. Some of them were eaten by giant insects, and the rest were lucky enough to meet the local primitive people. The primitive people had a low level of civilization, and they could not speak English. In order to seek help from these people, the mercenaries found a way to establish contact with the primitive people, and taught them to use English. During this process, the mercenaries also learned a lot about the island from the primitive people. After several explorations with the primitive people, and losing a lot of lives, the mercenaries decided to stop the loss in time, and no longer explore further. They found a way to exchange some giant insect specimens, giant beast bones, and a large number of photos from the primitive people as evidence, and then left the island with these things. After returning to the Fierce Wind country, the mercenaries handed over all the information they collected on the island to the government, and received a huge reward. After learning about the situation of the island, the Fierce Wind government named it Skull Island, incorporated the discovered island into its jurisdiction, and marked it on the map. Then the second exploration of Skull Island came. The Gale government sent a team to explore Skull Island, and suffered heavy losses inside Skull Island. Fortunately, there are natural barriers inside and outside Skull Island, and the monsters inside rarely come out, otherwise the team sent by the Gale government itself would be wiped out inside Skull Island. Knowing the power inside Skull Island, the Gale government temporarily gave up the exploration inside, and instead strengthened the control of the periphery of Skull Island, and allowed the periphery of Skull Island to be developed. The news inside Skull Island was also blocked by the Gale government. After that, Skull Island did not attract anyone's attention until a group of speculators appeared in Hollywood, who had no real strength, but wanted to make the best blockbuster with the least investment. They learned about Skull Island from the intelligence dealers, so they set their sights on this mysterious island on the sea. They could not find a venue willing to rent at a low price, and the venue that could be rented to them was not what they valued. The planner thought that they could choose some uninhabited islands overseas to save costs. After much searching, they finally chose Skull Island, a place with very suitable climate conditions and island environment. That is why the third exploration of Skull Island began. They set out as a team of artists with the dream of the country of fierce winds. At the beginning, this film crew just wanted to use the primitive scenery of the island to shoot grand scenes. But later, after contacting the primitive people on the island, they realized that there was something more amazing on the island. Giant beasts. On the island, some people were sick due to the unfamiliar climate. These sick people were left in the primitive camp. Then a group of brave people went deep into Skull Island to explore. They found those terrible giant beasts very smoothly and saw real giant insects. Soon there were sacrifices among them. Those who knew how powerful they were just wanted to withdraw and return to the safe camp. The people who took them out to explore did not really want to make a movie. They were a group of desperate people. They had known the truth about Skull Island for a long time, but unfortunately, they had never had the opportunity to hunt the giant beasts themselves. They believed that as long as they could capture a giant beast and bring it back to the fierce wind country, it would definitely bring them a lot of income. And for this purpose, this group of people cheated and deceived by all means, and finally deceived an entire crew. This exploration undoubtedly sacrificed countless people. And they really captured a giant gorilla and named it King Kong. They brought the captured King Kong back to New York, causing great damage. If the Gale government had not responded in time, and King Kong was just a huge beast at the time, there was no deadly threat at all, so after paying a certain price, King Kong died in the Empire State Building. Even if the matter was resolved, it is still an unchangeable fact that King Kong caused great damage in New York and brought great economic losses. The Gale government also paid a huge price for this. Even if they held those idiots accountable afterwards, they could not pay the money to rebuild New York. In the end, it was the Gale government that had to pay for it. This kind of loss of power is a great shame. From then on, the Gale government kept the information about Skull Island very secret, fearing that some fearless idiot would catch a prehistoric beast and bring it back to the prosperous city to destroy the peace and stability in Gale. However, the blockade of this information has now caused problems. The lack of relevant information about Skull Island has affected the rescue of Emma and her party by the North American branch of BSA. Fortunately, the Gale government did not make a mistake in this matter. When the people of the North American branch of BSA asked to see the information, they sent it directly to all the staff of the North American branch of BSA. Even Emma and her party, who were struggling to survive on Skull Island, received a copy. After studying the information about Skull Island, the staff left behind by the North American branch of BSA began to discuss the rescue plan. Emma always believed in the principle of never relying on others if she could rely on herself, so she was definitely not the kind of person who would wait in place and expect someone to fly over to save her immediately. Based on her understanding of the group of gentlemen from the Gale government, it would take at least a few hours for them to come to rescue her. It would be better to commit suicide now than to wait for them to rescue her. At least, she wouldn't have to feel the pain of being killed by those monsters. Moreover, she was in a desperate situation now, and if she didn't actively seek ways to save herself, she would probably die. She had to find a place to hide herself, and the monster that could make such a big noise must be very huge. At this moment, she had not received any news from the Gale government. Although the information delay on this island was not particularly serious, it still existed objectively. Emma tried her best to search for a place to hide nearby. The fleeing wave from the depths of the forest was getting closer and closer to her. Emma anxiously used her supernatural powers, which consumed her mental energy too much, causing her head to hurt a lot. Even so, Emma did not dare to stop. Finally she saw a cave that was just right for hiding. Because the distance was too far, she could not see the situation in the cave clearly, but there was no doubt that the place was on a high ground that was difficult for the beast tide to reach, and the cave entrance was also facing the beast tide. Even if those crazy beasts escaped, it would be difficult to escape there. Emma did not care whether it was possible or not. She ran directly towards the cave. She avoided the insects hidden in the grass on the way that she could avoid, and killed those that could not be avoided directly. It must be said that the monsters here are very huge, including the plants here, which seem to have been injected with growth hormones. But no one here should be so bored, and no one has the ability to do such a thing on this uninhabited island. Emma has been here for quite some time, and she is more and more certain that the oxygen content on this island should be very high. Her body has not had any problems for the time being, which shows that this is within her body's tolerance range. But Emma is not sure how long she can stay in such an environment without problems. She was unlucky to be driven here by those insects. If not, she would have gone to the beach by herself. She really hates the insects here. They are all social creatures, and they come out in large groups. They are fast and have hard shells, so they are not easy to kill. In particular, some insects can still move even if their vital parts are attacked, and they can come to her suddenly, making Emma unable to defend herself. With this resentment in her heart, Emma successfully arrived at the cave before the beast tide rushed in like a bursting river. But she just stayed outside the cave entrance, always alert to any monsters that might come out of the cave, and also alert to those creatures that might run here to escape. On the way, she covered herself with mud to cover up the smell on her body, so as not to be smelled by the monsters that might be in the cave as soon as she arrived. After sweeping the inside with her mental power and confirming that there were no dangerous creatures inside, Emma was relieved to hide here. Even so, she did not rashly enter the cave, but vigilantly kept a certain distance from the cave entrance, covered her figure with grass, and tried to win by lying down first. The ground was shaking more and more, and there were all kinds of shouts, slapping sounds, and muffled sounds of footsteps on the ground that Emma could not describe. They were chaotic and disorderly, and they were running for their lives. And the huge howling and the terrifying thunder were getting closer and closer. Emma realized that these terrifying creatures were getting closer and closer, and she couldn't help holding her breath. But at that moment, she felt that her actions were really stupid. Emma hid, trying to rely on the method she had summarized, adjusting her breathing, and visualizing other things that could attract her attention in her mind, so that she could quickly recover her consumed mental power. Just now, in order to find a place to hide, her mental power was too much. At this moment, her brain seemed to be pulled out by someone and thrown into the washing machine, rolling and stirring, and she was dizzy and unbearable. Her temples were also swollen and uncomfortable, as if something was going to drill out of her brain and drill through her skull. If you exceed the limit, there will be serious consequences. In the past, Emma didn't know what it would feel like to use her superpowers beyond the limit, and she didn't have the chance to know. She didn't even dare to let the people in the Huron military district know that she also had superpowers, so she hid this matter very hard. Now, in order to survive, she didn't care about anything else and could only use her superpowers to pave the way for herself. Emma didn't know when this negative situation would be resolved, so she could only try again and again to make herself less uncomfortable. The crazy beast tide roared past, and didn't stop for a long time. The running movement, the flying dust, and the vibration of the ground all showed how huge the momentum was at this time. Emma guessed that perhaps only the great migration of herds of beasts in the African grasslands could compare. Emma wanted to laugh, but as soon as her lips moved, they had to be twisted and deformed because of the pain in her brain. The movement gradually became smaller. The amplitude of the ground vibration also decreased. The world Emma saw in front of her was still blurry, and her other senses were also greatly weakened. Oh no, the sequelae are more terrible than she thought. Emma felt that her body was gradually losing control, and her perception seemed to be faulty, separating her from the outside world, making her feel particularly unreal. She didn't even notice the slippery tentacle that gradually emerged from the cave. The unknown creature inside seemed to have sensed Emma's presence, but it was still testing. If Emma could react in time, she could still escape this disaster, but she didn't. The tinnitus was accompanied by dizziness, and her nose was as if she had a severe cold and was blocked, and her head was always buzzing. Meditation needs a lot of time to work. This is too slow for her now. Emma knew that she was waiting for such an opportunity. If she made good use of the fleeing beast tide, it would help her get out. These monsters gathered together to escape. They would drag other creatures they met along the way into their team, or trample other monsters that blocked the road into meat paste. In this way, the road they ran through would be much safer. As long as they were not caught by the terrifying monsters fighting behind, they would not have to worry about dying in the forest, because they could not beat these things. The tentacle was very strange. There was no sound of water in the cave, but it was dripping with water, but it was not water, but some kind of corrosive liquid. Every time it dripped onto the ground, it corroded a small pit on the ground. And it is not like any vine plant, let alone a deep-sea squid or an ordinary octopus tentacle. The tip of its tentacle is like a bone spur, and there is a hole at the tip of the claw-like tentacle. A strange gas is spreading inside. It is light yellow when it just leaves the tentacle, but it disappears quickly, and it is impossible to tell what effect its smoke has. And the part of the tentacle that is similar to a suction cup is also full of strange bone spurs. Overall, this tentacle is hideous and seems unreal. It has touched Emma's clothes, and the fragile fibers are corroded layer by layer the moment they are touched. Emma seems to feel something approaching her, but she can no longer control her body. Just when the tentacle was sure that Emma could not pose a threat and gradually tightened Emma, a huge rock suddenly fell from the sky. The tentacle was hit by the boulder before it could dodge in time, and it just broke off. A pool of corrosive liquid splashed out, and a strange hissing sound came from the cave. The boulder was suddenly pushed by something, but soon, more stones and gravel poured down, blocking the cave entrance tightly. Emma was far away, but she was also hit by the rubble, and the dust almost buried her whole body. But her perception was gradually returning to her, and her five senses recovered faster than she expected. It was not a sequelae of excessive use of mental power, but something else affected her. Emma suddenly had this clear understanding in her mind. But she still couldn't move until now. And the shadow above her head was so terrible. A huge Tyrannosaurus Rex jumped over the hill, but it was followed by a huge gorilla. The fight between the two beasts destroyed the surrounding area very exaggeratedly. The huge damage caused by the huge force, the aftermath alone, was too much for Emma to bear. Emma was buried in the soil, but she was not actually buried that deep. What was really fatal was the impact of other things on her. Emma could not tell what it was for the time being. It could be the soil, the hill, or some hidden monster that she did not notice. But as the landslide progressed, the strange impact gradually faded away, and Emma's recovery speed gradually became normal. She could barely control her fingers and toes. But that was just a drop in the bucket. She had to at least get up. Move. Emma couldn't even frown. The current situation is so ridiculous. Emma never thought that she would have such a day. There is no way to go up to heaven, and no door to enter the earth. This is probably what it feels like. Emma's eyes gradually became clear, but it was still far from her best. The sense of touch on the skin of her ears was restored. She felt the wetness of the soil, and the coldness of the sand and gravel. Emma tried desperately to mobilize her limbs and move herself, but she could only do so a little. The Tyrannosaurus Rex was smashed into the cave by the gorilla, and there was another landslide, with mud and sand falling down. The hill seemed to be collapsing, and the structure of the cave became unstable. The huge impact of those forces caused the interior of the cave to collapse. The unknown monster in the cave didn't even have its head out, and died in the battle between the two giant beasts. Emma saw the boulder that hit her. If it hit hard, she would die. I don't know if Umbrella has created countless copies of Alice, just like they did for Alice. But Emma thought, that shouldn't be possible. At least, they don't have the channels to obtain a large number of her samples to copy countless copies of her. Emma opened her eyes, and could even feel the wind of the falling stone. Some of the fine sand fell into her eyes, making her very uncomfortable. Move and move. Emma hated the powerlessness of the current situation. It may not take a second for the stone to fall, but in an instant, the Tyrannosaurus Rex's tail pulled the stone away. The stone flew towards the gorilla, but it was caught by the gorilla and turned into a weapon for the gorilla. The huge gorilla grabbed the stone and smashed it hard at the Tyrannosaurus Rex. Again and again, blood and flesh flew everywhere. Emma's face regained consciousness, and she could control her head. Emma shook her head without hesitation, trying to shake the dirt off her face. As she moved, her upper body also regained consciousness, and Emma used her arms to carry herself out of the pit. As she lay on the ground, gasping for breath, her legs gradually regained strength. Emma's mental power traveled throughout her body, especially in her eyes and ears, where it stayed for a while longer, taking away the fine sand inside. Emma fled in a panic, but the battle between the two giants here made it difficult for her to find a foothold. She knew the direction in which the monsters were fleeing, and Emma no longer worried about the gorillas and Tyrannosaurus Rex, who were fighting fiercely, nor did she think about why such creatures existed on this island. Emma just buried her head and ran towards the right path. Even though she had previously thought of looking for the bat monster to fly away, now, she just wanted to avoid these two big monsters. The gorilla noticed Emma, but as soon as it was distracted, it was bitten by the Tyrannosaurus Rex. The severe pain made the gorilla dare not be distracted, and it could only think of a way to quickly kill the Tyrannosaurus Rex that broke into its territory. In order to survive, Emma burst out and ran at the fastest speed she could remember, and her endurance was amazing. She had already left the battlefield between the gorilla and the Tyrannosaurus Rex. Emma followed the footprints of the fleeing beasts, and started walking according to her intuition. And this time, the goddess of luck seemed to favor her especially, and she found the right way to the beach. No matter if there was a big crack ahead, at least she was on the right way. Also, her previous speculation that there was no one on this island was wrong. Across the big crack, she clearly saw a design similar to a city gate. From the overall point of view, it seemed to be a fortress built on the mountain. With such a grand scale, Emma would never believe that it was made by gorillas. There must be humans. But she had spent a lot of effort to run here, and the sun had already set. How could she attract the attention of the people on the opposite side? Emma called a few times stupidly, but no one responded. She couldn't even see anyone patrolling upstairs on the opposite side. Could it be that they were resting? Emma couldn't figure it out, and she didn't think of any other way to attract the attention of the people on the opposite side. Even if she wanted to throw small stones to knock on the door, there had to be someone on the other side. Otherwise, it would be a waste of effort. Emma planned to find a place to rest first. She didn't lose anything on her body, and she still had food. This was also a blessing in disguise. After searching around here, no traces of human activities were found. Emma gave up. The ground is not safe, it is safer on the tree. Emma carefully searched and found a familiar tree. She confirmed that it was non-toxic and there were no insects or monsters. Emma climbed up the tree again and used it as her resting place. After finding a suitable branch, she sat on it and checked her belongings. As expected of herself, she could run so fast with weapons and food. But Emma could not be proud. Thinking that she almost fell in the cave, she was also a little scared. She ate with a blank expression. Although her clothes were corroded by something, the innermost layer was not damaged. For the time being, it can still be used as a good bulletproof vest, and it saved her life. If she didn't wear a bulletproof vest inside, she would be corroded by something unknown, which would be fatal. At this moment, Emma's hands were shaking, and she didn't have complete control over her body. Regaining control of her body didn't mean that she eliminated all the influences. Thinking back on the experience in the cave, Emma felt more and more strange. The sequelae of mental overdraft should not be so exaggerated. She felt that her mental power even had a little potential that had not been squeezed out. But at that time, she gradually couldn't even control her body, and the whole person began to lose consciousness. Obviously, the meditation method was the best and fastest way to restore mental power that she and Alice had summarized, but she didn't feel a clear sense of recovery at that time. It was definitely not a problem with the method, but she was hit in the cave. It could be a monster hidden in the cave, or it could be the mud smeared on her body. Emma instinctively thought it was more likely that it was a monster in the cave. At that time, her mental power was not much, even if she had explored the cave and confirmed that there were no creatures in it. But it was also possible that the other party sensed the fluctuation of her mental power and chose to hide. This island was so strange that she would believe even if the creatures in it said they had superpowers. Especially in this world ravaged by the virus, any mutation of these creatures was not news. Emma leaned against the tree trunk and continued to enjoy her food with a very bad taste expressionlessly. Picking up the communicator, Emma found that it was not broken, and the tension in her heart was relieved a little at this moment. After a day of running away, Emma finally had time to check if there was any news. She felt sad for her life as a member of BSAA. It was not smooth at the beginning, and she didn't know what strange things would happen in the future. He couldn't curse herself like this. After arriving in Ria, she would find a way to fake a death scene for herself. She must get out of the government sight and do what she wanted to do. With such determination, Emma looked through the information again with great vigor. First, the information about this island was sent by the Gale government. The ability to name Skull Island is really bad. It might as well be called the Golden Island. Maybe the mercenaries, who thought there was a treasure here, could solve the danger here. Emma saw the Gale government's exploration records of this island several times, and she was a little desperate for them. However, these materials are not completely useless. At least it proves that there are indeed primitive people here, and they can't call them primitive people. After all, the mercenaries taught them how to use English during the first exploration. So there are indeed people in the village opposite who can communicate. Emma was excited. After quickly flipping through the information, Emma saw the rescue information of the remaining members of the BSAA North American Division. They have already discussed the battle plan and have already flown a helicopter to the beach of Skull Island. They will use the fortress bridge of the indigenous people here to rescue the teammates in distress. Looking at the time of sending, they should be here by now. Why is there no movement at all? As Emma thought, the remaining members of the BSAA North American Division have indeed arrived at the beach of Skull Island. There is a platform specially built for parking helicopters and other vehicles. It was built by the Gale government and the local indigenous people. Although this island is indeed very dangerous, the mysterious creatures on this island are still of great value. Therefore, the Gale government has never given up here, and even often sends relevant experts to Skull Island for research. Occasionally, a few samples will be captured and secretly transported back to Gale. But what they do is much more professional than those reckless men. At least they will not give those monsters a chance to resist. But this year, the Gale government did not even remember that they still had the task of exploring Skull Island to check in. The local biochemical terrorist incidents were enough to make them anxious. Not to mention that the environment has changed suddenly due to viruses and other factors, making it increasingly difficult for humans to survive. The outbreak of the virus almost caused the government to disintegrate. Fortunately, they reacted quickly, reorganized the team, and supported the doomsday hope. Otherwise, the current Gale country will only be more chaotic. However, the people who came to support from the North American branch of BSA did not expect that the situation on Skull Island was also very bad. Their helicopter deliberately took a long detour and landed smoothly at the airport. Before coming, they tried to contact the natives on Skull Island according to the method granted by the government, hoping that they could help find the teammates who had crashed. But they could not dial the natives' communication device. At this time, they were mentally prepared and guessed whether there was any problem with these natives. But they did not expect that the natives here were infected with the AZ-113 virus. The natives all suffered from aphasia, and their intelligence had greatly degenerated, which was even worse than the previous guerrillas. They had no way to communicate with these natives. They wanted to rescue them immediately, but they were held back by them as soon as they entered the natives' territory. There is no good serum to solve the AZ-113 virus, but there is actually a formula contributed by Gene System Company to develop drugs to reverse the effect or neutralize the AZ-113 virus. There is indeed a drug, but the effect is not so good, and there are terrible side effects. Of course, in this extraordinary situation, they don't have to worry about whether there are sequelae or anything, as long as it can be used. But the members of BSA didn't carry this medicine with them, so even if they wanted to give it to the natives, they couldn't. Although the quality of BSA members is also mixed, at least they have the consciousness of not killing humans at will. In this confrontation, they can only choose to subdue the natives without killing people. Fortunately, the intellectually degraded natives didn't even remember how to use tools, and the members of BSA quickly and successfully cleaned up a group of infected natives. The shocked natives infected with AZ-113 gave way to them. After solving this problem, it was already night. The problem of being blocked by the natives was solved, but when they really saw the fortress gate of the natives of Skull Island, they found that there was still a big problem. They did not have enough power to control the fortress gate, and there was no way to lower the drawbridge. If they could not get the help of the natives, they would have no idea how to find Emma and the others. Another important point is that if the AZ-113 virus works on the natives here, it is very likely that it will also work on the creatures in Skull Island. The information given to them by the Gale government clearly mentioned that in the third exploration, the desperate gang captured a giant gorilla and named it King Kong. As we all know, gorillas are social animals. If they can find one, it means that there are other gorillas in Skull Island. AZ-113 has caused the IQ of the natives to degenerate, and they have aphasia. So what will the terrible giant King Kong on this island become? As long as they think of this, the members of the North American branch of BSA, who came to rescue Emma and others, feel scalp numb. For this reason, they even debated whether to raise the signal smoke to attract the attention of the lost teammates in the forest. This is not a game. This is a serious matter of life and death. If they are not careful, they will attract the attention of those monsters, and their few manpower and weapons are not enough to threaten the groups of King Kong. It is precisely because they are timid everywhere that they have not carried out their next rescue plan. But Emma didn't know this. She just followed her own ideas and told the teammates, who came to rescue, that she had reached the outside of the suspension bridge and hoped to get timely rescue. It was really a bit scary here. She had a real nightmare day. If they could open the door and release the bridge to welcome her immediately, she would be honored. The clones who were gradually dispersing to various continents of the Gale country according to Emma's plan were now also members of BSA. They naturally saw the messages sent to BSA members. However, they did not take the initiative to participate in the rescue plan. The intelligence mission on them is the most important, and they even carry Emma's hope to find Alice. The remaining personnel of the BSA North American branch have all gone to rescue Emma and her group, and the camp cannot be without manpower to protect it. Naturally, the remaining clones of Alice are here. At this time, the BSA North American branch camp welcomed 3 guests. Alice, Alexia and Kaplan. After President Graham's speech, they actively searched for information, eliminated unnecessary and impossible information, and finally locked on this settlement in California. After many days of inquiring about the news, Alice locked the scope here. But Alice didn't expect that they had just arrived here, and there seemed to be no one in the camp. But the surveillance of the camp is still running, which means that this is not an abandoned camp. Alice wants to know if there is any news about Emma here. Maybe this is a good opportunity to invade. There is no one here, and no one will stop her from reading the information. But the situation couldn't be that simple. It's impossible for an important organization base to leave no one behind. So how did the BSA monitor the camp? Alice began to explore. Although she felt a little strange, she didn't want to give up this golden opportunity. Even if she wasn't familiar with the structure of the camp, it didn't matter. She just needed to take a look. If she retreated when the timing was not right, she would have a good chance. Alice expressed her idea, and Kaplan thought it was inappropriate. Alexia was not very interested in such things, and she didn't have enough experience. From Alexia's point of view, the defense here is not as good as a piece of paper. Just walk in directly. Even if there are people hiding, they can't defeat them. Among them is Kaplan, who is suitable to be a pioneer. The plan is that if Kaplan leads the charge and blows it up first, she and Alice will follow up, and they will surely be able to break through the BSA quickly. However, Alexia has never said this idea of hers. She has a hunch that Alice will never agree. Although she herself does not feel it, her IQ is not bad. According to Alice's consistent psychology and behavior, Alice will never agree with her violent ideas. Alexia also hides her indifferent mentality well. In Alice's eyes, she just seems to be more indifferent and has no interest in anything. She is not a fellow traveler. Kaplan's decision-making ability is not good enough, and Alexia doesn't pay attention to these things. Over time, when the three of them act, Alice has become accustomed to making decisions by herself. In the past, when Emma was still around, Alice would get used to letting Emma make decisions, and just follow her execution. She didn't think about how good her command ability was, but she is doing very well now. Now their identities are sensitive, and they must not make any mistakes, and they must not be caught by the government, so they must act carefully. Especially now that she is responsible for the lives of Kaplan and Alexia, Alice will not allow herself to fight rashly without checking the situation clearly. Alice observed from all possible directions, and did not see anyone. By the way, she also figured out the pattern of the surveillance arranged in the camp of the BSAA North American branch. The situation was optimistic. Alice planned to go in and take a look. If the situation was not right, she would retreat immediately. Alexia agreed with Alice's idea and planned to go with her. However, for this first exploration, Alice was going to go alone. You all stay outside to support me. You can't act on your own. This place should not be simple, Alice warned. Alexia opposed Alice's risk alone, and Kaplan also thought it was very dangerous for Alice to do so. If I fire a gun inside, come here when you hear it. If not, you just wait here quietly. I need you. Alice stared into Alexia's eyes, and looked at Kaplan seriously. Such a request was really hard to refuse. Alexia and Kaplan could only choose to listen to Alice's arrangement. Alice, who got the promise of the two, smiled easily, and laid down on the wall of the North American branch of BSA again, observing the surveillance cameras inside. At the moment when the surveillance was transferred, Alice climbed over the wall, landed lightly, and rushed to the outside of the small building of the North American branch of BSA at lightning speed, avoiding the blind spot of the surveillance. Alice rhythmically avoided the surveillance cameras. Looking at one building after another, she found the administrative building of BSA, and the information was likely inside. Alice's heart moved to the side of the building, and found the window. It was difficult to see what was going on inside from the outside. Alice used her mental power to open the window from the inside, and then turned over and entered the room. Behind the door, there was a person waiting for her. Chapter 84. Most members of the BSAA North American branch left, and the entire camp looked empty. This lack of manpower is undoubtedly a great opportunity for someone who wants to obtain intelligence. But who would have known that he would be caught red-handed just after he entered the direction he chose to sneak in? Alice noticed that there was someone in the room almost the moment she jumped into the window. She looked up suddenly, and saw a woman in camouflage standing on the door panel. There was no moon today, and the thick dark clouds covered the almost round moon that should have been there. There was no light in the room, and in the dim environment, Alice's vision was also limited to a certain extent, and she could not see what the person opposite looked like. Alice subconsciously wanted to flip out, but her body was faster than her consciousness. In the next moment, Alice jumped directly to the person standing on the door panel. The opponent's fists and feet met, and the opponent was immediately dwarfed. Alice's strength and fighting instinct were far superior to the man on the door panel. What was even more strange was that Alice hardly felt any strong resistance from the opponent. At the first opportunity, Alice had already knocked the opponent down. Her arm had locked the throat of the woman in camouflage uniform. With just a little force, she could twist the opponent's neck and kill him immediately. The key to fighting is to seize the initiative. Alice would never hesitate when it was time to take action. Alice. Just when Alice was about to break the man's neck, the woman whose throat was locked called out Alice's name with difficulty, and her voice was also familiar. Alice loosened her restraints a little and whispered, "Who are you, and why are you waiting for me here? Please let me go first." It's hard to talk about it like this. The feeling of being strangled from the back was not pleasant. Even if Alice relaxed a little, she still had no chance of resistance. The gap between the main body and them was too big. This was the gap in strength created by experience. "Tell me who you are, and who you represent first, otherwise I can't guarantee that I won't end your life now." Alice was called out by name, and was very nervous. She acted with Kaplan and Alexia. Along the way, whether they were collecting information or taking action, they followed the principle of low profile every time and tried their best to hide their traces. Perhaps they did leave their footprints in some actions, but they would not be recognized directly. Alice was still confident about this. So now, she had just stepped into the camp of the BCA North American branch, and even came in to explore. The way was impromptu, so there was no possibility that someone would know their actions in advance and react to them, and wait for her here. If someone could really do this, Alice would have to wonder if God really existed. Alice really couldn't think of how she was discovered. "I'm your clone, I'm number 139. The clone quickly revealed his identity. Almost all members of the BSAA North American branch had been dispatched, and even the clones had rushed to various states in the Gale country. There were only 2 clones left in the BSAA North American branch camp. They definitely don't have enough people to guard the camp, but this is just a temporary vacancy. If Emma and her group hadn't had problems on Skull Island, the members of the BSAA North American branch wouldn't have really run away. They also knew that their camp needed someone to guard it. Number 139 and another clone, number 21, had agreed that each person would guard for a day. Today was number 139's turn to guard, and number 21 would come to hand over the task to her at midnight. Number 21 must still be sleeping at this moment, while number 139 randomly checked the instruments and other equipment in the building. Originally, number 139 wanted to find a place to rest for a while, and then continue the task. But suddenly, she had an inexplicable feeling in her heart. It was as if something very important to her appeared beside her, calling her to approach eagerly. Number 139 was not a curious person, but that almost instinctive feeling still brought her to the side of Alice, the original body. She just opened the door and came in, and Alice opened the window and jumped in. She had no chance to resist, and was suppressed by Alice, and faced the threat of death at all times. Number 139 finally understood why Emma was always dissatisfied when she was training them. It turned out that there was such a big gap between them and the original. "Clones, do you think I will believe you if you talk nonsense?" Alice couldn't believe such a statement at all. She didn't know that Umbrella had given her so many clones. Number 139 said, "The dead aka this is what Emma Winchester told us. There are more clones dispersed by Emma, and she wants to find you through us." 139's words shocked Alice. "Emma saw the hint I left for her. She won't tell this message to others casually, you guys. It was really Emma who told us. And she didn't let others know about this, only we know. She said she missed you very much." 139 was very uncomfortable. She really couldn't have any rejection mentality towards Alice. But when her life safety was always threatened, 139 also found it difficult to restrain her instinct. Alice was able to subdue the clones in one encounter, and there was certainly a gap in strength. Afterwards, 139 had no resistance mentality, and it was definitely not because 139 felt that he was not as strong as Alice, so he gave up the opportunity directly. As a clone of Alice, 139's personality is almost the same as Alice's. As long as there is a chance to turn the tables, he will never give up easily. The main reason why 139 did not resist at all was because Alice was the original, and 139 could come directly. They found Alice directly because of her psychic ability. Alice couldn't tell whether what 139 said was true in the dark. If she was really her clone, she must look exactly like her. As long as she saw her true appearance, she would know whether the so-called clone 139 was telling the truth. Generally, things like the light switch in the room would be by the door. Alice dragged 139 to move with her. In the dark, Alice groped on the wall, and soon she found the control switch for turning on the light. So she kept suppressing 139, and turned on the light directly. The data room was suddenly exposed to the light, and the snow-white light made the well-organized data room as bright as day. Alice saw a head of short golden hair, and she pushed number 139 out of her arms with her backhand. Number 139 could not resist the inertia, turned a circle, and fell out. At the moment when number 139 turned around, Alice saw a face that looked exactly like her own. Seeing this scene, Alice believed what number 139 said, and barely restrained her aggressiveness. Alice asked directly, "Where is Emma?" From the words just now, it can be inferred that these clones have a good relationship with Emma. If Emma does not trust them, she probably will not tell these people the secret code between them. Alice has no intention of investigating who created the clones for the time being. She only regards number 139 as an intelligence agent. Since there is a trustworthy insider like 139 who can directly tell the whereabouts of Emma, Alice is also happy to realize that in this way, she doesn't have to work hard to find any information and then slowly find Emma to reunite. 139 also understands what Alice is thinking. She was originally responsible for helping Emma find Alice and assisting them to reunite, so it is not difficult to provide Emma's current location and situation. You came a little late. In the morning, Emma and her team set off to the BCA branch to assist Riyah in fighting biological terrorism. But halfway through the flight, Emma's helicopter crashed, and they had to land on Skull Island. The situation on Skull Island is very complicated and dangerous. The team members left behind by the BCA North American branch have all gone to Skull Island to participate in the mission of rescuing Emma and her team. If you want to find Emma, I don't recommend going at this time. 139 said very sincerely. Alice was not as nervous as 139 thought. Even though she knew that there were many people from the North American branch of BSA on Skull Island, as long as she knew that Emma was in a dangerous situation that was difficult to resolve on that island, she just wanted to find Emma as soon as possible. Alice firmly believed that no matter what kind of difficulties, as long as she and Emma were there, they would be able to escape. "Tell me the information about Skull Island, I will go immediately." Seeing Alice's firm attitude, 139 did not stop her. The crisis assessment of Skull Island is very high, and the island is infected with the AZ-113 virus. It is not easy for Emma and others to solve the problem by their own strength. Especially when they fell into Skull Island, Emma and others did not know the situation of Skull Island. As for now, they may know the general situation of Skull Island, but Emma and others may not know that AZ-113 has infected the island. It is of course a good thing for them that masters like Alice can go. Number 139 immediately told Alice everything she knew and gave her an address where she could borrow a helicopter. Alice calmly accepted the information given by number 139. "Thank you." "You're welcome. Emma saved us." Number 139 also thought about participating in the rescue operation, but the people from the North American branch of BSA entrusted the safety of the camp to them before leaving, so it was difficult to get away. Alice got what she wanted and climbed over the wall to leave. Number 139 stood in the middle of the data room, looking at the direction where Alice left, and did not move for a long time. The lights in the data room suddenly went out. The members of the rescue team of the BSAA North American Division finally lit the signal fire of the native fortress of Skull Island. They must hurry to rescue their own people. The longer they stay on this cannibalistic island, the more disadvantageous it will be for them. The extent to which AZ-113 infects this island is always a sword hanging over their heads. However, there is also a good news that is not good news. AZ-113 will indeed cause the IQ of infected humans to degenerate and cause aphasia, and it will also increase the intelligence of gorillas, and the biggest manifestation of the increase in gorilla intelligence is that their learning ability has become stronger. In a place like Skull Island, there is no environment for gorillas to quickly acquire knowledge. If the gorillas are to carry out social changes themselves, it will probably take at least hundreds of years to do so. Without drawing nutrition from human civilization, even if the King Kong of Skull Island has terrible physical strength, it will not be able to cause a huge impact on human civilization in a short period of time. On the contrary, the escaped gorillas, who are still on the land of Gale Country, who grew up in the civilized world of humans and were infected by AZ-113, have improved their intelligence and learning ability. They are not tamed by human discipline, and will soon bring trouble to the government. Wait until Jill and others arrive, and then we will quickly lower the bridge. We can't lower the bridge now, as it may attract monsters inside. We must always be vigilant against the natives with degraded IQs, and don't let them come here to affect our plans. These natives infected with AZ-113 are so pitiful. After we leave, maybe someone from the government will come and inject them with AZ-113 serum. The person who said this didn't believe it himself. The Gale government has never been a charity organization, and the natives of Skull Island have no way to bring more benefits to those politicians. How could they do charity and give those serums to the natives of Skull Island for free, and knowing that there are powerful Kongs on Skull Island, and knowing that the Kongs on Skull Island are very likely to be infected by AZ-113, Those politicians would be crazy to cure the natives of Skull Island. Wouldn't that be sending the evolved Kongs to human civilization to learn for nothing? No matter what the members of the rescue team of the BSAA North American branch think at this moment, the smoke has risen, and they have arranged their personnel to be on standby at the fortress at any time. As long as the people inside Skull Island can wait on the other side of the fortress, they will immediately lower the bridge. Then they rescue the BSAA members in distress and blew up the bridge. In this way, King Kong may be able to make progress in civilization by learning the culture of the indigenous people and the culture of the fierce wind country. Only in this way can he retire with success. It is already difficult for humans to survive now, so don't think about making it more difficult for yourself. The perfect battle plan was passed unanimously. When everyone started to act according to the division of labor, their communicators also showed new messages. When they opened it, it was Emma's letter for help, and not only Emma's, but also Jill, Leon, and Chris. As for the others, there is no news for the time being. It is not known whether the communicator was smashed or the people have died in Skull Island. Among the messages received, only Emma said that she was already opposite the fortress and hoped that the bridge could be lowered as soon as possible to let her pass. We have to let Emma Winchester come over first. No, we have to wait for at least 2 people. We don't have the ability to pull up the bridge. If we lower the bridge for Emma Winchester and can't take it back, the monsters in Skull Island may enter the fortress through the bridge at any time. We are not strong enough to deal with so many monsters, so the bridge cannot be lowered so quickly. Reply to Emma Winchester first. We will lower the bridge by noon tomorrow. By then, everyone else will definitely be there. Will she understand our intentions by doing this? Will she hate us for not lowering the bridge in time? I hope she can understand. The discussion of the rescue team of the BSAA North American branch ended here. They did not intend to lower the bridge just for Emma alone and take more risks for it. But they did not intend to ignore the news from Emma and her friends, and immediately sent their intentions and plans to Emma and her friends. In this way, before noon tomorrow, these people will never give up hope and try to escape towards them. I hope that the BSAA members who fell into the interior of Skull Island can survive, even if they have to burn the wolf smoke for too long to guide them, and may even attract curious King Kong or other monsters. But this risk is the smallest. Emma swung her legs on the branches, and saw the wolf smoke rising from the opposite side. Thinking about the distress message she sent out, if there was a delay, it should have been received by now. But the gate of the fortress seemed to have no intention of opening at all. Emma naturally didn't know what the rescue team in the house was discussing at this time, and it would take some time for her to receive their reply. However, she could probably guess how these people would react to her message, which was nothing more than waiting for more people to arrive, and then they would open the door and rescue them in one fell swoop. If the situation outside was normal, these people shouldn't just leave her alone when she was so close. In other words, the outside of Skull Island had also changed. And it was a bad change. So bad that the rescue team was acting timidly. Of course, there was another possibility, that is, the people inside deliberately ignored her message and planned to leave her outside. But this possibility was extremely low. When she was in the BSAA North American branch camp, Emma had a good relationship with them. Emma believed that her popularity was not bad, especially when she deliberately restrained herself and wanted to make friends with these people. Even if intrigue can be said to be one of human nature, among soldiers or similar professions, the friendship between comrades is the simplest and most direct. Unless it involves a struggle for interests, it is possible to turn against each other quickly. Emma didn't believe that she was qualified to be targeted by these people in such a short time. Especially the swaying of the wolf smoke, this is definitely not their behavior of not wanting to rescue the inside of Skull Island. The wolf smoke can burn so conspicuously, its function is to give a direction to the members lost in the forest. Ask yourself, will a group that sincerely wants them to die here do such a waste of effort? Emma almost guessed the thoughts of the rescue team, and she could understand their actions. But as the person who got into trouble inside, Emma felt very unhappy. She wanted to get out quickly, eat something delicious, and then fly to Ria to finish what she needed to do quickly. The idea of faking death was to allow herself to do what she really wanted more freely. So Emma definitely didn't want to die on Skull Island. As for this broken place, Emma thought it was not qualified to bury her remains. As expected of the Gale government, the efficiency is high. But no matter how unhappy she was, she couldn't fly over by herself. At this distance, she couldn't jump over the gap. So she had to hold back any thoughts and pray that other lost teammates could come quickly. Seeing that there were more people, the rescue team would definitely open the door quickly. Emma didn't dare to sleep in this environment, for fear that some insects would suddenly notice her and attack her. Insects are not scary, But if they carry some deadly virus, that would be scary. In such a place, she had no sense of security at all. If only she could jump over that chasm by herself. As the saying goes, it is better to rely on oneself than on others. Waiting for others to rescue is indeed doomed to disappointment. Emma did not like to complain about the world. She just thought about how she could jump over the chasm. After racking her brains, Emma could not see any possibility from herself. Her skill points were not on physical enhancement. Her mental power was a little useful, but her mental power could only do some small things. If it exceeded her own ability slightly, there might be serious consequences. In such a dangerous environment, no matter what went wrong with the body, it might bring fatal threats to oneself. Suddenly, a huge figure flashed through Emma's mind. The scary King Kong might be able to do it. How can that kind of monster listen to people? I have no experience in taming such a monster. The mental power directly invades its brain. But I don't know what the so-called mental imprint is. Science fiction once mentioned such a possibility, planting a certain kind of suggestion in human thoughts. As long as the suggestion left is strong enough, it is very likely that the person who is suggested will leave a mark of his own in the mind. This kind of thing that is recognized as achievable at the psychological level may have room for implementation. Emma thought about it seriously, and thought it was very feasible. But if she wanted to achieve it, she had to do an experiment first, starting with a small insect. If the small insect succeeded, she would switch to a larger insect and then experiment on the King Kong. But there was a very serious problem. The King Kong was so big, and it was simply a fantasy for her to deal with the gorilla alone. Moreover, such an action is completely thankless. Emma speculated that the rescue team would lower the bridge tomorrow at the latest. Regardless of whether their people were all there by then, the rescue team would not wait any longer. After all, this island is full of dangers, and there is no point in waiting too long. Those who cannot arrive here tomorrow are probably dead on the island. This plan has no practical significance for King Kong, but Emma could not give it up when she thought of this possibility. If it is proven to be feasible, she and Alice will have a new way to use their supernatural powers. And this method is very valuable in Emma's opinion. They may encounter more dangers in the future, and if they can implant their own suggestion imprints in their enemies' minds and let them work for them, wouldn't they feel extremely happy? Emma remembered this idea deeply, but her hand consciously took out the rope and planned to tie a slipknot to tie herself to the tree, so as not to fall down if she dozed off later. Just as Emma touched the rope, the communicator vibrated again. Emma opened it, and saw that it was a message from number 139 who stayed in the BSA camp. I have informed the dead AK of all the situations, and she is coming with people. The content of number 139's message was no nonsense, and it looked even more incoherent, but this message shocked Emma greatly. This was the signal that Emma agreed with all the clones. All the news about Alice started with the dead AK. If other codes were used, the suggestion would be too obvious, and the people on the government side would soon notice that their conversation was about Alice. Emma doesn't want Alice to return to the government side at all. If she is discovered, it will be a disaster for both her and Alice. People who are called traitors often have a bad ending. Regardless of whether that person has his own reasons or not, or whether betrayal becomes a reality, whether it is against the wishes of the person concerned, people will only judge based on the established facts. Can't afford to gamble. This is why Emma wants to blow her up to get out of the supervision of the Gale government. Emma doesn't doubt that number 139 passed on false information to her, but how did Alice go to the North American branch of BSAA? How did she meet number 139? How much did number 139 say that Alice was going to come here, and at least she could arrive in the early morning? Emma's communicator received another message, but this was not from the internal communicator of BSA, but someone who knew her frequency band sent it to her. Wait for me. This message was not signed, nor did it have any suggestive words, but Emma immediately guessed that it was from Alice. Alice was now rushing to Skull Island, and she would be there soon. But Emma couldn't let her come. The rescue activities here would soon be over, and it would be absolutely unwise for Alice to appear at this time. And she couldn't leave with Alice at this time, otherwise it would bring trouble to Leon and the others. Emma has always been a selfish person, but she and Leon, Jill, and the others are all lifelong friends, and they must not be hurt because of this. Emma immediately replied to the signal with a message for Ya Country, and then blocked it. I believe this operation can remind Alice. She has always been a smart person, and she will not force it when she knows what she means. After a long delay, Emma finally saw the reminder message sent by the rescue team of the BSAA North American branch. This information did not exceed Emma's expectations. She did not think that she could not wait even this little time. The appearance of this message also strengthened Emma's determination not to let Alice go to Skull Island to wade into the muddy water. Not long after Emma received the message, there was a rustling sound in the depths of the forest. Something was approaching. Emma immediately untied the rope tied to her body, but she stayed quietly on the tree and did not go down randomly. From her perspective, it was easy to see the danger coming, but if other creatures did not look up, it would be difficult to find her. Unless it was an insect with a comprehensive vision, Emma would admit defeat. Emma didn't wait long. The rustling sound was getting closer and closer. Judging from the noise, the other party's size should not be scary. It is still within the normal range. Emma has the experience of facing a giant King Kong. Her finger may be as big as that gorilla's thumb. The movement of King Kong is definitely much louder than this. However, Emma did not dare to take it lightly. When she encountered the fleeing beast tide, she saw all kinds of strange creatures. She fell once in that cave. Who knows what strange creatures there are that can cause her harm invisibly? Emma stared at the direction of the sound warily on the tree. The other party seemed to be very careful, but the vegetation on the road was too lush, and it was impossible for it not to trigger any sound. The muzzle of the gun quietly pointed in that direction, and Emma waited for the moment when the thing appeared. As long as it is a monster, it will be killed directly. Chris was sure that he was going in the right direction. After fighting the terrifying giant mantis, he encountered many monsters on the road. Those monsters came fiercely, and he had to avoid them. Strangely, the monsters that rushed towards him did not chase him closely, which seemed very strange to Chris, who had experienced the battle with the mantis. The mantis showed great enthusiasm for hunting him, which made it almost difficult for Chris to deal with it. He was almost bitten by the mantis's mouth. The monsters he met later did not look like good people either, and they all showed great aggressiveness. But after the people who blocked the road disappeared, they would not continue to chase the obviously weak creatures. To some extent, such behavior is a bit against their nature. But this is also a good thing. At least Chris is very glad that he doesn't have to fight so many monsters. And in the constant avoidance, Chris gradually lost his original direction. After getting lost, Chris saw two fighting monsters in the distance, especially the appearance of a gorilla as big as a hill grabbing a dinosaur, which really made Chris feel refreshed. He wisely did not go over to observe the two terrifying monsters, and from their fight, he understood why the monsters he met on the road did not attack him. They were all worried that they would be affected by the fight between the two monsters if they ran too slowly. This is also Chris's opportunity. Unfortunately, when he was looking for the direction again, he encountered some turmoil again, and Chris could only choose to avoid. Fighting is really not a cost-effective thing for him. Avoiding and saving energy while waiting for rescue is the wisest choice in this situation. If he hadn't seen the wolf's smoke, Chris didn't know how long he would have to walk like a fly. Following the instructions of the signal, he walked in this direction, which greatly saved his time. But before he actually walked to the other side of the fortress and saw the magnificent gate in the information, he felt that there was some danger lurking in the dark and targeting him. Chris's movements became more cautious, and he made his forward movements smaller. Could it be a snake? Or some other monster? This kind of hunter lurking in the dark is the most difficult to deal with. Chris prepared for battle in his heart, looking for cover to conceal his actions. When his true position cannot be determined, even monsters will not attack easily. Chris's gun is always loaded. Although his shooting speed cannot be said to be the best, it is definitely not slow. "Huh, I finally saw it." A careless and rough voice suddenly shouted not far away. And after saying this, the man refused to stop and kept talking to himself. Although the voice was small, it was very rhythmic. Such behavior is simply a dazzling target in the silent night. But even if this behavior is stupid, it also clearly shows his identity. Chris realized that it was his own people, and immediately moved closer to the other party. He still had the feeling of being stared at by a poisonous snake. Even if it was his own people, it would be bad to make a sound at this time and attract the attention of the hunter in the dark. He must keep that person quiet, otherwise they might die. Thinking of this, Chris quickly ran towards the man. As he accelerated his movements became louder. Emma, who was hiding in the tree, also found the shadow that had been causing the noise. She raised her hand and was about to shoot. "Keep quiet." The sudden roar made Emma realize that she had been staring at someone, but the voice did not sound like Leon and the others. Emma had an impression of this voice for the time being, but she could not say how familiar it was, so it was difficult to tell whose voice it was immediately. Putting down the gun, Emma quickly got down from the tree and ran towards the guy who spoke with a rascal's rhythm at the fastest speed. Obviously, it was Lloyd. "I can't believe that this guy, who is not very strong, can get here so quickly." Emma also thought about how fast she could get here if she ran at a normal speed. If she hadn't encountered that beast tide, she might not have been able to get here so easily. Thanks to the fleeing monsters, they cleared the way for her to escape. They are really a group of good monsters, who do good things without leaving a name. If they were not so fierce, Emma might like them more. Emma thought about this irrelevantly while rushing towards Lloyd. Mr. Torch in the dark night has already run to the opposite side of the gate. His communicator is broken, but he saw the smoke and ran here, so he shouted to the opposite side, wanting the people burning the fire inside to open the door quickly and release the bridge. Today, he was almost mentally collapsed after staying in this man-eating forest all day. He thought that seeing people infected with the T-virus eating people was bloody, cruel and inhumane enough, but he didn't expect that those insects were magnified so many times, and they were so disgusting and terrible, and their combat effectiveness was so high. He was able to come here because he was a devout believer in God, otherwise how could he be so lucky? Lloyd was not a professional to begin with, and when he saw the hope of being rescued, how could he care about anything else? When he heard Chris yelling keep quiet, he not only did not stop talking, but spoke even louder. Escape from the hellish place and meet his teammates at the moment of rescue. Isn't that the best thing? Lloyd was so excited that he almost cried. His heart was beating wildly for this, and the sound of thumping was so moving, proving that he was still alive at this moment. Praise the goddess, praise God, praise himself. Lloyd shouted loudly, hoping that his teammates would reunite with him soon. But for some reason, he suddenly fell down. Lloyd knelt on the ground. He thought maybe he fainted from hunger, otherwise why was the whole ground shaking? Run! Emma screamed. What? Lloyd staggered to his feet. He recognized Emma's cry. Run! Chris also shouted. Lloyd didn't react at all. Until the loud noises of the trees breaking came one after another. From the depths of the forest, some behemoth was approaching here quickly. Before Lloyd could feel it, a huge King Kong had appeared in front of him. The terrifying figure directly enveloped Lloyd in deeper darkness. Emma and Chris looked directly at the magnificent beast in two directions. Run, Lloyd. Emma didn't dare to get close. Lloyd had already felt something was wrong. He looked up stiffly and found the desperate darkness above his head. A violent hurricane blew from the left, and King Kong's huge palm held Lloyd in his hand. Emma felt suffocated, and she raised her hand and immediately shot at King Kong. Chris was no longer worried about exposing his position. He knew that he had a teammate participating in the rescue, so he did not hesitate to shoot at the big King Kong. Lloyd's black face almost turned into a sauce pot color in King Kong's hand. King Kong's grip was amazing, and Lloyd felt that he was about to be crushed by this monster. All the blood in his body rushed to his head. He still didn't understand when this monster appeared. He obviously didn't feel the movement of this monster at all. The bullet hit King Kong, but ordinary-sized ammunition could not cause any serious damage to King Kong. At most, it made King Kong feel a little insignificant pain. But no matter how insignificant the pain was, the huge King Kong still felt the disrespect of these tiny insects. This was completely different from the people he had met before, making King Kong feel offended. It hit its chest hard, and a huge palm slapped in the direction of Chris. Chris dodged in a panic. The next moment, the attack went directly to Emma. Emma lay on the ground and avoided the fierce slap. But the huge gorilla palm just flew over her head, and the huge wind it brought was a disaster. Emma felt that her head shape was definitely gone. What should Lloyd do? Can he still be saved? Emma looked at King Kong unwillingly. Chapter 85. Is there a chance for communication and understanding between the absolutely strong and the absolutely weak? Questions like this have never occurred to Emma. She has never considered that at such a moment, she would have to communicate with a wild beast. The only question now is how to save Lloyd. Emma was really impressed by Lloyd's tricks. She had no idea how Lloyd could suddenly anger such a huge beast. Judging from the movement trajectory of King Kong, this guy should not have come here at all. The distance was too far. Or was it that it had always been nearby and Lloyd's movement just happened to anger it? She was not a biologist, nor an animal behavior researcher. Emma usually chose to end the problem she couldn't figure out with violence. If that line was used, it would be possible to cut off this huge gorilla. But this was a bit too wasteful. It was definitely not an easy thing for a gorilla to grow so big. Especially, Emma didn't know if the gorilla would cause any other problems if it died. Should she try the suggestion method? Emma struggled fiercely in her mind. Seeing Lloyd almost dying, Emma finally couldn't help but rush forward. Such a reckless behavior, if Alice knew, would probably be ridiculed. Thinking so, Emma rushed directly to King Kong without fear, and grabbed King Kong's hair, and climbed up quickly. Orangutans are creatures very close to humans. They also live in groups, and the environment they choose to live in is also highly overlapped with humans. And they are actually very smart, and generally they are not very aggressive. The bigger the brain, the smarter the creature, so this big King Kong might be one of them. But according to the information provided by the Gale government, the King Kong on Skull Island is a dangerous species, extremely threatening, and it is impossible to communicate with them. They can only destroy. How much intelligence is packed into such a big head? Emma really wants to know. King Kong has found her, even though she is very small, even though the force she grabs his hair and climbs up is not as strong as the jumping of lice on his body. But he found Emma, because he had seen her during the day and had memorized her smell. After dealing with the dinosaur, King Kong temporarily lost the trace of Emma. But he searched all the way, just to find someone. Lloyd's stupid RA angered him, and he could understand that it was all bad words, the same as the bastards who came to catch his own people before. It must teach this disgusting guy a lesson, but it didn't expect that someone would hide and dare to attack it. The bullet happened to penetrate the wound torn during the fight with the Tyrannosaurus Rex, and the piercing pain also made it know that its injuries were indeed aggravated. The natives of Skull Island had always worshipped it, or rather, worshipped the entire Kong tribe. But they disappeared for too long, and strange changes occurred in Skull Island, which greatly threatened Kong's tribe. Previously, people like Lloyd always captured the creatures in Skull Island, and even used violence to coerce all the creatures in Skull Island. Kong was also worried because he hadn't seen the natives for such a long time, let alone their actions. But its worries were incomprehensible to the humans in front of it. They were not of the same kind as it, and it was even more impossible to understand their concepts. Therefore, the decision to attack was made in just a split second. Emma's behavior was completely beyond King Kong's expectations. Often, when humans saw it was angry, they wanted to stay away from it, but Emma did the opposite and actually climbed directly onto it. King Kong had too much experience dealing with cunning outsiders, and was wary of Emma's other actions that might threaten it, so he reacted immediately. Its palm slapped on its body, trying to catch Emma. But at this time, the advantage of its small size was reflected. Emma dodged here and there, and King Kong really couldn't do anything about this little person for a while. Emma seized the opportunity to quickly climb onto King Kong's arms, and through King Kong's arms, she quickly climbed onto King Kong's shoulders. The moment she grabbed King Kong's ears, Emma's mental power hit King Kong's brain without hesitation. This collision was like Mars hitting the Earth, causing huge turmoil. The whole Skull Island was shaken. Emma and King Kong both lost consciousness in an instant. Emma's body softened, and she fell from King Kong's shoulder. King Kong's eyes closed lifelessly, his body collapsed like a mountain, his arm swung to the highest point due to inertia, and then fell quickly. The huge palm loosened, and Lloyd, who was breathing in much less than breathing out, had a crimson-purple head. As soon as King Kong's hand loosened, he fell directly on King Kong's collapsed body. Lloyd was like a fallen leaf in the wind, helplessly rolling on the mountain like King Kong. Lloyd completely lost consciousness, and could only rely on the laws of physics to keep rolling with the collapse of King Kong until King Kong fell down with a bang. Emma was thrown off his body, and Lloyd rolled to the open space next to King Kong's belly. Boom! With a loud bang, King Kong fell down, and its huge body crushed countless trees. Skull Island went crazy at this moment, and thick white fog rose from the ground, surrounding the entire Skull Island. The satellite far away in low Earth orbit directly lost the target of Skull Island. There was a never-ending wail from the forest, which was loud enough to stop the clouds. At this moment, everything on Skull Island seemed to have stopped, but something else suddenly expanded. Chris Redfield, who was shocked by the aftermath, climbed up with difficulty. He was hiding far away, and he was not affected more by King Kong's fall. What happened? Chris covered his head, and felt that his temples seemed to be throbbing with pain. He even felt that his thinking was stagnant. Whatever thought he had just had, he forgot it completely in the next second. This kind of embarrassing experience was also the first time Chris had tasted it. His memory has always been good, so when he couldn't remember what to do next, Chris felt a headache. Shaking his head twice, Chris turned around and saw King Kong falling down, and then remembered that he should go to save people. Emma rushed up to deal with King Kong's behavior. Not only King Kong was stunned, but even Chris was shocked by her. I don't know what Emma did to make such a behemoth fall down, but Chris knew that he couldn't waste time. King Kong was obviously not dead yet, and he wanted to take Emma and the Black Brother away. If King Kong suddenly wakes up, none of the three of them will be able to escape. When they were at the BSAA North American Division camp, Chris remembered Emma very clearly. It was not because Emma was pretty, Jill was more in line with his aesthetics, but because this woman was very capable. Especially when they occasionally talked, Chris could clearly feel that Emma was a woman with many secrets. Such people often give him a great sense of danger, and such a premonition has saved him in many missions. So Emma's ability to sacrifice her life to rescue a black teammate really surprised Chris. Although I don't know how Emma did it, there is no doubt that Emma's behavior made Chris respect her more. Chris walked towards King Kong with 1 foot deep and 1 foot shallow. He walked around King Kong for most of the day before he got around King Kong's waist. King Kong fell directly on his back. When Lloyd rolled down from midair, it was King Kong's belly that cushioned him, and he rolled to the ground. Chris found Lloyd, who was about to die, between King Kong's arms and waist. His body was severely injured by the squeeze, and there was no sign of anything from the outside, but Chris was experienced, and had a good knowledge reserve. From Lloyd's face, and the touch when he examined him, he knew that Lloyd must have suffered serious internal injuries. Holding a person tightly in his hand, just a slight force, can achieve such a killing effect, which shows how terrible King Kong's power is. This is a very simple thing for this giant beast, but it is a kind of terror and shock for humans. Chris didn't know why the beast went crazy and attacked the black man. He knew that the black man was also a member of BSA, but please forgive him for his limited attention, and he didn't remember the name of the black brother. At this time, he couldn't move Lloyd at will. If he accidentally touched the wrong place due to his internal injuries, Lloyd might die faster because of his kind rescue. If he wanted to save Lloyd, he had to have a stretcher. But where was the stretcher in this place? Chris could only carefully move Lloyd to the flat ground, at least to ensure that when King Kong turned over, its arm would not hit Lloyd. After settling Lloyd, Chris followed King Kong's body and searched for Emma's traces. It was at this time that Chris realized how terrible King Kong was. Compared with it, humans were too small. Such creatures should not be stupid, but Chris could not see any kindness in the gorilla that was madly attacking Lloyd. Chris didn't know the gorilla language, so he didn't know what King Kong said. But he knew they had to save themselves. It was a soldier's sorrow to be unable to save his teammates in distress. Chris circled King Kong for most of the time, and finally found Emma about 10 meters away from King Kong's head. This distance gave him a bad feeling. If Emma fell to the ground, she would fall directly like this, without even King Kong's body to cushion her. Then Emma would probably end up like Lloyd. If she was more unlucky, Emma might even die from the fall. Chris has recovered almost completely, and can still run. He ran towards Emma. This stubborn female teammate was curled up on the ground, with most of her body covered by the grass. Chris checked Emma, and found that she was in very good physical condition. There was no sign of dying, and there were no particularly obvious and serious external injuries on her body, but large-scale abrasions were inevitable. This was already the best situation. Chris directly carried Emma up. This place is not far from the fortress. The two of them, plus Lloyd, should be able to persuade those idiots to open the door. It's not that Chris wants to be rude to the people of the BSA North American Branch Rescue Team, but he has always been uncomfortable with this so-called behavior of seeking safety without even a little adventure spirit. The BSA North American Branch Rescue Team sought safety, and the risk was reduced, but for those of them who fell inside Skull Island, the rescue team let them bear most of the risks. If they were a little narrow-minded, after this rescue operation, the North American branch of BSA would no longer be a solid block, but could be torn apart from the inside at any time. If Chris was a rescuer outside, he would never give such a stupid order. But no matter how much Chris criticized such behavior, they still had to survive in such an environment. Emma's stuff was not heavy, and Chris didn't find it difficult to carry her. The real difficulty was to save Lloyd. But he couldn't let his two hands be free, which would cause problems. If any monster ran out from the dark, at least he had to have one hand to shoot. Chris, who was carrying Emma towards the other side of the fortress, looked reluctant when he passed Lloyd. If he just left Lloyd here, what if a monster came out? The people who had just laughed at the rescue team of the BSA North American Division were actually abandoning them in the dangerous arena for the sake of safety. Now he had to temporarily give up Lloyd. No matter how nice Lloyd said, he had to save his life first. Chris shook his head, and gritted his teeth to carry Emma. I hope this black brother will have better luck. The changes at the gate of the fortress were far more than what Chris saw. Leon, Jill, Carlos, and Nicola, who were still exploring which way to go, were also affected, but this sudden change protected them invisibly. At least at this time, no monster would pay attention to them. Any changes in Skull Island will affect their survival. This is no longer a simple question of eating or not eating. The noise of King Kong and Emma fighting attracted several people who were not too far away. The personnel sent by the North American branch of BSAA to assist the BSAA branch of BSAA were all carefully selected elites. At least they were quite experienced in saving themselves. Unless they were really unlucky, they could still reach a safe place alive. The helicopter Emma was riding, plus Alice 4 and 9, and 2 pilots, had a total of 12 people, and the same number of people on the other helicopter. There were only 2 pilots on the helicopter transporting the equipment. After the forced landing, until now, not many people survived. David Jones, a teammate who was on the same helicopter with Emma, was unlucky enough to fall directly into the giant worm pit, and was swallowed by the giant worm. And Nicola also lost his way, and couldn't get out of the maze. 2 clones of Alice, number 4 and number 9, number 4 survived with serious injuries, but number 9 was eaten by giant insects. It's not that number 4 and number 9 are too weak, but they are too unlucky to fall into the insect nest. It's not easy for number 4 to fight out of the siege. Even Jill, Leon, and Carlos, who are rushing here, have countless injuries on their bodies. As for the casualties of the other helicopter, it was even more tragic. Chris was the luckiest and appeared near the fortress without any injuries. As for the rest of the team, except for the sniper Pierce Nevins, the 2 pilots are still alive. The helicopter that transported the equipment and its pilot were all gone. Perhaps in some hidden corner of Skull Island, the remains of the helicopters and people can still be seen. As long as they are still alive, as long as they can move, as long as they see the smoke, they are trying to move in this direction. Even if there may be more dangers on the road, it is only temporary. If they do not take action, they will be directly abandoned by the rescue team sent by the North American branch of BSA, and they will always face the cruel food chain inside Skull Island. Humans have no obvious advantages against these creatures. Once they lose their ammunition, it is difficult to survive in such a cruel environment. While these people were working hard, Chris was carrying Emma to the opposite side of the fortress. On the way, he tried to use his intact communicator to send a signal to the rescue team of the BSAA North American branch, but when he took out the communicator to try to send a message, he found that the signal here was completely gone. Even if it was satellite communication, it could not maintain its dignity at this time. Chris was really angry about these so-called technologies, so he chose another function of the communicator, the sound. Chris knew that at this distance, unless he had been singing bel canto since he was a child, and his voice was so high that it could overturn the roof, it would not be easy to attract the attention of those guys pretending to be stupid with his volume. Chris was not afraid of attracting the attention of the monsters hiding in the dark at this time. This place was actually safe. Being in the outer part, even if there was danger, it was the least dangerous part of Skull Island. Chris decisively used the communicator as a speaker and shouted to the opposite side. The terrain here was prone to echo, and Chris's voice kept echoing here. Soon someone in the village shouted to Chris, "We will lower the suspension bridge tomorrow at noon. I don't care what your SB plans are, lower the bridge immediately." Chris cursed directly. He was obviously very angry with the group of fools who didn't know how to adapt to the rescue team of the BSAA North American branch. "We are here to save you. How dare you talk like that?" The other party was angry with Chris. Chris didn't care whether these people were angry or not. He shouted directly, "Emma is dying, there are black brothers who need to be rescued, and those who are rushing here frantically, you plan to see them being chased by monsters to the door, and then being eaten by the giant beasts, and then slowly lower the suspension bridge according to the plan. Follow the so-called plan rigidly. Do you know what the situation is here? I worked hard to get here, but you let me continue to wait in a place where I might be in danger if I stay for one more second. You are murdering." But the other party still wants to stick to their plan. Knowing the dangers in Skull Island, they hesitated to put down the bridge. If there is really no problem, why should they be afraid? What are you hesitating about? If you cowards are afraid of those monsters passing through the bridge, you won't use weapons to repel them. The comfortable life has corroded your courage to fight. Compared with reasoning, Chris wants to use a sniper rifle to send such fools to see God. But he can't do this. If he kills these people, I'm afraid they will have no chance to escape through the bridge. The other side was ridiculed by Chris and blushed, and they disappeared soon. Chris shouted several times in the air, but didn't get the response he deserved, which made Chris so angry that he cursed and wished he could just shoot an RG into the soul and die together. Putting Emma carefully on the ground, Chris was worried that he would accidentally hurt her when he was furious. Walking away a little, Chris walked around irritably. He is not usually so irritable. Normally he would keep calm, but the decision made by the rescue team of the BSAA North America Division was so stupid that Chris couldn't suppress his urge to curse. Just as Chris was cursing, one of the people who had just run away came back. He lay on the wall of the fortress and shouted to Chris, "Move aside, we open the door and lower the bridge." They had just had a fierce argument, and most people agreed with Chris, so they decided to lower the bridge. Save one person quickly. If they continue to delay, I'm afraid they won't be able to save anyone in this mission. As elite warriors, are they still afraid of fighting? As long as they kill the threats before they become threats, will they still become threats? Regardless of whether the King Kong inside has really become more terrifying and hates humans, one has been killed before. Even if they can't kill one, they can still repel it. With more advanced weapons in hand, why should they be cautious everywhere? Chris saw that his goal had been achieved, and the anger in his heart was not so burning at this time. He reached out and picked up Emma horizontally and walked a little further away. The city gate really opened. It fell slowly and inexplicably accelerated in the middle. When it was about to fall suddenly, it was desperately pulled back and finally maintained a constant speed. When the top of the gate was far away from the ground, it fell down with a bang. A gust of wind blew Chris's not-so-long hair. The ups and downs of the gate made Chris feel nervous. From this movement, it can be seen that the other side has no control over this huge gate at all. No wonder they didn't dare to put down the door easily. They were probably afraid that once they put down the giant door, it would be difficult to close it again. But even so, Chris would never understand their stupid decision. He just buried this dissatisfaction in his heart temporarily. Carrying Emma on his shoulders again, Chris quickly crossed the bridge that he had finally urged to put down. Before entering the fortress, he met the rescue team of the BSAA North American branch at the door, one man and one woman. Chris didn't have much impression of him. "You've worked hard," the female team member said to Chris. "Emma's condition is not very good now. She needs a place to rest." Chris nodded coldly to their condolences, raised his hand, and pointed to the place where King Kong fell. "But there is a King Kong over there." In the open space next to King Kong, a black brother has suffered serious internal injuries and must be moved on a stretcher. "I take her to rest. You and Biano go to rescue the black man together," the woman asked Chris. Chris looked at her coldly, and the woman hurriedly added, "Don't worry, we will arrange another person to go with you, so that we can respond in time if we encounter danger." Chris didn't object. After the words were made clear, he understood that it was not that the woman was afraid of danger, but that she needed someone familiar with the road to lead the way. With normal arrangements, Chris was finally able to relax his tense heart a little. "Move quickly. I'm worried that the black brother won't be able to hold on for long. With such a serious injury, even if he had just taken Emma away, Lloyd might die at any time. If they didn't hurry up, they might have to bury Lloyd on the spot when they arrived." The rescue team also knew that time was running out, so they didn't waste time and took Chris to get the stretcher in the warehouse. Although the natives' IQ had indeed degenerated, there was no way to help them, and even if they wanted to tame them, it would take time. But the warehouse here was still good, with some medical equipment. This was also thanks to the supervision of the Gale government over the years, otherwise the rescue team would not have prepared such things. The sound of the bridge being lowered once again attracted the attention of many survivors on the road. Seeing the smoke coming closer and closer, they sped up again and headed towards the fortress. Leon and Jill met halfway. When they walked to the opposite side of the fortress, they happened to see Carlos with a limp. The three embarrassed people saw each other and had a way out. They relaxed and looked at each other and laughed. Chris was leading people out of the fortress gate, and several people met on the bridge. The rescue team directly let the three of them in. Chris just greeted them and rushed to King Kong as soon as possible. He had a normal relationship with these people. As a fellow sufferer, he was a little more friendly. Just when passing by Jill, Chris paused slightly and urged her to go in quickly. This brief interaction did not attract anyone's attention. Jill just followed Leon closely. They didn't know who was the first to come here, but they all saw the message sent to them by the rescue team of the BSAA North America branch. They originally thought that even if they arrived here quickly, they would have to stay here in fear all night, but they didn't expect that the door would be opened so soon. It seems that they are really not kind enough to curse the rescue team of the BSAA North America branch in their hearts. But if Chris knew this idea, he would have to smile. Alice received a message from Emma, but there was no way to send a message to Emma. Alice understood what Emma meant. But Alice still worried about her, especially after reading the information about Skull Island. She was very worried that Emma would run into the terrifying creatures there. The danger of Skull Island is not as dangerous as the zombie city infected by the T-virus. There is indeed no danger of being infected by the virus. But the primitive huge creatures, as well as the hunting nature of wild creatures, are more filled with the cold crisis of the food chain. She actually refused you to go. Alexia also secretly saw Emma's reply when Alice was staring at the message in a daze. Even though the message was vague, just the word "Rya," Alexia could see from Alice's reaction that her rescue plan was rejected by Emma Winchester. Alice put away the communicator. She couldn't carry this thing all the time. There was a tracking program on the communicator. After using it, it was best to throw it away. Otherwise, it is very likely that they will be discovered by the Gale government because of it. So after confirming that it was useless, Alice threw it aside. What are you going to do next? Alexia was looking forward to going to Skull Island with Alice. Alice had read the information to them. Alexia was actually looking forward to such a mysterious island. And the mysterious creatures on the island, which had a huge appeal to her. But no matter how much she expected, Alice would probably listen to Emma's words and go directly to Rhea after being rejected by Emma. Alice took a deep breath and decided to fly over Skull Island to see the situation. Even if she didn't go down to see it, she wanted to feel where Emma was. They couldn't meet at this time. Alice had already felt that Emma had conveyed this message. After all, she blocked her number immediately after sending a place name, which fully demonstrated that Emma did not give her room for choice. The situation should be good, otherwise Emma would not be so determined. It seems that the rescue team sent by the North American branch of BSAA has worked. Alice naturally did not force herself to go. But halfway through the helicopter flight, Alice's head suddenly hurt for some reason, and she could not stand for a while. Alice could only curl up in a chair and wait for the pain that made her eardrums make a buzzing noise to pass. Alexia did not expect such a change. She wanted to help Alice, but she could not find a way. Alice, headache? Alice nodded and shook her head. It was indeed a severe headache just now, but at this moment she could not tell where it hurt. Kaplan was worried about Alice, and he was distracted and did not operate the helicopter well, causing the helicopter to almost fall headfirst. This was too dangerous. Alexia had to stand up, first stabilize Kaplan's emotions, and then make Alice faint with a knife. In this way, Alice would not scream out in pain due to the unbearable severe pain, which would affect Kaplan's control of the helicopter. Alexia's treatment was very timely. Although Kaplan still wanted to see Alice's condition in person, he was not so anxious to come over. After Alice was settled, Alexia covered her head with her hand, wanting to check on her condition. As soon as she touched the skin of Alice's forehead, Alexia took her hand back in an instant. For some reason, when her hand directly touched Alice's skin just now, Alexia actually felt like she was electrocuted. At that moment, her hands were paralyzed, and her thoughts seemed to have stopped for some reason at the same time. Alexia looked at Alice fearfully. Was this sudden change because Alice's superpowers suddenly upgraded, or because her superpowers were out of control? Alice only talked about her superpowers briefly. She had no way of determining how far she had come, nor did she know how to develop her superpowers in the right direction. Alice's knowledge of her own superpowers was all guessed by the instructors when she was in the Huron military region, as well as her secret discussions with Emma after training. When she knew the facts but didn't know why, it was even more impossible for Alexia to understand what Alice's superpowers were like. Alexia looked at Alice with a deep look in her eyes. She was very curious about superpowers, and also curious about the relationship between Alice and Emma, including other emotions in Alice's heart. This was something she couldn't understand yet, and it made Alexia feel that she was quite incompatible with Alice, and even Kaplan. Kaplan's appearance was hardly human, but Alexia felt that even Kaplan was more human than she was. There was a deep emotional bond between them, which made Alexia, who had no such fluctuations, very curious about what it felt like. And Alexia vaguely felt that she had had such feelings before. But now she had nothing, just a blank piece of paper. Seemingly free and easy, but actually empty and tasteless. Alexia squatted beside Alice, observing Alice with an unpredictable look. Her hand swung on Alice's forehead again, as if she wanted to put it down again to see if Alice's supernatural power and movement disappeared. But Alexia just let her hand hang on Alice's forehead, and didn't really touch Alice's skin again. After a long stalemate, the helicopter suddenly shook, and Alexia lost her balance and fell directly on Alice. Alexia's hand just covered Alice's face, and the electric shock came again. Alexia even found it difficult to control her body. She couldn't get up and stay away from the weird Alice at the moment. The idea was good, but it was too difficult for Alexia to realize it at the moment. Alexia's thinking gradually stagnated. In front of her eyes, some strange and familiar pictures flashed wildly, including strange monsters, some people in white coats, and more people whose faces she couldn't see clearly. These fleeting pictures made Alexia want to catch them, But what happened in her mind was not something she could touch with her hands. Illusion is just illusion after all. Alexia used her last bit of willpower to roll over desperately, finally letting herself leave Alice's side, and the control of her body returned to her. At this moment, the last picture flashed before Alexia's eyes. That was a man with meticulously groomed blonde hair and iris blue eyes, very similar to hers. He was staring at her with these beautiful and deep eyes. His face made her want to touch and get close to him. Alexia slapped her forehead with a palm to wake herself up from this picture. Reason returned to her again, but she felt a little lost. That man, that blonde hair that looked almost white under the light, that pair of iris blue eyes, every detail of him seemed to be deeply imprinted in her bones. She should remember who he was, but when that person's name came to her lips, she couldn't say anything. There was never a moment when Alexia was so dissatisfied with her amnesia. Skull Island, Kaplan reminded. Alexia came back to her senses, sorted out her breathing rhythm, dragged her feet, walked to the window, and saw a small island shrouded in white fog. The reason why it can still be recognized as a small island is because the highest peak of Skull Island is still outside the clouds. From a distance, the shape of the island is very obvious even if it is covered by white fog. Kaplan is flying a helicopter and flying according to the coordinates. There is no way he can make a mistake. Skull Island has indeed undergone some unknown changes. Alexia turned her head and glanced at the unconscious Alice, making sure that she could not suddenly wake up to see the situation on Skull Island. So Alexia picked up the video camera, filmed the situation of Skull Island along the way through the window, and said to Kaplan, "Let's go to Kanagawa, Ria. Tokyo has fallen." Kaplan reminded Alexia that Emma's team from the BSA's North American branch was going to Tokyo. Alexia put down the video camera and said, "There is no way. We can't go directly to the fallen city. We must go to the surviving port city. It is also not suitable for us to appear directly in a place where there may be a large number of official forces. That is too dangerous." Alice had a small problem and could not wake up for the time being, so Alexia had to give Kaplan some advice. After falling into the hands of Umbrella again, Kaplan underwent another transformation. His amnesia was treated by Alice, but after recovering his memory, he could only deal with simple procedural issues for the time being. Most of the time, Kaplan spoke and made decisions based on instinct. And Kaplan trusted everything Alice said, so he never went against Alice's decisions. Kaplan relied on Alice. It was just that in this situation, no one else could make the decision except Alexia. Alice had agreed with Emma's words and wanted to go to Ria instead of landing on Skull Island to help Emma, but Alice did not say that she would land in Tokyo, Ria. This was also because Alice encountered the change too quickly and Alexia's handling was too decisive, otherwise Alice should have made a similar decision. After being persuaded by Alexia, Kaplan really set his destination in Kanagawa, Ria. The city of Kanagawa is very close to Tokyo, and the coastline is clearer, so it is easier to land. At this time, most coastal cities are deserted. No matter how important the territorial security of one's own country is, the lives of ordinary people are more important. The government of narrow islands, like the Kingdom of Ria, is trying every means to transfer its citizens. After all, the maritime attacks they encounter are more than 10 times more than those of large countries, with a wide range of territories. Although the official has not issued any news, it is still mentioned in the BSA data. Their helicopter is not in the official system. If they rashly drive to Tokyo, they will definitely be shot down. Kanagawa is a better choice. Alexia looked at the Skull Island shrouded in fog that was gradually moving away, and her thoughts were getting more and more confused. I hope everything goes well. Chapter 86. Chris seized the opportunity and took 2 people from the rescue team of the BSAA North American Division to search around the forest periphery and rescued Lloyd, who was lying next to King Kong. Lloyd was brought back in time. The black brother was lucky and had not died on the grass. But even if he was brought back to the fortress, with the medical conditions here, they could only perform simple control on Lloyd's injuries. If he wanted to treat him, he had to return to North America. When they found Lloyd in the woods, the huge King Kong was also there. The 3 of them were together. Chris and Biano were responsible for carrying the stretcher, but the other person, who was on guard with Chris, was also planning to take King Kong. Chris's eyes were vicious, and the man was stopped by Chris before he could do anything. The man was still trying to argue, but Chris really didn't dare to touch the big King Kong casually. From the current situation, King Kong's condition is very stable. It seems to have fallen into a deep coma and is in a very strange state. But Chris had checked Emma, and the situation King Kong showed was very similar to Emma's. Especially thinking of Emma, Chris had to stop others from attacking this King Kong. There was something strange about Emma and King Kong, and Chris was worried that if he rashly killed King Kong, it would cause Emma's death. In that position, Emma must have made an incredible attack on King Kong, so that King Kong was also injured and had to fall into a coma to protect himself. This situation is very similar to superpowers. If it is really superpowers, Chris will not let people kill King Kong at will. If Emma is a person with superpowers, her profile does not mention it. Chris has worked with people with superpowers before. It is a very strange power, and it is also very similar to the magic in the legend. Chris is not clear about superpowers, and Emma does not mention that she is magic. Chris thinks that it may be the same as the person with superpowers, who does not want others to know that she has superpowers. Chris has also heard in the team that they seem to have a secret project on superpower research. If anyone reveals the information that he has superpowers, there will definitely be all kinds of troubles. Emma is a warrior. She does not want to imprison herself in those boring places, and Chris can understand. Guessing that King Kong's changes may be related to Emma, and also thinking that Emma has superpowers, Chris did not say anything casually. He just used King Kong's various powerful physical data to directly warn those who want to take action. With the weapons in their hands, unless many people bombard it with RG, it is difficult to cause any damage to it. King Kong's physical defense is also very high. If they fail to kill the monster and instead awaken it, the few of them alone will not be enough to fill King Kong's teeth. Therefore, those who have figured out their own strengths no longer dare to have any idea of hunting King Kong. Chris brought Lloyd back, but he was not satisfied. There are still many people who have not arrived here, and the fog in the woods is getting thicker and thicker. Chris thinks they should continue the search and rescue and try to bring back some more teammates. If the fog gets thicker and thicker, it is very likely that the people who have arrived here will be lost again by the fog. So they had to hurry up and get these people out. His statement was very convincing, and the number of people who wanted to go with him to search and rescue increased. Of course, this was not entirely because Chris's words made sense. The more important reason was that Biano and the young man who wanted to attack King Kong at the beginning were both promoting King Kong's fear, and the curiosity of others was also mobilized. Hearing that King Kong had lost the ability to fight back at this moment, they wanted to know more and more what King Kong looked like. For many reasons, Chris finally took them with him. Chris did not think that he could solve all the problems alone. Walking in the dangerous forest, especially the inexplicable fog, was getting more and more. He did not dare to be arrogant. It was safer to act with teammates. If the situation was not right, they had to come back quickly together. After doing all kinds of construction, Chris led people into the woods and Skull Island again. Things were exactly as Chris expected. Some people did see the smoke and rushed to the vicinity, but they lost their way again because of the rising fog. Chris and his team came to the rescue in time. This time, Chris brought back more lost teammates, including his old friend, the sniper Pierce. This rescue can be said to be very successful. The young people of the BSAA North American Division also saw King Kong. Under Chris's restraint, none of them dared to attack King Kong. But it was also very comfortable to see it. There were also people with very clear minds who began to wonder how Chris, Emma, and Lloyd had made this King Kong fall into a coma. Could it be that the three of them were carrying a large dose of drugs? It was a pity that Chris was destined not to answer their question. Rather than telling a lie full of mistakes, it was better to let these people speculate. At least no one would think that the unconscious Emma might be a person with superpowers. Chris was very confident in his guess. Knowing this secret, Chris didn't feel anything special. He was probably the one who wanted Emma to wake up the most. He also wanted to know from Emma what the principle of her behavior was, and how she could make a giant like King Kong faint. However, the only person who could answer him was still in a coma, and showed no signs of waking up. Chris was not a person who liked to waste time. Emma couldn't wake up to answer his questions, so Chris thought of some more direct questions. Although Chris saved a lot of people this time, some people still didn't respond to him. Not only did they not respond to him, but the rescue team of the BSAA North American branch also didn't receive any news from those people, and they could basically be determined to be dead. Chris would not easily conclude that these people were dead, and he still wanted to wait a little longer. So when he sent people to the bridge intersection, Chris led people back to the forest to search again. Unfortunately, in the last search tonight, nothing was found, and Chris could only lead people back to the fortress. Even if the search and rescue this time still did not get the desired results, Chris would not give up easily. He expressed his ideas and received support from many people. In the rescue missions again and again, Chris's performance was too brilliant. Even though the rescue team came to rescue them, Chris's leadership ability convinced them. So Chris easily gained support for the rescue mission to continue. Chris simply told them his plan directly. As long as the situation did not deteriorate, they would wait until the time originally planned by the rescue team of the BSAA North American Division. If those people still did not respond at noon the next day, they would retreat. But the bridge must not be left there like this. Even if the inner and outer parts of Skull Island are relatively safe, and there is even a domineering King Kong there, it is not easy for creatures from Skull Island to come and offend, but we still have to be on guard. But they are seriously short of manpower, and it is easier to put the bridge down than to bring it back. With so few people, they simply cannot hold the bridge when it is most difficult. Even if the handles are broken, it won't work. The people of the BSAA North American Rescue Team had no choice. They couldn't use helicopters to pull them. They only had 2 helicopters. If they were damaged, a group of people would have to swim to the destination. The natives can't be used. When Chris looked at the information, he noticed that the number of natives here was actually quite large. The natives were infected with AZ-113, and there was no way to communicate at all. The people of the rescue team were not optimistic about using the natives. Chris had other ideas. Since the IQ of the natives had degenerated, their thinking patterns would definitely become simpler. The effect of domestication can also be achieved with simple methods. Directly exchange with the natives what they need, so as to attract their attention. Skull Island is rich in resources, but the natives whose IQ has degenerated to a primitive state, how can they know how to avoid danger? In this way, the natives can only take risks to get enough food. Using food, some of the demented natives are attracted to help them, and this plan can be implemented. Chris thought of it, and took people to do it together. Jill, Carlos, Leon and other people who can still move also helped. This seemingly crazy plan was soon successful with their cooperation. The natives really couldn't refuse the delicious food they gave. In the past, the Gale government wanted to get any benefits from these natives, but it had to pay a certain exchange price. Now it can achieve its goal with just food, which is obviously still very profitable. With the participation of these natives, Chris did achieve the achievement of pulling up and closing the door. As a result, a bunch of them felt their arms were very sore, and their waists and abdomens were very uncomfortable because they had exerted too much force. However, this was just a small sacrifice. Chris and the people who were lucky enough to be rescued sat together and relaxed a lot. It was also at this time that Chris understood a little bit why the rescue team sent by the North American branch of BSAA was reluctant to take action before. It was just a little understanding, but Chris would not agree with such an idea. But the reason why people are human is because there are so many differences between each other. Even if Chris didn't agree with these people, he wouldn't criticize them from a moral high ground. At least these people were very active in the subsequent rescue operation, and they were no worse than him, so Chris had nothing to say. Back in the fortress, in a safe environment, Chris became more and more worried about those who hadn't arrived nearby. Even though Chris knew in his heart that they might have died, Chris didn't want to give up hope. Emma couldn't feel the busyness of the outside world. The moment she collided with King Kong's spiritual world, Emma lost consciousness. But it seems that it can't be simply said that she lost consciousness. Emma can be sure that her consciousness is clear at this moment, but she has lost control of her body. Her spirit is active, and she sees a wonderful world in her eyes, but her body is not here. Emma clearly realized this, but she didn't feel uncomfortable. It seems that the spirit should be so free. After leaving the body, the light feeling can almost be said to be the most comfortable feeling Emma has ever had since she could remember. The world she could perceive at this moment was a very magnificent ocean. It was the color of the night sky, but as magnificent as the Milky Way. It was the first time Emma had seen its depth and mystery. She had traveled to many places and observed the vast ocean from many angles, by land, by sea, and by air. But compared with what she saw at this moment, it seemed too shallow. In this ocean in the night sky, there were many colorful stars twinkling. They were so close that you could touch them with your hands. Their colors are beautiful. In the sea of night, they rise and fall with the invisible waves, emitting a low-key light in those waves, which is very beautiful. Emma has seen many famous jewels, and those jewels also have their own unique charm, but none of them can compare with the stars in front of her. They are unique, and have an unrepeatable beauty. Just like those masterpieces of masters, they are the perfect unity of God and spirit. Emma is not the kind of person who pursues beautiful things excessively. Gorgeous stars are not in her dreams, and she never takes jewels to heart, but these stars are different. There is a rhythm between their flashing that particularly attracts her. This is not from their beauty, but more like a resonance from the soul. Emma wanted to reach out and touch one of them, but a loud roar suddenly sounded beside her, and these charming stars suddenly moved away from her. At this time, Emma's attention was no longer on the stars. Emma could not think of anything else that could make a sound here, except the King Kong that she knocked out and knocked her out. Emma quickly stepped back and looked around cautiously, but she saw the shadow of the huge King Kong less than 10 steps away from her original position. "Human, you are too reckless." King Kong's eyes met Emma's, and English pronunciation came out of its mouth. Emma heard it without any obstacles, and her expression became strange. It was difficult to describe her mood at this moment. The information provided by the Gale government did not mention that the gorilla could speak, and if King Kong could speak, why didn't King Kong speak at the beginning of the battle? King Kong's mind was not very delicate, but Emma's expression changed too obviously, so it kindly reminded her, this is the world of the mind. If you touch those stars carelessly, you will get lost here. Emma understood from its words. So the communication between them is the communication between hearts, regardless of the distance of language. As long as they are willing, they can be understood by the other party. Emma did not doubt that King Kong was lying to deceive her. Here, Emma had a strange intuition that as soon as King Kong opened his mouth, she could know whether he was telling the truth or a lie. It was as if they were all standing in the spiritual world, communicating directly with their souls. And every time they said a word, they were actually communicating directly with their souls. The fluctuation of the soul is difficult to deceive others. In this spiritual world, King Kong's image is also very different from that in the real world, and its deterrence seems to have dropped a lot. In Emma's eyes, it seems that there is not much difference from ordinary gorillas, and even in King Kong, the gentle breath is even stronger. Of course, as a giant beast of the king level in Skull Island, King Kong not only has an aura that makes people close, but also has arrogance in its eyes. But that kind of arrogance is also broad enough to tolerate everything. Although Emma understood what King Kong meant, she still had doubts about him. She could not believe him completely so quickly and asked in confusion, I clearly hit your mind with my mind. Why are we here? Although she did learn a lot of information from King Kong's words, she appeared here without any signs. She didn't know what the opportunity to enter the spiritual world was, which made Emma want to explore it very much. Moreover, Emma felt that she had been here for a long time just after entering here. After careful recollection, it seemed that she had just appeared here. This chaotic time made Emma feel a little uncomfortable. Since King Kong knew a little, and didn't seem to intend to hide it from her, Emma asked without any psychological burden. You forced a connection. Your mental power is stronger than I thought. In order to protect your spirit from serious damage, we fell here together. King Kong had seen such a scene more than once. The magnificent scene in Emma's eyes was even a little boring to it. However, the magic of this place is so great that even King Kong, who has been in and out many times, dare not say that he knows every place. Everything it knows is also obtained by its exploration with a spirit of fearlessness. Telling this knowledge to Emma, King Kong doesn't know how precious it is. But it is actually very happy to share. Even if human life is just like an ant, King Kong has no contempt for it. I just don't want you to kill Lloyd. If you hadn't almost killed him, I wouldn't have rashly used my mental power to hit you. Emma couldn't see any signs of King Kong's furious fight, so she sat lazily on the ground. A circle of ripples emerged from under her, pushing away layer by layer, slowly, gently, and forever. King Kong thought for a while before matching the name Lloyd with the black man he had pinched. It didn't think there was anything wrong with its behavior against Lloyd. It was Lloyd who provoked it first, and it was just showing due respect to fight. He should pay the price for his rudeness. He has no experience in communicating with gorillas, and doesn't know what your rules are. If there is a conflict, just talk it out directly, so there will be fewer unnecessary casualties. If possible, Emma would never want to be an enemy of a creature like King Kong. It's not that Emma is afraid of fighting King Kong. If her weapon is used for cutting, even King Kong will die. But that's not easy to use, it's too dangerous, and Emma hates doing things that have a high probability of death. King Kong agreed with Emma's words a little, but it didn't show it. It just moved its body a little closer to Emma, like a simple and honest fat man, harmless to people and animals, and because of its huge body and thick hair, it brings a sense of security to people. This spiritual world is built by you and me. Emma felt that this place was a little strange, so she was very concerned. The sense of security that King Kong gave her was attributed by Emma to the illusion caused by King Kong's hair. Although she did not show it on weekdays, Emma actually liked furry dolls very much. King Kong was like a giant plush toy at this moment. Emma's hands were a little restless, but she stopped it with strong willpower. Emma still kept a distance from King Kong, and King Kong did not move closer. Hearing Emma's question, King Kong no longer remained silent. It replied, "This place is so vast, it is a spiritual world that you and I cannot form. Those light spots, they are all flickering, that's because they are souls. But they all just exist in a daze, and don't know that they appear in this world. If you find it and touch it, you may wake it up. But I don't know what creature you will choose, it may bring you danger." That's why, when Emma wanted to touch the stars, King Kong spoke up to stop Emma's reckless action. In King Kong's eyes, Emma, a human who looked a bit good, was almost synonymous with reckless. She was even more reckless than those stupid, instinctive bugs it had seen. So this is the subconscious ocean of many people. Emma became interested. Because of King Kong's explanation, she became more curious about those stars that had become distant. Places like this, Emma always thought they were fantasy stories, but they really existed, and she saw them with her own eyes, and felt them with her own body. Emma's sense of reality here was stronger than in the real world. Also because of King Kong's words, Emma knew that it was indeed dangerous for her to touch the stars. As for King Kong, because of that reminder, Emma had a better impression of it. It was obviously because of the desperate fight that they fell into this place together, but because of this place, they got to know each other. This is really a strange fate. As long as the creatures that fell asleep at this moment, they will appear here. King Kong admires and fears this world. It is easy to get lost here. If Emma really touches those stars easily, not only Emma may be dragged into the other person's world, but also inexplicable changes may occur here. Emma was thoughtful. King Kong's answer reminded her of the so-called collective subconscious. If this is true, if the spirit of someone else that she reaches out to touch is really touched by her, she is likely to be involved in the other person's fantasy dream, and then she will be unable to control herself. You know this place so well, and you have touched those stars before. Emma pointed at the twinkling stars and asked King Kong. King Kong here looked very gentle, and Emma did not feel threatened by it as a terrifying beast, so she got along well with King Kong. King Kong could not say whether he liked or disliked Emma. When he first saw Emma, he actually thought of the natives, and wanted to learn from Emma where the natives had gone. But the changes that happened later made it impossible for him to ask. King Kong was the first human to enter this place. King Kong was able to attack it with mental power, causing them to fall here together, but King Kong was not angry about it. Just as Emma was curious about it, it was also curious about the secrets of Emma. Emma's question hit the point. When it first entered here, it did do something as reckless as Emma. Fortunately, its gorilla face was originally black, so even if it blushed, it was completely invisible. I touched it. That's why it was so clear about the consequences. Then how did you escape? It was a little girl's dream. When I appeared, she woke up in shock, and then I came back here. But after leaving that dream, the situation here became very strange. It was no longer a simple scene, but a world that stretched endlessly. I walked in it for a long time, and couldn't find the end. I tried many ways to get out of the spiritual world at that time, but none of them succeeded. Until I couldn't stand it anymore, I got out of this world. King Kong recalled the crisis caused by his recklessness, and he was still frightened. There is not only an endlessly extending world there, but also an endless crisis there. If it weren't so powerful, it would probably have been lost in that adventure. You know how to get out. Why don't we get out first? Emma's eyes lit up when she heard that King Kong could take the initiative to leave this world. King Kong was not as anxious as Emma, and he said, "After we get out, we can't communicate like this. I want to ask you something. Ask me if you have any questions." Emma didn't expect that King Kong would have something to ask her, but this was also an opportunity. It seemed that King Kong was very good at using mental power. "Okay, ask me if you have any questions. In exchange, I will also ask you some questions." "Okay." King Kong didn't care that he had answered many questions of Emma before. He just regarded those questions and answers as normal exchanges. Even if it and Emma were making a deal now, King Kong didn't regard this behavior as a deteriorated exchange. Unexpectedly, King Kong would be so straightforward. Emma still suspected that there was some trap. But King Kong had already asked, "Are you in the same group as those who have been coming to our island to kill the creatures on the island?" This question was dangerous at the beginning, and Emma naturally answered, "No, I was just passing by and was attacked by a giant bat, and was shot down." King Kong knew she was not lying, so he wanted to ask the next question. But Emma interrupted and continued, "Now it's my turn to ask. Why did these giant bats attack us? We did not provoke these creatures, we were just passing by. We have been preparing. If anyone else wants to kill the creatures on the island, we will take the initiative. They are pioneers. They have very good hearing, and can hear sounds from far away. So you accidentally heard us. Emma finally understood why so many bats took the initiative to attack them. It turned out to be an unprovoked disaster, or taking the blame for the evil Gale government. Emma felt that she was at a disadvantage. Yes. Sorry. King Kong apologized readily and asked, "Do you know what happened to the natives of Skull Island?" The door has not been open for a long time. Although Emma was passing by, there is a special way of contact between humans. What if the natives did not show up because of these humans? I don't know. Did they move away? Emma guessed. King Kong shook his head. Since Emma knew nothing, he didn't plan to ask any more questions. Emma wanted to ask about mental power, but the space they were in suddenly twisted. The deep night sea turned upside down, and the stars rotated with the waves, drawing lines of stars on the sky, bright and dazzling. This change was far from stopping. The sky suddenly lit up, and the night sea and the stars disappeared in an instant. Instead, there were cities. A person fell in front of Emma from an unknown place. Kanagawa is a very beautiful place, on the narrow island of Honshu in the kingdom of Ria, and is the next-door neighbor of the international metropolis of Tokyo. Ria has a large number of port cities, and Kanagawa is also one of the cities living by the sea. Convenient maritime trade has given Kanagawa more opportunities for development. For the kingdom of Ria, this is a very important city. Not only because Kanagawa can create huge economic benefits, not only because there are many educational resources here, not only because of Kanagawa's special religious culture and long history, but more importantly, Kanagawa is a part of the kingdom of Ria. In Kanagawa, a small land, there are nearly 10 million people living, with an average population density of 3,000 people per square kilometer, which is terrifying compared to the population density of 36 people per square kilometer in the kingdom of Gale. The kingdom of Ria is originally very small. When shipwrecks occur frequently nowadays, they can only selectively close the business related to navigation and try to shrink the coastal population to the interior. This also gave Alexia and their helicopters an opportunity. In the unguarded port, even if they landed illegally, no one would be able to deal with them in time. Even if someone knew they were coming, they would have a longer reaction time. Even if it was just such a short gap, it was enough for Alexia and Kaplan. Alice could not be a burden on their actions at all. Alexia picked up the communicator that Alice had thrown aside, and after studying the information in the communicator, she also learned about the situation at the port of Kanagawa. When they got there, they would have free car exchange, and they could continue to exchange cars on the way. When the government of Ria was withdrawing its citizens inward, many people left behind a lot of things because they left in a hurry. There were too many houses, factories, and warehouses along the coast of Kanagawa, all of which were left vacant. And the most amazing thing was that before the official government of Ria wanted to do this, many people along the coast of Ria had already done so. But these people who had prepared themselves took away everything they could take away, so they couldn't leave anything valuable. The culture of Ria was a new thing for Alexia, and she didn't really understand the thinking of the Ria people. However, the Ria people were not so persistent in defending their homeland. For them, preserving themselves seemed to be the most important thing. Such sophisticated egoists are not uncommon in any country. But it is really rare for coastal cities to be abandoned directly like Ria. Especially cities like Tokyo fell too quickly. It's as if these people surrendered directly to those monsters, and Tokyo was not important at all. However, this kind of thing is actually not uncommon in history. The example of Ria is not enough. There is also the example of France surrendering directly to the fascists during World War II. Although there are not many such examples, there are still some typical ones. In times of crisis, there are people who give up their motherland without hesitation in order to save themselves, and naturally there are also people who are willing to shed their last drop of blood in order to defend their homeland. Alexia didn't have such memories, couldn't see anything from history, and naturally couldn't make more comments. She just found it interesting. Kaplan, what's the situation outside? Alexia asked Kaplan while flipping through the information in the communicator. After a long flight, they should be arriving in Ria soon. Alexia still admired Kaplan's physical strength. If it hadn't been transformed again, it would not be easy for Kaplan to support such a long flight and driving work. In the past, long-distance flights were carried out by at least 2 pilots in turn. Alexia herself had no memory of flying a helicopter, nor could she operate it. After Alice fell into a coma, she would not rashly recommend herself so that the 3 of them would die faster. Kaplan glanced at his control panel. They had entered the territory of Ria, and Kanagawa was very close. Fasten your seat belts, we are about to land. Don't lower the flight altitude unless you are on land. Alexia carefully fastened Alice's seat belt first, then sat opposite Alice and fastened her own seat belt. She tilted her head and looked out the window. The ocean of Rhea looked quite clean on the surface. But who would have thought that this country had suffered a terrible nuclear attack? Even the nuclear power plant they built themselves had a leak, which has not been resolved so far. Could it be related to this? Alexia had no idea what kind of blow Rhea had suffered, so that it would abandon its signature city Tokyo without hesitation. Could it be that they were infected with the T-virus? The population density of Rhea is too high, so the speed of infection of this virus is too terrifying. The government cannot control the situation, so they directly gave up Tokyo. But if this is the case, it is useless to ask for support from the North American branch of BSA. The antidote for the T-virus that the Gale government currently has is also ineffective for people who have been completely infected with the T-virus, and it can't play any role at all. As for other viruses, it seems that they can't cause such a great lethality. The people of the BSA Rhea branch did not explain their request for help in detail. Alexia couldn't give more from a BSA communicator that didn't have much information. Alice obviously had no chance to get the confidential information. When Alice came out of the BSA North American branch camp, she mentioned that she got a little help and then took them to a strange warehouse, where she got the communicator. The BSA communicator was good, but the settings were not exactly the same as those of the official team members. Kaplan also understood why Alexia said that the flight altitude could not be easily lowered. The sea area of Rhea was definitely not a clean place now. The government of Rhea had to evacuate the citizens of the coastal city, which could only mean that they were attacked by mutant creatures in the ocean. If the helicopter flew too low on the sea, it would likely attract the attention of the mutant creatures on the seabed. It is very likely that the other party would pounce and directly take their helicopter into the water. Kaplan's driving skills are very good, and Alexia is very confident in him. Her eyes jumped out of the window and saw the port of Kanagawa. If it were normal times, such a port would be very lively, but now, there are only abandoned giant ships here, just like the giants in the myth that are frozen in the ice, looking at their hometowns that they can never reach. And it is difficult for these giant ships to be restarted one day. On the giant ships, there are also piles of goods and colorful containers. From the outside, it is impossible to tell what is inside. The helicopter has already flown into the interior of Kanagawa. After entering the land, the helicopter's flight altitude gradually decreases. So the garbage on the ground that no one picked up came into Alexia's sight, showing her presence. According to the information, the people of Rhea did a good job in garbage sorting and recycling. I'm afraid that their own people would feel sad when they saw this situation. This port city now looks empty like an empty nest old man, guarding such a large territory, but no one comes to live, lonely and dead. In this city, even if there is only a gust of sea breeze, people can hear the wind blowing through countless empty windows, bringing out the sigh of this city. Alexia watched the roofs getting closer and closer, and Kaplan chose the roof of a warehouse to land. Compared with those high-rise buildings, the warehouse is a lowland. The nearby environment has a shielding effect on there. It is not the best choice, but it is not bad. She can even find a lot of vehicles in the streets near the warehouse. Kaplan quickly landed the helicopter steadily on the roof of the warehouse. Alexia unbuckled her seat belt, and Kaplan got out of the driver's seat. Kaplan was actually uncomfortable being squeezed in such a small space. But among the three of them, only he and Alice had mastered this skill. Alice had originally said that she would exchange driving with Kaplan, but the incident happened suddenly and Alice could not fulfill her promise, so Kaplan could only stick to it. Kaplan had no complaints for this, because he believed that if he were in this situation, Alice would also stand up. After moving his body, Kaplan directly carried Alice, and at the same time, they carried a large number of things on his body. Alexia also brought a small part, but the weight was not light. As for the communicator that Alice was going to throw away, Alexia brought it with her. It's not that Alexia valued this communicator so much, but now they can't do without it. Now there is no one in Kanagawa who can help them. If they want to go to Tokyo, they may also need a communicator to guide them. Kaplan didn't see Alexia's actions. He just followed the information he saw at the beginning, and quickly led them to the place he liked. There was a suitable car parked there, so there was no need to worry about flipping the roof for him. Chapter 87. What should the spiritual world look like? Will it be constant? In King Kong's words, it is obvious that the spiritual world will change. But that kind of change will only happen after establishing an inexplicable connection with those sleeping stars due to ignorant touch. Movement is absolute, and stillness is relative. So the seemingly peaceful spiritual world has never stopped changing for a moment. It's just that its changes are not obvious in such a sea of night. Changes require a medium. The situation in front of us can't be because she and King Kong are sitting down, so it happens. The sudden appearance of this city brought a strong stimulation. The sun hung in the sky, not a blazing red, but a dazzling white. Emma didn't dare to look at it again after just one look, and turned her attention to the people on the ground. The person who fell headfirst was a little familiar, and the surrounding city scenery was also very familiar to Emma. This is very much like Raccoon City after the T-virus raged. Alice. Emma recognized the person who fell down as Alice. Now Alice's hair color has completely returned to its original brown color, but the hairstyle has not changed much. Moreover, Alice is tall and her figure has long been imprinted on Emma's soul. She will not recognize her at all. After recognizing Alice, Emma couldn't help but want to help Alice, who fell to the ground. Her movements were too fast. King Kong wanted to say something but couldn't say it. Emma's hand was already on Alice. The city twisted and became dim in the distance. The city was filled with a paleness that was almost like the face of a dead person. It was messy and disorderly. For some reason, screams broke out from all directions. Someone was in trouble in a place they couldn't see. Emma picked up Alice, and before she could wake her up, she saw a half-dead zombie coming towards her at the end of the road. That zombie appeared, and more zombies continued to emerge at the end of the sight. Emma's nose smelled a strong smell of blood. It seemed that many people had died in this city. King Kong, how do we get out? Looking at this situation, Emma's pupils shrank like needles. King Kong's deep voice flowed down from Emma's head. We must find the weakness of this world and break it. Emma looked at Alice. She patted Alice's face gently, hoping to wake Alice up, and asked King Kong, what would happen if we were attacked in this place? Would these images be exactly the same as the real ones? They are just illusions, but illusions that you cannot surpass. Even if you know it is an illusion, if you are attacked and seriously injured, your mental strength will be severely weakened when you wake up. And if you die here, you may really die. King Kong saw the weird scene in front of him, and propped himself up a little uneasily. Let's go, avoid those zombies first. Emma was unarmed, and didn't want to make any more trouble with these undead monsters. You are too slow. King Kong stretched out his hand to Emma. You and her come up, I will take you to run. Emma thanked King Kong gratefully, and she half-carried Alice onto King Kong's palm. King Kong put them on his shoulders, told them to sit tight, and started running. King Kong is very big. In such a steel city, its vision is limited, but it also creates a great obstacle for the zombies. Throwing those cars into the zombie pile on the road casually can smash many zombies into meat paste. Such efficiency, Emma, who is sober, is also amazed. But if King Kong is bitten by a zombie in the real world, Emma is very curious about what King Kong will become, whether he will be infected with the T-virus. What are you curious about? King Kong is really disturbed by Emma's brain waves. They are too close, and their minds are like unobstructed contact, and they can sense what the other person is thinking. And this is the kind of direct contact that cannot lie. Even if Emma wants to cover up herself, she knows that this is impossible. King Kong wants to ask Emma questions, and Emma can know what he wants to say without even saying it. This feeling is indescribably weird. As if they were in tune with each other as rumored, Emma and Alice finally reached such a tacit understanding, and now they succeeded so easily with the gorilla, which made Emma feel awkward. Awkward as it was, Emma still told the story about the T-virus. It felt bad to know that those strange people were infected with the virus, which turned them into zombies, and even only had the desire to eat. Because this was a bit like the symptoms of those creatures that suddenly went crazy on the island. You humans always get what you deserve, King Kong commented. It had been accumulating conflicts with humans for a long time, and it had been dissatisfied for a long time that the Gale government invaded Skull Island every year and captured creatures on the island for experiments. However, because Emma was so close to King Kong, she keenly captured the deep fear under King Kong's calm surface. You are right, humans are always not easy to satisfy, so they will find ways to satisfy their desires. But while satisfying their desires, they may cause new tragedies, and pay the price for their fate. Emma agreed with King Kong's words, but it is hard to say whether the seemingly bankrupt umbrella company has other plans in secret after spreading the virus. But compared to this problem, Emma actually cares more about the fear she captured from King Kong at that moment. What T-virus are you afraid of? This King Kong can also understand how terrible such a virus is. Without actually witnessing the T-virus infection seen with his own eyes, can King Kong really understand the horror of the T-virus? In Emma's view, King Kong should be a kind of domineering creature who is very indomitable. It is really a bit strange to be afraid just based on the situation in her words. Moreover, Emma was very self-aware. She recalled the bloody scene she had seen, and the nuclear explosion she had experienced in Raccoon City. She did not have good words to describe those scenes. With such a poor description, and the illusion of zombies being beaten by King Kong without any chance to fight back, Emma thought that King Kong would not trust her words. The horror of the T-virus lies in its wide range of infection routes, and its difficulty in treatment. The T-virus antidote that has been announced now seems to be useful, but in fact it still cannot save the infected. Once the infection is confirmed, there is no other way except to crush the infected person's brain. In order to prevent the spread of the T-virus, the infected people even have to be cremated. The Gale government still seems to have no further plans to improve the T-virus antidote, including AZ-113 and other unknown viruses. It is not easy for humans to live in this world peacefully. King Kong knew that he could not hide his emotional changes from this woman. Although she was weak and reckless, she was also very smart. There are no stupid creatures with strong mental power. There are also creatures in Skull Island that have become zombies. Especially some insects, they are more cruel and bloodthirsty, and will deliberately provoke creatures stronger than them. They are difficult to kill, but sometimes they are easy to kill. They will even take the initiative to get into the mouths of some powerful creatures, and become food for those creatures. King Kong said, a little confused. This situation is a huge deviation from its usual cognition. King Kong has always believed that those despicable outsiders use some strange drugs to cause the creatures on these islands to become abnormal, which is also the situation they often encountered in the past. Those people would put strange drugs in the dens of some insects, or wild animals in the forest, and many creatures had to be killed by it. After hearing Emma talk about the T-virus here, King Kong felt that the strange things that happened to those creatures were a bit like being infected with the T-virus, but when he looked at it carefully, there were many things that didn't match. This made it difficult for King Kong to figure out why this happened. After listening to King Kong's words, Emma finally understood why King Kong and the creatures on the island planned to ambush the helicopters sent by the Gale government. It is obvious that it is the hatred accumulated over the years that makes King Kong hate humans so much. And the strange things that happened to those creatures in King Kong's words also made Emma very alert. The situation is similar to that of being infected with the T-virus, but the behavior of being actively preyed on, like a trap, is completely different from the T-virus infected body. The infected body of the T-virus only has a strong desire to eat. It is true that they are fearless, but they will not offer themselves as food for other creatures. Could it be that Umbrella Corporation also has a black hand here? Emma can only think of one possibility. Umbrella Corporation also has a black hand here. They have created an upgraded version of the T-virus. Is that form necessary? But what is the purpose of such trap-style feeding? Is it because that kind of virus can only be spread in this way? They can't get close to powerful creatures unscathed, and can only infect powerful creatures in this way. Even so, they can't get those powerful infected creatures. It should be difficult to restrain such wild creatures. Unless they carry out designs similar to controlling Alice and Kaplan in their own laboratories. Or is it that the virus itself has such an effect, which can make the infected powerful creatures obey their orders directly because of the virus? Emma carefully recalled what she saw along the way of escaping, but she was not sure whether this was a correct guess. She did not see any traces of Umbrella Company on the way of escaping on the island. If it was not them, could it be another company? Emma did not believe that Umbrella Company was the only company in the Global Pharmaceutical Federation that was conducting such illegal biochemical research. The behavior of gene system companies seemed to be within the rules, but the destructive power they caused was definitely not low. She closed her hands and hugged Alice tightly, and King Kong suddenly accelerated. Have you thought of the weakness of this world? King Kong asked Emma. Emma didn't know where the so-called flaw was. King Kong fought and retreated all the way, and she was also wondering where the weakness of this world was. It's not easy to find the so-called weakness in such a huge city. King Kong urged her at this moment, probably because he was a little exhausted. Emma didn't want to waste time. Alice didn't wake up, so she couldn't get any inspiration from Alice. She could only rely on herself. Emma could only make a guess. Since this is the world brought by Alice's appearance, it is not a beautiful world of fantasy. Rather than saying that Raccoon City is the origin of Alice, it is better to say that this place is more like a cage, or a natural nightmare city, so Alice should not want to go back to danger. Speaking of Raccoon City, Emma only thinks that Alice should be thinking about escaping here. If that was the case, the key to their leaving Raccoon City was, let's go to the city hall. Emma suddenly thought of it. King Kong asked in confusion, where is the city hall? This problem was easy to solve, and Emma immediately showed King Kong the way. Under Emma's guidance, King Kong rode towards the city hall. The slow-moving zombies could not catch up with its speed. Emma held King Kong's fur with one hand and held Alice's waist tightly with the other. King Kong ran too fast, and Emma felt the wind was a bit noisy on King Kong's body. And because of the traditional running posture of gorillas, Emma felt very bumpy on King Kong's shoulders. If she didn't use some strength, she and Alice would be thrown out. However, it was a really extraordinary feeling to take a ride on the King Kong brand. The speed was very fast, much faster than Emma running by herself, and even comparable to some vehicles that have been accelerated to the extreme speed. But if you sit in the car, there will be no King Kong to help snipe the zombies. Well, maybe there is no need to worry about the zombies. They can't catch up with King Kong's speed. The city hall arrived soon, and Emma sat in King Kong's shoulder socket and saw clearly how they crossed the open space of the city hall. And at the moment of crossing, Emma felt that they were falling rapidly. Escaped! Emma shouted happily to King Kong. King Kong wanted to respond, but at this time, Emma and Alice fell out of its shoulder socket. When King Kong reached out to grab Emma and Alice, another gust of wind blew them away. Emma hugged Alice reflexively. She wanted to protect Alice, who had no resistance at the moment, regardless of whether this was just a so-called spiritual world. But when Emma didn't notice, Alice's body disappeared. When Alice's body became translucent, she finally opened her eyes. Seeing herself in someone's arms and hearing a familiar heartbeat, Alice didn't doubt it. Even if she was dreaming, she took the initiative to hug Emma's neck. "You woke up." Emma noticed the movement in her arms. They hugged each other and performed a free fall, and King Kong was beside them. "Long time no see." Alice hugged Emma tightly. Emma did the same thing. "I will be in Riyadh soon. You must take care of yourself." "Where are we?" "This is a dream." Alice became more and more transparent. Emma knew she was leaving soon. This was a premonition. It can be said to be a dream, but I am real. Alice, you may have been dragged into this place by me. You should be more careful when you go back. I know. Alice wanted to say something, but she had completely disappeared in Emma's arms. Emma stared at the empty arms in a daze, but there was a smile on her face. In any case, she was reunited with Alice. And Alice seemed to be in good condition. It was just that why Alice was unconscious when she appeared, but had a complete image, completely different from those stars. Emma had a hunch that Alice's appearance was related to herself. Perhaps, as King Kong said, people who were not aware would only be those stars that drifted with the flow. And those who entered here sober could keep their own image. That might be because she observed herself, while others were still unconscious. Alice might have been dragged here because she bumped into King Kong recklessly. But because Alice entered here unconsciously, she should have been the same as those stars. But because Alice's mental power was very strong, and because of her relationship, she showed her body after struggling. Or maybe she wanted to see Alice too much in her subconscious, so this collective subconscious ocean thought that she had observed Alice's existence from those stars. This might also involve some knowledge about psychology. Emma knew that if she really wanted to know something, maybe she should check the database linked to her communicator after going out to see if there was any relevant knowledge. Regardless of whether this was her dream or true, Emma thought it was necessary to study it. If it was a dream, she would analyze it. If it was true, she might be able to find a new way to exercise her mental strength. Sure when. Emma had a good idea in her mind, but when she came back to her senses, she still found herself in the spiritual world. But this place returned to its original appearance, a deep night sea, with countless stars on the endless sky. They were of different colors and brightness, and they were very far away from her. King Kong also appeared beside her again, looking as stable as a mountain. But King Kong was panting, and it seemed that King Kong had also consumed a lot in Alice's Raccoon City illusion just now. She is a very important person to you. When falling, King Kong saw clearly that Emma's protective attitude towards Alice was the fastest reaction in a hurry. This shows that the person who suddenly appeared is very important to Emma. She is a very important person to me, Emma admitted generously. Since they did not leave this spiritual world, and they were out of trouble, they finished the unfinished topic. What about you? Do you have an important person? Well, I mean King Kong. Emma corrected the person, she said. King Kong did not care so much about this. He replied, I have a brother. Emma listened carefully, and did not interrupt King Kong. King Kong seemed to recall his brother, and there seemed to be a smile on his face. It was a very humane performance, which made Emma know the importance of this brother to King Kong. It and I were born from the same mother. It is bigger and stronger than me, but it is more sentimental than me. It will never hunt unless it is necessary. It is gentle and patient to all creatures on the island. I have played with it since we were young. No matter what we do, I will do it with it. Climbing trees, picking fruits, catching insects, fighting against powerful enemies that invade the territory. When there is nothing else, we play games in the tribe. It sounds like you have a good relationship. Emma sat down again. She sat next to King Kong. What interesting things happened later. King Kong no longer kept his distance. He and Emma were very close. My life with him is like that. There is nothing new on the island. But one day, when he and I were patrolling, we heard gunshots and shouts for help. He wanted to go and see, and I planned to go home first. It didn't force me to go with it. It went out on its own and never came back. I used to meet it in this place. The spiritual world can be said to be the backyard of the strongest in our tribe. But since then, I haven't seen it for a long time. It should be dead. Something flashed in King Kong's eyes, which was more eye-catching than the stars in the sky. Orangutans are creatures very close to humans, and they also have their own emotions. Emma listened to King Kong's narration, and was moved by his plain words. Maybe he had just left Skull Island. Emma didn't believe this herself. After all, Skull Island is far away from the place where you can go ashore. King Kong has good physical strength, but after swimming so many miles in the sea, I am afraid that before he can go ashore, King Kong will run out of physical strength and be buried in the sea. King Kong no longer needed Emma's comfort. It said, "It's gone. I can feel it. It was humans who took it away." Not long after, I never saw it again. Even in dreams. On the first day it disappeared from the island, I reunited with it in this world. It looked mentally ill, but very happy. It told me that it liked a blonde girl. "You also have beautiful hair." King Kong took a look at Emma's golden brown hair, and thought it was a bit like the honey he had eaten. Later, it met me here a few more times. It said it was a pity that it hadn't seen her here. They couldn't communicate or understand each other. A King Kong shouldn't like humans. If it likes humans, it's the beginning of its doom. This King Kong thought more thoroughly than Emma thought, but the loneliness and sadness in it made Emma not know what to say. If she hadn't understood, maybe she wouldn't have to be so entangled. But now, because they understand each other, Emma felt brain burned for such a thing for the first time in her life. You don't have to take it to heart. If you want to leave, I teach you. King Kong sensed Emma's discomfort, and he spoke, telling her how to leave the spiritual world. Alice suddenly woke up. It was still dark, and she could feel that she was sitting in a car, which was moving forward. Alice looked around and saw Alexia in the driver's seat, and Kaplan was sitting next to her. Sitting upright, Alice felt a dull pain in some parts of her body, especially her face, which had a strange swelling pain. Alice didn't care about her face. She felt her stomach was very hungry first. But she had a more important question to ask now: where are we? Her sudden voice did not make Alexia drive abnormally. Alexia glanced at Alice in the rearview mirror and smiled. You finally woke up. We have arrived in Kanagawa, Ria, and are heading towards Tokyo. It seems that you are in good condition. I thought you became a cursed sleeping beauty. I was planning to find a place. I wronged myself and pretended to be a prince to kiss you awake. Thank you. Alice didn't feel much about Alexia's teasing, but the information in Alexia's words still made her understand that from her madness to being knocked unconscious, and then to waking up now, Alexia also made a lot of efforts for their safety. Alexia smiled and said, You're welcome. You can rest for a while. I found a place to sleep. Alice nodded and turned to meet Kaplan's worried eyes. Those eyes were too clear, which made Alice feel very relaxed. And when she relaxed, the strong hunger in Alice's stomach became even more uncomfortable. Kaplan, where is our food? Kaplan didn't answer because he was uncomfortable talking, but handed the food bag he kept to Alice. Alice grabbed it as if she was saved, picked out a little, and quickly ate it. Kaplan took the initiative to hand Alice a bottle of water. Alice said thank you, happily ate the food and drank 2 sips of water. Even though the food tasted very ordinary, she was very satisfied. You were unconscious for a long time. Do you know why? Alexia asked with concern. Alice swallowed the food in her mouth, frowned in thought, and said, I don't know what caused my headache. But I still remember clearly what happened after you knocked me unconscious. I seemed to have a dream, and that dream was a bit long. At first, I felt like I was locked in a dark room. I couldn't see anything and couldn't feel anything. So I started to struggle, but it had little effect. I even felt that I would suffocate there. I don't know how long it took, but my struggle seemed to work. I finally left the cramped space. Later, I could see, but I didn't react. I seemed to fall, but I didn't feel any pain. I returned to Raccoon City, and face the zombie frenzy. But I couldn't do anything, but I didn't know how to fly, and those zombies were moving away from me. I escaped, and I saw Emma, and there was a huge gorilla next to her. It looked like King Kong. Alexia replied. Alice nodded. It looks like King Kong, but it doesn't look fierce, but rather gentle. I just talked to Emma for a few words, and then woke up. You miss Emma so much. Alexia thought Alice's dream was very strange. It just didn't make sense to explain it as Alice missing Emma and having such a dream. Alice frowned and said, I don't know either. She told me that maybe that world is not real, but she is real. And she told me to be careful in Rhea and wait for her to come. Can dreams be so clear? She can even hear Emma's heartbeat, Emma's breathing, and the temperature of Emma's skin. Is it really a dream? Since she has mastered many techniques to control her mental power, she hasn't dreamed for a long time. Then listen to her. I can't figure it out for the time being. When she comes, we will ask her in person. Alexia didn't plan to continue asking. She felt a little full after hearing this. Alice nodded, but she couldn't help but think of everything about Emma in that dream. Did she hate that she missed Emma too much? The situation on Skull Island is getting worse and worse. The scene that was originally clear to see is now completely shrouded in fog. If she didn't know that there was a dangerous primeval forest on the opposite side, she would probably think it was really a cloud. The sun rises on time every day. No matter what changes happen on the Earth, the sun light years away continues to give out its light and heat. When the time came, Chris's telescope clearly saw a ray of sunlight appearing on the horizon. As time passed, the sun slowly jumped out of the sea level. At this moment, the sun seemed very close, so close that it could burn the eyes of those who tried to peek at it. Chris put down the telescope and rubbed his sore eyes. Even if he didn't look at it, even if he had treated the telescope, looking directly at the sun was still a very uncomfortable thing. Fog only appears in an environment with sufficient water vapor, light wind, and stable atmosphere. Fog is composed of water vapor in the air. When the relative humidity reaches 100%, it will condense into tiny water droplets. This special state is lighter than ordinary water droplets, so it can float in the air with the help of wind. Skull Island, located in the sea, does have suitable conditions, but this situation is too exaggerated. It's okay when there is a fire in the house, but once you look outside, you can't see anything except a vast expanse of white. The sun rises as usual, but the fog on Skull Island is not like ordinary fog, which will disappear in the face of the sun. The fog on Skull Island still stubbornly permeates the entire island, and there is no sign of dissipating, as if the condensed water vapor has made up its mind to fight the sun to the end. This situation is absolutely abnormal. If this is London, which was once seriously polluted by industry, then it is understandable that the fog does not dissipate when it sees the sun. After all, it is because of industrial pollution, dust and water vapor are bonded together, and then spread all over London. Where does such industrial pollution come from on Skull Island? Naturally formed fog should not be so persistent. Chris was puzzled. In such an environment, it is difficult to tell what the situation is outside. When he walked out, he didn't even know where his helicopter was parked, let alone drive out. They were like being trapped on this island, unable to approach or leave. Not only them, when they fell on Skull Island, they could still hear all kinds of sounds on the island, but now it was so quiet that only the sound of the wind could be heard. Chris and the people in the rescue team of the BSAA North American branch did not believe that there was no greater disaster brewing here. But Chris could not tell anything from the current situation. There was no sign of such a change, and no one knew when it would end. Chris, are you still looking at the sun? Jill walked into the fortress watchtower. She came up to bring food to Chris. Chris pinched his nose bridge to relax his eyes. I just looked for a while. The fog blocked most of the vision, and the sun was only a dot of light. Using the sun for navigation doesn't work, Chris. Jill handed the food to Chris. I went to find a helicopter with Leon, Carlos, and Biano. But there was no way to find where the helicopter was. If there was no rope, we might have been lost in the fog. Chris heard the danger of Jill, and the others going out to find a helicopter. If the helicopter was started, maybe the strong wind stirred up by the helicopter's wings when it was started could blow away some of the fog. But they couldn't even find where their helicopter was parked, so this idea was just a thought. The sun can't be a guide, which only means that the situation here can't get any worse. Now Skull Island seems to be dying, without any vitality. Chris always has a sense of fear about such a state. If the fog doesn't dissipate, how long will this deathly silence last? What is the principle of this fog? What are the consequences of this fog? Chris didn't find the answer in the information provided by the Gale government. It is not known whether it was deliberately hidden or the people of the Gale government had not encountered the same situation when they were doing things. In the absence of information, it will lead to a situation where no plan can be carried out. Jill is more optimistic than Chris. It's better to be quiet now than to be in chaos. What if those teammates who are in trouble get a chance to survive? They can't see anything and can't hear anything. If this situation occurs not only for humans, but also for other creatures on the island, their chances of survival will be greatly increased. Although this is what they said, no matter who it is, the expectation that the remaining people who have not yet arrived nearby can survive has been reduced to the lowest. It's just that because they haven't really seen the bodies, they can still use this excuse to maintain their optimistic attitude. If this situation continues for a long time, I always feel that something terrible will happen. The calmness in front of them is like the peace before the storm. Chris, your nerves are too tense, you should relax yourself. Jill has a good impression of this man, who can save batches of teammates last night without caring about his own safety. However, Chris's condition is really not good. If it continues, it won't be long before Chris can't hold on. Chris didn't respond to Jill's words. He just raised the sandwich Jill handed him and winked at her, asking, "Is this the sandwich you made?" Jill saw that he was pretending to be relaxed, but she couldn't say anything more, so she just replied, "No. Biano made it for you, saying it was super large, especially for you as a reward." Jill felt that it was not enough, and continued, "Your contribution yesterday was very great, and everyone is very grateful to you. I just did what I should do, and I hope everyone can go back alive." Chris also knew that this was a luxury. Every time he went on a mission, he encountered a life and death situation. Once a person was a little lax, he would die in the mission. For this reason, Chris's teammates have been replaced several times. It's not that his teammates are so bad, but Chris's personal quality has surpassed that of ordinary teammates by a large margin. Chris has both strength and luck. Even in such a dangerous situation, he can handle it well. This is determined by experience and his own super high quality. It is difficult to copy someone like him. Chris sometimes wonders if he will be much more relaxed in the future if he dies in the mission. The world is too chaotic now. If he wants to change it back to the way it was before, it may be impossible until he dies of old age. But he is definitely not the kind of person who will give up his life easily. Besides, there are still people waiting for him to go home, and Chris will not lose the will to live easily. Thinking of the people waiting for him at home, Chris couldn't help but smile, and his expression was very gentle. This is not the first time that Jill has cooperated with Chris. Counting this time, it's only twice. She still has a lot of things she doesn't know about Chris. Seeing Chris's expression at this moment, Jill doesn't know why, but she suddenly feels like something hit her heart. "I thought it was a sandwich made by you, and I was looking forward to your craftsmanship." Chris didn't think about it anymore. If he didn't get out of here, everything would be just a fantasy. He took a bite of the sandwich and chatted with Jill. This sentence revealed something different. Jill suppressed the agitation in her heart, leaned against a pillar, and continued, "Maybe you will be disappointed after trying it. Biano's sandwich is really ordinary, but the advantage is that he gives a large amount." Chris chewed the sandwich in his mouth. It was refreshing to take a big bite, but his cheeks were sour when chewing. Biano made a luncheon meat sandwich with a fried egg in it. As for the lettuce and other side dishes, they were all locally sourced. The natives here raise chickens, and there are chicken coops around the houses, where you can find eggs. Biano said that after they finish their food, they can eat the natives' chickens, otherwise these natives who have returned to their original state might pluck the chickens and eat them all. Jill heard Chris talk about the taste of the sandwich very seriously again, and he doubted whether his understanding was wrong. Jill didn't say anything, and Chris said again, "I make sandwiches for you if there is a chance. If it's chicken, I can make it delicious." He is very experienced in making chicken sandwiches, and he is very confident in the taste of his chicken sandwiches. He had eaten a delicious chicken sandwich in a store before, and he specially asked the boss there. If he hadn't been soft and hard, the boss would never tell his secret. "Then I'm looking forward to it." Jill was very respectful. Chris was not shy, and he directly boasted about his cooking skills. In short, before he had eaten it, he could brag as much as he wanted. Those who have eaten it in the future will know that he never lied. Jill smiled as she heard this. Her inner nervousness was reduced a lot because of Chris's words. There is more than one watchtower. The watchtower opposite Chris is being observed by a person from the rescue team of the BSAA North America Division. Both positions are very important. Chris did not give up a watchtower because of the shortage of manpower. If there is a change in the white fog, the vision of a watchtower is obviously not enough. If it appears in a blind spot, it will be bad. Seeing that Chris had finished the sandwich, Jill proposed to switch positions with Chris. Chris did not force it. He had been up all night. Now his eyes were red and painful. He had to take a rest. Be careful. Chris packed up his things and reminded Jill before leaving the watchtower. I will. Jill agreed with a relaxed attitude. Chris smiled back and left the watchtower very simply. Back in the resting room, Emma was still lying on the bed without any movement. If Emma's breathing was not still steady, he would have suspected that Emma had died in her sleep. Wait. Falling asleep. Chris suddenly realized something and fell asleep. Chapter 88. After coming down from the watchtower, Chris still had the sun in front of him that he couldn't see clearly. But he was really tired, so when he returned to the room, Chris lay down as soon as possible, intending to take a nap. However, after seeing Emma, Chris found some clues that might be very crucial and could help them leave Skull Island quickly. Skull Island was filled with white fog, and it was as quiet as if the whole island had fallen into a deep sleep. The fog slowly appeared after Emma and King Kong both fell into coma. As for the fog on Skull Island, there was no mention of it in the information about Skull Island in the BSAA communicator. Chris made a mistake in his judgment. But now looking at the timing of the fog's appearance, it was really a bit coincidental. There is no complete coincidence in this world. All these seemingly coincidences must have connections that he didn't know about. Chris tried hard to think about what the possible factors were, and finally fell on King Kong. There must be a mysterious connection between Skull Island and King Kong. King Kong's coma also caused Skull Island to fall asleep. He had too little information. If this fog really meant that Skull Island fell asleep because of King Kong's sleep, then King Kong could cause the weather on Skull Island to change. This fog made it impossible for people to go out, so they could only choose to stay here. What would King Kong look like if he suddenly woke up? Would this King Kong hate humans and use this celestial phenomenon to catch them all? Or would he change his strategy and make other choices? Chris got out of bed unconsciously and walked towards Emma. He pondered Emma's appearance, how she managed to make King Kong unconscious, and what her superpowers were. Those who have superpowers are undoubtedly very lucky people. Chris has only met one such person, and Emma Winchester in front of him is likely to be another one. How Emma got her superpowers, she may not be able to explain it herself, but having superpowers undoubtedly means that others can't imagine it. The woman lying quietly on the bed has a natural beauty. Even in such a chaotic world, her skin is just a little rough, and she is so delicate that you can still see the peace and abundance of the past peaceful times from Emma. Her temperament, her manners, her conversation, and her wisdom are all difficult to be from an ordinary family. So when Chris saw Emma in the camp of the North American branch of BSAA, he felt that this person must have an extraordinary origin. In addition, Chris now knows that Emma is a person with superpowers, so he feels that Emma is even more special. As for what is good about this specialness, Chris can't really say. But if your teammates are stronger, it should be more beneficial in the mission. Emma's brows suddenly frowned, and the action was like a dragonfly touching the water, almost fleeting, but Chris still didn't miss it. Emma, Emma. Chris tried to call Emma, and kept a certain distance from Emma. He knew how nervous people who were licking blood on the edge of a knife were. If they were not trusted, getting too close to them, when they were asleep would likely lead to attacks from the other party. Emma heard someone calling her name in a daze. She shrank her spiritual body into a ball and fell rapidly. Finally, when a feeling of weightlessness suddenly hit her, Emma suddenly opened her eyes. At the same time, King Kong, who was covered by layers of white fog, also woke up. His body, as majestic as a mountain, was slowly getting up. Emma sat quietly for a while, before she felt her spirit gradually recovering. There was no problem with the control of her hands and feet, and other sensations in her body were also normal. Emma quietly recalled the feeling of controlling her whole body, and went over what King Kong said in her mind again, and then turned her head, and set her eyes on Chris, who had been waiting for a long time. She recognized Chris. Before she fell into a coma, she had aimed her gun at the man, but it was just a misunderstanding. Emma still admired Chris's decisiveness. In the BSAA North American Division camp, not only Chris was impressed by Emma, but Emma was also impressed by Chris. When teaching Alice's more than 200 clones, Emma believed that she was the one who taught the most attentively, and Chris was also the one who was the most generous. Alice 2000 was often tortured to death by Chris during training. Chris takes training and missions very seriously. He not only cares about these rules, but also the lives of his teammates. Training more often can save lives on the battlefield, and may reduce blood loss on the battlefield because of the sweat shed in daily life. Emma's eyes swept over every inch of the room. There were only 2 beds here, and there were some familiar things on the opposite bedside. Chris's clothes were wrinkled, which looked like the traces of lying on the bed. "I'm glad you woke up. How do you feel?" Chris was not sleepy at all, and he was looking forward to the conversation he was about to have with Emma. "Thank you for your concern." Emma replied to Chris, "I feel pretty good, even better than before." Emma looked at the furnishings in the room, and saw that her things were still there. She felt relieved for the time being and asked, "How did those people who rescued me open the door for you?" "I don't think I slept that long." "Don't just dream about it. A day and a half has passed." "It's only been half a day now. Yesterday, you and King Kong were both unconscious. I took the time to take you to the bridge." The rescue team also planned to stick to their opinions at first. "I was a little irritable at that time, and said some harsh words. Fortunately, they didn't mind and still opened the door. And you saved me and Lloyd." "Well, it was Jill who told me that the black brother was called Lloyd. I should thank you for saving my life." Chris did not emphasize his role, but sincerely thanked Emma for saving his life. This was not only because Chris never needed to brag about himself, but also because he wanted to learn about superpowers from Emma. If a person can master a little more power, perhaps when faced with life and death dangers, he can increase his bargaining chips. At least Chris will not refuse the opportunity to make himself stronger, but he will also stick to his bottom line. "You are really amazing. You can convince them who are so stubborn." Emma was very moved. After all, the rescue team of the BSAA North American branch later sent a message after seeing her request for help. The people in the rescue team can also communicate. As long as you catch their true thoughts, it will be fine. They came here to help us out of trouble. It's great that they came here so diligently. Chris shook his head and didn't take the credit. "If you're hungry, I take you out to eat something." The fog has cleared. The fog has cleared. Chris, the fog has cleared. The signal has also been restored. When Emma was about to answer, several people rushed in. They were happily saying something that Emma didn't understand, saying that the fog had cleared and they had hope of leaving. Someone had already gone to find a helicopter, and they believed that they would be able to leave soon. These people spoke quickly and anxiously, as if they were waiting for the fog to clear. They have been waiting for a long time. And they were also afraid that the fog would rise again, so they hurried over just to make Chris decide to leave this strange island quickly. "It's just a fog that has dissipated. Why are you so happy?" Emma looked at Chris, who was surrounded by people, and her brows frowned unconsciously. Chris was also very happy to hear that the fog had dissipated, which meant that they could leave. But when Chris looked at Emma, he also found that Emma's face was completely confused, and explained, "Since you and the King Kong fell into a coma, the entire Skull Island has been wrapped in fog. We can't find the direction in the fog at all, and the signal is also disturbed. We can only be trapped in the house built by the natives and dare not go anywhere." Hearing Chris's words, Emma finally shuddered as if she had felt the same way. She remembered what she had experienced in Huron County, where they also encountered fog. If they hadn't acted decisively and resolutely rushed to the Huron military district at the beginning, they would probably have to sacrifice more. Our people have tried many ways, but they can't get out of the fog. Even though they know where the helicopter is parked, they can't find the helicopter because of the fog. Not only that, the remaining teammates we are waiting for who are still struggling to survive in the forest inside Skull Island may find it difficult to find a way out when the fog covers the entire island. This means that we can only be trapped here if we can't use the helicopter to take our teammates away. Now that the fog has dissipated, if the remaining teammates still don't come here to report at the originally agreed time, we can only give up on them temporarily. The mission we are carrying can no longer be delayed. We must take a helicopter to reach the country of Rhea first." Chris clearly said what they should do. The 2 people who ran over and excitedly announced that the fog has cleared stood at the door and looked at each other, not knowing what to say. It should be normal for Emma to wake up, but they thought that Emma would be in a coma for at least a few more days. Her condition was very delicate. Without the help of sophisticated instruments, it was difficult for them to do a thorough examination of Emma, let alone help and treat her. Now that she is so well, the rescue team of the BSAA North American Division will feel embarrassed when facing her. This kind of embarrassment also happened when facing Chris, but after Chris took over them, this embarrassment disappeared invisibly. But Emma also sent them a direct message for help, hoping that they could open the door as soon as possible and let her into the fortress. But they blushed now when they thought about what they did at that time. Emma didn't care how embarrassed the 2 rescue team members at the door were. She had more important things to do now. Chris saw Emma stand up and said, "You want to go to dinner? I take you there." No. Emma said halfway and changed her mind and said, okay, take me to dinner. There is still time now. In that so-called spiritual world, she has already discussed with King Kong to track down those mutated creatures with it. Emma thought it was a physical job, so she prepared to eat something before setting off. There is still some time now. Why don't you take a rest for a while, Chris? The rescue team advised Chris. They all knew how long Chris had been guarding the watchtower. If he didn't take the time to rest for a while, he might not get much rest time when he really set off for Tokyo, Ria. Chris was about to reply that there was no need to worry about his rest, but the alarm sounded in the entire indigenous tribe. When the fog rose, the BSA communicator was completely useless and could not receive any signals. In order to transmit information, they had to use such a primitive method. And the only place where such an alarm could be sounded was the watchtower. The rescue team ran out immediately. Before they had time to go to the watchtower to ask about the situation, Jill had already learned from Chris's behavior and used the BSA communicator as a speaker. She directly told what she saw. The big King Kong is right across the street, and it seems to want to come over. Jill had never seen King Kong when she was in the forest. Now seeing it, the visual was indeed extremely shocking. It was a real feeling that could not be compared with any so-called 3D movie. The majestic body of King Kong finally gave Jill an accurate reference for the rigid description. Even though the information was accompanied by pictures, it was still not as shocking as seeing it with one's own eyes. From this King Kong, Jill could feel the most primitive power and beauty, which revealed the deepest attraction of wildness. Chris also heard this voice. He was in no mood to take Emma to the kitchen to see if there was anything to eat. The most important thing was the King Kong siege. Emma was even less in the mood. She grabbed her things and ran out directly, running out before Chris. The two members of the rescue team, who were hit by Emma, looked at her back and looked at each other. Chris thought Emma was going to hit King Kong again, so he hurried out. Emma saw the closed door and was hesitating when she saw Chris coming out. From the interaction between Chris and the rescue team just now, there is no doubt that Chris has gained their trust. Emma's mind flashed with lightning, and she asked Chris, do you know what happened to the natives of Skull Island? They were infected with AZ-113, and have become mentally retarded and have lost their ability to speak. Chris didn't understand why Emma asked this question. Emma didn't explain the reason either. She had some idea that an unknown virus might have infected Skull Island. King Kong is here, and he's here to find me. You? Chris didn't expect Emma to turn the topic so sharply. How do you know he's here to find you? Emma smiled. She didn't believe that Chris didn't guess that she might have superpowers. After all, in order to save Lloyd and to test the mental imprint, she did rush towards King Kong recklessly. If she didn't have superpowers, how could she end the battle in an instant? Otherwise, how could her fist be so powerful that she could knock King Kong unconscious with just one hand knife? Chris is a smart man. Emma didn't mean to lie to him. She went to Chris and whispered, I do have superpowers. If Chris didn't guess that she had superpowers, he probably wouldn't have arranged for her to be in the same room with him. No matter how you look at it, Chris shouldn't do this, unless he had something he wanted to know and had to ask her first, and it had to be kept secret. Emma admitted it in Chris's ear, and she guessed that Chris would keep it secret for her. Otherwise, Chris's arrangements would be too much trouble. Chris was happy to hear Emma admit it directly, but he was still a little confused as to why Emma admitted it so quickly. She hoped that he would believe what she said, that King Kong was looking for her. Let me out, I promise that King Kong won't attack me. Emma saw the subtle changes in Chris's expression, and knew that Chris believed it. So this sentence was like letting her voice out, and it was also something she had to do. Are you sure that King Kong's performance yesterday was not? Chris's mind suddenly turned from superpowers to King Kong, and his mood also changed drastically. He was still worried about Emma's safety. Emma smiled easily. Don't worry, it's absolutely okay. Okay. Since you insist, I go and talk to you. Chris took the matter, but Emma, what are you going to do when you go out to chat with King Kong? I have communicated with it. It came to ask me to solve some problems together. I must go into the forest with it. Emma did not say what she was going to do, so as not to increase the panic. AZ-113 has brought a lot of pressure to these people. If they say that there is a strange virus spreading here, they will probably leave in a hurry. Chris did not get to the bottom of it. Emma's confident performance made him willing to give her some trust. If you and King Kong meet our companions in the forest, I hope you can help them. Of course. Emma agreed very readily. She didn't know who had arrived at the safe haven and who hadn't, and what the situation was for those who didn't, but she just needed to know that it was possible. It was a matter of convenience, not a big challenge. If the person to be rescued was beyond her ability, Emma would not be as reckless as she was when she rescued Lloyd. And Chris was very confident in Emma's promise because of her attitude towards saving Lloyd. The two of them talked, and the people who heard them were also in doubt. Chris and Emma didn't waste words at this time. Since they had reached a consensus, they naturally went together to gather those who were confused by the alarm. In addition to telling them that Emma was going to go out with King Kong, they also had to endure to lower the door of the fortress. Needless to say, the efforts in the middle were naturally unnecessary. Chris was trusted by these people, and they even gradually began to give priority to Chris's words. But King Kong's threat was also real. It looked too powerful and too dangerous. If King Kong had not just sat quietly opposite them and showed no signs of being angry, they would have been even more reluctant to open the door. Chris persuaded these people to cooperate. This also made Emma see how terrible Chris's ability was. It was only less than one night, and he could make himself the absolute center of gravity among the people who were reassembled. His personal qualities must be excellent, and his leadership ability was indeed impressive. However, these were of no use to Emma for the time being. She walked towards King Kong opposite her with a calm heart. Just as they were about to walk out of the fortress and into the sunlight, Chris stuffed his communicator into Emma's pocket. Emma's communicator was broken in the collision with King Kong yesterday. Emma took it, and Chris told her that if she didn't have time to come back, she must send them a message. As for who to send it to, Emma naturally knew. Thanking Chris for his thoroughness, Emma checked her belongings again to make sure nothing was left out, and then she strode out. At this moment, Emma's actions alone attracted almost all the attention on both sides. The people on the watchtower did not dare to relax. If King Kong rushed over at this time, they would most likely be forced to fight to the death here. The fog had just dispersed, and they were about to leave here. No one wanted to continue to be frightened and take the risk of death at this time. Chris pushed the door down against all odds. Even if they had doubts about this decision, they did as he said under Chris's insistence. I just hope that the result is as Chris said. Emma goes to King Kong, and King Kong will take Emma away first. In fact, they doubt whether Chris is sacrificing Emma by doing this. But seeing that the parties are very active in looking for King Kong, they have no room for objection. Putting aside those nervous humans, King Kong is much calmer on the other side. Even if it knows who will be on the other side, since it has discussed with Emma in the spiritual world, King Kong will not attack their people again. King Kong is willing to let them go. This is in exchange for Emma's promise to solve the mutation problem on the island with it. So the fog on Skull Island dissipated so quickly. And soon the signal here can be used, and these people can contact their so-called rescue. King Kong just watched Emma walk towards it. The beautiful woman was so calm in the unobstructed sunlight, which was even more dazzling. It was as if she was born to be such a focus. No matter how others look at her, she can go her own way. Even though Emma knew she was about to face a terrible virus, and knew what she would face if something unexpected happened or she couldn't come back in time, she still left without hesitation. This made King Kong compare Emma with the person his brother liked, but there was no point in comparing them. It had never seen the woman its brother liked with its own eyes. That kind of love was more like a kind of support for the only person it liked after being forcibly taken away from Skull Island in a foreign country. Emma and that woman, perhaps there was nothing to compare except that they were both human. That person is the best in the eyes of its brother, so it can protect her even if it dies. In its eyes, Emma is just a collaborator, a very smart collaborator, a collaborator who has the strength to partner with it. Of course, Emma's strength is not that strong, so King Kong is ready to protect her. Lion looked at Emma's back as she left, and inexplicably felt that the way Ada left that night overlapped with Emma now to some extent. King Kong really took Emma away, which made the remaining people feel a lot more at ease. At least there is no need to worry whether the King Kong will take this opportunity to attack immediately. But now we are watching them leave. Should we wait for Winchester to come back? Biano looked at the direction that was empty at the moment, thinking about various possibilities. Of course, Leon wanted to wait for Emma, so he said without hesitation, Emma will definitely come back. We should wait for her to come back. If she misses the time, how can we wait for her? Going with that monster, who knows what will happen? We will only wait until noon. If we are late later, we will not continue to wait. Your mission time is coming. Tokyo has fallen a long time ago. It doesn't matter whether we go early or late. It's impossible for me to watch my teammates die here because they are abandoned, Jill said angrily. She has always regarded her important teammates as family members and will never abandon anyone. Leon disappeared after the Hive mission, and Jill never stopped looking for him. Emma's reaction now is the same. Seeing Jill like this, Leon came over to comfort her. The members of the rescue team were yelled at by Jill, so they didn't dare to speak casually for the time being. Carlos naturally wanted to wait. His old teammate Nikolai Zinovov hadn't come back yet, and Carlos was very worried that Nikolai had an accident. Due to the white fog surrounding the city, he couldn't go out to look for Nikolai. Now that the fog has dissipated, Carlos also wants to go to the forest to find Nikolai. Not only Nikolai, but also other people. So Carlos also strongly agreed, and even proposed to assign some more people to search the forest again. But this time no one agreed with his proposal. The time was almost up, and the smoke could be seen again. Those people saw the direction and came back if they could. Those who couldn't return to the vicinity last night could only mean that they were unlucky, and might have gone deep into Skull Island. Even Chris, who insisted on saving people, didn't want anyone to go out after Emma followed King Kong into the forest to adventure. After all, Emma has superpowers, and King Kong can protect her by her side. Chris knew that Emma was not a person who would do things without purpose. Since she trusted King Kong, and could leave with him without changing her expression, it meant that in Emma's mind, what she was going to do in the forest with King Kong was more important than being able to leave in time by helicopter. Carlos was not angry even though one of his items was rejected. He just stood with Leon and Jill, and was worried. Emma went out, but they still had a lot to argue about. They could argue until tomorrow morning about whether to wait for Emma or not. Okay, we stick to the original plan. Chris made the final decision, and stopped them from continuing the war of words over whether to wait for Emma to come back. Jill looked at Chris with an unbelievable look, really not waiting for Emma. If she is willing, she will come back in time. Even if she can't make it, Emma knows what she should do. Chris also thought about whether to extend the time. But there is no need to argue about whether to retreat or not. After all, it is them who have to go to the country of Rhea to do the mission, and the rescue team will leave with the certificate written by Chris and others when the time comes. There is nothing to argue about. Anyway, that's how it is. But this kind of thing doesn't need to be said so quickly, lest the rescue team finds ways to make new troubles. Chris knows the inside story, but others don't. Especially Jill. She and Emma are friends who have lived together for a lifetime, and she began to trust Chris. But Chris's call made Jill doubt whether she had misjudged Chris. But Chris's determined look and calm attitude made Jill feel that Chris knew something. Emma and King Kong left together to do something that had to be done. Thinking of Emma's appearance when she left, she had no worries or hesitation, as if the person in front of her was not a beast at all, but a friend. Jill couldn't help but feel nervous. Chris, do you know how she got in touch with King Kong? What are they going to do? After all, Chris was the one who brought Emma and Lloyd back. How King Kong got in touch with Emma made everyone present very curious. In response to Jill's question, Chris replied, "They will save the rest of the people." This is also one of the purposes of Emma's action, and also the agreement between Chris and Emma. As for Emma's own purpose, Chris is not very clear. The matter that can make King Kong agree to cooperate with humans should be related to Skull Island. Unfortunately, there is no information, and Chris cannot make random guesses and say irresponsible words. But is King Kong really trustworthy? No one present could answer this question. No matter what they think, Emma is now riding on King Kong's ride, and has entered the depths of Skull Island. The fog has dissipated and Skull Island has once again shown its original charming scenery. Emma rides on King Kong's shoulders, and feels the same wind-like feeling in the spiritual world. The scenery of Skull Island is just a passing guest in her eyes. King Kong ran most of the way, and stopped when he was close to the destination. Carefully put Emma on the ground. King Kong signaled Emma not to make any sound. Although they can't chat with each other directly like in the spiritual world. Emma didn't dare to communicate with Kong with her mental power anymore, for fear that another fog-locked island would appear on Skull Island, and those people would be in chaos again. However, Emma still had reservations about Chris's words. She didn't believe that Kong could change the climate of Skull Island. It might be a coincidence. Chris said it because he didn't find any other possibilities for the time being. And Emma's judgment depends more on evidence. She believes that Kong doesn't have such ability, which is also related to the information provided by the Gale government and the ability Kong has currently demonstrated. Even in the spiritual world, Emma and King Kong talked about the use of mental power, not about what King Kong actually has. But after all, even such a fantastic thing as the spiritual world has appeared. King Kong's current attitude towards her can prove that what happened is true, so Emma has no need to regard all this as false. So no matter what Chris said is impossible from common sense, and it is also contrary to the situation in the data, Emma still did not deny this possibility. This also made Emma more cautious when facing King Kong. This trip, Emma is to join hands with King Kong to investigate the mutation in Skull Island. In the spiritual world, King Kong told her that there are many monsters in Skull Island, and even it is not clear how many different lives are living here. Once the mutation worsens, Skull Island may be completely uninhabitable. But this lonely island on the sea is their home. Once they leave here, they don't know where to go. What's more, there may be greater dangers in the sea. Emma agreed to go with King Kong because she wanted to find out if there was a new T-virus. As Chris thought, Emma would not delay her departure. She did not want to live on this Skull Island for the rest of her life. The place they were going to was near the swamp, where there were many worm-like monsters and giant soft-bodied monsters like giant squids. However, their target was not these creatures. They were looking for the skeleton lizards that would appear near the water. King Kong said that the skeleton lizards had killed its people and were the old enemies of their tribe. Skeleton lizards usually live in the earth's crust, but they are violent and cruel enough. As natural hunters, they fully understand the art of hunting. Emma knew that these were giant beasts. King Kong said that the size of the skeleton lizards was not much different from that of the lizards. They are top hunters, and will never refuse any food that comes to their door. King Kong was not seeking revenge for personal gain, but because he had seen the strange skeleton lizards with his own eyes. The strongest means of attack of the giant lizards are of course their tongues, sharp teeth, and other natural weapons in their original form. But the group of skeleton lizards that King Kong saw were not their original appearance when hunting, but a very strange appearance, as if their bodies were divided into pieces, and everywhere could become mouths and sharp teeth, and everywhere could become weapons. Their bodies became as flexible as their tongues. Emma had never seen such a creature. If she had to find a similar case, she would have to mention a comic-adapted animation called Parasite from the Kingdom of Rhea. The protagonist in the comic became a monster because of a parasite that parasitized his body. The alien parasite could also turn the protagonist's body into a weapon. However, Emma didn't have time to tell King Kong about this story, so they could only approach the skeleton lizard in this way. Their habits have changed now. They no longer live in the earth's crust, but crawl out to compete for territory with the creatures near the swamp. Emma wanted to see what kind of damage such a creature had caused. With King Kong leading the way, everything seemed very smooth. Emma followed along and saw many strange creatures on the way. King Kong's breath frightened some creatures from a long distance. The rest who dared to appear were either creatures similar to King Kong or arrogant and tyrannical and came to die. When walking with King Kong, fighting is inevitable. But when King Kong used the most primitive and huge power to dismember his opponent, the kind of exhilaration seemed to be accompanied by the pleasure of blood. In this way, King Kong had no way to go to the camp of the skeleton lizard with Emma. Its bloody smell would be discovered by the skeleton lizard before it got close. Emma didn't care. She knew that the skeleton lizard would be very dangerous, but she really wanted to see what it was like. As for the solution to such a change, Emma actually told King Kong in the spiritual world that it only needed to kill all the strange creatures, and if it was safer, burn them to death with fire. There are good resources on Skull Island. The natives have traded gasoline with the Gale government, which is more than enough to burn the infected monsters. Emma walked alone to the camp of the skeleton lizards mentioned by King Kong. It was originally a nest of worms. Now the worms should have been eaten by the skeleton lizards. They have occupied the territory that originally belonged to the worms. As a human, there is actually a subtle sense of dislocation in this huge forest. Everything here is so huge, and she has become the smallest body here, which makes it easier to move. Emma ignored all the strange things on the road. They might be special creatures on Skull Island. If she approached them casually, she would easily get into trouble. It was enough for King Kong to attract her attention from behind. She was still thinking about returning to the camp on time. Emma approached smoothly. The worm nest was in a low-lying area, where there was heavy moisture and slippery land. If she wanted to observe the lizards, it would be best to find a suitable position and angle. Lizards have a wide field of vision and very few blind spots. Emma spent some time looking for cover. She crawled behind the bushes and covered herself with the bushes growing above the worm nest. After adjusting for a while, she finally found a suitable position to observe the skeleton lizards below. As King Kong said, these skeleton lizards are very large in size. Their heads are triangular. The appearance of a normal lizard head looks like a skeleton without skin and flesh. It is white and has a bone-like color. The huge jaw is similar to that of a crocodile. The skeleton lizard only has 2 thick front limbs and a huge tail behind it. The way it crawls around below is really disgusting. Emma frowned and looked down. The skeleton lizards looked very scary, But from their group activities, there was nothing special. Even if you look at them for a while, you will find that they are very harmonious. It's not okay to continue waiting like this. We have to think of a way to catalyze them. Emma thought so, but she couldn't find a way to stir up the water below without alarming these monsters. But even if she didn't act, these skeleton lizards would actually act. The worms here have been eaten up, and they are still here because they are still checking whether there is any food left. After some actions, they have confirmed that there are no worms left here, so they all go in another direction. When Emma saw them moving, she had to move and find a new place to hide herself to prevent herself from being discovered by those keen monsters. The skeleton lizards did not move towards Emma either. These days they have their own new goals. The giant squid living in the swamp should be very delicious. At this moment, the skeleton lizards are heading towards the giant squid's territory. Emma paid attention to the skeleton lizard's forward route, and she was thinking about how she should catch up. Except for the area where she was hiding, there was no good shelter nearby. Just when she was worried, King Kong's roar suddenly sounded behind Emma. A huge gust of wind blew, bringing the smell of blood not far away. Emma realized something, and quickly left the place and ran towards King Kong. The skeleton lizards that were halfway through the journey also turned back. The bloody smell and King Kong's roar successfully attracted their attention. More than half of the skeleton lizards turned their heads and ran towards King Kong, and only a small number of them were still insisting on looking for food, the giant squid. Emma ran towards King Kong, and the skeleton lizards also ran towards King Kong. Especially since the latter was bigger and ran faster, Emma took the lead and did not dare to delay at all, let alone stop to observe whether there were any skeleton lizards catching up with her. After passing through many obstacles, Emma's eyes were clear, and she finally saw King Kong. Chapter 89. King Kong was fighting a group of monsters. They seemed to be a group of monsters similar to big bats. They circled in the air to attack King Kong. It looked chaotic, but there was order in it. Even Emma couldn't think of how to defeat the enemy quickly and effectively if she replaced King Kong. But with her size, it was not easy to fight these flying beasts. Only with King Kong's tonnage, height, and flexibility could he reach out and catch these flying monsters. They were different from the giant bat-mutated monsters that Emma encountered when she took the helicopter, but they looked very similar in some places. Maybe they were two species, but if they went up one level, they might be from the same clan. King Kong did as Emma thought. He used his height advantage to reach out and drive away these monsters. The winged creatures should have been very flexible, but after King Kong's operation, these monsters were caught by King Kong because they appeared very densely. King Kong swung the monsters he caught with his hands, using the things in his hands as whips. Soon, the monsters were frightened by King Kong, and they dispersed their encirclement and circled in the air, not daring to approach King Kong easily. Emma judged from their behavior that these should be social creatures, and they hunt in groups. Compared with King Kong, these birds or bats are not strong in individual combat capabilities. But if they cooperate well, they can still harass King Kong to the point of being annoyed. Especially the wounds King Kong had left in the battle with Tyrannosaurus yesterday, it seemed that they were also targeting it, and at the beginning, they deliberately aimed at King Kong's wounds and bit them in batches. Emma also saw the reason why King Kong roared, because a piece of flesh on his arm was gone, and under the blood, it should be extremely painful. If it weren't for today's battle, King Kong's wounds would have healed in 2 days. King Kong's recovery ability is very strong, otherwise it would be difficult to survive on such a cruel skull island. Huge creatures often have unexpected shocks, and when giant monsters fight, they stir up dust, shake the earth, collapse forests, and roar wildly. When the sky is shocked, even if you are far away, you will tremble in your heart. Emma looked at the corpses all over the ground, and all she could smell was the strong smell of blood. Such a tragic battlefield was also created by King Kong. It can be a gentle plush toy, or it can become an inviolable king. Emma can also assert that this battle was definitely not initiated by King Kong himself. Many creatures on Skull Island have strong active attacks, which should have nothing to do with the virus, but are innate. Being brave and aggressive is the most common in the naked primitive food chain. Emma called King Kong, intending to let King Kong pay attention. But there were constant wailing in the air. Emma looked up and saw that the long tongues kept flying out and stuck to the bird monsters hovering in the air. Emma was startled and looked back. The skeleton lizards had already appeared. When she saw them, these skeleton lizards undoubtedly saw them too. So when the skeleton lizard roared and ran towards them, Emma was not surprised at all. In a flash, King Kong grabbed the tongue that was spit out, and used the tongue as a handle to throw the skeleton lizard to the ground. The tongue of the skeleton lizard could no longer be retracted, and was directly pulled out for a long distance, completely separated from its body. The huge skeleton lizard was thrown away by King Kong, and more skeleton lizards joined the battlefield. King Kong rushed forward to meet the enemy without fear, like an invincible god of war. Before Emma could react, King Kong was already surrounded by the skeleton lizards. Some of the skeleton lizards were directly torn apart by King Kong, and the upper and lower jaws of some were torn in half, while others were pulled out of their tongues by the same trick. The shell of the skeleton lizard is very hard, and King Kong also knows that he cannot directly contact them, which will not benefit him. After suffering several losses, the skeleton lizards would not stick out their tongues again easily. They all pounced on King Kong, and the earth was shaken by their roars. Emma stood just a few feet away from these giant beasts, but was not taken seriously by the giant beasts in the battle. She was like a tiny insect, and no one cared about her. Taking advantage of its hard shell, the skeleton lizards also attacked King Kong. Because of the huge pain, King Kong roared angrily, and continued to escalate the battle. It threw away the skeleton lizards that were grabbing and gnawing at its flesh and blood one by one, not caring whether they bit off its flesh or not. But every skeleton lizard that flew out must have flown out with King Kong's blood. If King Kong is right, the monsters created by trap feeding should actively sacrifice themselves to powerful creatures so that the virus or something else can find a higher level host. But if this conjecture is true, does the current battle mean that the skeleton lizard is a creature of the same level as King Kong? After watching for a long time, Emma realized that she couldn't just watch King Kong fight. The skeleton lizard seemed to think that they didn't need to take out the mutant form to rely on group fighting to take down King Kong, and this was indeed the case. At the beginning, King Kong took the initiative to rush into the encirclement to seize the so-called advantage, but such an advantage seems useless now. King Kong did not take advantage of the battle now, but these skeleton lizards took away a lot of flesh and blood from King Kong. Emma knew that her gun might be useless against the shell of the skeleton lizard. For huge creatures, unless you hit its aorta and cause a scene of blood fountains with one shot, they will not lose their combat ability. The only weapon she could use was the nanowire that Chu had left for her. Emma saw that King Kong seemed to be unable to hold on, and the skeleton lizards were about to form an encirclement again, so she rushed forward. The appearance of the skeleton lizards was very slippery, because they were stained with blood and mud from the worm nests. Emma naturally had no intention of challenging her balance. She was at the bottom of these giants' feet. She used the thread to cut off their toes and tails regardless of the danger. These were all injuries. Emma's actions did hurt the skeleton lizards. They began to rage because of the pain and bleeding, and the battle with King Kong also entered a white-hot stage. They could no longer keep themselves calm. The mutation also pulled open its mysterious veil at this time. The head of the skeleton lizard split directly in half, blooming like a huge rafflesia flower, and indeed, there was a rancid smell like the rafflesia flower. Emma saw this scene and didn't understand why the skeleton lizard would take the initiative to open its brain. They wanted to use their brainlessness to scare off creatures like them with brains. That idea must be said to be too stupid. But when Emma looked closely, she found that the skeleton lizard's brain that opened like a rafflesia really didn't see any structure similar to the brain, but really looked like a mouth of a creature. The huge petals. Each petal was a sharp tooth-like thing, and there was also a tongue in the middle. In addition to the general blooming like a flower, there are also various strange deformations. Even except for the tail and the two thick forelimbs, there is no way to tell that these creatures in front of them are skeleton lizards. This is not the T-virus. Emma had no other thoughts in her mind at the moment, only this one thought became clearer and clearer. Emma didn't know how to deal with it for the time being. Unless she carried dozens of RGs with her, she really didn't know what she should do. The efficiency of cutting with wire was too slow, and if she directly touched that kind of thing, Emma didn't know if she would be infected. But King Kong was not afraid. When it saw this strange form, its first reaction was to reach out and tear it apart. No matter what kind of unfolding it was, no matter how those monsters attacked, it saw the monster with its fragile interior exposed, and it reached out and tore it apart without hesitation. However, King Kong's rough action was very effective. Its response directly killed several skeleton lizards. Emma was also surprised, but King Kong's timely reaction made Emma admire its fighting instinct. This reckless fighting talent was something she could never learn. Emma saw that King Kong's battle was no longer suspenseful, and she did not waste any more time. She went to check the situation of the skeleton lizards killed by King Kong. King Kong quickly killed all the skeleton lizards present, and the monsters hovering in the sky also retreated from the battlefield. After all, King Kong and the skeleton lizards are both top predators on Skull Island. If they don't run away, they will have no way to deal with them if they attack together. If their own tribe suffers too many casualties, their survival will become a big problem in the future. Emma raised her foot and walked towards the skeleton lizard that was killed by King Kong's tongue at the beginning. She kicked it with her foot, and the skeleton lizard's brain suddenly blossomed. Emma was startled by this reaction and retreated quickly, but she soon discovered that the skeleton lizard had no ability to attack again. It seemed that maintaining its original state was its last appearance. After getting closer to observe again, Emma carefully analyzed the skeleton lizard. This kind of virus mutation, which should not be called a virus mutation, cannot cause such an effect. And from the performance in the battle, the skeleton lizard knows how to cooperate, know how to use its own advantages, know how to besiege King Kong, and it is not unable to move when seeing blood and flesh, but to find a way to kill King Kong together. This shows that the infected skeleton lizard has residual rationality. Emma used the thread to cut again, and she saw a very strange layer of things on the monster's flesh. The muscle structure and internal structure of the skeleton lizard seemed to be replaced by something from the inside. Although the shell still tried to maintain its original appearance, when it was really fighting, it exposed the state of another creature. This really looks like the situation in the parasitic beast. Emma walked towards the other dead skeleton lizards, wading through the pool of blood, and analyzed the skeleton lizards one by one. King Kong sat there panting. It was tired and had suffered too many injuries. The skeleton lizards bit off a lot of meat and bled a lot. Emma glanced at King Kong. It looked good at this time. Even though it was bitten by the skeleton lizard, its wounds began to scab. Although it was impossible to see how King Kong looked, Emma knew that King Kong consumed a lot of energy in this chaotic battle. Even if King Kong made a great contribution, Emma still had to be wary of the possibility that King Kong would be infected, no matter how big the infection might be. After looking at the corpses of the skeleton lizards one by one, Emma found that the situation of each skeleton lizard was similar. It was replaced by another creature from the inside, thus becoming a creature that was completely different in appearance and inside. Such a monster that invaded from the inside should be very weak at the beginning, so it would want to feed it through traps to let the powerful creature swallow it. Yes, no matter how powerful a creature is, it is fragile inside its body. Emma felt that such creatures were very similar to parasites, but unfortunately, what she saw were parasites that were combined with the creatures of Skull Island. Once this parasite is perfectly combined with a host, it seems that it can no longer drill out of the host's body and replace the next host at any time. Therefore, under the situation of being unable to guard against it, such parasites also have great limitations. Emma thought seriously, then took out the communicator Chris gave her, and recorded it in the communicator. King Kong looked at the sun, then at Emma, and pounded his chest, successfully attracting Emma's attention. In the battle just now, King Kong found that he cooperated well with this weak human. It seemed that there was something strange on Emma's body, and it could even directly cut the hard shell of the skeleton lizard. But King Kong didn't care. Anyway, Emma didn't use such things to deal with it. Emma looked up at King Kong, and King Kong put down his hand and motioned Emma to come up. It's almost time, it should send Emma back. This was agreed early in the morning. If Emma had any discovery, they would talk in the spiritual world. Otherwise, a human and an orangutan really don't know what to say. Now the skeleton lizard has solved so many, and Emma doesn't seem to need to continue observing. King Kong did not find any trace of life left in these dead skeleton lizards, so he could rest assured for the time being. However, Emma was not at ease. She gestured to King Kong, indicating that King Kong should deal with the bodies of these skeleton lizards in the way she said in the spiritual world. She felt that since the creatures similar to parasites had changed the habits of the skeleton lizards, it would be better to deal with them carefully. If they can be incinerated, they should never be dealt with later. Otherwise, who knows if they are not handled properly and other creatures eat the bodies of these skeleton lizards, will they continue to be infected? King Kong nodded, indicating that he understood, but he asked Emma to look up at the sky. The sun was almost at its zenith, and the time agreed upon by Emma's teammates was approaching, so they had to hurry back. Emma understood and climbed onto King Kong's huge palm. King Kong carefully placed Emma on his shoulder, and quickly took Emma back to the fortress where she should be. In order to be faster, King Kong deliberately took a shortcut. On this road, Emma saw many strange-looking fruits. King Kong usually picked fruits here. It didn't eat enough after the fierce battle yesterday. Now it has been fighting with the skeleton lizards and other monsters for so long, and it is indeed very tired. So when passing by, King Kong naturally picked some fruits. Well, it's not just some fruits. King Kong naturally picked up a fruit tree. Noticing that King Kong was picking fruits while running, Emma was also a little greedy. Her situation was similar to King Kong, and she was also starving at this moment. King Kong, who was running like the wind, heard the sound of Emma's stomach growling in his ears. Emma didn't know what to say, so she could only admire King Kong's heroic figure while eating and running. But King Kong seemed to be able to sense Emma's thoughts. He chewed in his mouth, and carefully picked up a very small fruit from the branch in his other hand, and gave it to Emma. Seeing this size of fruit, Emma knew it was unripe. But what could she do? She couldn't hold a normal-sized fruit by herself, let alone eat it on King Kong's shoulder. It's good to eat it. As long as it's not poisonous and not disgusting, it's okay to try it. Emma took the small fruit in King Kong's hand and chewed it herself. There was a lot of juice in her mouth, and there was still a sweet taste in her mouth, not the sour taste of unripe fruits. Great, this treatment seems to be good. Emma ate it happily. King Kong changed his running posture to eat. He ran like an upright ape at this moment. He seemed to be very skilled in his movements. It seemed that this was not the first time he did this, and he did not show any discomfort. This made Emma doubt how much truth and falsehood there were in the information provided by the Gale government while she was holding the fruit and eating it. If the Gale government deliberately gave false information, it would be very likely that they would be wronged. But this kind of second-hand information is really harmful. King Kong's habits are completely based on subjective conjectures, and it completely puts King Kong and humans on the opposite side. However, Emma can understand why such behavior is so. Human arrogance is fully revealed in this matter. The Gale government has done such stupid things more than once or twice, and Emma has long been accustomed to it. Of course, being accustomed does not mean understanding, but Emma did not need to remind the government of this matter. If we warn him, it is very likely that more people will come here and disrupt King Kong's life. Emma doesn't want this to happen. We have seen almost everything now, but we still cannot be sure whether there are traces of actions by guys like Umbrella on Skull Island. There was originally an experimental institution of the Gale government on Skull Island, so it is not unreasonable if some things were left by the Gale government. If we can see similar parasites in other places in the future, it means that the mutation here is indeed caused by humans. But Emma cannot make a conclusion now. King Kong quickly took Emma back to the fortress. Along the way, Emma still didn't see the lost teammates, but she did see some parachutes hanging on the branches. But no one responded after calling. Time waits for no one, and Emma will not let King Kong take her to search the interior of the entire Skull Island. That is too dangerous, and it is a pure waste of one's own strength. Those who can't find the location of the smoke at this moment are probably dead. Emma didn't have the sentiment of taking everyone away, so she was very at ease to be taken back by King Kong, and she didn't feel guilty eating and drinking on King Kong's shoulders. The people on the watchtower saw Emma sitting on King Kong's shoulders, and called Chris over. Chris didn't go up, he asked someone to put the bridge down directly. After putting Emma on the bridge, King Kong stood outside the bridge and didn't try to cross the boundary. This boundary is not only the boundary between humans and beasts, but also the psychological safety boundary of the people on the other side. Although King Kong cannot speak yet, he can actually understand some of the subtleties here. Emma did not look back, she strode inside. She knew very well that King Kong was behind her, and was always watching her, and she knew even more clearly how many BSA people were watching her on the other side. So she did not look back at King Kong, and soon she entered the fortress. The bridge rose slowly, completely isolating King Kong from the human world. Chris saw Emma alone, and did not ask why she went out without bringing anyone back. Looking at the blood on Emma's body, she must have taken a bath in blood to be so exaggerated. The stench of blood was enough to let anyone who saw her know what kind of battle she had gone through. Chris believed in Emma. Emma did not bring back anyone, which meant that those who had not heard from her were really unlucky. Just come back safely. Chris patted Emma's shoulder without any disdain. Is it time? Emma asked. Chris looked at Jill on the side. Jill glanced at the communicator and said, "It's time. Then let's pull up the bridge completely and go." Chris knew that he could not force it, so he made such a decision. His words made the rescue team of the BSAA North American branch even happier. If they stayed here for a while longer, they would not feel so good. Returning to the BSAA North American branch camp was the real thing. After all, there was no one there now. If someone invaded, it would be troublesome. Emma was surrounded by people. They wanted to know what Emma and King Kong had done, why they were carrying so much blood on their bodies, and even the clothes they wore were wet, and it seemed that they could still squeeze out a pool of blood if they twisted them. Emma didn't want to say anything at this time, because anything she said would leave loopholes. When she didn't think of the right words, she could only respond with silence. Chris asked them to disperse and pack up their things quickly, because they were leaving soon. Since Chris had spoken, the people surrounding Emma had to disperse. When passing by Emma, some people also sighed that the bloody smell on Emma was too strong and smelly, and suggested that Emma go back and change clothes. Only Jill smelled a sweet fruity smell when Emma passed by. But this was also denied by Jill herself. The taste of the fruit could not be brought by the blood. The strong smell of blood was a proof. It was impossible that King Kong took Emma away to eat fruit during this time. While the others were packing up, Emma was also taken by Jill to take a combat shower. Emma did not bring any change of clothes for herself. Such things can be obtained in the camp. Fortunately, Jill brought an extra set, otherwise Emma might have to continue wearing dirty clothes. When I saw you and King Kong leave, I thought you could not come back in time. Jill was guarding outside the door, guarding against people who were blind. Emma barely washed off the blood on her body, but she could not wash off the bloody smell on her body, no matter how many times she used soap. What exactly is the blood of the skeleton lizard? Emma thought with disgust. King Kong is not going to eat people. Emma wiped the water droplets calmly. Jill thought of Lloyd. You said that King Kong doesn't eat people, but you're going to crush Lloyd. It doesn't eat people, but it shouldn't mind eating meat for itself. Emma thought that gorillas should also be considered omnivores. Lloyd is just unlucky. King Kong and other creatures on the island hate the humans who killed them. Jill asked, what's going on between you and King Kong? How did you know it was coming for you? Did Chris tell you that when King Kong met us, it used its mental power to hit me? Alice once left a lock on me, but King Kong could still see me. The mental communication let me know what it wanted to do, and I promised to help it at that time. Emma pushed the blame on Alice, who could not be found by anyone except her. This was the most plausible explanation Emma could come up with, so she used it without hesitation. Hesitation would lead to defeat. Jill also knew that Alice had superpowers, so even though Emma's words were nonsense, she still believed them. So how do you feel now? Can King Kong control you? Don't worry, I'm fine. Emma said this and changed into clean clothes. But what does King Kong want you to do? Jill really didn't expect King Kong to ask humans for help. Emma put away the blood-stained clothes. There happened to be a bag here. Maybe the blood here could be used in the laboratory of the Gale government. The natives on the island would also offer sacrifices to King Kong regularly, praying for King Kong to give them protection. But the natives were infected with AZ-113 and had no way to respond to King Kong, so what the natives had to do fell on me. Emma walked out with the things. Jill led the way and walked towards the helicopter parking place. Why did it come to you? Weren't Chris and Lloyd there at that time? Because I can communicate with it with my mental power. As a person with mental power, the mark left in my mind by Alice can be regarded as a key to communicate with King Kong. Only I understand what King Kong means. It can't choose anyone else except me. Emma's lies became more and more perfect, and she almost believed it. Jill believed it, so she asked Emma to write a report herself. Otherwise, if the rescue team of the BCAA North American branch went back to make a report on this, it was hard to say whether they would add fuel to the fire and make some speculations that should not be said. It's not that Jill deliberately speculated about them with malice, but she really had to be on guard. Especially when it comes to superpowers and alien races, hiding things without authorization will definitely bring unnecessary trouble to yourself. I know, thank you. Emma smiled at Jill gratefully. Seeing that Emma listened, Jill felt relieved. As they talked, they arrived at the helicopter landing area. Following behind were the members of the rescue team, who carried Lloyd on a stretcher. Chris stood next to the helicopter that would go to the BSA's Riyadh branch and motioned Emma and Jill to go over. Emma threw the bag of clothes with blood on it onto the returning helicopter, and when the rescue team came over, they specifically told them what it was. As members of the BSA's North American branch, they knew a little about each other. Since Emma felt that the blood on the clothes needed to be taken back for a look, she let Emma leave it alone. Emma took a last look at Lloyd and found that he was in a stable condition. As long as he returned to the camp of the BCAA North America branch, he would be able to receive timely treatment and no longer worry. After putting away all the things that needed to be brought in an orderly manner, Chris and the leader of the rescue team confirmed that the people on the 2 helicopters were correct. Okay, you guys go back. We're leaving too, Chris said to the other party. The leader of the rescue team also waved goodbye to Chris and boarded the helicopter with the certificate issued by Chris. In this way, a helicopter carrying the members of the BCAA North America branch rescue team, plus a seriously injured Lloyd, returned to the Gale country, and Emma and the others who were supposed to go to the Base Area branch also set off on the right path. Emma looked at the people on the helicopter now. There were Jill Valentine and Carlos Oliveira, who were her teammates when they escaped from Raccoon City. Leon was also sitting next to her. He was her teammate after she left the Huron military region. Chris was someone she met when she was in the North American branch of BSA. He was a familiar teammate on this Skull Island, and Emma thought Chris was trustworthy. The rest were Sniper Pierce Nevins, Alice 4, and the 2 original helicopter pilots. Now there were only 10 people on the entire helicopter, plus a helicopter pilot, who was reassigned to them from the rescue team. Especially Alice 4, who was also seriously injured, but Alice 4 insisted on going to Ria together, and was unwilling to board the helicopter back to Gale country, so they followed 4's wishes. But if you count like this, Alice 4's combat power cannot be included in the team. Nikolai Genovov was very strong, and number 9 was also quite powerful. Even David was a good fighter, but now they were all defeated on Skull Island. Emma looked at Leon with fear. She was not sure whether it was her bad luck or Leon's bad luck that caused their helicopter to encounter such danger. But it was actually fine if Leon didn't touch the steering wheel. So was it her bad luck? Emma unconsciously became a little superstitious. After all, when she rode in other people's cars, the car always overturned and people died, and when Leon drove, the car always overturned and people died. Emma couldn't help but think that this was a strange curse. Emma thought about it, looked at the pilot who was sitting in the co-pilot seat, one of the survivors who was doing nothing, and walked over to discuss exchanging seats with him. The other party was not a difficult person to communicate with. After confirming that Emma could operate the car, he decisively exchanged seats with Emma. Emma, who sat in the co-pilot seat, felt relieved. Leon looked at Emma's back strangely, but didn't say much. Emma's behavior did remind them of the argument they had had about whether they had bad luck with transportation. Leon was almost convinced by Emma. Since Emma felt that doing so would make her feel safer, Leon didn't object. Jill and Carlos looked at Emma sitting in the co-pilot seat, but they both remembered that when David drove a helicopter to take them across the Alex Mountains in the nuclear explosion, Emma and Alice, who were sitting in the co-pilot seat, were nailed back to back in the seats. Jill opened her mouth and lip-synced to Carlos. Carlos also silently replied to Jill. Chris was completely confused by the secret language between the two. Regardless of whether Emma's idea was correct or not, after she changed her seat, there was no nuclear explosion again, and they arrived at the BSA Area branch safely and smoothly. The BSA Area branch was actually still under the jurisdiction of the North American branch, so after Emma and her group arrived by helicopter, they received considerable attention. Tokyo fell too quickly, and Tokyo had too many people. When the virus started to spread, no one reacted at all. Later, they understood, but there was no chance to save them. Moreover, when the government of Riyadh dispatched the self-defense forces, many new monsters appeared in Tokyo. It was no longer just the trouble caused by the T-virus. There were too many things that had not been found out yet. The government of Riyadh could only choose to blockade Tokyo when it could not solve the problem of Tokyo. No matter what kind of creature it was, if it wanted to come out, it would be sniped. The current government of Riyadh has concentrated people in safe places as much as possible, and built safe settlements as much as possible, but they did not have many choices. So everyone lived very hard, and human civilization seemed to have regressed at least 100 years. Who made Riyadh so small? If the situation continued to deteriorate, the more than 100 million people living on the island in Riyadh would probably all be fed to zombies. Even if they concentrated their efforts to solve it, there was not much effect, which was also very frustrating. Emma and the others arrived at the BSA Riyadh branch, and the people in the branch told them all the news of the blockade. The country of Riyadh did encounter the baptism of the T-virus when the global virus crisis broke out. At that time, the government of Riyadh did not take it seriously, and as a result, several cities have become cities of death. With a large population and few clean resources, the government of Riyadh did not do a good job of appeasing the people, which led to several battles in the safe haven later. So at this moment, Riyadh can be said to be in serious internal and external troubles. They not only expect people from the North American branch of BSA to come to help investigate Tokyo, but also hope that the government of Gale can look at their little brothers at this time and free up their hands to help them. But this expectation is doomed to disappointment. President Graham has finally integrated the power of the major states of Gale country and made the settlement solid to ensure the safety of citizens. Before the surviving research laboratories in Gale country have developed reagents that can change the world back, there is no way to spare a hand to help such a faraway brother. Not only is this the case with Rhea, but even in Asia, which was previously strategically important, Gale Country has no way to spare a hand to stir up trouble. As far as Gale Country is concerned, the affairs of the Asian Circle should be solved by the Asian Circle. If Rhea had not been very smart and responded to join BCAA first, and was willing to claim that the BCAA Rhea branch was a tributary of the BCAA North American branch, it is estimated that even if members of the BCAA North American branch were sent to Rhea to help, they would not have done so. At this time, President Graham was still actively contacting the European part, where various long-standing laboratories still survived. They must strengthen their contacts and speed up the analysis of those viruses and biological weapons, and must develop effective countermeasures to deal with these biological terrorism. However, if this matter is made too clear now, it will really make the people of Rhea despair. Therefore, Chris, who was in charge of being the captain of the team, deliberately avoided this topic when talking with Yamada Seiichi, the representative of Rhea. Chris tried hard to bring the topic to the bioterrorism incident. Yamada Seiichi saw that the people of the BCAA North American branch were really unwilling to take up the topic of politics, so he turned his topic back to the bioterrorism incident. In Tokyo, Rhea, many new monsters appeared. Some of those monsters were infected with the T virus, and some with other viruses. However, after a lot of research, the people of Rhea found that these viruses actually had many similarities in their roots, so they suspected that these viruses might come from the same ancestor. This is not their biggest gain. The Rhea side has found the branch of Umbrella hidden in Tokyo. If nothing unexpected happens, the monsters that appeared in Tokyo are likely to be related to Umbrella. I thought Umbrella could be easily sanctioned by the government, but Umbrella, which does not play by the rules, is completely different from before. They have created so many tragedies in the dark, while the government in the open has to be on guard against any new tricks from Umbrella, and is dragged down by Umbrella. With leading technology and clear goals, Umbrella is indeed ahead of the government temporarily. No matter how reluctant to admit it, this is true. The people of the BCAA Rhea branch shared all the monster illustrations that appeared in Tokyo that their people collected without reservation with the people of the BCAA North American branch. Emma looked at these illustrations while listening to Chris and Yamada Seiichi arguing. It is really pathetic for a Rhea person like Yamada Seiichi, Emma thought, and in order to ensure that the problem can be solved as soon as possible, Yamada Seiichi also tried his best to answer the questions raised by Chris. The communication between the two sides was pleasant for the time being. And Alice was about to arrive. Chapter 90. It was already autumn, but on an island like Rhea, it was still hot during the day. Especially when the sun was shining directly on the sea, the flashes on the water waves were not only dazzling, but also made people feel like they were in a steamer. Alice and Alexia also sweated a lot. One of them sat in the co-pilot and kept recording the situation along the way, while the other was lying on the back seat and drowsy. Only Kaplan continued to drive without any complaints. They were observing and sorting out the defense data of Kanagawa so that they could pass through the defense line and really enter Kanagawa. The roads along the way were relatively clean, and the cherry trees on both sides of the road looked lush and leafy, as if they were not affected by the virus storm a few months ago. Whenever spring came, cherry blossoms spread from the south to the north of Rhea. Even a steel city like Tokyo would become romantic and gentle because of cherry blossoms. Or maybe Rhea is always good at showing off its decadent beauty at the end of the century. No matter what kind of city it is, it will treat itself as a budding cherry blossom, waiting to bloom its most beautiful time, and then gorgeously disperse, fall into the soil, waiting to bloom again next year. Rhea's Bushido spirit is usually combined with such cherry blossoms. They believe in the spirit of cherry blossoms, blooming brilliantly at the same time, and willing to wither at the most beautiful moment. Death is not the end, so there is no need to fear the moment of withering. It is not surprising that such a spirit appears in Rhea's culture. The island is narrow, the ocean is vast, and living in a precarious society often encounters disasters such as earthquakes, typhoons, and tsunamis. No matter what kind of person you are, you will realize the power of nature and your own insignificance. Individuals are like petals swaying in the wind, living in a world where they don't know what will happen in the next second, and they are in a state of panic. Alice has never known the kingdom of Rhea, so she naturally doesn't know what kind of city Tokyo is. For Alice, the biggest significance of Tokyo is that Emma will come here to do a mission, and this is where they can meet. At least it is a place where Emma can let them reunite without worry. In the North American branch of BCAA, the information given by clone number 139 is not wrong, but there is also relatively backward news. For example, they have no way to enter Tokyo directly, there is 24-hour all-around monitoring, and no means of transportation without information registration can approach. For another example, after studying the information, Alexia thought that they could go through Kanagawa, first break into the interior, and then break through from the interior to enter Tokyo. Although this idea is good, the coastal part of Kanagawa and the part close to Tokyo are all isolated, and they can't be approached easily. Alexia and Kaplan knew it when Alice was still asleep. Then Alexia and Kaplan took Alice to take a detour in the city, preparing to break through the weak points and enter Kanagawa. This method is a bit dangerous, but it is better than starving themselves to death in the desolate city. On the way, Alexia and Kaplan had already seen the madness of some creatures here, including but not limited to those crazy birds, those damn rats, the unpredictable insects, and even the zombies that suddenly ran out. The mutant creatures from the ocean are not seen now. In the absence of food, even if these creatures have viruses or other things to support them for a while, it is impossible to guarantee that they can live 100 years. Even the zombies infected by the notorious T virus and other monsters can starve themselves to death due to lack of food as long as they wait long enough. Unfortunately, there is not much time left for humans, and humans have to move around to survive, and they need food, clothing, shelter and transportation, so they have no choice but to wait for the zombies to starve themselves to death. Moreover, it is not certain whether they can starve to death. Without humans as food, these infected people can kill each other. If more terrible monsters are born as a result, it would be stupid. Indeed, some scientists have proposed that all human beings should sleep in a safe place, waiting for such a storm to pass, and waiting for the earth to heal itself. But when humans come out again, the times have changed, and it will not be easy to adapt to the strange and familiar world all at once. Not to mention that the current freezing technology is not that good, and there is no place that can be said to be completely safe in front of those unreasonable monsters. There is only one way for human beings to fight against these infected people, and actively research solutions to various viruses, so that the biochemical crisis can be resolved as soon as possible, and all those conspirators in the dark can go bankrupt. When Alice woke up, Alexia and Kaplan were manually collecting intelligence. After a brief exchange with Alexia and Kaplan, the three of them found some food supplies in the empty city in this way, and then shuttled through the city, thinking about the intelligence of these defense lines from a distance. The intelligence of the North American branch of BSAA is really a necessary but useless thing. The outdated information in it brought them a lot of trouble. To verify whether these messages are useful, they must collect defense information and use the available networks to investigate. The network coverage of RIA is pretty good. At least Alice and her friends can still find some information on those networks even though they are in an abandoned city. And the radio is still useful here, and can be used to listen to some reports. Tokyo has fallen. It was the government of RIA who gave up on their own initiative. Some efforts were made during the period, but they did not achieve any results, so they could only evacuate citizens. Since there are more monsters pouring out in the city, in order to ensure the safe and healthy lives of citizens, the government of RIA also threw the infected people in Tokyo and set up isolation zones. Such an approach undoubtedly makes the government of RIA very cruel and cold, but in extraordinary times, such courage can save more people. Fortunately, Alexia did not think of driving a helicopter directly into Tokyo. Even if they could get through the defense line by chance at that time, they might be eaten alive by those hungry monsters the moment they landed. Alice didn't care what the government of RIA ordered or what purpose it was trying to achieve. She was only concerned about when she could get in, and where the blind spots of these defense lines were. Emma and the others must have arrived. If Emma had entered Tokyo directly that day and wanted to fight zombies directly inside, it would probably be difficult for them to meet. In any case, the blockade area in Tokyo was very large, and Alice didn't have Emma's exact whereabouts. If they missed each other, she didn't know when they would meet. Now all Alice and the others can do is pray that Emma and the others will make a lot of noise in Tokyo, otherwise the situation will be really difficult. Let's take a break first. It's time to eat something. Alexia felt her stomach moving and cried emptiness. Alice put down her pen and felt that it was almost time. Kaplan, find a hidden corner, we will stop to eat something, rest for a while, and then make a plan to enter Kanagawa. They have been running for so long, and they have almost figured out the rules of the guard shifts in the isolation zone. They will not be very vigilant at night, because there are not many battles near Kanagawa, and these people will not deliberately use their strength to kill mosquitoes with cannons. Kaplan listened to Alice and drove the car to a hidden place, and the three of them had a quiet meal in the car. Alice ate while telling her summary. Alexia and Kaplan found the weak point Alice mentioned on the map. The three of them analyzed the red circle on the map, and soon found the nearest defense point. It's here. Alice made a decision. Alexia and Kaplan agreed that it was meaningless to delay the time and observe it. That would not only be unsafe, but also wear down their fighting spirit, especially in the territory of the Ryak Kingdom. Even if those people were defending in the isolation zone, they certainly did not give up observing the external situation, otherwise how could they react in time? If all the time was used to observe the rules, and they had to do it for the so-called safety. If they delay for a few more days, those people will find traces of human activity even if they don't know someone is coming. This is even more detrimental to their actions. In this world, wherever you go, you will leave traces. What's more, they are such a big target. When they are walking in the city, they are indeed very small. But in an empty city, a car is wandering around, but it is a huge target. Even a fool can know that this is wrong. So it is better to act sooner rather than later, faster rather than slower. Even if they successfully enter Kanagawa, they have to find a fast channel to enter Tokyo as soon as possible. The cities surrounding Tokyo must be the first line of defense against Tokyo. They will not only place Tokyo's mutant-infected bodies in the isolation zone, but also regularly enter Tokyo to harvest a wave in order to seek stability. However, why did the country of Ria choose to request support from the North American branch of BSAA at this time? Why is the time so short? Even if the North American branch of BSAA is backed by the Gale government, they cannot come up with more means to deal with the mutant-infected bodies in such a short time. The people of Ria have never been straightforward and generous. Under their superficial obedience, no one knows what they are thinking. Alice doesn't know what characteristics the people of Ria have, but she intuitively feels that the fact that the people of Ria abandoned Tokyo without any resistance is strange. The BSA's Ria branch can actually be said to be a subordinate organization of the BSA's North American branch, but on the surface, they are independent and equal organizations. Makoto Yamada looks like a very honest person. He has a regular face and a pair of eyes that are as sincere as his name. When communicating with them, Seiichi Yamada constantly showed his sincerity. He was generous with the information and equipment of the BSAA Ria branch. The only requirement was that they could adapt as soon as possible. Then the people of the BSAA Ria branch and several people of the BSAA North American branch entered Tokyo together and wiped out the Umbrella branch inside. The Ria government still has some power. The information of the Umbrella Ria branch was also given to Emma and others, but it seemed that almost all of them were Ria people, so there was no special significance. But there were also foreign faces. Emma saw a scientist who looked like a French gentleman. She pointed at his face and asked, "Mr. Yamada, look at this person. He is still here." Yamada Seiichi was discussing the date of the operation with Chris. Hearing Emma's question, he couldn't help but pull himself out and take a look. "We don't have any records of him leaving the country, so it is very likely that he is still in the Umbrella Corporation's Ria branch." Emma nodded and slid to the next person, with a European and American face. He was a tall and burly man wearing sunglasses, and looked like he didn't want to be approached by strangers. "What about this person?" Yamada Seiichi was not sure what Emma meant, so he said, "There are actually records in the data. These people are very likely still in the Umbrella Corporation's Ria branch. If it is not specifically stated, they are still in Ria. We closed Tokyo a long time ago. Except for our people, no one else can enter and leave at will." Yamada Seiichi said this very confidently. Emma saw that he was not going to continue talking about whether these people were there or not, so she could only say that she had troubled him and asked him to continue talking to Chris about the so-called battle plan. When Makoto Yamada saw that Emma was not going to ask such a boring topic, he continued his business with Chris. Jill leaned close to Emma's ear and said, "Why are you asking these people? Do you think these Europeans and Americans are the real controllers of the Umbrella Corporation's Ria branch? Umbrella Corporation is actually very special. They focus on laboratories. Only those with outstanding research capabilities can have the possibility of reaching a high position in the company. Even though there are many so-called senior executives who manage the company on the surface, these researchers are actually the ones who control the company." The two people Emma just asked about were actually researchers from the Umbrella Corporation's Ria branch. The news Emma casually said surprised Jill. They also knew some of the history of Umbrella, but no one knew what was going on. Umbrella itself was very mysterious. As a pharmaceutical company, they made huge profits and developed Umbrella into a multinational company. In the beginning, one of the three founders of Umbrella was a European nobleman, which was the beginning of their wealth accumulation. With such a background, it is not difficult to understand that they can gain more benefits. If Emma said that researchers are the core, then this company is worth pondering. The reason why Emma asked those two people to ask Seiichi Yamada if they were still here was not purely because of their identity as researchers. Researchers are certainly one of the cores of Umbrella, but more of it is because of the appearance of these two people. The French gentleman-like man was very similar to her father, Mr. Isaacs. The other man gave her a dangerous feeling. It wasn't that he looked dangerous, because he wore sunglasses and looked like a social person. But even if he was just a photo, Emma could feel that he was unwilling to be ordinary. Judging from the physique of this man, he didn't look like a person obsessed with research work at all. It was more like he was a security guard. How do you know? Jill originally wanted to ask Emma why she knew what the inside of Umbrella was like, but when she remembered that Emma had told her about her life experience when she was struggling to survive in Raccoon City, Jill didn't ask any more questions. What Jill didn't know was that Emma and Leon were suspected in the Los Angeles space base. The people of the Gale government certainly knew what Emma's identity was on the surface, and the father-daughter relationship between Isaacs and her was not that hidden. As long as the Gale government took some time, they should know. So after Alice and Kaplan were suspected of being traitors, they were suspected, and Emma didn't care as much as Leon. This is why Emma wants to go on a mission in Leah and get rid of the eyes of the Gale government. She continues to operate under the eyes of the Gale government. Who knows when they will want to sacrifice her and use her to lure out Isaacs and his men hiding in the dark. Emma doesn't think she has any value, and the Isaacs that the Gale government knows is not that important. Some things must be guarded against. Isaacs, and this man named Albert Wesker. Emma intuitively feels that there is something fishy going on. How could Isaacs be in Rhea? After leaving Raccoon City, Isaacs moved here? Or was it just a trick? It was really wise for Umbrella to go into secret operations. Now it's not easy to get their news. Okay, Captain Chris, we set off in 2 days. During this period, please get in touch with our team members as soon as possible. I hope you can cooperate tacitly in Tokyo, now the Devil's City, and solve the criminals of Umbrella together. Yamada Seiichi stood up, extended his hand to Chris, and finalized the plan. At this moment, the other team members, who were still looking at the information, shifted their eyes to Yamada Seiichi. Chris stood up and told the mission time. Everyone knows that it is better to be fast than slow, but in the past 2 days, they have to learn about the monsters in Tokyo, the situation of the Tokyo branch of Umbrella Corporation, and train with the people of the Psa-Rya branch. They have to be familiar with the weapons made by the Psa-Rya branch to deal with the monsters that appear in Tokyo. The most important thing is to develop a tacit understanding with the people of the Psa-Rya branch. There are too many things to do. The task has been assigned, and they have no room for rebuttal. This has given them a buffer time. The more they know that the task is difficult, the more they understand what they have to do, and they will seize the time to recharge themselves. Seeing that everyone present is full of fighting spirit, and no one shouts or raises objections on the spot, Chris and Yamada Seiichi are relieved. Today is the first time for everyone to come to our Rya branch. We have been in a meeting for such a long time. Thank you for your hard work. It's getting late now. I will take you to dinner, and take you to learn about the situation of our Psa-Rya branch. Yamada Seiichi said his plan. Emma and the others were quite interested when they heard that they were going to have dinner and visit other situations in the camp. When they came in, they found that the Psa-Rya branch was very close to the civilian residents. Because the land was limited, this was to protect these civilians, and to monitor whether there would be mutations among the civilians. In the settlement planned by the Rya government, someone found that he was infected with the virus but concealed it. This person caused huge losses to the settlement, especially because this infected person infected many healthy civilians, and almost the settlement was abandoned by the Rya government. After suffering such a loss, they naturally knew to prevent it from happening. In fact, Emma hadn't seen those ordinary people struggling to survive for a long time. Yamada Seiichi had almost taken them to see all the settings of the Psa-Rya branch camp. After dinner, Yamada Seiichi wanted to show them nothing else except the place where the civilians lived. Thinking of this, Emma was really curious about what would happen to the civilians here. This place is different from the situation planned by the Gale government. Guns and ammunition cannot be obtained everywhere in Rya. If the control is not tightened, Rya may not be able to maintain such fragile stability now. Gale is simply a large place. Even if some people are lost, it will not have such a big impact on them. The terrain of Rya also brought them a lot of trouble. As an island country, it has more mountains and fewer plains, and there are few places suitable for living. Mountain warfare is more troublesome. I just hope they have a plan in advance, otherwise the situation will be even worse. Before all the chaos happened, Rya cuisine was also very popular in Gale country. However, under the current conditions, it is a luxury to want to enjoy the exquisite Rya cuisine to the utmost. No wonder. Emma and Jill walked in the middle. After a group of them followed Yamada Seiichi into the restaurant, Yamada Seiichi took them directly to the 3rd floor, where the chef was already waiting. Very authentic Ria cuisine. All members of the North American branch of BSAA have come to Ria for adventure from afar. We all admire such noble sentiments. Although this welcoming meal is not as perfect as before, it is also the best thing we can offer. I hope everyone will not dislike it, Yamada Seiichi said, and bowed his head very sincerely to show his sincerity. After Emma sat down, food was continuously delivered via the conveyor belt. There were various kinds of sushi and other Japanese food that Emma had eaten before, and some that she had not. Some even prepared steaks and other foods to take care of them. Such hospitality standards are considered extremely luxurious in today's era, when most people have to calculate how much they should eat today. This really underestimated these Ria people. Emma observed the expressions of Seiichi Yamada and his teammates. Seiichi Yamada enthusiastically introduced these foods to them and recommended them to taste. We don't need such special treatment for these foods. Chris frowned so hard that a mosquito could be killed. Yamada Seiichi waved his hand and smiled. These foods are not troublesome. It's just a welcoming banquet, and there will be no such arrangement later. We saw from the BSAA system that everyone has escaped from a cannibalistic island, like Skull Island, and rushed here immediately. You are heroes who have returned from a narrow escape, and we are just paying a little food. If you don't eat, these foods will be wasted. Let's sit down and taste them together. Now that you are full, you will be more energetic during the evening class. If you don't eat, everyone's hard work will be wasted. We are also sorry for heroes like you. These words sounded as if they would be truly sorry for the people if they didn't eat the food here. Chris almost exploded, and Leon stood behind and held him back. Yamada Seiichi also held Chris back and persuaded him gently. Chris struggled for a while, but was finally forced to sit down. But from his expression, it can be known that Chris is very dissatisfied with this arrangement. But not everyone reacts to this arrangement the same way as Chris. Emma looked around and found that there were people who reacted the same way as Chris, the most obvious being Jill beside her. And there were also some who happily sat down to eat. But it didn't matter. Seiichi Yamada always had a way to make them eat the food here. Emma smiled, picked a beef rice that looked pretty good, and ate it without feeling anything. The taste was indeed nothing to complain about. Even if they couldn't use the ingredients that they used to be so particular about, the chefs of Ria tried their best to make the ingredients in stock taste the best. Jill frowned and stared at the food conveyor track for a long time. Finally, she picked up a piece of exquisite sushi and bit off most of it. Seeing her action, Emma knew that she was trying hard not to be upset with her stomach, so she didn't think about whether to persuade her. Everyone had different thoughts about this meal. Emma didn't care, but she also saw that Jill and Chris were not tired. Even Leon didn't seem to be happy at all. Turning her head, she glanced at Carlos, who was now alone. His reaction was similar to hers. He didn't care whether Yamada Seiichi arranged it luxuriously or not. Leon and Chris sat together. Due to Leon's persuasion, Chris was still chatting with Yamada Seiichi, but when he saw the food at the beginning, Chris almost exploded on the spot, which also let Emma know that Chris and Yamada Seiichi were indeed not the same kind of people. Leon's reaction should be similar to Chris's, but for some reason, his performance at this time was a little calmer than Chris's. Emma thought about it, and finished her bowl of beef rice. The meal took half an hour, and there was really no intention to let them enjoy it luxuriously. In addition to the exquisite food, there was no special design, which made Chris's mood much more stable. After eating, Yamada Seiichi arranged for them to visit the civilian residential area. The settlement itself is not large, and a large area has been allocated to the BSAA branch as a training ground, so the civilian living area is naturally more crowded. Walking in the middle of the residential building, Emma finally understood what the so-called cyberpunk is. However, it is not so accurate to call it cyberpunk now. This is no longer a problem of so-called technological development, class solidification in society, and the lower-class people living in dire straits, but a crazy era. In a period of rapid change when the world is about to enter the end of the world, if one is not careful, human beings will slide into the abyss. But the social situation here is still so bad, and the class divisions are clear. Take the fact that Seiichi Yamada can give them such good food. Seiichi Yamada himself looks full of energy, and the people in the residential building are so thin, there is really no big change. The legendary scene of unity is probably not seen. The residential building is very crowded, it is just like a matchbox, and the space for people to pass in the middle is very narrow. Fortunately, the floors cannot be built too high, otherwise it will be even more damp and corrupt when walking in the aisle, which is unbearable. Many people are staying in their houses, and don't want to come out. Most people hang things on the railings to dry. But in a place with poor lighting and ventilation, It is not an easy task to dry these clothes. Occasionally, someone would open the door and walk out, or push open the window and look at them, and most of their faces were numb and fearful. "There is a pretty sister," the baby said with a baby voice lying on the windowsill, looking at Emma and Jill walking in the dark corridor. Emma looked up and saw a little girl. The apple cheeks on her face showed a cute smile, but the little girl was actually skinny and not very pretty. Jill looked up and smiled at the girl. The child waved to them excitedly, but before he could wave twice, he was caught by his mother. Snap! The window was closed. There was a suffocating feeling between Emma and Jill. Ria is a country with a relatively complete sewer system. If it were not so, it would be difficult to prevent more germs from growing here. Even in relatively safe civilian settlements, people would come here regularly to spray disinfectant and other medicines to prevent it from becoming a hotbed of germs. The more people there are, the more terrible consequences will be if a disease breaks out. "Let's go," Jill said, looking at the closed window. Emma nodded and followed the team. After walking all the way, Seiichi Yamada didn't say anything extra. He just said to the people of the North American branch of BSAA that it was not only Ria that was like this, but also the settlements in Gale Country were similar. It's just that Gale Country's land is much richer than Ria's, and it's not so crowded. The living conditions of civilians are similar everywhere. After the global virus crisis broke out, farmland, pastures, and similar lands were forced to be abandoned. Humans lived in fear, fearing that they would be infected and had to be isolated at any time. People did not live like humans, while those monsters were able to wreak havoc in the homes that humans had worked hard to build. People from the Global Pharmaceutical Federation, whether they participated in the crazy spread of the virus, like Umbrella or not, were almost hated by everyone. Makoto Yamada took them back to the training camp of the BSA's Rya branch, where there were relatively spacious dormitories. But the conditions were not much better. In order to ensure that the training ground was qualified, they could only squeeze this part of the land. As female team members, Emma and Jill were naturally grouped with the female team members. Choosing the upper bunk by the window, Emma huddled up and didn't plan to come down casually. She was going to try to contact Alice in the dream and tell Alice the exact coordinates of their operation in Tokyo. Yamada Makoto took them to visit those civilian places just to make them feel more responsible. He hoped to touch them with these scenes. After all, the people of Ria and Europeans and Americans are actually too far apart. Even if they will do their best for the mission, with a greater sense of responsibility, when facing possible dangerous choices, they are more likely to choose to help more people for the so-called righteousness and let themselves take the greatest risk. Whether it is those frank conversations or treating them with the highest quality food that has been prepared as much as possible, these are all to make them feel a little bit of affection for Ria. Emma couldn't say whether she hated or liked Yamada Seiichi's behavior. If someone had a stronger sense of compassion, maybe Yamada Seiichi would have successfully planted a seed in that person's heart. For example, people like Chris, people like Jill, Leon, Carlos, etc., but Emma didn't have so many sad thoughts. Emma's purpose was very clear. She would take risks in this mission, but not to sacrifice her life for the country of Ria, nor to devote herself to solving the bioterrorism incident. Emma just wanted to use the danger here to get out of the control of the Gale government. Alice escaped from the control of Umbrella Corporation, and she finally came here as she wished. They are about to be reunited. How could Emma not care? No matter what kind of dangers they will encounter in the future, it is better than continuing like this. The Gale government is not so clear about where the real headquarters of Umbrella Corporation is, and Emma is not sure about the situation of that headquarters. If you want to know, you must go there to see. Emma's purpose is naturally not for the noble reason of all mankind. Isaacs and his men ran too fast, and she was in danger several times because of the decision of Umbrella Corporation. No matter whether this ghost company is related to her, she will not let it go easily. No matter who the target of revenge is, Emma will take revenge. Isaacs may still be in the Ria branch of Umbrella Corporation and cannot leave. This news is really good for Emma. It is better to be as Seiichi Yamada said, otherwise she will be very angry if she fails. It was late at night, and almost everyone in the dormitory was asleep, and others thought Emma was asleep. Emma did not open her eyes, nor did she move randomly. She just followed King Kong's instructions step by step, trying to calm her mind, and then feel the connection with Alice. When the spiritual frequency is consistent to a certain extent, it is easy to resonate, and when the two spiritual bodies are clearly linked together, they have the key to open the spiritual world. A key is just a key, and it is not so easy to open the door to the spiritual world. However, since Emma had entered the spiritual world once because of King Kong, she had actually established a connection with the collective subconscious. According to King Kong, as long as she had the will, she could use the key to enter, but that was an accidental event, and even it could not be sure that it could enter. This time, Emma not only wanted to enter, but also wanted to take Alice with her. But there was a very realistic problem in front of her, that is, if Alice was not in a sober state and resonated with her spirit, even if she succeeded in communicating and brought Alice into the spiritual world, Alice might not be sober. This problem was quite real. But Emma was not so worried. Even if Alice was in the same situation as last time, she was sober for a while in the end. Emma was not worried about the length of time or anything, as long as she could tell Alice the address. In order to prevent Alice from not knowing where she should go after entering Tokyo. Umbrella Corporation likes to dig holes underground, just like mice. Emma was not surprised by this. After all, it is not easy to build a secret research base on the ground. Flying into the sky is possible. Hiding secrets in space is easy. But things like space fortresses have just started to be built. They belong to the power of big countries. Although Umbrella can be said to be a capital giant, it is far behind the power of a country. Moreover, for the exploration of space, even the current big countries have only obtained the fur. Human beings still have a long way to go. Umbrella wants to keep its research secret and not attract attention, which means it can only be done away from people. But Umbrella is unwilling to do this. In addition to digging a hole in the ground to hide its fox tail, what else can they do? Emma sensed Alice without distraction. This was a bit mysterious, but fortunately, although Emma was not familiar with other things, she was very familiar with Alice's mental fluctuations. At this moment, she was focused on stabilizing her mind and responding to Alice's mental fluctuations. Except for the first few attempts that did not work, Emma got used to this mysterious feeling and quickly connected with Alice's mind. It was nothing else. Emma instantly felt as if she had grabbed something. Without wasting any more time, according to King Kong's words, Emma dragged this feeling at this moment, immediately simulated her own feeling of falling, and instantly sank into that wonderful world. In front of her eyes, the night sea appeared in front of Emma again. In the invisible waves, the countless stars gently sank and floated with the waves, and the beautiful light appeared and disappeared from time to time. In this silent silence, Emma saw Alice, who was bewildered on the opposite side. Success. Chapter 91. Time cannot be seen passing in the spiritual world. The scene here is always so peaceful and meaningful. The scene here is not very beautiful, but it is boundless. It extends infinitely in the darkness, and there is no end in sight. Being here is like sailing a small boat, tossing in the vast ocean. The spiritual world is in the illusion, and in everyone's mind. No one can tell what kind of monster their subconscious mind is, and in such a collective subconscious world, they don't know how many dangers are hidden. Emma was just trying her luck. She was not sure whether the inexplicable feeling she caught was right. It was just a try, but she succeeded. I have to say that there must be some goddess of luck favoring her. Alice couldn't fall asleep all the time. The plan she made with Kaplan and Alexia was very successful. They entered Kanagawa together, and were heading towards the isolation zone between Kanagawa and Tokyo. Alexia suggested finding a place to stay for one night, and not rushing to Tokyo, as they didn't know enough about Tokyo. As for the relevant information about the BSA's North American branch, they all knew how much outdated information there was. When Alice was about to agree, she felt her mental power suddenly move. When she came back to her senses, Emma appeared in front of her. What's going on? Alice frowned and looked at the scene in front of her. She couldn't tell whether it was good or bad, or far or near. Alice just felt that it was very big and empty. Emma across from her, Alice didn't need to do anything special to know that it was her. But Alice couldn't tell whether this scene was a dream or reality. After all, she was still talking to Kaplan a second ago, and Alexia was still eating. The chewing sound was still very crisp. They took advantage of the opportunity to enter Kanagawa, and even their heartbeats were not very slow. But Emma here is also very real. Except for this scenery, it is not so ordinary. Alice still has some impression of this place. She had seen this kind of place that is both real and not so real not long ago. At that time, even if she woke up, Alice couldn't prove that it was real, so she thought it was a dream, thinking that she missed Emma too much, so she dreamed of her. But she really missed Emma so much that she suddenly dreamed of her twice in a row. Once can be said to be a coincidence. If it happens twice, Alice will have doubts. Spiritual world, Emma walked in front of Alice, and the two were one step away from each other. This is the spiritual world, your second time here. Emma felt very lucky, not only because she successfully brought Alice here in one try, but also because Alice was not asleep and was awake. However, Even King Kong had never really tried to bring people into the spiritual world like she did. Only Emma and Alice often allow each other's spiritual power to touch their relationship. The trust between them has reached a certain level, so they can try. In the spiritual world of Emma and Alice, they actually left traces of each other. This is also the fundamental reason why Emma can easily resonate with Alice's spirit. This is really not a dream. Alice reached out and wanted to grab Emma to try the feel. Emma did not retreat, but she stopped her and said, "Don't move, Alice. We can't touch each other here at will." Why? Alice did not believe in the so-called dreaming. Everything here gave her a feeling that it was too real and could not be explained by dreams. Because of this, Alice only regarded this place as a world with a little fantasy, but it was real. And since it was the real Emma standing in front of her, why couldn't she touch her? Remember that when she first appeared, she was very close to Emma. Emma sat down, patted the empty seat beside her, and motioned Alice to sit down too. Haven't you and I studied mental power? The spiritual world we are in at this moment is the same as the collective subconscious. The key to open this place is the wonderful feeling generated at the moment when the two people's spirits resonate. In other words, you and I here now are just our spirits, not real entities here. How do you know such a world exists? Alice sat with her knees hugged, only a finger's distance from Emma. Although this place was called the Sea of Night by Emma, it was actually quite bright. If it weren't so, Emma and Alice wouldn't be able to see each other. Alice looked at the ripples under them, and there were circles of ripples rippling out. The rhythm of each ripple was very harmonious. After watching it so many times, even the inexplicable restlessness in her heart subsided unconsciously. It was an accident. Didn't I and the others fall into Skull Island on the way to Rhea? Lloyd accidentally angered King Kong. In order to save him, I tried to use my mental power to hit King Kong, and I was brought here. Emma did not lie. She told Alice everything. Alice thought of what she saw when she was awake in this world last time. She did see a huge gorilla. How dare you do that? The mental power is very fragile. When the two of them were exploring in the Huron military district, they were injured because of this. And the invisible mental damage caused them to suffer a lot. I won't be so reckless in the future. I thought about it at the time, and wanted to try to leave my mental hints in the minds of other creatures so that they could listen to my orders. But it didn't work on King Kong. Emma turned her head and looked at Alice, which made her feel very calm. Even if she talked about her failure, she would not be so upset. Alice was also looking at her. When their eyes met, there was no spark, but both softened their expressions. Sometimes you are as reckless as the Gale government you mentioned. Alice even laughed. I promise that the same thing will not happen again. If it weren't for Alice's experience of being controlled by Umbrella, Emma wouldn't have such a bold idea. But the example of King Kong made Emma realize that she was not invincible now, so even if she wanted to try to put her mark on others, she had to choose someone who was easy to bully. Tell me everything you know about this place. After hearing Emma's promise, Alice didn't take it too seriously. After all, they all knew that if an emergency really happened and this dangerous method could help them, they would still use it without hesitation. Compared to that kind of promise, Alice wanted to understand this spiritual world, and the new ways or thoughts about using mental power that Emma knew. Emma also told Alice without reservation, whether it was her own guess or something that had been experimented. Whether it was heard from King Kong or her own thoughts after reading a book on psychology on the road. Alice also listened very carefully, and did not interrupt Emma. After Emma finished speaking, Alice almost knew why she was pulled into this spiritual world by her. This place is hidden enough, and our connection will not be discovered by others. Alice lay down and said with a little ease, since the outbreak of the virus crisis, they have been living in tension every day, with no time to rest. Here, they can feel very safe. That's probably because the spirit can't be contaminated by a tangible virus. Emma also followed Alice's movements and lay down. She told Alice the ultimate purpose of bringing Alice here this time, and told her where the address of Umbrella Company hidden in Tokyo was. Alice closed her eyes, listened to Emma's voice, and remembered the address Emma said, and the time of action firmly in her mind. Alice, be careful, Emma warned. Alice agreed immediately, and she really wouldn't put herself in danger. In addition to Emma reminding her to be careful, Alice also reminded Emma once that the people of Rhea may have other purposes, so you should be more careful. This was her premonition. Alice had no direct evidence, but she just hoped that Emma could be more cautious, so as not to really fall in Rhea. They still had a lot of things to do together, and they must not fall here. Emma gladly accepted Alice's advice, but she knew that she couldn't delay any longer. Alice's situation was not very good. If she continued to sleep, what would happen if something happened there? Seeing that Emma listened, Alice was satisfied. The next moment, Alice disappeared in front of Emma's eyes, and she left the spiritual world. Emma turned her head, reached out, and touched the empty space after Alice left, and exhaled a long breath. She also left this world. Only the stars of the night sea were still rising and falling with the waves. The car was parked in a corner, and the sky was already dark at this moment. Alice opened her eyes, and found herself moved to the back seat. Alexia was sitting next to her, and Kaplan was in the driver's seat. Alice no longer doubted whether it was her dream or not. As for the matter of mental power, it only took a small method to verify it once. Alice had a rough idea of how Umbrella controlled her when she left the abandoned public hospital. After all, she not only got rid of her amnesia, but also helped Kaplan complete the mental cleansing. In the spiritual world, Alice also had her own judgment. In the end, it was proved that the seemingly absurd world really existed and was not a fantasy. So Alice listened carefully to what Emma said, and after waking up, she also tried it herself. I really want to learn your skill of falling asleep suddenly. Alexia noticed that Alice opened her eyes, but she was not scared by her sudden opening of her eyes. She said with a cookie in her mouth. When the three of them were talking about the next plan, Alice suddenly fell silent, which scared Kaplan. If Alexia had not checked Alice's condition in time and found that everything was normal, Kaplan might have sent Alice to the hospital. In their current situation, exposing themselves to the public is definitely a wrong move. Alexia still envied Kaplan and Alice's relationship, but when it came to taking care of Kaplan, Alexia couldn't say what she felt. She just felt a little bored. Alice's ability to keep doing this made her look at her with new eyes. Sorry, I didn't mean it. Let's find a place to rest first. Alice rubbed her forehead and didn't mean to argue. Alexia mentioned this sudden sleep thing just to get a chance to rest. This topic was also discussed before she was pulled into the spiritual world by Emma. She would have agreed at that time, let alone now. Alice also knew that she was indeed a little impatient before. After all, she came to Ria to reunite with Emma and to fight against bioterrorism. She had the belief to deal with Umbrella Corporation to urge herself to move forward, but Alexia didn't. Alexia is different from them in mentality. She is more used to doing things step by step. Alice rested side by side with Emma in the spiritual world for a while. She also understood how important it was to have such a safe resting environment. If you keep your mind tense to do things, the string will break sooner or later. And she couldn't do that. If she didn't rest, Kaplan would also need to rest, especially when their food couldn't satisfy Kaplan's body well. Alexia wanted to restore her rhythm, so that she wouldn't be so hasty to face everything. Alice understood all this. Since she had contacted Emma in the spiritual world and knew where their destination was, Alice really thought she didn't need to be so anxious. It's not easy. Let's go and find a place to rest. Alexia was a little surprised by Alice's words. After all, Alice's attitude had always been so eager to accomplish something. Her behavior has always been led by those purposes. Now she actually listened to her and asked to take a break, which was incredible. Kaplan didn't have much to say, he just did what Alice said. However, Kaplan still felt the subtle atmosphere between the two women, so he didn't dare to speak at this time. In the island countries on the sea, it seems that even the night is completely different from others. The night is deeper and more turbid than the night sea in the spiritual world. This night is like a dark giant beast, slowly devouring the human world. Alice took a look at the sky and didn't care anymore. She patted the back of the driver's seat. When Kaplan looked at her, Alice asked Kaplan to sit in the back seat first, and she would drive. Kaplan had no objection. He opened the door and got out of the driver's seat. Alice also got out of the back seat and exchanged positions with him. Even if he sat in the passenger seat, Kaplan's posture was not so comfortable. He was too big, and the car could accommodate him, but he couldn't stretch out. Even if the back seat was better than the front seat, it was only a little bit. So when Alice decided to find a place to rest, Kaplan was secretly happy. When you fell asleep, I had found a suitable place. Alexia marked the address on the map and handed the map to Alice. Alice took the map with one hand, glanced at it casually and remembered the direction, and then drove straight to that place. Alexia took back her hand, fell on the back seat, and observed Alice driving. Alice, who suddenly fell asleep and woke up suddenly, seemed to have changed. After a sleep, can the mental state be changed so well and so quickly? Emma also woke up, but it was so late, there was no need for her to toss anything, just sleep like that. This little practice was successful, and she would not need to be so troublesome to contact Alice in the future. With such means, even if someone wanted to monitor, there was no way. With a way to contact Alice smoothly and accurately, Emma also felt that her mentality was much better. This good mood continued until the next day, when she started training at the training ground of the Bsaraya branch. At the beginning of the regular training, Emma saw the performance of the members of the Bsaraya branch, and was actually not very satisfied. Of course, it's not that they are bad, but compared with the top ones, they are indeed inferior. The strength of the Rhea army was not to be underestimated, and the obedience of the Rhea soldiers was also quite commendable. But they lacked the ability to respond to biological terrorist incidents. Thinking that she would work with such a person to complete the mission, Emma couldn't help but feel that her goal seemed to be one step closer to realization. Unfortunately, even so, Emma couldn't make herself happy. The ability of the Rhea members did not seem to be outstanding. This was not only discovered by Emma, but also by Jill, Carlos and others. However, they did not seem to be at the level that would drag their feet, so they did not intend to say it. Seiichi Yamada seemed to be unable to find the flaws of his team members, and looked very satisfied. This made Chris not so confident in his plan. Even if the Bisei Rhea branch developed weapons against biological weapons, and judging from the data, it was indeed quite powerful, but the people who used it were not so strong, the effect would be discounted. Especially in the data of the Bisei Rhea branch, the biochemical monsters that appeared in Tokyo are far more than ordinary zombies and lickers. Chris, you look like you have no energy. Yamada Seiichi said beside the sweaty Chris. Chris raised his hand, and wiped the sweat off his head casually. You have to try your best in training. How can you have any energy? That's right. Seeing your amazing physical fitness, the Bisei North American branch is indeed as powerful as it is said to be. Yamada Seiichi said very sincerely. If the members of the Bisei Rhea branch had such physical fitness, they would not need to ask for support from the Bisei North American branch. However, this situation will soon be broken. Seiichi Yamada knows that they will not always be inferior to the Bisei North American branch. Chris did not know where Seiichi Yamada heard that the Bisei North American branch was strong. Perhaps it was just the government people who were exaggerating. After all, if we are to talk seriously, the mission of the Bisei North American branch, which can really be called a multi-person operation, is this time to support Rhea. The Bisei North American branch did try to form a long time ago, but those were early activities. Now the secret weapons are still under development, and have not been successfully launched. So Seiichi Yamada's exaggeration did not blow into Chris's heart. Mr. Yamada seems to be very confident in this operation. If it was Chris himself, seeing the current training results, he would not be so calm. He would work hard to train his players. Yamada Seiichi smiled modestly. Although the country of Rhea has suffered a great disaster, the people of our Yamato nation are people who refuse to bow to terror. Even if these children know that their bodies have limits, they are still willing to fight to the death. They have such spirits and support me, so of course I will have confidence in them. Chris heard him say this, but felt that Yamada Seiichi was not speaking from the heart. Yamada Seiichi saw that Chris did not agree with him, and then said, the weapons that the members of the Bisei North American branch saw yesterday were not the most advanced. In order to fight against biological and chemical terror, our Bisei Rhea branch has tailored weapons for each team member. Chris was really interested in Yamada Seiichi at this time. His confidence made Chris wonder what he relied on. Since those weapons have been made and are not in the data, why not let us take a look? If a soldier does not have enough understanding of his weapons, no matter how powerful the weapons are, he cannot play 100% of his level on the battlefield. You are right. You rest here for a while. I will ask someone to send all the weapons up. Yamada Seiichi agreed with Chris's words. He turned around and asked someone to send the weapons up. Chris did not intend to continue to rest without listening to him. He went to find the captain of the Bisei Rhea branch and asked for cooperation training. However, there was a problem when they were talking. Chris could not speak Rhean, and the other party spoke English with a heavy accent, which gave Chris a headache. However, the two captains were not easy to communicate, but there were capable people around them. They simply solved the communication problem, and soon the two teams were integrated together for cooperation training. When Yamada Seiichi came back with the weapons, there was no one who could stand upright on the training ground. When Makoto Yamada saw this scene, he really didn't expect how these people could make him suffer to such an extent in such a short time. The initial training of tacit cooperation was very simple, that is, to fight in groups, and then switch groups to continue fighting. They fought each other, and could quickly figure out the opponent's attack pattern. In the combination confrontation, they also had to have tacit understanding to cooperate with each other in order to defeat the opponent's camp. After such a crew confrontation training, they quickly exhausted their last bit of strength. Everyone has worked hard in training. No matter what, Yamada Seiichi still has to praise them. But at this time, no one cares about what Yamada Seiichi says. Chris has almost recovered some of his strength. He stood up and walked to Yamada Seiichi. After looking at the weapons for a long time, he didn't see much special about them. Since you have brought weapons, why don't you tell us what's special about them? Chris picked up a gun and gestured twice. Okay, I tell you about these weapons. When Yamada Seiichi saw Chris's actions, others came to get weapons one after another. He didn't keep them in suspense and talked about these weapons directly. What you have in your hands now are our latest developed weapons. Compared with the information of the weapons you saw yesterday, this batch is our real masterpiece. These weapons look no different from ordinary guns and ammunition, but I want to tell you that these weapons are all developed by us for the current main biochemical terrorist infection viruses, and they are targeted. Every bullet here is specially made, including other weapons that don't look special. We have optimized even the most common guns to make the bullets fired by the guns more penetrating. When the specially made bullets enter the body of the biochemical monster, they will explode on their own. The hidden solvent will swallow and melt the monsters in the first place, and disintegrate them directly from the inside. Yamada Seiichi passionately showed the people present about the weapons to deal with the biochemical monsters. His description didn't sound special, but it still attracted the attention of more than 10 people from the BCAA North American branch. The initial hearing and reading of the information is different from the actual effect in front of them. The information update is delayed, but the weapons displayed in front of them are quite new. This is also the biggest reason why Seiichi Yamada is so confident in the action he planned. The people in the BCAA Riyadh branch know that their scientific researchers are optimizing in this area, and their reaction is not as big as that of the BCAA North American branch. However, seeing that the Riyadh branch has these things, both Chris and others have guessed that the North American branch will soon launch related items in the future, but it is just a matter of time. It is better to use it now than not. If you have these, you don't have to work so hard to deal with those biochemical monsters. Emma feels that these things should be quite useful. This round of rest time has not yet passed, and the impulse to see new weapons has made everyone unable to restrain their wildness. Although the ingredients inside the special bullets will not harm normal people, because the guns themselves have enhanced penetration, the bullets will still cause great damage when they penetrate the human body. So never experiment with these weapons on your own people. Yamada Seiichi still warned them before they used the weapons. Everyone present was an extremely important mission participant for him. Without them, it would be difficult to deal with the monsters lurking in Tokyo. Yamada Seiichi has actually been training ordinary people, but no matter how much they train, some people miss the golden time and cannot become great warriors. If technological means are used to transform weapons, it would be a waste to use them on ordinary people. Yamada Seiichi's words had no effect on experienced soldiers, as everyone knew that they could not experiment with weapons on themselves. And if you want to know the power of special bullets, you naturally need a special training room. Shooting on such an ordinary training ground will not produce any specific results. Seeing that they were all concentrating on learning to use these weapons, Yamada Seiichi quickly asked them to follow him to another training ground for special training. Strong warriors and powerful weapons are undoubtedly a perfect match, but such a perfect match can also become an obstacle to each other if there is a lack of running in. The first step in holding a new weapon is to get familiar with its structure. No tiger has ever gone directly to the shooting range to shoot. Since Yamada Seiichi had other arrangements, the people from the BCAA Ria branch also looked accustomed to it, and more than a dozen people from the BCAA North American branch also followed. The place where Yamada Seiichi took them was very close to the isolation zone, and it was also a secret place built underground. Halfway along the way, the people from the BCAA North American branch had almost understood what Yamada Seiichi was going to do. The most suitable targets for new weapons were, of course, not those simple human targets, but those biological and chemical weapons. The people from the BCAA Ria branch had actually done some work, and the Ria military had already responded. They had captured a lot of zombies, and placed them in secret underground cells, and they were specially detained to ensure that these monsters would never contaminate the lower parts. Following Yamada Seiichi all the way, Emma and the others also gained some knowledge. Most of the monsters here are trapped in a suite of cells made of some special glass. It is a cell with excellent sealing, and there is a layer of something like an iron fence inside to separate the monsters. Once these biochemical monsters are locked in, there is absolutely no chance of escape. The environment here looks very clean. Through the glass, people standing outside can see the monsters clearly. In this place, you can use those weapons as much as you want. The best weapons should be used with suitable targets for everyone to practice. With these monsters, I believe you will be able to fully familiarize yourself with the use of these weapons in these 2 days. It's just because these monsters carry terrible infectious viruses, so once you decide to enter the cell and kill those monsters, you must be extra careful, and don't let those monsters hurt yourself. Some of these monsters have long-range attack capabilities, some can spray extremely destructive corrosive liquids, and some can even liquefy half of their bodies. Before entering the cell, you must carefully see what kind of biological monster is imprisoned inside, otherwise it is very easy to get injured or even infected with the virus. The last one, after entering the cell for shooting training, you must go to the room at the end to wash yourself, change into clean clothes there, and leave from the other end. Even if you don't enter the cell, but just walk around here, you must do this. And after leaving here, there is also a medical station at the correct exit. Everyone who walks out must undergo a strict full-body examination before leaving. Seiichi Yamada talked about the precautions. Although the protective measures here are as complete as possible, there are always accidents. Previously, many members of the Psa-Rya branch were infected by the so-called viruses because they were not careful enough. Some were discovered early and treated early, and they can continue to play a role in the team. Some were discovered late, or their own physical fitness was not good enough, and they were easily infected by the virus. For such people, even if Seiichi Yamada couldn't bear it, he could only kill them and end their pain. This is more cruel than seeing your teammates die in the war, because on the battlefield, if an enemy kills your comrades, you can still rush forward to take revenge. But dying in such a place will not be remembered as a sacrificed hero, and it will cause unexpressible pain to teammates. The people of the Psa-Rya branch are very accustomed to this training method. They quickly underwent an inspection, took their weapons and their identity cards, and chose a suitable training room and walked in. Emma and her group followed the Psa-Rya branch after they were sure they were familiar with the guns. Emma felt that she had a new understanding of the Rya people through this training method. They were very aware that they had to overcome the biochemical terrorist incident. Moreover, it was not easy to build such a cell, and the monsters inside were not easy to catch. Seeing the biochemical monsters in these cells, Emma suddenly realized that she had underestimated the Rya people. There was no time to waste on watching the fun. Emma followed and chose to enter the most ordinary cell. She wanted to first test whether the so-called special bullets were as powerful as Yamada Seiichi said. After Emma entered the glass cell, the cell door was tightly closed according to the procedure. The zombie locked behind the railing smelled of fresh blood and flesh and rushed towards Emma. A ball of rotten meat even flew out and fell on the glass, squeezing out a black and red mark. This level of damage naturally did not affect Emma. Emma raised her hand and aimed at the zombie's head. The head was actually damaged in many places. Through the deep scars, you can see the gray brain inside, but it is still squirming as if it is alive. The clusters of gray and white color even brought out the blood stains of death when squirming, which tasted a bit like chili oil sprinkled on tofu pudding. When she should have shot the zombie to death with one shot, Emma changed her position. Once the infected body of the T-virus is hit in the head, it will really die. Emma believes that the power of the new weapon should not be tested so easily to end the battle. She needs to hit a few more places to see the effect of these special bullets. Bang! Emma fired a shot, hitting the zombie's shoulder. The bullet instantly penetrated the zombie's shoulder, and the powerful force even gouged a huge blood hole in the zombie's shoulder. But the bullet did not completely penetrate the zombie's body, but instead made a small explosion in the flesh and blood, and a blood flower bloomed on the zombie's shoulder. Emma stared at the zombie from a safe distance, trying to see any special changes in the zombie. But she watched for a long time, and the zombie's withered limbs did not give any special reaction. One bullet is not enough, Emma thought, and wanted to send another bullet to the zombie. Before she could fire another shot, the zombie suddenly forced a hissing from the depths of its throat, and twitched violently. It was seen that it twisted and melted wildly from the place where it was shot in the shoulder, and finally most of its body was gone. On the head, a mouth was still opening and closing, and the brain was still squirming, but soon fell silent. It seems that it takes time for bullets to work, Emma thought, exited this room, and entered another one. You don't need to use this kind of bullet to hit the head to know that targeting the head will cause fatal damage to the zombie. Emma just wants to know how far such a bullet can go. In the second room, Emma hit the feet of the fat zombie with fangs and claws, and the feet of the fat zombie melted instantly. In that kind of liquid, the fat zombie seemed to be constantly digested by the liquid, and soon turned into a pool of inexplicable liquid. It's strange that Emma didn't smell acid or other corrosive liquids from the bullets or these liquids. Is this really made for the infected virus? Emma couldn't tell, Maybe it's true. Once the T-virus invades the body of the controlling creature, it is indeed spread throughout almost every cell of the body. Once the T-virus is dissolved, it does mean that the entire body of the zombie will collapse. But this melting effect is too strange. Emma continued her training here with such doubts. No matter if there is any trick here, improving one's strength is not wrong. 2 days is not enough for training, but this world does not give them more time to prepare. Whether it is the people of the Riyadh branch or the people of the North American branch, no matter how tired their bodies are, the training will not stop. They must seize every minute and every second to improve themselves, otherwise they will only seek death after entering Tokyo. Living on the edge of isolated Tokyo, every morning, you can feel a huge movement coming from far away, from deep underground. Such movement was initially regarded as an illusion caused by being too nervous. But if this movement is felt by only one person, it may be an illusion, but everyone present will have such a feeling from time to time. After excluding the possibility that everyone is trapped in an illusion, it can only be said that it is real. Training in the Bsa Riyadh branch, mastering new weapons, and the special shooting range also established their belief that they will have a good chance of dealing with those biochemical monsters, but such movement still makes everyone very uneasy. Yamada Seiichi also explained this. Their sonar system detected that Umbrella Company did make a strange creature in Tokyo, but they didn't know what it was. Such words were said, regardless of whether the people present believed it or not, but Yamada Seiichi himself believed it. In fact, they had detected similar movements a long time ago. But it has only become more obvious recently. In connection with the bad things that Umbrella has done in Tokyo, the government of Ria also attaches great importance to it. Otherwise, they would not have requested foreign aid so quickly, and even given foreign aid many benefits. No matter what the situation is, what kind of trap Umbrella has set in Tokyo, they have to carry out the mission. If everyone refuses to do the mission out of fear, then Umbrella will continue to wantonly harm civilians, and even all normal people, and the world will never return to normal order. Putting aside fear and responsibility, Emma entered Tokyo with the team. At the same time, Alice, Kaplan and Alexia also passed through the defense loopholes of Kanagawa and entered Tokyo. Chapter 92. Tokyo is a bizarre city. When everything is good, every inch of land is worth a lot of money. People who live here are tired of the city's crowds and busyness, but they are reluctant to give up its prosperity. Such metropolises have a fascinating charm. Although they know their flaws, no one is willing to leave because of the extravagance and decadence. They are even willing to go to them one after another and run around for them. Today, Tokyo can still be called a magic city, a veritable magic city. Most people have evacuated, and those who stayed in the city either died or became prisoners of the virus and turned into monsters. People from the Umbrella Corporation's Ria branch even send out new monsters continuously. The isolation zone set up by Ria is not just the ground part, they also include the underground and the sky. This move was also forced. They don't want to spend so much effort to prevent it from happening. But if they don't do it, their current safe haven cannot be kept. Those inconspicuous pests may spread viruses if not carefully watched, and the biological weapons of the Umbrella branch are not just those viruses. They have also created biological weapons that can dig holes and fly in the sky. It's just that they have limited materials and cannot achieve large-scale production. Before the outside world completely collapses, their actions cannot cause greater damage. The isolation zone was filled with countless lives, and the temporary safety of the settlements divided by the Umbrella government was also filled with countless lives. The current situation of citizens' lives cannot be said to be peaceful, but even such a short calm before the storm can only be created by someone carrying the burden forward. A good life is not waiting, but fighting for it. The plan of the Bsa Riyadh branch to destroy the Umbrella Corporation standing in Tokyo has been designed for a long time. But the Bsa Riyadh branch has no extra power, and several operations have also lost many people. The big country next to them has not joined the global Bsa plan, and Riyadh dare not ask them for more help, so it can only turn to its big brother Gale country. Emma actually analyzed and thought that it would be most cost-effective for the Bsa Riyadh branch to find Yin country, but who knows what they think. They want to use them, who are far away in Gale country. But it doesn't matter what these people think. Emma thinks of taking advantage of this opportunity. No matter what Riyadh or the Bsa Riyadh branch plans, it has nothing to do with her. Emma also thought about how Alice came up with the idea of being careful of the Rias, and that their purpose was not simple. Emma had some understanding of the Rias. It was impossible to say that they were honest. They were sandwiched between two big countries, and they had a lot of ability to survive in the cracks. Moreover, This country had never done anything righteous in history, so it was hard to say how far they could go. When facing the issue of their own survival, the Rias should not play any tricks. However, Emma would not draw such a conclusion at this time. Whenever there was a turbulent time, it was impossible to estimate what kind of stupid things some people would do. Emma can only judge from her own perspective. No matter what the Rias are planning, Emma just needs to be careful. Emma doesn't have the energy to care about other people. Whether it's Chris or Jill, they are all people with their own opinions, especially her old teammates. One or two of them are very sharp, and their personal qualities are also quite outstanding. Such people are often very confident and difficult to convince. The 2-day training time passed quickly, and the Rias branch of BSA couldn't wait to take them to officially start the action. Both teams were to be airdropped into Tokyo by helicopter. The Umbrella Company was still using the secret laboratory in the underground part, and the Umbrella Company building exposed on the ground looked like a very ordinary building. However, this building was not so ordinary in the eyes of the BSA members who participated in the operation. After all, there would not be any ordinary building that could have so many biochemical monsters as security. The BSA's Raya branch made a big move this time. Not only did they send helicopters to transport BSA members, but they also applied for 2 fighter jets to escort them. At first, some people thought it was an unnecessary move. Most BSA personnel even thought that they didn't need helicopters to drop. They could just walk into Tokyo and sneak into Umbrella Corporation as usual. Emma was very grateful that such arrogant thoughts had not spread to her. Going to Umbrella Corporation was not to fight those biochemical monsters outside Tokyo. Some biochemical monsters can maintain a certain level of intelligence, but humans who are controlled by viruses or other means cannot have the same high intelligence as their peak period. Unless Umbrella has mastered the ability to mass-produce superpowers, if it can do so, Umbrella would not have hidden itself underground until now. Facts have also proved that this setting made by the senior management of the BSA Aria branch is very useful. When the helicopter just hovered over the Umbrella building and had not completely stopped, many mutated flying biochemical monsters rushed over. These monsters have long mouths, but the overall head is like a bat head, and their bodies look like pterosaurs, with extremely long tails with barbs, and fleshy wings that bring a lot of wind when flapping. When the helicopter approached Tokyo, these monsters heard the sound of the helicopter, and being heard by them also meant that their actions were seen by the people of Umbrella who were observing in the dark. These monsters came towards the helicopter under the instructions of the people of Umbrella. They never got anything good near the isolation zone, but inside Tokyo is their territory. And the helicopters that dared to rush into Tokyo were undoubtedly a provocation to them. After a large number of people evacuated Tokyo, there was a lack of food in the city. The biochemical monsters fed on humans, not just for food, but also for evolution, which was not something that ordinary food could do. They were already extremely hungry, and were provoked by the ignorant enemies of BSA. Coupled with the orders of the controllers behind them, these flying biochemical monsters rushed over fearlessly. If there were no fighter jets protecting the helicopter, the monsters would soon pull the helicopter down and force it to crash. The helicopter hovering in the air was particularly vulnerable under the claws of these flying monsters. Even the outer shell made of excellent materials was scratched by the sharp claws of these monsters, leaving deep marks. If there were no fighter jets outside, the helicopter's weapons alone would not be able to repel these crazy biochemical monsters. The helicopter was shaken by the biochemical monsters, and the people inside were also shaken dizzy. Fuck him. After being hit several times, the BSA members, who knew that the helicopter could not last long, would not choose to sit and wait for death. What they had to do was to eradicate the Umbrella Company that was causing chaos here, rather than being solved by the terrorists of the Umbrella Company. The door of the helicopter was opened, and the fighter jets escorting outside were also faithfully doing their work, squeezing out a relatively safe environment for the BSA members in the helicopter. After landing, find a shelter as soon as possible. Enter Umbrella Corporation in groups of at least 2. Be alert and never be careless. Biochemical monsters are unreasonable. Don't try to persuade them to surrender when you see them. Just kill them with your weapons. We have limited bullets. We must not waste weapons when we act. We must dodge when we can. There are many traps and biochemical monsters in the building. We are going to die. Everyone, take care of yourself. Before jumping off the helicopter, the voice of Seiichi Yamada came from the intercom inside the helicopter. He was still doing his best as a leader. Responsibilities, and told everyone to carry out the mission. These words are indeed very important. None of the BSA members thought that Yamada Seiichi was talking nonsense at this time. Remembering Yamada Seiichi's last instructions, The BSA members used ropes to swing themselves to the roof of the Umbrella building, which was close at hand. The fighters were still fighting with the flying biochemical monsters, and the pilots were still paying attention to the situation of the BSA members. After seeing that everyone had landed, neither the helicopters nor the fighters would waste time at this time. They started the return program, and would never fight. There were also many biochemical monsters gathering here. Many zombies had vision problems, but their hearing was still sensitive. If not, they would not be touched by any huge movement. The virus brought many mutations. Sometimes their effects on people were consistent, but sometimes they were not consistent. This is why the biochemical monsters can be played by Umbrella. It's not just Umbrella. Emma thought of those companies hiding outside Umbrella. They used the name of the Global Pharmaceutical Federation or other organizations to cover up their madness and corruption and conduct inhumane experiments. There are many victims like her and Alice. These people also contributed to this chaotic world. Umbrella is just a representative of them. The helicopters and fighters were retreating. Their huge movements attracted many biochemical monsters, but some also tried to crash into the ground building abandoned by Umbrella. The BSA members quickly entered the interior of the Umbrella building from the rooftop, and used everything they could to allow themselves to drive straight in here and reach their destination, the Umbrella secret laboratory underground. Everyone moved quickly, and they had to be fast. They had to approach the underground laboratory of Umbrella before the people of Umbrella could react completely. Those important tasks were all underground. If they didn't hurry up, they might be killed by the biochemical monsters that came. So this time, the operation was not a large group of people walking together. In that case, the target would be too big, and it would bring trouble to themselves. According to what Yamada Seiichi said, the best group for this mission was 2 people together. Once there were more than 3, it would be cumbersome. Leon, we're a team. Emma caught up with Leon, who was walking in front. When they were still members of FOS, they cooperated very well. Emma would not be arrogant for no reason when moving forward in this dangerous place. She was faking her death, not really wanting to die. Before Alice arrived, it was best not to let herself be alone. Leon nodded. If Emma didn't say it, he was going to say it himself. The 2 of them didn't say much and kept going down. The ground building of Umbrella Corporation has 79 floors. If they can't go down quickly, they will probably encounter more and more biochemical monsters on the way. Emma is thinking about taking shortcuts. Others are also trying to take shortcuts. Some use ropes to shrink directly, and some jump directly from the building. Of course, that approach is very risky. It was faster for the helicopter to drop them here, but compared to entering from the first floor, it would naturally cause some other obstacles. For this plan, Emma actually thought whether the people of Real were deliberately giving the people of Umbrella time to prepare, otherwise why would they make such a design? But after seeing the dense zombies near Umbrella, Emma didn't think so. But what about Alice? Tokyo has become a paradise for biochemical monsters, and there is no truly safe place. Emma couldn't think of how Alice would find her. Go down to the elevator shaft. Leon didn't want to go down the stairs, or learn from others to jump off the building, or something like that, because that was not very efficient. Emma thought this plan was good, and went to the elevator with Leon. It must be said that the office building of Umbrella is well equipped, with many elevators. The elevator shaft would be a relatively safe place, narrow and dark, and it would be difficult for large biochemical monsters to come in. Even if you want to come in, it will take a lot of effort. Emma checked which elevators could reach the underground. She and Leon divided the work, and used their own PDAs to control the elevator program of the Umbrella Corporation building. After the elevator car rose madly to the top floor, they released the control of the car and let it fall directly. The huge sound of the car sliding was very harsh. After Emma and Leon confirmed that the car had fallen to the bottom floor, they forced open the elevator door they controlled. Both of them stood far away from the elevator door. The filtering behavior, just now, was not 100% safe. If there was something strange in the elevator shaft, and the biochemical monster that the people of the BSA Real branch did not record suddenly rushed out, it would be bad. Stand farther away. If the worst thing you imagine really happens, and a biochemical monster hiding in the elevator shaft suddenly rushes out, they can also get time to react because of this distance, and they will not be stunned by the sudden situation. Emma and Leon's actions did not cover up anything. The noise they made attracted the attention of many BSA members. Seeing the elevator door they opened, they also understood what method Emma and Leon were going to use. Some BSA members also came over. If Emma and Leon can use this method, they can certainly do it too. This is not that technically difficult. Although not everyone has the configuration of a handheld computer, Many people are equipped with it. At this moment, the elevator door opened. Emma and Leon confirmed that no biochemical monster would rush out, and threw an infrared pathfinder tool in. After confirming that there was no problem, the two of them went into the elevator shaft one after the other, and used the cable and the tools on their bodies to go down through the elevator shaft. Since Emma and Leon are the two candidates for this route, no one will enter the elevator shaft they drilled. What Makoto Yamada meant was that after all the people involved in the mission were divided into groups, they should choose different routes as much as possible. This is to preserve their own strength and to distract the attention of Umbrella Corporation. In other words, in order to deal with the possible targeted response of Umbrella Corporation, they also estimated the sacrifice of their own people. The personnel are scattered, and the attack of Umbrella Corporation will also be scattered. Unless Umbrella Corporation can control all the biochemical monsters and give them a complete package. However, as Emma saw, there were many elevators. Emma's elevator was used by her and Leon, while the one Leon opened had not been used yet and was open, so it could be used. Two people who did not have a PDA also took advantage of this loophole. Others who could leave had already left, and those who could not leave were also actively thinking of ways. Using the elevator shaft was a relatively safe option, so seeing this method, the remaining people would not be wasted. No matter what those people were going to do, Emma and Leon were very straightforward in carrying out their tasks. To be honest, this method was not easy. To act in this elevator shaft, an adult could not say that he could fully perform. Leon and Emma were together, so in the elevator shaft, the actions of the two people must be kept in a high-profile consistency. If this could not be done, the two people in the elevator shaft would likely have an accident. Leon, do you think we can leave safely? Emma asked above Leon. Before entering the elevator shaft, Leon was ready to take the risk first, so he entered the elevator shaft first. Even if Emma wanted to take the risk, Leon took the opportunity away from her. However, Emma had expected Leon to do this. If she hadn't known Leon well, she wouldn't have chosen to partner with him. Leon replied, "Don't think about these things first. We need to concentrate on facing the crisis in front of us." Seeing that he didn't respond, Emma also found it interesting. In the past, when watching movies, the protagonist or supporting role would always say something very emotional before going to battle, such as going home to marry a wife after winning the battle, but they would eventually die on the battlefield. Emma actually wanted to learn to say something similar, but Leon didn't respond according to common sense, which made her feel that it was boring to act alone, so she no longer hinted at Leon, "If we go out, I must find Alice and have sex with her to fulfill my wish." If it weren't for the current world, Emma might really have taken Alice into her hands. Don't talk about second base and third base. The communication between the soul and the body is absolutely necessary. But now is a chaotic world, it's good to find someone you like. Emma will also try to be good to Alice, and Alice is also trying to respond to her with the same feelings. It's just because of these obstacles that the two people are not interested in deeper communication. There is probably no higher communication than the embrace between souls. Although Emma was shouting other things in her heart, she still restrained herself. It's not too late to do it after revenge. Alice will never run away. Save energy, Leon reminded Emma. Walking down the elevator shaft is a matter of leveraging, which can save their physical strength, but they must also carefully stabilize their bodies, otherwise a slip of the hand may cause them to be hung up and bring unnecessary trouble to themselves. Emma felt like being educated by Dad. Leon should not be such a person. If it were not for this world, perhaps he would see more faces of his teammates around him. But in such a mission, they all suppressed their nature and had to be efficient, accurate, calm and rational. This is also for survival. Only by surviving can you have the right to say that in the future, Leon sometimes thinks unrealistically about things like justice and fairness, but in the mission, he has learned what it means not to be naive. Leon actually guessed what Emma wanted to say when she opened her mouth. It was precisely because he guessed that Leon did not let Emma talk too much. He did not want to leave any regrets. He did not make promises before the crisis, and would talk about it after the crisis. Just as Emma would worry about how Alice would get here, Alice would also worry about what Emma would do after she left. At this time, Emma might have already entered Umbrella Corporation. Alice frowned in thought, adjusted her breathing, and drove to the Umbrella Corporation's building. Tokyo left a lot of resources because of the hasty retreat. Although there was no munition supply, Alice would not fire all the way for the sake of momentary pleasure. That would be tantamount to courting death. Alice was not so impulsive, and she was not a fool. Alexia was sitting in the passenger seat at this time. This car was used to transport goods. Kaplan was too tall, so they couldn't use many cars. So Alice could only choose this car, and let Kaplan sit in the back car. There were many weapons in Kaplan's position, which was also to allow Kaplan to protect himself. Without the protection of the car shell, Kaplan was like completely exposing himself to the eyes of those biochemical monsters. But in fact, it was not a big problem. Many biochemical monsters would not attack their own kind. Kaplan was almost the same as these biochemical monsters, except that Alice helped him regain his sanity. Along the way, it was because of Kaplan's existence that many biochemical monsters did not rush up. There are also class differences among biochemical weapons. Ordinary zombies dare not approach lickers, because lickers will also eat zombies. When biochemical transformation weapons that are more powerful than lickers appear in the environment, lickers will not deliberately approach. This is like a natural enemy, with its own internal food chain logic. However, such an easy journey had to stop halfway. Alice and her friends encountered a powerful biochemical monster with a huge body that almost blocked the entire not-so-wide road. It had a human head, but that human head was wrapped in a red, suppurating tumor-like substance. It uttered meaningless mumblings from its mouth and kept spewing out some mucus. And where the shoulder should be, it had a huge mouth, with sharp teeth protruding from the mouth. It was twisted, weird, and disgusting, like the mouth of a completely open Venus flytrap, but the overall shape was more like a pitcher plant. This unknown monster, its body was deformed like the Michelin tire mascot, the piled fat was wriggling like alive, and strange mist was sprayed from the huge mouth on its shoulder. It had 3 hands, the right hand was transformed into a crab claw structure, and the left hand had 2, one was like a normal person, thin and weakly waving, and under this relatively normal arm was a knife-like hand, both the knife, the blade, and the back of the knife had barbs. It seemed to be very full, its belly was bloated, and the sharp teeth of the huge mouth were still hanging with rotten meat. Hold on. Alice could no longer avoid colliding with the monster at this moment. She didn't intend to understand what the monster was saying. Alice stepped on the accelerator and accelerated towards the front of the monster. The monster turned its head and saw the car, and its mouth sprayed strange mist in the direction of the car. Alice didn't care. Whether it was a virus or not, it wouldn't be any worse for her and Kaplan. As for Alexia, Alice still didn't know what kind of transformation she had undergone, but since she walked out of the Umbrella Company's research laboratory, she should have a certain resistance to the virus. Moreover, there was glass blocking, so she wouldn't be infected all at once. Even so, Alice still reminded her to hold her breath. Alice focused on the monster's movements. It was huge, and its legs didn't look flexible, so she could still let the car dodge it. Alice turned the steering wheel frantically, and the car completely rushed on the road. When the monster's right-hand pincers were about to hit the car, Alice completely avoided the attack with a drift. Alice didn't dare to delay, and pulled the steering wheel back again, forcing the car back to the track it should be on. The car just left the monster behind. After losing Alice's car as a target, the monster did not chase after her. It was more like a spider, and it would only take action after the prey entered its web. And when the prey broke free from its web, it would weave its own web again, and wait for the next prey to appear. Alice knew that the monster did not catch up, but she did not dare to relax. She never let go of the accelerator, and the scenery outside the car window kept receding, and she could not catch the afterimage. Alice still did not slow down. She had a premonition when she saw the monster blocking the road. If she could not maintain this speed, she would probably be intercepted by another monster. There are many biological weapons hidden in Tokyo, and Alice doesn't dare to gamble. Alexia fell on the back of the chair. She didn't feel any discomfort at such a crazy speed. I just don't know how Kaplan is outside. It's probably not easy to stabilize her physical discomfort. When Alice saw the monster, Alexia also saw it, but facing such a monster, Alexia didn't feel scared. She felt nauseous in her heart, and there were more emotions that she couldn't say. We're almost there. In Tokyo, where high-rise buildings are everywhere, even if these buildings are abandoned, it's not easy to find a 79-story office building hidden among them. The 79th floor is not that high, and this ground office building of Umbrella Corporation has no special design. Alice has the address given by Emma, and she still accurately located it on the Tokyo map she found in Kanagawa. And this time, Alice inevitably took a detour. Time was very tight. Alice knew that Emma had already entered the Umbrella building, and because of her actions, she could not catch up with Emma. But she couldn't slow down any further, she had to keep up. Only in this way could Emma's plan go smoothly. Alice accelerated again, and the car was driven to the extreme. The violent speed allowed Alice and the others to avoid being targeted by the crowded biological weapons waiting. After turning around twice, Alice finally determined the exact location of the umbrella building. "Watch out, I'm going to crash in." She couldn't see the outside clearly, but she could see that there were many zombies outside the gate of the umbrella building, banging on the door. If she stopped and rushed in casually, it would bring them more trouble. It would be better to just drive in directly. Alexia unbuckled her seat belt, and Kaplan tried to stabilize his body. Alice held the steering wheel with one hand and unbuckled the seat belt with the other hand. She unlocked the door, stepped on the accelerator to the bottom, and jumped in a blink of an eye. The violent car hit the zombies blocking the door, broke through the tide of zombies, and crashed into the gate of the umbrella building. Wah-la-la. Many glass windows of the umbrella building were shattered. Alice, Alexia, and Kaplan all jumped out of the car and rolled on the ground for several times. Because of their excellent physical fitness, the three of them quickly climbed up and rushed in before the zombies, who were hit to pieces, could react. After finding the car, they crashed into the umbrella building and crashed into the wall. The three of them quickly looked for the entrance to the underground. The loud noise made Emma frown, not knowing what was going on. "Someone is coming in from outside," Leon said uncertainly, and slid down a long way. They were about to touch the damaged car. When Emma heard him say this, her first thought was Alice. Emma, who couldn't see the outside world, didn't know how Alice got into the umbrella building, so she didn't know what happened outside. How could an outsider come in at this time? Even if she knew it was most likely Alice, Emma had to pretend she didn't know. Leon was about to touch the car, and he let go of his hand and let himself fall on the top of the car. Because of the sudden fall from the top to the bottom, the entire elevator shaft was heating up due to the intense friction. It was just luck that there was no fire inside because of their blind operation. Emma heard the sound of Leon falling, and judged that the height was still within an acceptable range. Emma slid down a little, then let go of her hand and jumped down. "Maybe it's not an outsider." I always feel that Yamada Seiichi didn't finish his words. This mission didn't see other officials from the BSA's Ryab branch except him, which is a bit unusual, Leon speculated. If Yamada Seiichi really had some actions to hide from them, Leon would not be surprised. After all, in his heart, he had already thought that it was completely possible. Emma had also thought of this possibility, so she didn't think what Leon said was impossible. There was no point in just discussing this. Emma had already determined that it was Alice who made the noise, but there was no need to tell Leon, so Emma changed the subject and said, "Whether Seiichi Yamada has a backup plan or not, we have two choices now. We can go out from the elevator door on the upper floor, or open a hole and use the door below to go out." Above. Leon didn't think that the deformed elevator under his feet could make way for them. Emma took a look and could vaguely see a glimpse of light from the gap. She said, "I go up and see the situation first. If there is nothing, we will open that door." Taking out the flashlight, Emma shone it on which floor they were on now. B2. Emma felt that she had rested enough, so she climbed up by grabbing the rope, and at the right height, she peeked out from the gap. After turning off the flashlight, Emma observed from the gap that the situation outside seemed to be pretty good. There was only a little light outside, and not all the lights were on. If all the lights were on, then maybe the people from Umbrella had set a trap here. But even if not all the lights were on, Emma was not sure that there was no problem here. After listening quietly for a while, Emma listened as much as she could, and even her mental power went out with it, but in the end, Emma still found nothing. Emma was not a hesitant person, and immediately, Emma hammered open the elevator door. "Leon, come up," Emma said, and climbed out by herself. Leon's movements were also very agile. He climbed up in a few seconds and followed Emma's steps. Emma and Leon turned on their flashlights again. The environment here looked like an office scene in an ordinary office building. There was nothing special about the things placed on the cubicles. The two explored the situation on the underground floor back to back. In the corner of this room, a red dot flickered quietly. Emma hadn't noticed yet that she and Leon were moving carefully in this room. Suddenly, the light of Emma's flashlight swept across a door. The environment here was very similar to the situation in the Raccoon City hive. Emma thought of the fine tradition that the underground structures of Umbrella's secret hives were actually similar. After simply adapting to the situation, Emma tried to follow the route she took in the underground hive, and indeed found the same design. There is a map structure next to the door. There is still the so-called B restaurant on the next floor, but knowing what is there, Emma does not intend to take that road again. That elevator can only go down to the negative second floor, which means that the negative first floor and the negative second floor are actually known to outsiders. But if you want to go down to the real core area, you can't take the usual road. Emma chose another road, and Leon believed in Emma's luck and followed her. Although Leon felt familiar with these designs, he didn't remember the internal structure of the hive without getting the complete structure. At that time, the members of their STARS team were unable to go deep into the hive. When they entered the underground hive, they encountered lickers and zombies at the door. I don't know what Leon encountered in the hive, but Emma just went another way. She pushed the door open carefully. Even if she could see and hear, what if there were some weird traps here? There are negative first and negative second floors. It is very likely that the real place to enter the core is on the negative second floor. They still have to go downstairs. It just can't go through the B restaurant on the next floor. They had seen many designs similar to the B restaurant at that time. If all the monsters there were released, it would be another hard battle. Emma didn't want to waste her energy on such things, and she didn't want to take Leon to die with her when he was her partner. She didn't mind killing people, but Emma was very concerned about holding her teammates back or letting them die because of her wrong decisions. That would make her feel like a fool, and it would make her feel very bad. Leon, stay alert. Emma's choices along the way were all right. At least they didn't encounter the so-called biochemical monsters. Unless Emma reminded him, Leon would be very professional and stay alert. If you take it lightly in such a place, you will get yourself killed. Whether or not you haven't encountered zombies, it's absolutely right to be cautious. Alice heard strange noises, like the sound of a door being forced open. She couldn't open the elevator, so she chose to take the safe stairs. Going down instead of up, you will definitely encounter a passage that can reach the core downstairs. Alice is not in a hurry. She is very patient about this. Alexia and Kaplan are behind Alice. The three of them have a huge advantage over the BSA members. That is, they are not afraid of the so-called T-virus infection. Although this cannot be guaranteed for Alexia. Alice also saw other shadows moving when she was taking action, but she didn't see it too clearly, so she couldn't tell whether those people were members of the BSA or Ya branch. Alice knew that Emma's destination must be the core part of Umbrella's underground laboratory, so there was no need to say more. Alice's destination was naturally there. Entering the stairs calmly, Alice went down quickly. But her luck was not as good as Emma's. When Alice was about to rush out of the stairs, she encountered a giant mutant-infected person. The biological weapons are here. Facing the enemy, Alice did not have the habit of screaming. She shot the monster's head fiercely. The powerful penetrating force dragged the monster back to make way for the downward path, but a strange liquid splashed on the wall and the ground. Suddenly, the wall and the ground seemed to be corroded by concentrated sulfuric acid, making a sizzling sound. Alexia also arrived with Kaplan at this time. The three of them fought together to repel the monster. The three did not linger in the battle. After confirming that the monster could not recover its mobility for the time being, they ran down quickly. The underground first floor was not the limit. Alice and the other two ran all the way to the second underground floor. At this time, there was no road in front of them, only a door that led to nowhere. Fierce gunfire could be heard from inside the door. Without confirming the situation, Alice pushed the door open. Chapter 93. The fighting inside was very intense. People were constantly firing. There were constant roars from the depths of their throats, and corrosive liquids were flying around. People who were splashed with this liquid would also let out a dull groan from between their teeth. Alice had no idea of looking for a light for the time being. After she went in, she directly shot at some twisted strange shadows based on her senses. Kaplan's eyes were unobstructed in such an environment, and he could see everything in the darkness clearly. Kaplan, don't hold back, Alice said to Kaplan. Kaplan listened to Alice, and quickly set up the heavy machine gun on his body, and shot at the biochemical monsters. The muzzle of the gun was like a red lotus of anger, and the sound of da-da-da vibrated the eardrum. The gunshots that would have frightened people in peacetime made people feel very relieved at this time. This is our own people, they thought so in the dark. Alexia's eyes can still see in the darkness, but not as clearly as Kaplan's. Kaplan's eyes were directly modified. The people of Umbrella Company did not seem to want Kaplan, the goddess of vengeance, to become blind, so they made two eyes, one of which looked normal, and the other glowed red. Found the light switch in the room, and there were no biochemical monsters nearby. Alexia touched it, and said turn on the light. Her voice was still a little happy, as if this was something interesting. But turning on the light suddenly would only cause more trouble to humans. If the light was very bright, it would easily cause a short-term blinding effect for ordinary humans. And such an effect, in this environment, is likely to be fatal. Alexia, don't do this. Alice called Alexia in panic. Unfortunately, she called too late. Alexia had already pressed down her hand when she said it. The incandescent lamp in the room shone brightly, and the bright light illuminated the entire room without any omission. Whether it was the biochemical monsters with terrifying faces, or the BSAA members here, they were all clearly illuminated. The people who died in the dark were lying on the ground in strange postures, and blood was flowing under them. The strong smell of blood could not be suppressed even by the stench of the biochemical monsters. The strong light made the BSAA members, who had finally adapted to fighting in the dark, fall into a short blindness at this moment. They still insisted on opening their eyes, and did not dare to relax for a moment to shoot at the biochemical monsters. Once they stopped, death was waiting for them. The pain in the eyes only lasted for a few breaths. If you close your eyes and stop fighting, you will probably have to pay for the rest of your life. Experienced people know very well what to choose. Fortunately, the short-term blindness did not cause more casualties. As expected, the members of the BSAA quickly recovered. They beat the biochemical monsters into sieves. Alice did not stop helping. The light suddenly came on, which also had a certain impact on her eyes, but this impact was not as obvious as that of ordinary people. The really tricky thing is the monsters infected here. Alice found that they are not like ordinary T-virus infected people. As long as they are hit in the head, they will die. Even if her bullets hit them, these monsters will recover quickly. The weapons in the hands of the BSAA members seemed to be more effective. The monsters hit by their bullets quickly turned into a pool of unknown liquid, which merged with the blood of the dead teammates. The light did not have any special effect on Alexia, but Alexia still felt a headache because of the situation in the room. The countless red colors on the ground and the walls filled Alexia's sight, and Alexia looked dazed for a moment. Something was shouting in her mind, with reluctance, unhappiness, and despair. Too many emotions intertwined together, causing a certain impact on Alexia's spirit. She suddenly fired at the monsters. Her bullets were no different from Alice's, but for some reason, every time Alexia's bullets were fired, it seemed to directly hit the dead points of these biochemical monsters that were completely different from ordinary zombies, leaving those monsters wailing and falling to the ground. Alice soon noticed Alexia's strangeness. She fought and retreated to Alexia. "How are you?" Alexia did not answer. She just kept shooting with a cold face. But there seemed to be endless zombies and other biochemical monsters in this room. After turning on the light, Alice could see clearly that some biochemical monsters were recognized. She had read the information about biochemical monsters distributed by the BSAA Riyadh branch to all citizens of Riyadh. There were too many biochemical monsters that Alice had seen, but did not know the specific names of. Most of the drippers retained the human form, but did not have all the human characteristics. Most of their bodies were white, and even secreted a lot of liquid. Once hit, a large amount of strange liquid would burst out. Rather than being human, these monsters are closer to marine life. There are also non-human monsters here, such as the Fear Eater. This monster has the characteristics of a flea, but its two legs are somewhat similar to human legs. Every bulge on its body looks like a tumor hanging on it, and its dark eyes protrude from its head, which is scary and wretched. There are many ordinary zombies here, but there are also other species. At least Alice doesn't know what to say about the zombies, whose heads can bloom queen flowers. The cracked skull opens like petals, which is a huge mouth. Alexia didn't answer her, and Alice didn't ask any more questions. The BSAA members couldn't recognize who the three people in front of them were. Kaplan was wrapped from head to toe, and Alice and Alexia also covered their faces, so they couldn't see what they looked like. It stands to reason that in such a situation, anyone who is not known, and whose clothes are not right should be regarded as an enemy, but at this time, the three of them came in to help fight the zombies, and they looked like supporters, not in the same group as the Umbrella Company. The BSAA members have been exhausted by the biological weapons that have been rushing in one after another, and they don't care whether the people who come are the same BSAA members or not. As long as they fight zombies, they are their own people. "Who are you? Are you the support invited by the minister and others?" Someone spoke, and people continued to ask questions one after another. "Yes," Alice answered in a deep voice. She couldn't say nothing, otherwise she would be judged as an enemy and cause unnecessary trouble. Noticing that the weapons in the hands of the BSAA people seemed to be very useful against these zombies, Alice took aim at the weapons scattered by some of the sacrificed BSAA members. Alice rushed left and right, picking up 3 guns and magazines from the dead BSAA members with lightning speed. Alice picked up the weapons while cooperating with Kaplan and Alexia. The moment she picked up the weapons, she threw them into the hands of Kaplan and Alexia. However, no matter how they killed the biochemical monsters here, there were endless monsters coming out from the inside. If they continued to stay here, they would only be exhausted to death. They had to fight. Break through. Find a way to break through. Alice observed the direction where they could break through. One door here was used when they came down from upstairs, and another door was blocked by the biochemical monsters pouring out from the inside. Alice kept searching for other doors to leave. Kicked a large table over, and the table slid a long way and flew towards the squeeze door. Seeing Alice's action, Kaplan realized that Alice needed help at this time, so he took 2 steps forward and pushed the table directly to the door. Alice saw Kaplan's action, and she immediately moved another table to block the door they came in. At the same time, Kaplan also blocked the door that continuously transported biochemical monsters. The BSA members saw this action and took action to help Alice and the others. Those who had free hands also quickly transported other items such as tables, chairs, and benches in the room to block them behind the door. We must leave here quickly. Alice frowned in thought. She released her mental power and looked for a suitable path in all directions, and tried to find out if there were any other passages in the room. She dodged the monsters while looking around. Finally, on the other side, Alice found that the part near the window was a hollow wall, and there was no obvious danger on the other side. Alice used her mental power to transform it into a force that could affect reality, and smash the wall hard. But even if it was a hollow wall, Alice's power only made it crack. Alice kicked it down with a whip, and completely smashed the wall. Kaplan. Alice called Kaplan's name. Kaplan reacted, his huge body stepped forward, and his fierce power quickly broke the wall into a door frame that could accommodate people. Kaplan, Alexia, break through. Alice gave the order. There are too many people here, dead or alive, and those with diseases are crowded in one hall. Alice doesn't plan to continue to entangle here. The weapons on her body are not enough to kill them all. Especially there are too many BSA members here. Although Alice didn't see anyone familiar, she was sure that she might meet someone familiar here. Moreover, these people in front of them temporarily regarded them as teammates and let them go, but what if these people realized that they were not in the same team? Continuing to stay with these people will only bring bad luck to yourself. Alice didn't intend to let herself take such a risk, so she decided to leave immediately. Where is Emma close to it this time? Alice had such doubts, and she couldn't waste her time. With Alice's order, Kaplan covered her and walked in front of Alice, using his huge body to clear the way for them. So Alice quickly followed Kaplan and rushed out of the only intersection ahead. Alexia was absent-minded but still followed them closely. The members of the BSA saw this situation, and they saw the remaining biochemical monsters in the room, picked up the bullets of their sacrificed teammates, and quickly followed Alice and the other 2 on the same road. The road ahead was very dark, and there was no switch for Alexia to turn on the light. Kaplan's eyes were very adapted to this situation, and Alice also asked him to hurry up. Kaplan naturally would not waste time, and was cautious. Seeing the road ahead clearly, Kaplan rushed over without hesitation. They did not encounter any danger along the way. Alice followed Kaplan closely, and her mental power was also useful in exploring the road. In addition to Kaplan's sight, Alice's mental power also detected far away. Alice, who could see far ahead, also knew that if they kept running like this, they would run down to a place similar to a gate. She had a hunch that it was the entrance to the underground Umbrella Company laboratory, so Alice asked Kaplan not to slow down. Their road could be said to be a shortcut. Emma rushed forward, taking Leon with her into the pile of biological weapons, and before they could react, she stepped on their bodies and climbed up to the ventilation vent. This was a shortcut. Whether it was Leon or Emma, both of them had a strong foundation in crawling forward. In the ventilation duct, the 2 of them moved very quickly. Especially Leon, who entered the ventilation duct and even threw some unnecessary things to block the road behind. Emma actually saw the door, which undoubtedly led to the underground hive, but she didn't want to go that way directly. She didn't need to think too much to know that there must be a trap behind the door. So there was no problem walking through the ventilation duct. Leon followed Emma in this cramped environment, and didn't understand why Emma did this. When they went down to the -2nd floor, they were not the first to go down, but no one was like them, going down to the middle of the -2nd floor. When they just went down, they heard the sound of exchange of fire, and there must have been a battle there. Emma and he had no intention of running to support, and they ran directly in the direction that Emma identified, and they did not experience any battles on the way, except that after following Emma into an office, they encountered 2 or 3 zombies, but they were easily solved by them. But when the road was almost to the exit, there were many zombies circling around. There were not only those zombies, but also other biological weapons, which appeared almost in groups. Emma did not dodge, but rushed over with him, looking for death. It was at this time that Leon realized that Emma had set her sights on the vents that they were crowded and blocking. Crawling quickly inside, Emma's mind had already shown the trajectory of their actions. Her mental power kept going down. Under the third floor, there was a lifting platform, which was the real elevator in the hive. The device can easily send people or objects to various places. After discovering that thing, Emma even accelerated her speed to crawl in that direction. Emma was determined to crawl towards the direction below the third floor. At the moment she fell to the next floor, Emma's hand pressed in front of her. Emma realized something was wrong and her hand fell down. She pulled back, but in the blink of an eye, the entire passage she was in tilted down. In just a moment, the entire ventilation duct became extremely smooth. Emma couldn't support herself in the slippery passage at all, not to mention that the wind blew in the passage. When Leon rolled down, Emma was hit by him and rolled down. Emma rolled out of the first hole that was opened. As soon as she fell, the hole closed over. Leon couldn't roll into the same pit with her. After several twists and turns, the passage fell to a farther place. Emma was dizzy and rolling on the large slide that the ventilation duct had turned into. She tried to stabilize her body more than once, but because of the great inertia, it was difficult for Emma's limbs to support her body, so Emma could only slow down naturally. Until the speed was not so fast, and it seemed that the ventilation duct had become stable, Emma could stop herself. It was at this time that Emma lost her original direction. Looking around with her mental power, Emma's chaotic mind finally found something familiar. She had missed the platform, and the ventilation duct sent her directly to the place below the third floor. Climbing up further, Emma didn't know what she would encounter, so when she saw the light of the exit in front of her, Emma no longer insisted on following her original plan. Emma crawled to the place where the light was shining in the first ventilation duct. Umbrella's underground hive, monitoring room. There were no normal people in the hive. Most of the people walking were people who had experienced biochemical experiments. Whether it was the security guards, who looked ordinary, or the researchers who were still conducting experiments in the laboratory, they all used viruses that had been determined to mutate. The virus mentioned in the outside world was actually not so accurate. The mutations brought by these cells were not like the common cold. Such mutations were a kind of revolution that would act on genes, and could not be summarized as so-called pathological changes. The T-virus was just one of the research directions in the hands of Umbrella. Just like when Emma, Leon, Kaplan and Alice were in New York, they found the Birkin Institute, and the G-virus developed by William Birkin was just one of them. Even with such a simple mutation, those people in the government would find it difficult to make a breakthrough even if they spent another 20 years, if they could not grasp the real key. Even if the current government can integrate and create a quarantine zone, manpower is ultimately limited. Compared to the sleepless biochemical modified people, who will progress faster, the current stability is just the last lingering breath of mankind. There are many fragmented images in this surveillance video. Those biochemical weapons are moving like zombies in the base. Those creatures are very low level. They have no reason, and have lost their consciousness and wisdom before they died. Umbrella has also implanted a parasite in their brains, and this parasite can be controlled, which indirectly enables the company's people to control these monsters. As for other biological weapons, Umbrella also has different means to control them. T-virus, G-virus, other branches of T-virus, other viruses found from marine organisms, they have too many means that are invisible to outsiders. For human short-sightedness, the company's people have always been prepared. They don't want to kill everyone in this world, but to seek a new way of evolution. When humans get a comfortable living environment and indulge themselves in pleasure, they lose the possibility of evolution. Humans living on the earth are more like parasites of the earth. Now returning to the chaotic period is just a purification. Only those who can resist such a chaotic trend are qualified to continue the next game. Chu also doesn't hope that anyone can understand these lunatics in Umbrella. From his own point of view, these monsters don't produce anything, and the rise and fall of a race does not need to be judged by others. Some senior executives of Umbrella seem to have always placed themselves above humans. He didn't like these brainwashing words at all, but he was still among them. He was raised by Umbrella's people, and he had always been in Umbrella, so Chu also expected to leave Umbrella. At the beginning, he was by Emma's side, and later he was by Isaac's side. What difference did it make? It seemed that there was nothing. Until Umbrella's ambition finally broke out, it created a tragedy in Raccoon City, and then carried out a nuclear explosion to deceive itself and cover up the fact of its biochemical research. Chu has always known that the people in Umbrella Corporation don't care that much about the so-called human laws. But sometimes they follow the rules of doing things in this world, like a schizophrenia, and show that they are afraid of the judiciary. It's not just that Emma doesn't seem to understand what the meaning of Umbrella Corporation is, Chu can't understand it either. No matter how long she hangs out with these lunatics, Chu can't adapt. What's more, Emma left the headquarters after her mother disappeared, and she has been isolated from the craziest lunatics for too long. Chu knows that he should protect Emma, but he also has to be by Isaac's side, so there is no way to stay by Emma's side all the time. Whenever something goes wrong, he will let Emma leave. It's just an accident in Raccoon City, but it's not under his control. When covering Isaac's evacuation, Chu didn't expect Emma to completely lose contact in Raccoon City. Until Emma appeared in William Birkin's laboratory. William's laboratory was installed with UF-013, the core program of Red Queen, and all the cameras in William's laboratory were working. Although Emma's actions were careful, they were still captured. UF-013's various data were transmitted back to Red Queen's main system, when William was identified by S to protect the company's property and annihilate the sanctions against the company's organization for ignoring evidence. So Emma, Alice and Kaplan have actually been acting under the company's nose. Just like now. Chu monitored all the pictures. He saw a lot of things on the surveillance video. Busey's route of action was completely under his nose. The elevator shaft was indeed not under surveillance, but after coming out, everyone appeared in the surveillance again. Emma thought it was safe to go through the ventilation duct, but in fact it was not safe there. Emma and the man named Leon disappeared from his screen, but the ventilation duct was under the control of Red Queen. Red Queen has her own reaction mechanism, which you cannot control. Emma's behavior has been judged as a traitor to the company and a hostile party, while Alice is on the company's special attention list. From Alice, they have found the key to superpowers. Under such circumstances, Emma's situation is very dangerous. Chu focused on the empty surveillance that was supposed to track Emma, but since he couldn't see it, it didn't matter. At least now, he didn't want to attack Emma. Beep beep. Chu answered. The situation is not good, we are locked. Isaac's voice came from the communicator. I will cover you to leave. Chu said lightly. Come to the planned location. Isaac said nothing more and hung up the call. Chu switched the channel and called the other person here to monitor the various screens and inform each place what to do. When he walked to the door, the other party just walked out of the door. Chu opened the door and saw the other party. It was a person who looked exactly like Alice, but the meaning of her existence was completely different from Alice. There were countless people like this in this base. Chu looked at her, nodded to each other, and passed by. Through the iron net, Emma's sight was not restricted anymore. Outside the iron net seemed to be an office-like place, with a door and a cabinet opposite the door. 2 steps to the right of the cabinet was a large table, and behind the table was Isaac's. Emma was familiar with him, just as he must be familiar with her. Isaacs was talking to Chu on the phone. Even though she hadn't heard this voice for a long time, Emma still recognized who the person on the other side was the moment she heard it. Chu was still beside Isaacs. This was really Isaacs in Raccoon City, not someone else. In this room, there was only such an Isaacs. Emma suddenly realized that this was an opportunity. Emma relaxed her body and pushed away the iron net that fixed the vent. The iron net flew out, and Isaacs heard the movement and immediately fired a shot at the vent. Emma fell freely and threw herself directly to the ground. She also fired a shot when she threw her hand. The bullet flew past Isaac's cheek, leaving a deep blood mark on his gentle and old face. Emma. Isaacs recognized who was on the ground. Emma fired 2 more shots at Isaacs, and Isaacs hid behind a table and chairs. Emma, I'm your father. Father. Emma repeated the word strangely, and she seemed to hesitate. Isaacs' shot was delivered. Emma was no longer in the same place at this time. She also found a shelter. There was a large cabinet in Isaac's room. Hiding behind the cabinet would block the view. Emma would not hide here forever. She pushed the cabinet and hit Isaacs directly. Isaac saw the huge cabinet crashing towards him and hurriedly rolled out from behind the table and chair. Emma raised her hand and fired another shot. Aren't you my father? Why did you shoot me when I didn't do anything? Her speech was fast and urgent, with an indescribable sarcasm. You joined the government organization and even disrupted the company's plan. The company has identified you as a traitor. You are not qualified to continue to inherit your mother's shares. Your qualifications have been revoked. As a traitor, you even want to attack your father. How can I not fight back? Isaac seemed to occupy the moral high ground, and he spoke very passionately. Emma quickly approached the door and locked it directly. While she was shooting at Isaacs, she jumped over the cabinet and jumped directly in front of Isaacs. Isaac seemed to be waiting for Emma to do this. He swung a punch at Emma. Emma dodged it, and Isaac's series of attacks arrived. His leg chopped across Emma's waist. Emma took the blow and slapped Isaac's in the face, making Isaac's head dizzy. The two of them fought back and forth, punching and kicking each other. Emma was shocked by Isaac's strength. His punching and kicking strength was not what an old researcher should have. And this skill and reaction speed were not what a dying person should have. Emma accelerated her attack speed and continued to attack Isaac's. No matter what kind of attack Isaac's made, Emma did not dodge or evade, and directly avoided Isaac's attempt to fight in a more open place, pressing Isaac's closer and closer, until the two of them were in a corner, deadlocked with each other. The door of the room was knocked. Emma noticed this, and Isaac's also heard Chu kick the door open. When Emma heard this, when Isaac's asked for help, Emma saw the gap and ran directly into Isaac's face. Isaac's was hit by Emma and saw stars in his eyes. Emma turned around and knocked Isaac's against the big cabinet. She burst out her brute force and nailed him and the cabinet directly to the door. Chu outside the door heard the movement, and he quickly made a plan, knowing that it might be Emma inside. Chu stood outside the door, his expression changed several times, and finally he stood in front of the door, and did not take any action for Isaac's. Emma did not feel any special movement at the door. She knew what was going on. Chu was outside, Chu was supporting her. But even if she knew that the most likely situation was like this, Emma did not dare to believe it. She pressed Isaac's down hard, and Emma's gun was against Isaac's forehead. What is your purpose? What did you raise at the bottom? Why are you here? Why did the company release the virus? Ahem, hee, you are such a good daughter. Isaac's answered irrelevantly. He was still looking for an opportunity to break through Emma's blockade. He didn't want to die in the hands of his daughter. Emma was not angered by Isaac's words. She also sneered and pressed the muzzle of the gun down hard. Really? Do you really think I am your daughter? I have no shares. I am your daughter. Do you want me as your daughter, or do you want my mother's things? My qualifications are not recognized by the company. You are happy to have committed crimes against humanity. You and the people in the company are wanted worldwide. You still think you are very righteous or powerful. We all know what this means. There are so many false words. What's there to say? You want to kill me. This is not the first time. Why talk about it again at this time? Emma said. Her finger on the trigger was about to press down. Isaac sensed Emma's emotional fluctuations. He suddenly exploded, twisted his body, flipped Emma over, and casually grabbed something on the ground and threw it at Emma. When Emma dodged, he kicked her with a flying kick. Emma hugged his foot, turned around and hugged Isaac's foot to throw him out. When Isaac's flew out, he kicked the wall with one foot and flew to the door. At this moment, Chu raised his foot and kicked the whole door off the nails. Isaac's, who was standing behind the door, was hit by the door and retreated repeatedly, and he didn't understand why. Emma saw the scene, but laughed out loud. This is your retribution. But the smile didn't last too long. Emma saw Chu outside the door. Chu stepped in, he saw Emma, and the muzzle of his gun was pointed at Emma. Emma took the initiative, and she fired without hesitation, no matter who the other party was. The gunshot hit the gun in Chu's hand. Chu's hand went numb, and the gun flew out. Isaac staggered to his feet from behind the door. Emma made a prompt decision and ran away from Chu. Passing by Chu, Emma looked at this Asian man, who was a little beautiful and weird, and finally ran away without looking back. Chu stretched out her hand to stop him, but Emma bent down and slipped out. The road Alice chose was indeed smooth at the beginning, but when they walked all the way to the gate smoothly, the gate opened automatically, and more people walked out from inside, and they shot at Alice and her group. Alice had to retreat again. But time waits for no one. Alice knew she couldn't wait any longer. She had to break through quickly. There were only people here. There was nothing to be afraid of. Alice prepared herself in this way and called Kaplan. The three of them rushed over while looking for cover. Kaplan always rushed to the front at such times. After he ran into the crowd of Umbrella Company, his hand suddenly rose up, showing his true monster state. In such a chaotic place, ammunition is not as useful as giant claws. Kaplan doesn't have to worry about whether his abnormality here will cause chaos. Alice was in a hurry, so he naturally stretched out his hand and repelled all those who blocked him, clearing a way for Alice. With Kaplan leading the way, Alice's way forward was suddenly empty. Even if there are still a steady stream of people coming here, Kaplan can make them make way for them whether they are willing or not. Alice saw the commander among those people, a man wearing sunglasses and looking very cold. Alice didn't recognize who this man was, but she saw that this man was the commander, so she rushed towards him directly. Plan, Alexia and her rushed over together. Weskier hurriedly retreated, and Alice and the others were still a long distance away from him. Weskier didn't expect that Alice could grow to this extent in such a short time. When facing danger, Weskier didn't have the consciousness to stick to the front line. Once Weskier retreated, this surprise attack also temporarily declared Alice's victory. But this was just the beginning. After Wicks retreated, more biochemical weapons chased out. Alice did not choose to break through head-on. Behind the gate was a deep hole like a wellhead. That was the entrance and exit specially left for the elevator. They had already left the area of the umbrella building as they walked down, and a hole slowly opened above the corresponding top of the elevator. Alice realized that someone was leaving here, and she had to chase after him quickly. Alice turned over and jumped off the fence without hesitation. Even though the elevator below was still far away, Alice landed steadily on it with her own agility. There were many men in black around the elevator, and Alice's movements were all under surveillance. The biochemical man behind the surveillance also saw Alice, who looked exactly like herself, but she did not react more, but just coldly issued all her instructions one by one. Alice looked around, and Kaplan and Alexia followed her and jumped down. The lift suddenly descended rapidly downward. The cyborg in the surveillance camera room frowned, not knowing why Red Queen did this. But after the lift moved, the nearby transmission mechanism suddenly became paralyzed. The cyborg suddenly realized something, and her eyes searched for the scene she wanted to see in the surveillance video, and finally, in the surveillance video in the corner, she saw an open door. Red Queen's control room. Emma closed the innermost door, and she went straight through the laser corridor. Before Red Queen's mechanism could react, she sent herself into Red Queen's machine room. So she said that this design was really boring. The underground part of Umbrella Corporation was too consistent. After she escaped from Isaac's room, she instantly found that she was very close to the Red Queen's computer room. If she didn't seize this opportunity, she would be really stupid. Isaacs didn't answer her question, she could find it herself. But she didn't know when Isaacs was so powerful. It seemed that during this period of time, the company had indeed found a way to reasonably use things like the T-virus. Isaacs must have done something to his body. At this time, Emma didn't ask herself to beat him immediately. She felt very tired in the competition with Isaacs. That strength and reaction speed must be above her. But Isaacs himself didn't have much practical experience, so when facing Emma, who was willing to take some insignificant attacks directly and wanted to kill him like crazy, he would make mistakes frequently. When facing him, Emma couldn't even take out her most handy weapon. Chu's arrival also made her miss the chance to kill Isaacs. It doesn't matter, a gentleman's revenge is never too late. She can take revenge from morning to night. But there is only one Red Queen, and there is only one Alice. She didn't take the usual path along the way, so naturally she didn't know what path Alice would choose. Entering the Red Queen's computer room, Emma can find Alice's location from Red Queen. Once Red Queen is controlled, many places in this base will fall under her control. Emma entered the computer room, and Alice found a very familiar passage after falling with the platform. Her memory quickly returned to the Red Queen computer room she had to enter in order to replace the Red Queen motherboard in the underground hive in Raccoon City. Core room. She and Emma agreed to meet here. Alice ran towards the Red Queen's computer room. On the way, she bumped into Isaacs, Chu who was standing with Isaacs, and even Weskier who she thought had escaped. When she saw Weskier again, Alice suddenly felt that she had seen him somewhere before. And the time interval was not long. Alice tried to recall, and remembered that she should have seen him in the underground laboratory of the abandoned public hospital. At that time, she had just woken up, and this person was in the crowd. "Shoot!" Alice shouted loudly. Kaplan immediately reacted and shot at the three people. Alexia rushed over as light as a swallow. Weskier stood calmly in place, Isaacs did not react at all, and even Chu stood still. When Alice approached them, when the bullet was about to fly in front of them, suddenly another sticky object fell from the top of her head. Chapter 94. Each bullet was absorbed into its body by the sticky substance, and its body trembled, but no bullet could break through it and hit the three people behind it. Noticing that her actions did not achieve the desired effect, Alice immediately replaced the special bullets scraped from the dead members of the BSA. When she moved, the sticky monster also moved. It was coming towards Alice. In Alice's body, it sensed an extraordinary delicious feeling, as if eating this person, who was so close to it, it would gain some great benefits. The body of this sticky monster seemed to be able to change shape at will, except for its huge mouth and teeth. It looked like a creature with an intestine that went all the way to the bottom, but compared to those creatures with internal structures such as intestines, This sticky body was transparent. From the outside, this monster had no digestive system at all, only that mouth was open, and I don't know what it was saying. But its movements were so slow that even if Alice stood still and gave the monster a few minutes, it could not move far, just like a snail. The biggest trouble it could cause was swallowing bullets. Alice shot the monster, and the special bullet shot into the monster's body without any hindrance, and exploded in its body. The monster rolled violently on the ground, like a ball of boiling water, bursting and slurry on the ground. Alice stepped back, and did not let the water touch her. Many bullets fell on the ground, all fired by Alice, Kaplan and Alexia. The attack power of the slime creature was not very high. The only effect it had was to delay Alice for a while. The three people behind the slime creature had disappeared at this time. Alice did not see their people around, but she saw an open door leading to the glass corridor. The door brought back Alice's memories. She saw the laser corridor in the Raccoon City hive, where they died too many people. So whether it was in the same hive or not, as long as there was a similar structure, Alice would recognize it at a glance. She came here because she saw the machine room. So it seems that the three people were also heading for the machine room. Among the three people, only the man wearing sunglasses was the most familiar to Alice. From the Gale country to here, what Alice cared about most was not the distance problem, but how this man escaped from the abandoned public hospital. At that time, she escaped with Kaplan and Alexia, and it didn't take long for the place to collapse completely. If someone could escape, they should have followed them out. But Alice was not so confident that all those people would die in there. She knew her special ability. At that time, her mental power was out of control and many people were shocked by her mental power, and naturally suffered brain death. But this does not mean anything. Alice did not control these abilities at all, so she did not know whether many people died or not. At least Alice could not be sure how deeply she affected the man wearing sunglasses. At that time, she was in a hurry to find Kaplan and escape from the underground. She didn't want to be left in the laboratory and continue to undergo those weird experiments. So Alice didn't deliberately use her superpowers to kill everyone in the laboratory at that time. And this also means that her negligence allowed some people to escape. Alice didn't know who this cool man wearing sunglasses was, what his name was, and what his status was in Umbrella, but Alice would definitely be very careful with this person, because he really exuded an extremely dangerous aura. Thinking of this, Alice didn't hesitate and chased after him quickly. When she was still on the lift, she found that the door of the machine room was open. This means that before the three men entered, the door was open. And before the three people entered, these three people would avoid her and not fight with her as an intruder, but also rush to enter the door first, and the people inside were not their people. Feeling that it was Emma who was inside, Alice was worried that the three people who rushed in first would bring danger to Emma, and Alice's big steps almost made her take off on the spot. Kaplan followed Alice's movements. Alexia realized that Alice must have noticed some emergency, so she also ran 2 steps. She was determined to catch up and see what was attracting Alice in front, but when she passed by the pool of unknown liquid, she stopped again for some reason. Neither Alice nor Kaplan noticed that Alexia had fallen behind, and they both entered the door of the laser corridor. Alexia glanced at the direction where Alice and the others had left. There was no one here, only the pool of liquid on the ground. Alexia squatted down and took a look. The pool of water was indeed a pool of water, but the teeth of the originally sticky monster were still left on the pool of water. Although the ground was extremely smooth, there were still gaps at the joints, and the water slowly seeped down along the gaps. Alexia stood still and observed for a long time. Her hand shook on the tooth, as if she was hesitating whether she should pick up the tooth. Suddenly, the pool of liquid vibrated on the ground, and ripples appeared on the water surface. Alexia sensed that a subtle vibration suddenly came from the ground. Her ears moved, and Alexia determined the direction of the source of the vibration. In the end, she chose a completely different direction from Alice, and went towards the source of the sound. Alexia didn't know what was deep underground, but she had a feeling that there must be a way out. Yes, the way out is not anywhere, but underground. Alexia had such a strong premonition. In addition, Alexia had another strong premonition that there was a more terrible monster lurking in the deepest part. Alexia didn't go to the way out in her premonition, but she wanted to see the monster. Her heart was pounding. The huge monster below must have something to do with her. With this feeling, Alexia didn't care whether it had any basis or not, and she left the team just like that. Emma locked the door of Red Queen's computer room, then leisurely approached Red Queen's motherboard and knocked twice politely, as if to tell this old friend that she was here. Red Queen projected her figure opposite Emma. She still looked like the Scarlet Girl, with beautiful long red hair, a pair of deep red eyes, and a red dress that looked unchanged. For a virtual image, it was normal for her to look unchanged. Emma knew who the Red Queen's character image came from. It was the appearance of the daughter of James Marcus, one of the 3 founders of Umbrella Corporation. That was her childhood appearance. The name James is really too common in Europe and the United States, just like her Emma, who comes from the so-called heroine of a famous book, and Alice's name is also. The senior executives of Umbrella Corporation are so obsessed with Alice that Emma even wondered if it was because Alice's name really matches their taste. The control center of Umbrella Corporation is also a data center, which is Red Queen, an artificial intelligence, or a supercomputer, but Red Queen is the most powerful main program among them. Apart from the Red Queen, Marcus also created a White Queen. Although the names of the 2 programs are different, their appearances are similar. Doesn't it match Alice? Alice in Wonderland. Maybe it's really Dr. Marcus's taste. But Emma can't be sure. If Alice really has no memories of her past, Emma actually speculated whether Alice is the same as those clones. It's just that there is not enough evidence, and Emma doesn't want to tell Alice about this possibility. Alice really wanted to have a family, and she also wanted her past to be filled with family affection, rather than as pale as the blank in her mind. You shouldn't be here. Red Queen stood opposite Emma and finally spoke. You knew I was coming a long time ago. Don't you think it's a bit redundant to say this now? If you don't want me to come in, you can arrange zombies to surround me when I'm outside. Emma laughed again. You are in control of the ventilation duct. You have many opportunities to kill me, but you didn't, and even sent me to the vicinity of Isaac's. You are very smart. Red Queen glanced at Emma, who was full of confidence. She pretended to sit down, and a virtual chair really appeared behind her. Emma looked at Red Queen, still smiling, and said, My authority is not taken away just because they want to. Your system still recognizes my legitimacy. Isaac's so-called cancellation of my qualifications is just their self-righteousness. Alice is just outside this floor. She bumped into Weskier, Isaac's, and Chu. The elevator program has failed. The cabin cannot be opened temporarily. You are all trapped here now. Red Queen told Emma about the current situation in the hive. She displayed all the scenes in front of Emma, including the scene of Alice and Weskier confronting each other. Emma also saw Leon. It is not known whether his luck is good or not. If he had not gone with her, he would not have encountered so many exciting things. But it is not necessarily unlucky. At this moment, he is reunited with Jill, Chris, and Carlos, so Emma does not have to worry about his personal safety. Being able to survive in this cannibalistic place shows that Leon is still a bit lucky. Compared to the real non-Africans, it should be much better. Aren't you worried about Alice facing the 3 of them? Seeing Emma watching these pictures, it seems that she is very interested. As a machine running according to the program, it is really difficult for her to understand Emma's reaction. It's not that Emma is not really worried about Alice's situation, but her worries are not for Red Queen to hear, and Alice is not that fragile. Kaplan and Alice join forces, and the 2 of them can still hold on for a while. It is also a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to enter Red Queen's computer room. It is better to meet Red Queen than White Queen. White Queen's authority is not as high as Red Queen. Maybe she will really treat her as a traitor, as Isaac said. Alice is fine. I want to know what's going on with Alice, and why Umbrella Corporation created so many clones of her, just for superpowers. Emma sorted the questions she wanted to ask in order of importance. Alice's life experience was also an important question that Emma kept in mind. When the Red Queen heard this question, she stood up and faced Emma and said, Don't you know the answer best? You who grew up in the headquarters, don't you think Alice Abernathy is very familiar? You have also thought about the connection between us, right? Coincidences. There are not so many coincidences in this world, especially when it comes to Umbrella Corporation. That's right, I asked unnecessary questions. Emma would rather what she heard was false. She calmed down for a while and asked, Who is Albert Weskier? Why did Isaacs choose protection? What kind of company is being kept underground here to launch terrorist attacks? What is inside the Explorer? What exactly does the company want to do? Whose idea was it to release the virus, and how many people responded? There are many crazy people in the headquarters, but apart from their research, there are also differences in many political views among the crazy people. Openly standing on the anti-human point of view, these people in the company are either fully confident that they can completely change the world, or they are crazy. When they want to die, they will take countless innocent people in the world with them. Even if Emma has no feelings for these irrelevant people, and no interest in understanding them, she hates it most when someone presumes to judge her fate. When she sees the fate of others being arbitrarily judged by the people of Umbrella, she will also be angry about it. Red Queen was not surprised at all that Emma would ask so many questions, some of which she could answer, but some of which she could not answer at all. Weskier, you should be very familiar with him, Emma Winchester. Before your mother, Sally Winchester, disappeared, didn't she say anything to you or leave you anything? You have been away from the company headquarters for too long, and you have been asleep for too long. There are too many things you don't know about the Spencer family's plan. Red Queen tried her best to remind Emma of Weskier's identity, but she couldn't explain it too clearly, so she gave another answer. All accidents require someone to take risks. Umbrella will take risks when it makes a decision. Isaacs is one of the people who took the risk, and Chu is the one who made sure he was responsible. The internal disagreements of the company have been resolved, and the opponents have fallen asleep. The explorer comes from the future. The enemy comes from within. You have to be careful of Weskier, the people of the Spencer family. He will not let any of them go. Red Queen answered Emma's questions one by one, but Emma still had to figure out the vague parts by herself. Especially about the purpose of these actions of the company, Red Queen did not say a word, which means that the authority of Red Queen's data was completely locked. With Emma's current authority, she could not see all the contents. Albert Weskier, targeting the people of the Spencer family. Emma remembered this. Although her last name is Winchester, her mother is Sally Winchester, and the next one is Flora Spencer, and the top one is Oswell Spencer, one of the 3 founders of Umbrella. Although she knew why Weskier was targeting Spencer, Emma didn't think that her last name Winchester had nothing to do with Spencer. Maybe her mother's disappearance was related to this Weskier. Then, there is another question. Is this Weskier the real person? Emma noticed that Weskier in the surveillance video had opened the door across the corridor, and was heading towards the laser corridor. There was a problem with the control system of the Red Queen, and he had to come and see. Because the actions of the BSA's Riyadh branch had completely affected them. And when Isaacs contacted Chu by phone, he said that this place was locked by something. This means that this base can no longer be saved. The government of Ria has never been determined to rectify the situation in Tokyo, which means that Umbrella's actions in Tokyo have actually been tacitly approved to a certain extent. Alice told her to be careful of the people of Ria, not that Alice knew what plans Ria had. Since she set foot on the land of Ria, she has not been able to enter the power organs of Ria, which means that it is difficult for Alice to get in touch with relevant matters. But Alice is actually a very perceptive person, so she saw some news and felt that the people of Ria were somewhat untrustworthy, which made her say those words. No, Red Queen told Emma very confidently. Emma laughed and kicked the motherboard shell open. Now tell me what the safe passage here is. This should not violate your system. Red Queen knew what Emma was going to do, so she showed Emma the safe route. If you really want to destroy my motherboard here and lose control, this place will become a real hell. The people of Riyadh should be completely determined to raze this place to the ground. Those of us who come and don't intend to let us out alive. Even if I destroy you now, and release those monsters, how many monsters can get out alive under the nuclear explosion? It is really not worthwhile for Riyadh to continue to waste manpower and material resources here. Emma actually thought about why she asked for foreign aid at this time, and why Riyadh had those advanced weapons. Why don't you tell me whether the people of Riyadh have had any secret transactions with Isaacs and others? Otherwise, why did the Kingdom of Riyadh evacuate people from Tokyo instead of striking Umbrella with precision at the first opportunity? They had secret exchanges. As for the specific content, I don't know either. The Red Queen's database does not store all the company's secrets, and there are some things she doesn't know. After all, she was created by Marcus, and not everyone trusts Marcus. The last question, did your prototype Alicia Marcus participate in it? Emma's eyes were locked on the face of the Red Queen. This is a beautiful girl, and her time is always frozen at this moment. Whether forward or backward, she will not change. Alicia's childhood, the happiest moment of the Marcus family. But Marcus' original intention of studying the T-virus was to treat Alicia's progeria, but the research on the T-virus could not solve this problem, so Alicia's problem was not solved. But before she left your headquarters, Alicia was not dead yet, but she was often in cold storage to prolong her life. Unlike those researchers who finally transformed themselves to gain a longer life, Alicia just wanted to keep her appearance and die calmly. If even Alicia voted in favor of this riot, it meant that the problem was serious. Emma had heard the noise coming from the corridor. Although the room was well soundproofed, if she could hear the noise in the corridor, it meant that a fight had already started in front of the door. Emma didn't plan to ask any more questions. The Red Queen wouldn't give any answers. It would be better to catch Isaacs, beat him up first, and then torture him to ask slowly. She is sleeping. Before the Red Queen finished her words, her whole image went numb, and she disappeared in the room in an instant. Starting from the Red Queen's computer room, the lights went dark layer by layer. All the places that depended on electricity were now restricted. Without electricity to maintain operation, the rooms where some monsters that had never seen the light of day were imprisoned also frequently made terrible noises. Emma raised her hand and smashed the Red Queen's motherboard here. Fighting with 3 people, Alice gradually felt powerless. Kaplan was assisting her, and Alice also discovered Alexia's disappearance at this time, but it was not a big problem. Alexia was free to go wherever she wanted. Dispersing here means that Alexia has made some new discoveries later. At most, Alice only hopes that Alexia can survive safely. At this moment, their biggest problem is that she and Kaplan are at a disadvantage in the battle with Chu, Isaacs, and Weskier, and the laser corridor is not activated for some reason. Alice guessed that Emma and Red Queen had reached some agreement in the machine room, but the moment the lights disappeared, Alice knew what Emma had done. She didn't seem to control Red Queen, but directly destroyed her. Realizing the upcoming scene, what kind of biological and chemical weapons wave would it be, Alice couldn't help but feel tricky. But that was all in the future. The 3 people in front of them were the focus. Can't waste time anymore, it's irreversible, we must leave first. Isaacs realized their current situation. He didn't expect Emma to do such a thing. Weskier also knew what Isaacs meant, and he no longer held back, knocking Kaplan to the ground. His body suddenly grew, and he was no longer a normal human. At this time, his body looked more burly than Kaplan. The most terrifying thing was that such a change seemed to be under Weskier's control. Alice knew better that she must not let these people leave, so she decided to fight, otherwise she would not be able to stop these 3 people at all. Alice no longer held back, and her mental power was completely released by her, setting off a mental storm in the laser corridor. Even the glass on both sides was shattered. Behind the door, Emma, who wanted to open the door, also felt a force against her, making it difficult for her to open the door. Amid the sound of glass pouring down like a rainstorm, Weskier's actions were not hindered at all, but Isaacs knelt down uncontrollably. Mental power is not that easy to use, right? Weskier snorted coldly, and turned his mental attack back to Alice. Emma felt that the resistance was a little weaker, so she opened the door immediately, and saw the monster like Weskier at a glance. She raised her hand and shot at Weskier. No matter whether Weskier was the real person at the moment, she would kill him first. No matter how many clones these cunning guys had, they would kill one if they met one. Unless the whole world was full of these rats, they would be killed one day. Emma still didn't know what the BSA bullets were made of, but since someone in the Raya country was in collusion with the people of Umbrella Company, the special bullets that seemed to be very effective might have some mechanism that would not work on people like Weskier. However, before confirming the abnormality, Emma still had a fearless spirit and sent a special bullet to Weskier. After Weskier was shot, his actions were stagnant for a while. Emma's second gunshot was sent again, this time hitting Weskier's head. After the third gunshot, the blood flower was originally intended to open on Isaac's body, but Isaacs pulled Chu to block the gun for him. Alice couldn't come back to her senses at this time, and Kaplan was under pressure again. Isaacs realized that this was his chance. He instantly deformed, his body became like a vine, and he rolled and crawled away directly. Emma sent a few more bullets to Isaacs, but she didn't hit Isaacs at all. Emma wanted to finish off Weskier's head and heart, but Chu's attack was sent. He's gone, you still have to continue. Emma's fists and feet were fighting, and Chu's power made her arms numb, but she had to continue. Kaplan Alice? Emma's mental power was also released by her, and at this time Alice and Weskier were in a stalemate of mental power vortex. Emma's strong intervention immediately made the situation worse. The 3 people fell into the vortex together. Chu noticed this instant change. His hand had already clasped Emma's throat, but Emma still did not react. Weskier, Alice, and Emma formed a delicate balance, and they all fell into this state because of their superpowers. Chu glanced at Kaplan, who was stepped on by Weskier and was still resisting. He should kill Emma. In this strange silence, Chu knew what he should do. He had the duty to eliminate the rebellious forces of Umbrella Corporation. As a member of S, he had to eliminate all unfavorable factors for the company. But the person standing in front of him was not someone else, but Emma Winchester. Chu was led into her house by Sally Teeny's hand with a numb face. Sally Teeny was a very beautiful lady. She had a graceful demeanor, and would take good care of herself at all times. And he was just a street child. Standing next to Sally Teeny, Chu felt that he was out of tune with her. He fell on the street on a snowy night, and thought he would sleep there forever. After waking up, he found himself in a pile of children. Those children looked like him, cold and numb. There was no hope for the future in their eyes, and they didn't even explore why they could wake up again. They were selected and trained by people. Every child turned into a wolf in order to survive. He was the most outstanding one among them, so Sally brought him out. She looked at his hand held by Sally. Sally's hand was very delicate, just like the impression she gave to others. There was no flaw in her. Even the gap between her fingernails was more perfect than others. But he was not like that. His hand held by Sally was as rough as a farmer who had worked hard for decades. Chosen by Sally, Chu didn't care about what would happen to him in the future. He was not serving Sally. He was the property of the company, and now Sally was just using him. The snow in late winter was still cold, but at this time, he already had a set of high-quality winter clothes. From the outside, Sally held his hand, and even had a warm smile on her face. They were as harmonious as a young mother and her son. Only the two of them knew what different positions they should have for each other. You will be happy to see Emma. From now on, you will be responsible for protecting Emma. You are the company's property, but your right to use it belongs to the Spencer family, so your highest instructions from now on will only come from me, Sally said to him as she took him away. Chu kept this sentence firmly in his mind, and never forgot it. The Winchester family did not look like a mansion. It looked no different from the house next door. When Sally took his hand and walked in, Chu did not see how special the decoration of this room was. Compared with the ice and snow outside, it was indeed very warm inside. It just seemed dim, because every curtain was drawn, and only a faint light came through the gap. Chu couldn't say what was special about it, but he felt warm inside. This was a happy home. Emma, where are you? Saladini let go of his hand, and stood at the stairs to ask. Her hand rested on the handrail easily, and the smile on her face became more intense, and it could be seen at a glance that it was from the heart. Saladini seemed to be very sure that Emma was in the toy room upstairs. Her smiling face was facing the top of the stairs. She wanted to give her child the best state. The curtains of the room were suddenly opened, and a strong light shone in. Chu never thought that he would see Emma in this way. She was in the light, in front of the window, with a childish but pure and unbridled smile on her face. She said, "Mom, I'm here." Then Sally Teeny just went to her helplessly, and then hugged Emma tightly in her arms. Emma enjoyed her mother's hug for a while, but her eyes were always on him. Who is he? He is Chu. Is he my brother? He will protect you in the future, Emma. When Mom is not around, let him protect you, okay? Sally Teeny put Emma down, held Emma's little hand, and patiently discussed with Emma. Emma's eyes turned to him again, and Chu was waiting for Emma's voice, as if he was going to be judged. Okay, Chu is Emma's brother, he will protect Emma. Emma smiled at Sally Teeny, let go of Sally Teeny's hand, and took the initiative to walk towards him. Chu was just silent, his expression had long disappeared. Emma looked at him expectantly, then hugged him without hesitation, calling him brother. Chu suddenly came to his senses. He had not protected Emma well in the first place, and he had not protected her well in Raccoon City. He was the company's property, but now Emma was a traitor to the company. Chu's eyes changed several times, and finally Chu kicked Weskier, who was suppressing Kaplan, away, and said go. If they didn't leave, it would be too late. Emma destroyed the motherboard of the Red Queen, and the emergency device of the entire base would be activated. If they continued to delay, the countdown of the self-destruct device of the Hive would not be far from the end. We must take Emma and the others away. Chu carried Emma on his back and said to Kaplan, carry Alice on your back. He knew Alice, and Alice was Emma's teammate, so he took Alice with him. No matter what Emma encountered from now on, he might not have the chance to do anything for her. Alexia reached the deepest part, where many planes were parked, and the models looked more advanced than those of the BSAA North American division. But Alexia's eyes did not stay on them for long. She saw a deep pit, and in that pit, there seemed to be a kind of flower. But those flowers did not grow in the soil, but on a pile of meat. Alexia faced the fleshy face in the deep pit, which was distorted and deformed, and it was hard to tell what a human looked like, but Alexia still saw from it that the face seemed to be somewhat similar to her own. As she approached, the face in the pit suddenly became angry. The huge pile of meat was just like the weird glue monster that Alice had dealt with, but it looked much more disgusting than the glue monster, like a pile of pure blood-red muscles squirming. An inhuman face was twisting and deforming uncontrollably. But the speed of this pile of meat was not comparable to that of the glue monster. For some reason, the meat that was angered by Alexia was climbing wildly on the wall of the pit. Without electricity to run, there was nothing to restrict it, so it was naturally easier for it to do what it wanted. Alexia did not retreat. There was a glass cover here, and she wanted to see more clearly. Bang. The glass cover was corroded by the strange meat, and it kept making cracking sounds. Alexia saw that the meat was so crazy and angry, but she seemed to be poked with something funny, and she laughed convulsively, even forgetting that she should avoid danger. Alexia, get out of the way. Alexia turned her head suddenly when she heard the voice, and she saw the person running towards her. In the darkness, there was only a faint light inside the glass cover, so she couldn't see who was running towards her, but Alexia thought she knew who it was. She obediently got out of the way and ran towards the person. Let's go! Alfred grabbed Alexia's hand, who was running towards him. He didn't say a word of nonsense, didn't say who he was, and didn't wonder why Alexia was here. This place is going to explode. We have to leave quickly. Alexia didn't refute. She was grabbed by Alfred's hand, and she was taken by Alfred to flee. Although her memory has not come back yet, Alexia knows that this person will not lie to her. When they got closer, Alexia saw the outline of this man clearly. He was the man in her memory. They had the same blonde hair and the same color eyes. He was worried about her safety. Alexia believed him. They boarded a plane together. Alfred quickly completed the instructions, started the plane, accelerated to the maximum gear, and flew out of the hole in the sky above the hive. Alfred gave control to the intelligent system of the automatic driving, and the shadow of the Red Queen flashed on the screen of the plane. Alfred's tense face didn't relax until the plane flew out of Tokyo. Alexia was sitting in the back seat, watching Alfred operate. Even if Alfred said they had no relationship, Alexia wouldn't believe it. They looked exactly the same, except that she was a woman and he was a man. You're finally back to me. Alfred walked towards Alexia with a relaxed smile on his face. Alexia looked at him and nodded slowly. Alfred's hand gently stroked Alexia's cheek and straightened her messy hair. His eyes were very focused, as if his whole world was Alexia. I'm relieved that you're all right. Alexia had no memory, but she didn't resist any of this person's actions. She even took the initiative to hold down Alfred's hand that was about to be pulled away, as if she was addicted, looking forward to Alfred's hug. Alfred did what she thought, sighed, and hugged her deeply. I know your memory has not been restored, but we still have time. Alexia didn't care about these, she just hugged him tightly. Chu didn't know where the safe route was. He didn't know what was going on with Emma, Alice and Weskier. As for the supernatural power, he didn't have it, so he couldn't judge the situation, but he knew that keeping a distance would not cut off such a connection, nor would it bring danger to Emma and Alice. There is nothing more dangerous than a beehive that is about to explode, and there is nothing more dangerous than a Tokyo city that is locked by missiles. The people of Ria do not have such weapons because of technical difficulties and the control of Gale Country. But in such chaos, the people of Ria secretly made it, and the first place they wanted to use was the Umbrella Company. Chu followed Isaacs, and knew that Isaacs had a deal with the people of Ria. He didn't know what the deal was, but it should be about the T-virus. The disaster in Tokyo was not caused by Umbrella Company alone. Now the people of Ria are grateful to them, and even as unrewarded social animals, they just wait for the government to distribute some relief food and work non-stop every day. They don't know their misfortune at all, and the government of Ria also has a share. The right-wingers seem to recognize their biological and chemical weapons research and development, and believe that with such technology, they can return to the role of pursuing world hegemony. They think they can do it, but in fact they can't. The out-of-control Tokyo is the best evidence, and Chu doesn't even need to explain anything. Kaplan didn't know what the silent young man was doing. He knew that Chu had attacked him and Alice, but now this person was risking his life to save Emma and Alice. Kaplan's simple thinking could tell that Chu was not an enemy at the moment. But Kaplan didn't know more. They had to leave here. In any case, the terrible man was left in the corridor, and he should be left here forever by the self-destructing hive. Kaplan carried Alice on his back, and Chu carried Emma on his back. They arrived at the airport. Chu chose a plane and operated it in succession, trying to send the plane into the sky. As soon as the plane started, the explosion began from the deep pit. Flames danced wildly, and the world changed suddenly. Chapter 95. Endless darkness, no light anywhere. When you can't observe yourself, you can't observe others. In the collective subconscious ocean of the spiritual world, the situation of being unable to observe means extreme danger. If you can't clearly understand where you are and your existence, the sea of night will swallow you up. This is different from actively withdrawing, which is passively erasing. When you observe the world also observes you in reverse. When the world does not recognize your existence, it will be difficult for you to ensure your existence. If you can't observe yourself, then this danger will never be eliminated. Wesker obtained the same superpowers as Alice. Unlike Alice, who took the initiative to help Emma develop this ability, Wesker himself obtained the same ability as Alice through some unknown experiment. In other words, Wesker mastered the method of generating Alice's superpowers. The most fatal point of this Wesker is that he is not the real person, but just a clone. A clone can trap them here in reverse. Emma can't imagine what kind of difficulty she and Alice will encounter when facing the real person. Emma tried her best to think about her own form and find the anchor of her life, enough to stabilize her memory or emotion in the waves of the night sea. The memories in her mind flashed quickly in her mind. Emma repeatedly searched for her own image and Alice's image. She was passively involved here. Only by constantly observing can she keep herself safe in the invisible waves. This place is like the terrifying vortex of a tornado. They are passively involved, not in the center of the whirlwind, but in the rotor of the wind. Their spirits are constantly beaten in such a blender, and they may collapse here at any time. Wesker was also involved here with them, but Emma did not believe that he could stabilize himself. His poor clone life was not enough to find an anchor to stabilize him, unless his ambition could be like a 1,000-pound weight, allowing him to live steadily in such a hurricane. The scenes in front of Emma kept flashing. There were scenes of her being hugged by her mother when she was born, which she had forgotten. There were scenes of Sally holding him, reading Emma, and reciting in a low voice. There were scenes of her first meeting with her own Isaacs, and there were scenes of her hearing Sally quarreling with Isaacs. And there was also Chu, who she brought back on her mother's birthday that day. When she first met Chu, Emma actually thought she really saw the so-called angel. Chu's appearance couldn't be more exquisite. When she saw that face, she even thought it was a beautiful sister. Until Sally Teeny said he to her. Chu had skin whiter than snow, and it even felt a little transparent under the light. He was a doll made of snow, which would be melted by the sun. Black hair and black eyes, the most clear contrast with his white skin. Those eyes were particularly deep, but so shallow. He closed himself in a small city, and it was difficult for him to take a step out. At the end of that day, Chu actually hugged her. This is why Emma couldn't understand why Chu would do things for Isaacs. It was clear that she was the one who had the authority of her mother, not Isaac's. But the fact was that Chu went to Isaac's side after her mother disappeared. Emma really felt suffocated at that time, and she could be killed by Isaacs at any time. Chu helped Isaacs. He stayed away from the whirlpool of Britain, but let her struggle alone in the whirlpool. The picture in her mind quickly flashed to Alice, who stood in front of James in fear, because they suddenly broke into the window, and Alice was trembling all over. But when James pulled her and asked her to report the situation, Alice's eyes looked so calm when she met James's tiger eyes. In fact, under the fear of the unknown, the most in Alice's eyes was calmness. She was calmer than she showed. It was this calmness that made Emma see the interestingness of Alice. Beautiful women can be seen everywhere, but interesting women are rare. Alice has a natural fighting instinct. When facing a crisis, she is always calm. Her movements can be so fast that people can't react in time, but her emotions are very stable. She is reliable and trustworthy, no matter how mysterious her origins are, and she has an unclear relationship with Umbrella. Alice's picture flashed quickly. The nuclear explosion in Raccoon City was the only one Emma had ever seen in her life, and naturally left her with an extremely deep impression. The picture of the nuclear explosion flickered, and Emma seemed to return to that moment, seeing the sun falling, and the world became extremely quiet. Everything was destroyed, and the dazzling light was enough to blind those who saw it without knowing it. More and more pictures flashed, and more people flashed. The constant visualization finally produced the desired effect, and Emma gradually understood the self. What kind of composition is it? She is a natural person with her own nature. Everything she experiences will gradually carve her in life, and gradually form her current self. She can't just look at her own personality, but also look at everything that shapes her. All of these constitute her, and make her what she is now. The more she thought about it, the more distinct and unique Emma felt, and she gradually moved away from the rotor of that storm. Somewhere, Emma's heart had a slight fluctuation. With her and Alice's experience of entering the calm night sea, Emma quickly found the door to the spiritual world. Combining her own experience, it is easier for her to find the feeling. In the swaying, Emma gradually found the balance point. The world in front of her was like being wiped by an eraser, inch by inch, and finally Emma landed steadily on a piece of grass. The night sea also disappeared cleanly, turning into blue sky and white clouds, and there was no sign of the stars appearing at all. Perhaps they did not appear, but their light retreated under the strong light, and was covered by the sun. Emma looked down at herself, and found that she had become smaller. She was wearing a plain white dress, and had no shoes on her feet. Her bare feet were in close contact with the green grass on the ground. When she looked down, her golden brown hair, like honey, fell like a waterfall, shining sweetly in the sun. There was no shining night sky, and no colorful stars drifting with the waves. There was only the endless blue sky, the vast expanse of green grass, the bright sky, and the occasional white clouds. Occasionally, the wind blew, lifting her skirt, pressing down the grass, scratching her instep, and blowing her hair. This is not the night sea, and Emma doesn't know where this is. She can only feel that this place is very safe and warm. Perhaps this place is still part of the spiritual world, but everything seems very different. Emma looked around and didn't see any trace of Alice, so Emma looked for Alice. While walking, Emma constructed her cognition that Alice was by her side. Alice should be by her side, and they were drawn into this world together. Apart from the clone of Weskier, who should have died in the storm rotor, Emma believed that Alice would know how to deal with such an emergency after she had experience. Alice also knows how to stabilize her state through hard work. She will visualize everything they have experienced, whether it is the task she did as the property of Umbrella, or her decision to betray the company after awakening, or the dangers they experienced in the hive in Raccoon City. They have gone through too many dangers along the way, and from these gifts, they have also learned how to better protect themselves. Alice is not anyone else. She is firm enough and strong enough to keep herself alive in any unfavorable situation. She is kind. She is willing to reach out to rescue anyone she sees, who has no one to rely on. She keeps her promises. No matter how many dangers she will encounter, she will always rush to her side in time. She is by her side. They will not hold hands, but they are looking in the same direction. Even if the road ahead is unpredictable, the sky is still good, and the scenery here is beautiful, so Alice will also praise. So gentle. Alice walked beside Emma, sighing from the bottom of her heart. Alice spoke as if she had always been there. Emma was not surprised by this, because it should be so. She turned her head slightly, and saw Alice, who was much taller than her. Alice was still normal size, but the clothes on Alice had become the same as when she first saw her. She was wearing a red dress, and her long legs were exposed to the sun unscrupulously. Her white skin even shone like light in the sky. Alice was not wearing shoes either, but as an adult, at this time, she was always a head taller than Emma. When Emma looked at her, Alice also looked down at her slightly. The word gentle was not sure whether it meant the gentle breeze, or Emma's flying hair, or the slightly fluttering skirt. "How do you feel?" Emma asked Alice. She was worried about Alice. Alice frowned and thought for a while, then smiled and said, "Everything is fine. The battle in the spiritual world is no less dangerous than the battle in the outside world. Alice has fought with Weskier before and knows how powerful he is, so she can drag him into the spiritual world and thus fall into the storm of collective subconsciousness. With the power of this storm, Weskier is strangled, and Alice is also relieved. The collective subconscious is different from the ordinary individual mind. It is a dangerous world constructed by everyone. One person's imagination will eventually be exhausted, but the world connected by everyone has endless changes. People with keys can go wherever they want. But if an accident happens, and there is no time to use the key, you cannot avoid falling into the unknown world. The three people's spirits were pulled into the storm this time, which is proof. If you don't know how to deal with it, it is easy to completely lose yourself, and at that time, there is only one way left, which is death. Weskier didn't have such good luck as them, and he didn't have such trust in each other as they did, so Weskier would only die in the storm rotor, and Emma never even thought that the clone Weskier could survive. "I feel better to see that you are safe and sound." Alice smiled a little brighter at Emma. Alice's smile, in such a spring-like scenery, is even more beautiful than the spring. The hair floating gently in the breeze, the raised eyebrows, the half-moon eyes, a kind of strange green and blue, and this sky, and this land, are wonderfully integrated together. The flaming red skirt swaying in the wind is as gorgeous as a ball of enchanting fire, which hits Emma's eyes directly. Emma's hand moved, but she didn't hold Alice's hand in the end. She just said, "Alice, we should go back. No matter how peaceful and beautiful it is here, it is also a spiritual world. No matter how beautiful it is in the spiritual world at this moment, it can only be said to be false, because they are still in the hive in the outside world. If they don't leave quickly, they may die there." Emma knows that Kaplan and Chu are still there, but the problem lies with Chu. If Chu really wants to follow Isaacs and attack them, Emma doesn't know if Kaplan can protect them. Chu is very strong. He was very strong in the past. During this period of time, he has been with Isaacs. If he has matured the skills of implanting the virus, it is very likely that Chu will be transformed. In this case, Kaplan's chance of winning will be greatly reduced. However, judging from the fact that she and Alice are still fine at this time, perhaps Kaplan is still confronting Chu at this moment, or Chu may have given up continuing to be Isaac's lackey. Emma didn't know how long they had been delayed in this place, but they couldn't continue to delay here. When it's safe and there is a chance, come back here. Alice looked at Emma with nostalgia. Compared with the aggressive Emma in front of her after adulthood, she looked more like a large doll at this moment. She looked very delicate. The honey-colored hair really made Alice seem to smell the aroma of honey. Emma nodded and agreed to Alice's words. The two reached a consensus and left this peaceful world according to the previous method. Although they didn't know how they got in, their methods of getting out were similar, so it wasn't that difficult for them to get out. When they opened their eyes, they saw bright lights. Emma and Alice frowned almost at the same time and sat up at the same time. Kaplan saw their actions and called their names happily. Chu's eyes turned from the screen to Emma. How do you feel? Chu's voice was much softer than when he was a teenager, and it was beautiful enough to be used to sing poetry. He had unique external conditions, but his fate was not so smooth. Emma rubbed her head and suddenly smiled when she saw him. Alice and Kaplan both laughed at her, but Chu said nothing. Emma should have laughed at the situation in front of her. It was so absurd and dramatic. He claimed to be the company's property, and he always abided by this principle. But sometimes, it was not so smooth for him to follow the established route. Emma laughed enough and laid down on the seat and said to Chu, "What insurance did you give up by Isaac's side and continue to do?" Chu's face changed slightly. "Does the Red Queen still recognize your legitimacy?" Emma laughed even more happily. Talking to such a smart person, she didn't have to think. Isaac thought that his current power could limit my authority. Did he really think that those people could bypass me and give him my mother's authority? He was just the one who was chosen to take the blame. He really thought he was so great. He was really stupid. "Since you know everything, what are you going to do next?" Chu asked. Emma shook her head, not agreeing with Chu's statement that she knew everything. "I know very little. It's you who works with Isaacs, not me. Next, since you are here, I ask you to take us to Paris, France." Chu knew that Emma was going back to the headquarters of Umbrella Corporation, but he didn't understand why Emma decided to do so. "You are not going back to the North American branch of BSAA. I finally have a chance to get rid of him. Why should I send myself up there?" Emma pointed at her nose and asked Chu incredulously, "Do you think I'm stupid?" What else could Chu say? Of course, she shook her head. Emma is very good at holding grudges. The people of Rhea are planning. Red Queen said that they have a deal with Isaacs and Weskier, and they want to use the company's biological weapons to return to the top of the world. But they only have this ambition, but they don't have the ability to control the company's ambition, but they have sacrificed their own Tokyo. I originally wondered why the BSAA Rhea branch could capture so many biochemically modified people, why they could have so many weapons to fight against biochemical mutations. I originally thought it was because their scientific and technological talents have not yet withered, and they are all researched day and night. The result is because of the previous transaction. Maybe it's not so accurate to say in the past, you are still trading in secret, right? But such a big problem in Tokyo cannot be solved. They want to set up a game to show that their government is irreconcilable with bioterrorism, and win the trust of their own people. Their underground transactions with Umbrella must not be exposed, and Tokyo has become the back garden of Umbrella. How can they bear it? In order to show their importance to this matter, they even went to the North American branch of BSAA for help, and also published a lot of their own information and new weapons to the people of the North American branch of BSAA without any regrets. Is it generous? It's just to cover up their ambitions. Emma narrowed her eyes. It's that simple. They didn't think of leaving any survivors in Tokyo's activities. It's normal for people to sacrifice when fighting against bioterrorism. As long as they use missiles to raze Tokyo to the ground and kill everyone, no one will know about the dishonorable deal they once made with Umbrella Corporation. I originally wanted to take this opportunity to fake my death and get out of the sight of the Gale government. This time, Rhea did such a great job and gave me a chance. Why should I let it down? You don't seem to plan to do anything to Rhea anymore. This is not like you. Chu felt that this was really not Emma. When she said that Rhea didn't plan to let anyone walk out of Tokyo alive, Emma didn't even show a bit of anger. If Emma knew who would attack her before, she would always roar like an angry lion whose territory was invaded, and even design the other party to die ugly. Emma glanced at Alice and said, "The people of Rhea don't need me to do anything. They can push themselves into the fire pit." Missiles bombed Tokyo, and Umbrella's hive exploded, but they thought there was no problem. In this world, as long as you have done something, it will always leave a trace. Not to mention that it is such a big handle. Even if I don't say it, won't other people know it? If no one really knows, I can know it by remote operation. But if I do it myself at this time to push the government of Riyadh into the fire pit instead of waiting for them to play with fire, then hundreds of millions of people in Riyadh may die because of me. I can't do this. Even so, she had to hold back her anger for this, and she had to be patient first. Chu seemed to have reacquainted himself with Emma. The Emma who had become cynical after the disappearance of Sally Dini was completely different now. At least she knew how to be patient, instead of just seeking a momentary pleasure. After listening for a long time, Alice finally understood the risks that Emma would take on the trip to Tokyo. How do you know these things? Seeing Alice's serious expression, Emma did not perfunctorily answer directly. I learned about this after talking to the Red Queen and learned that the government of Riyadh had a deal with Umbrella. If I knew this was so dangerous, I would not let you in. Emma can take risks by herself, but she will not let anyone take risks with her. She will not let Alice take the risk of losing her life. Alice was not comforted by this. She held Emma's hand and said, "Such a dangerous thing, if it is not necessary." Halfway through, Alice could not say anything. Since the underground hive in Raccoon City, they have never had peace since they first met. They have taken many risks and done too many dangerous things. But all this will never end, unless they know why Umbrella Corporation did this, unless they can completely end the virus frenzy caused by Umbrella Corporation. But there are only two of them. Even if they count Kaplan now, and the weird young man, they can't do more. Alice was even a little confused about what they were going to do next. Noticing Alice's changes, Emma held Alice's hand with her backhand and smiled at her. "Alice will be fine, this will all end, and the peaceful world like in the dream will come back. No matter how much effort it takes, no matter how long it will be in the future, Emma believes that there will be such a day." Chu adjusted the route to Paris, France. The planes parked in the hive of the Tokyo branch of Umbrella Corporation are all very useful. The remote control system is mostly operated by Red Queen. Even people who can't fly can keep the plane stable. Emma held Alice's hand tightly and said, "We are going to the headquarters of Umbrella Corporation this time. I want to confirm something more. I always feel that there are other hands behind this, pushing all this development. There were many crazy people in the company before, but they were not crazy enough to destroy themselves." Okay. Alice felt that she didn't need to do anything anymore. She didn't have a clear goal, so she felt confused before. But after Emma clearly stated their destination, Alice's floating heart settled down a lot. If their behavior was just to take revenge on Umbrella Corporation, it was actually reasonable. Many things started from Umbrella Corporation. If you want to restore the world to normal, it is right to start with Umbrella. But Alice doesn't have the passion to save the world. She is just being pushed by Umbrella. It's always like this. Just when she is about to put Umbrella aside in her dangerous life, Umbrella will stir up trouble again and make her life a mess again. Since Emma knows Umbrella's usual style, Alice certainly believes in her judgment. Alice likes this kind of communication with Emma, which makes her feel very relaxed. After solving Alice's doubts, Emma patted Kaplan's shoulder, helped Kaplan stand up, and walked towards Chu. Chu sat in the driver's seat and watched Emma walk towards him. Emma hugged Chu across the back of the chair. Chu's clothes were very thin, outlining his muscle lines. Through the clothes, Chu's body temperature was also transmitted to Emma. "Welcome back, brother." Chu was stiff and twisted his body, but he couldn't hug Emma back. Emma leaned close to Chu's ear and whispered, "Chu, you don't need to do anything for the company anymore. You are not the property of Umbrella Company. You are my brother. You don't need to kowtow to your enemies, or even be abandoned by him like a dog in a critical moment. Welcome back, brother." She said this again. She still chose to believe Chu. Alice watched their embrace, and so did Kaplan. The cabin was peaceful at this time. At the moment when the plane turned, Chu finally hugged Emma because of the trembling of the fuselage. "I'm back." Tokyo was abandoned. The capital in bold font announced the tragic fate of Tokyo. This once world-class metropolis, this city in everyone's dreams, this cultural symbol of the country of Riyadh, was razed to the ground on this day. How many Tokyo people hugged themselves and cried in the narrow matchbox. They all thought that it was just a temporary concession, and one day they would all return to their homeland. But at this time, the destruction of Tokyo slapped them loudly. Tokyo was razed to the ground, with corpses of biochemical monsters everywhere. There was a river of blood, and the virus could not be easily solved. Therefore, the isolation zone surrounding Tokyo could not be evacuated. Most of the members of the BCA Ria branch fighting on the front line died gloriously in Tokyo, and only a small number of them seized the time and left the city alive. Such a situation makes it difficult for people living near Tokyo to feel safe. They think their future is even more bleak, and they can't see any hope. However, some people think that since the problem of Tokyo has been solved and the government has stepped up research on the solution, they still have a chance to return to their homeland. They used to be poor and could build Tokyo. Now Tokyo has been destroyed. As long as they can go back, there will be a day to rebuild. But no one can tell how long it will take. No one knows whether there will be another city that becomes Tokyo. Originally, Ria was an island country, losing one city and then another city. If it continues like this, they may never see peace again. Such pessimism could not affect the survivors recuperating in the hospital. Lion was lying on the bed, with many injuries all over his body. Even if he moved a little and turned over, he would feel a burning pain. Jill and Chris were lying on the beds on the left and right of him. Carlos was sent to the intensive care unit, and could die at any time. Only 2 people from the BSAA Ria branch returned. Emma and the others died in Tokyo. It is truly a demon city, a city that eats people. Leon, anyway, most of the dangers in Tokyo have been resolved. Jill was able to sit up, and her situation was better than that of Leon and Chris. After sacrificing so many teammates and facing so many terrible biochemical monsters, Jill still felt incredible that she could come back alive. They are murdering. Chris was lying on the bed, still cursing loudly. I knew they would not be so simple. Only they could think of bombing Tokyo, and before we went on the mission, they did not mention the relevant incidents at all. They just wanted us to die in Tokyo. Chris. Jill hurriedly called Chris. Chris was choked with anger, and then he shut up fiercely, and said nothing. But from his violently heaving chest, he could still see that he was not calm at the moment. Jill's expression was not good either. Of course, she knew that Chris was right. But they could do nothing. Even their lives at this time depended on the government of Ria. If reporters had not surrounded them at that time, and sent out their situation immediately, it would be hard to say whether they could still lie here alive. Maybe it would be easier if Emma and the others died there. Lion suddenly spoke. He was not so pessimistic, but Lion looked down on the behavior of the government of Ria. Deception, tricks, and duplicity. The viciousness and cruelty behind it made Lion shudder when he recalled it now. With such a government, it is not known whether it is a good thing or a bad thing for the people of Ria. Jill thought of Emma, and did not know what to say for a moment. We want to live and go back. Lion said so. Jill and Chris heard it, and made a decision in their hearts. Time passed quickly. If there is anything in this world that has not changed, it is time. It is always moving forward, and never stops for anyone. Humans are just like dust in front of time. Umbrella's plane flies very fast, but it takes them a lot of time to fly from Ria to France. The situation in France is not good either. The virus here is even worse than that in Ria. Before looking for a place to park the plane, Chu gave Emma and the others a shot of prevention. As an island country, Ria has its own advantages. The sea breeze can blow on the island all year round, and most of the viruses will be carried away by the sea breeze, so they can spend less effort than other land powers to control the virus in the country. Umbrella's aircraft are recognized in the French system, so even if Chu flew straight into the country, he was not shot down by France's air defense, which is still in effect. Umbrella's headquarters is located in Paris because one of the founders is French. Emma knows about the development history of Umbrella, which can undoubtedly be traced back to a French nobleman in the 18th century. The other party is rich and powerful, and he also has his own power in Africa following the wave of colonization. In a primitive tribe in Africa, a French noble learned about an extremely important tradition of the primitive tribe. The strong young people in the tribe will always become candidates for the chieftain. When they come of age, they will be tested and go to the holy land of the tribe to accept the test. After a careful investigation, the French noble learned what the test of this primitive tribe was. Those young people would pick the sacred flowers of the tribe and swallow them in the holy land. Those who withstood the test would be qualitatively improved, while those who failed would suffer from various diseases and even die on the spot. The French noble saw the possibility of human evolution from this, so he killed all the people in that tribe without hesitation, took the flowers for himself, and secretly studied them. In order to cover up his purpose, he even gradually produced the prototype of Umbrella Corporation. It was not until more than 80 years ago that Umbrella Corporation was established by Marcus, Spencer and Ashford. So it was no problem for Umbrella Corporation's headquarters to be located in France. Oswell E. Spencer, her great-grandfather, Emma had no idea what kind of person he was. She had never been with Spencer, and her impression of Oswell was all based on what her mother Sally Teeny occasionally said. Emma also didn't understand why Albert Weskier had a grudge against the Spencer family, and why he targeted the Spencer family. When she escaped from Raccoon City and had car accidents twice, Emma felt that there was someone else behind it. After knowing that Weskier had a grudge against the Spencer family, Emma wondered if he had done it. This is one of the things Emma wanted to know most during this trip to the Umbrella headquarters in Paris, France. What do you think will greet us after we go down? Emma stood beside Chu and asked, looking at the calm dashboard. Chu replied calmly, "Don't worry, the headquarters has been abandoned, and those who agreed to the purification plan have long left the headquarters. There are only people who are forced to sleep here, and there is also the Red Queen supercomputer room. As the headquarters, the Red Queen supercomputer here is the main body." Chu has always been with Isaacs, and what he said is very valuable for reference. And in the beehive of the Umbrella Company's Rhea branch, such a situation can also be guessed from the words of the Red Queen. Those who oppose will be put to sleep here. Such a domineering approach has some of the flavor of that ancestor. When capital is developing, there is no money that is not stained with blood. Emma can see it clearly now. Let's go! Alice doesn't plan to waste time on the plane anymore. You still have to be more careful when you go out. Emma reminded him first, then pressed the button and opened the cabin door. Alice and Kaplan went down first, followed by Emma and Chu. On the plane, they could see the city scenery that was sometimes good and sometimes bad. The Eiffel Tower was bent, and it was clear that Paris was definitely not safe. However, as an iconic city, the French government has not done the same as the government of the Kingdom of Riyadh, but they still defended Paris. This was not as decisive as France during World War II. Emma thought these people would abandon France without hesitation and flee to Britain to isolate those terrible viruses through the sea breeze. The headquarters of Umbrella Corporation is located in a very conspicuous building in Paris, France, but that is not the real headquarters. In the official data, there is no information about the headquarters of Umbrella Corporation, nor any trace of its relationship with Umbrella Corporation. It is a fashion building that makes clothes, sells perfumes, skincare products, and the like. It is precisely this method that allows them to hide all the time, and not to destroy their headquarters when liquidating Umbrella Corporation. Chu's plane was still very stable, and it landed steadily on a large open space without ground guidance. Red Queen did not fall into hibernation. After receiving the signal from the plane, she opened the elevator and put the plane inside as soon as the plane stopped. At this moment, walking out of the cabin means walking into the headquarters of Umbrella Corporation. It seems that Isaacs fled too hastily, and he didn't even have time to collect their trader information. If the surface program of Red Queen had to resist for a while, they would not be so easy to come in. The headquarters was very quiet, and even the only indicator light on the ground was on, barely illuminating the way they were going. Red Queen was probably doing this to save energy. When there was no one in the base, it was not easy for her to maintain her operation. For people walking in the empty headquarters always made Emma feel out of place. Their footsteps in the corridor were not obvious, but the overly quiet environment still made Emma feel uneasy. Who proposed to force the voices of opponents to disappear? Emma asked Chu beside her. Chu was alert to the surroundings, and heard the sarcasm in Emma's tone, but he was not moved. Weskier. Not the one you saw, but the real Weskier. Does he have such great power? Emma didn't believe it. She had never heard of the name Weskier, so this person should not be the core of power of Umbrella Corporation. Chu also knew why Emma had such a reaction. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't believe it. Chu sighed and said, "He doesn't have such great power, but he has ambitions that you can't imagine. Weskier's ambition is the biggest he has ever seen in his life. And this person really succeeded. His power was not enough to pry Umbrella Corporation, but he really did it. Even Isaacs, who he was watching, didn't do it. Where's Isaacs?" Emma didn't really want to believe these words, but Chu didn't lie. No matter how much she didn't want to believe it, she had to admit that there were indeed some people who could be the best troublemakers. How could those who were determined to disrupt the world be simple characters? Isaacs agreed. Among the senior executives, only Alicia Marcus was still insisting. But she was forced to sleep. They formed a momentum, and could not be stopped. What Chu didn't say was that the other senior executives were actually driven crazy. When they thought about their own imminent destruction, they chose to drag the world into the abyss without hesitation under the instigation of Weskier. Emma nodded. Since Alicia fell into a deep sleep, she must be at the headquarters. Chapter 96. The avenues in Paris, France are not as clean as before. No one walks on the streets. This romantic city has quietly lost its vitality. The dead silence is wrapped in panic. The global virus crisis broke out, and Paris, France is naturally within the scope of the Earth. Not to mention that Paris also has the headquarters of Umbrella Corporation. Although the headquarters in the eyes of outsiders is not what it seems, it is enough to cause riots. The first thing the French government did was to seal off the headquarters of Umbrella Corporation after the Gale government confirmed that Umbrella Corporation was guilty. But the virus crisis still broke out in Paris, France. Naturally, there were also the works of madmen headed by Wesquier, but in fact, more people participated in the riot. Fortunately, the French government has rich experience in dealing with riots, otherwise it might have fled across the board when the first wave of attacks appeared. Even so, the French people, especially the citizens in Paris, are also worried about the virus. There was no one on the streets of Paris, and the Umbrella headquarters here was not as lively as the secret bases of Umbrella in other places. Just like the people abandoned here, the headquarters fell into a dead silence, so quiet that in the eyes of those who didn't know, they would only think that this was impossible to be the headquarters that could cultivate the existence of those anti-human behind-the-scenes bosses. Wesquier was able to succeed not because he was too smart, but because he successfully provoked the crazy nerves of those smart people in the company. Those who can still keep their sanity have become the outliers among this group of lunatics. And outliers will always be excluded. In the headquarters, every person who is forced to sleep is the dim hope of Umbrella, and every closed sleeping chamber is the epitaph of the possibility that Umbrella can finally pull itself back from the cliff. Because of the feud between Wesquier and Spencer, Emma certainly has no good feelings towards him, but thinking that this person can do these things is really quite derogatory. Do you know who in the Spencer family has a feud with Wesquier? Emma saw that Wesquier seemed to be quite young, and she was a little suspicious whether it was her mother Sally Teeny who caused the trouble. As for her mother, Emma naturally liked her. But Sally Teeny was really a very good person, and there were countless people who loved her and hated her. Including Isaacs, most of them were afraid and hated Sally Teeny, but had to rely on her. Although Isaacs is her father, Emma has no feelings for him. Especially when they meet, Isaacs is always hypocritical and stabbing her in the back. If she hadn't been lucky, she might have died at the hands of Isaacs. This is probably what men's palace fights are like. I don't know, he never mentioned it. I haven't heard the conversation between Isaacs and him. Chu also knew that Emma wanted to figure out something. If he could help, Chu would naturally help without hesitation, but he really couldn't help with Wesquier's matter. Emma also understood this very well. With Chu's identity, it was indeed easy for Isaacs to be on guard against him. Emma would not deliberately ask at this time. Why did Chu go to Isaacs when he knew that he would have such an encounter? First, Chu was the company's property. Chu had no right to resist who he was transferred to protect. Second, Chu went to Isaacs when Sally Dine was still there. There was no intention of Sally Dine behind this, and Emma herself did not believe it. And most importantly, after Sally Dine disappeared, Emma encountered many assassinations, and each time it was Chu who passed the message to let her go one step earlier. If Chu went to Isaacs, he would completely abandon her. Emma would not believe it. This is also why Chu was obviously someone around Isaacs, and she still trusted him while knowing that she should be on guard against him. Everyone has their own involuntary decisions. Some Emma can understand, such as Chu, but some are always unforgivable, such as Isaacs and Wesquier. Emma even has reason to suspect that Sally Teeny's disappearance is a conspiracy between Isaacs and Wesquier. Where are you going first? Chu saw that the road was about to fork and asked Emma's opinion. Emma was about to answer, but she noticed that Alice's expression became strange. Alice seemed to be distracted, and she didn't even pay attention to her conversation with Chu. Her eyes were erratic, and even Kaplan was more focused than her. This shouldn't be Alice's behavior. Alice, do you want to go to the hibernation chamber to see the tombstones first, or do you want to see the Red Queen's supercomputer room? Emma held Alice's hand, temporarily interrupting Alice's sleepwalking. Alice didn't have any idea about this. When she came to her senses, she was still a little absent-minded. They walked all the way. Alice walked quietly in front, and Chu and Emma's conversation was just over her ears without her heart, which would never have happened in the past. Hibernation chamber. In the hive of the Umbrella Company branch in Rhea, you have asked the Red Queen some questions, but you didn't get the answers you wanted. If you can find Alicia, maybe you can find the answers you want. Alice still started from saving time. Their time is precious, and can't be wasted on unimportant things. Emma knew that Alice would choose this, which also shows that Alice's observation ability has not declined. Then Alice was distracted. What were you thinking about just now? It looked like something serious. Emma's implication was to speak up, and if there were any questions, she could help solve them, and they would solve them together. It's not that there are any questions, but This place. Alice looked around. I seem to have been here before. She had clearly never been here before, but she didn't seem to have any questions about it. She walked ahead of Emma and Chu without even knowing it, and she didn't even need to be led by Emma and Chu, who were really familiar with the Umbrella headquarters, to give her guidance. Is this normal? Alice didn't know if she had been here before. The furthest thing she remembered was the fragment of her becoming the gatekeeper of the hive of the Umbrella Corporation in Raccoon City. There was nothing before that. So Alice didn't dare to conclude whether she had really been here a long time ago. When Emma heard Alice's words, her heart moved, and she held Alice's hand tighter. Maybe you really have been here. The Red Queen said that Alice's face should not be unfamiliar to her. Emma thought about this sentence for a long time. Alice's face was certainly not unfamiliar to her, but Emma didn't know whether the person she was thinking of was really the person that the Red Queen meant. If it was true, then Alice's existence was indeed difficult to say that she was born in a normal family. Alice glanced at Emma, and she felt that Emma seemed to be hiding something from her. Both of them were worried at this time. Even Chu and Kaplan didn't have a clear time. The problem hanging over their heads could never be avoided. Emma didn't plan to continue this topic. She took Alice to the front. Seeing that Emma didn't want to talk about this topic in depth, Alice didn't ask any more questions. When it was time to talk, Emma never wasted time. There is no such thing as you hiding something from me, and I hiding something from you, and finally hurting each other. Since Emma decided not to say it now, it means it is not appropriate to say it now. Of course, it is more likely that Emma cannot be sure whether what she thinks is consistent with the facts. Once Emma can finally determine her own thoughts, Alice believes that she will be willing to tell her in time. The location of the hibernation chamber is on the second floor of the headquarters. This floor is very special. When it was built, it used a technology that Emma still does not understand very well. It is suspended under the first underground floor, but it is not connected to the first and third underground floors. It is an independent floor. This special second floor is only open to those with authority, and this design is designed to serve these high-ranking bigwigs. This design is only to protect their safety. When the headquarters is damaged, the bigwigs inside can evacuate quickly, and don't have to sync with the headquarters. To enter the second floor from the first floor, you will pass through a long corridor on the way, which is full of the history of the founder of Umbrella Corporation, portraits of important figures, and boring documents and certificates. Since its establishment, although Umbrella Corporation's own purpose is not glorious, it is only to seek its own evolution and longevity, but after it was established as a pharmaceutical company, it has made certain contributions to mankind. The Global Pharmaceutical Federation, which was led by Umbrella Corporation, has almost monopolized the market for drug research and development. While grabbing huge profits, it has also developed many drugs to cure diseases and save lives. The company has actually benefited those sharks, which is why, after the illegal biochemical experiments of Umbrella Corporation were exposed, the Global Pharmaceutical Federation will help Umbrella Corporation as much as possible. Alice and Emma walked side by side in the historical corridor of Umbrella Corporation. They saw the various portraits and awards in the frames on both sides, and also saw some patent certificates and other things. They also found that Umbrella Corporation did a lot of things, and it was not just a role that specialized in disrupting the world. As they walked along, the first thing they saw was men and women wearing court aristocratic costumes. They looked elegant and noble in the oil paintings, which was a sharp contrast to their embarrassed appearance. The further you go, the more modern and contemporary the people in the portraits are dressed. Noticing Alice's eyes wandering over the portraits, Emma relaxed and explained to Alice, "This is a place for people to learn about the history of Umbrella Corporation. The first person you see is the founder of the predecessor of Umbrella Corporation. He is a French nobleman who dresses pompously and elegantly, but is actually a ruthless person. He has a good eye and a keen sense of business. Umbrella Corporation was able to complete the most primitive capital accumulation when it was first established, which is inseparable from the efforts of the founder. Everyone who hangs here has made a great contribution to Umbrella Corporation. The order here starts from the root, and the road thereafter is close to the core, which also means an expectation of the predecessors for the descendants. They hope that their research is just to pave the way for the descendants, and the descendants can reach the real root. Entering the Hall of Science is just the first step. It is their ambition to explore the truth and create the future forever." After the explanation, Alice looked more carefully, but to be honest, there was nothing special in the portrait. "Is the person you just saw the founder of Umbrella Corporation?" Alice saw a woman next to the French nobleman. Alice didn't know the man, but the woman in the portrait gave Alice a very familiar feeling. The woman in the portrait was also dressed in a gorgeous dress. Her beautiful face was unforgettable. Her golden hair was almost white. The light in the portrait was just right, and she seemed to be disappearing like light smoke. She has a pair of beautiful eyes, iris blue in the sun, even with a hint of purple. Strangely mixed together, it is even more eye-catching. Veronica Ashford. Yes, the founder of the Ashford family. She also made great contributions to the establishment of Umbrella. Seeing Alice's curiosity, Emma also slowed down and explained it briefly to Alice. Ashford. Is there any relationship between her and Dr. Charles and Angela? Alice asked, but she thought of another person in her heart. After she was controlled by Umbrella's people at the Los Angeles Space Base, she was taken to the underground of an abandoned public hospital by Umbrella's people for research. When she woke up, she saw a man who looked like Veronica Ashford in the portrait, Alfred Ashford. Not only that, Alexia's face, now thinking about it, is very similar to Veronica Ashford and Alfred Ashford in the portrait in front of her. What is their relationship? Emma seemed to have expected Alice to have such a question. She explained, Charles Ashford and Angela Ashford are indeed somewhat related to Veronica Ashford. Charles is a branch of the Ashford family. His education was funded by people from Umbrella Corporation, but he himself did not know it. Influenced by one of the founders, Dr. Marcus, Charles joined Umbrella Corporation, hoping to inherit Dr. Marcus's research direction on the T-virus, focusing on how to use the T-virus to treat patients with progeria. There is actually a more important Dr. Ashford at the headquarters. Come and see. Emma took Alice and walked towards 3 paintings placed side by side, each with a man in it. The men in the first 2 paintings are James Marcus and Oswell E. Spencer. Of these 2 people, only Marcus looks like a researcher, while Spencer looks more like a soldier. However, judging from the portrait, Spencer exudes a sense of strength. Emma pointed at Spencer and said, "This is my ancestor. He is actually my great-grandfather. He is not that far away from our time." Emma has no feelings for Spencer, and doesn't know much about him. Next to Oswell E. Spencer is Edward Ashford, who is more important than Charles and Umbrella Corporation, as Emma said. Are these the 3 founders who established the current Umbrella Corporation? Alice saw a bit of Veronica's shadow on Edward's face. Yes, in this place, most of the portraits are of people from the 3 major families. The others who are qualified to appear on the wall are all geniuses. When Emma said this, she suddenly thought of someone. Speaking of geniuses, the Ashford family did produce a true genius. Alexia Ashford. Her experience is enough to be written into a legendary story, but I have never seen her in person. I only know that she and Alfred are twin brothers and sisters, and Alexia has made great contributions to Umbrella. I don't know what the specific contribution is, it's just about those viruses. The predecessor of Umbrella Corporation was established to study the progenitor virus. The root of the T-virus is the progenitor virus, which is extracted from a flower from Africa. They firmly believe that they can find a way to make humans evolve from it, and they may even live forever. Emma said, and even felt that these people were boring enough. But those people regarded this kind of research as their lifelong pursuit, so it was difficult for Emma to make any unpleasant ridicule at them. What's the use of being stupid for a lifetime? Even if you are sarcastic and mean, stubborn people will not regret it unless they go all the way and hit the wall until they are broken and bleeding. Alice heard Alexia's name, and her heart was in turmoil. Alexia Ashford. Can I see it? Let's go, we can see it anyway. Emma saw that Alice's mood was not right. I'm afraid that Alice and Alexia have met, and they may even have a good relationship. But when did Alice meet Alexia? Could it be the time when Alice was captured after the terrorist attack on the Los Angeles Space Base? People like Alexia are researchers. How could Alice have a good relationship with such people? Alice took 2 quick steps, and when Emma stopped, people that both Alice and Emma wanted to see appeared on both sides of the road. Alexia Ashford and Sally Winchester. It's really her. Alice saw Alexia's portrait. Although the light was dim, she could still see it clearly. It was really the girl she brought out of the abandoned public hospital. Alexia in the portrait is very young, and looks like she is only 11 or 12 years old at most. However, Alexia brought by Alice should be an adult. She is the same age as my mother, and is a real genius. But how did you know her? And you seem to have a good relationship with her? Emma stood with her back to Alice, and in front of her was a portrait of Sally Teeny. Chu also stood with her. His eyes fell on the portrait of Sally Teeny, but he was speechless. When the Los Angeles Space Base was jointly invaded by Al-Qaeda and Umbrella, Kaplan and I were controlled by Umbrella people, left the Los Angeles Space Base, and were taken to a secret research base under an abandoned hospital. They did a lot of things, and my spirit was sometimes good and sometimes bad. I was locked in a glass container and was drowsy. Later, I woke up, and when they wanted to brainwash me again, my spirit broke free from their control. At that time, I saw Alfred Ashford and the man in sunglasses, the Albert Weskier you mentioned. My mental power was out of control at that time, and many people were injured. I seized the opportunity and escaped from inside. On the way, I rescued Kaplan, and in another room, it was Alexia. Since then, Alexia has been with me and Kaplan. She has lost her memory, but her personal qualities are very strong. She helped me a lot in the mission, but I think her and I have very different ideas. I have a hunch that one day, we will go our separate ways. But I didn't expect it to be so soon. Just when we entered the underground hive of Umbrella Corporation in Tokyo, she should have left in front of the Red Queen's computer room. Alice explained her experience very clearly. Although she did not mention the danger she encountered, Emma knew that it must not be easy for Alice to escape. After escaping, she had to find a way to contact her without implicate her. Alice should be very distressed. However, the fact that Alexia was next door to Kaplan in Alice's words still aroused Emma's vigilance. Alexia should have suffered the same biochemical transformation as Kaplan, but with Alexia's identity, it is impossible for someone to do something to her, and she cannot resist. The only explanation is that Alexia did it to herself. Emma guessed that the changes in Weskier were due to Alexia's further optimization of the virus research, so that the probability of enhancement and mutation brought by the virus became stable and became something that could be used, and then large-scale promotion began. Alexia's experiment on herself may or may not have been completed due to the interference of Alice and Kaplan. Her amnesia was an accident. It's a good thing she didn't recover her memory when you were around. Emma knew how cruel Alexia was. She's not a simple person, and she only has those viruses in her heart. Does she abuse viruses too? Alice thought of every little bit of her time with Alexia, and didn't know how to comment for a moment. Emma just thankfully pulled Alice's hand and asked her to face the portrait of her mother, Sally Teeny. I don't know. But can you stop paying attention to her? I want you to see my mother. Since it's safe here, it's not bad to spend some time with Sally. Alice's heart skipped a beat, and she was inexplicably nervous. Your mother? She disappeared a long time ago. Emma straightened Alice's head so that she could see Sally clearly. Oswell E. Spencer is my great-grandfather. He has a daughter, Flora Spencer, who is also my grandmother. She married a young British poet named Winchester, and then gave birth to my mother Sally Winchester. Sally is a famous Iron Lady, as strong as my great-grandfather. When she was there, she managed Umbrella very strictly. She trained many people like Chu. Emma didn't say the word property. She never thought about marriage, and she didn't have much demand for sex. My father Isaacs was impressed by her power when he first saw her, and tried his best to get close to Sally and offer himself to her. Emma. Chu called Emma's name in a low voice, reminding her that this was talking about her own life experience. Emma ignored Chu's euphemism and continued to talk to herself. Although Isaacs is an old man now, he was also quite good-looking when he was young. Saladini got pregnant and gave birth to me. She is not a good mother, but she accompanies me as much as possible. She is not like a mother, but more like a guide, a friend. She also dominates my destiny strongly. At one time, I was overwhelmed by her dominance. I didn't go to kindergarten. I was educated at home by her. After that, I entered primary school, and she never sent me to school. Whenever I had a problem that I couldn't solve, if she was there, she would laugh at me and patiently teach me how to solve it. When I couldn't write an article that satisfied the teacher because of my poor experience, she also taught me how to use other people's experiences to write my own article. Salatini is not the kind of person who can't adapt, but she has a strong desire to control her own things. As her child, I didn't suffer too many attacks under her strong protection. Later, Chu came to my house and took over the protection of me. Salatini went home less frequently. We rarely had time to spend together. But strangely, she had a deep influence on me. I thought she and I could be like this for a lifetime, but one day she suddenly disappeared. I don't know when she disappeared. We didn't have frequent contact. The news of her disappearance was told to me by Isaacs, who came to my house. They couldn't find Salatini's whereabouts, and Isaacs and others wanted to divide up her remaining interests. In the end, those benefits fell on me, and Isaacs regarded me as a thorn in his side. Later, I left the headquarters and lived a bohemian life. When I was bored, I also slept in the hibernation chamber for a while, until I met you in Raccoon City. After that, life was really breathless. Umbrella Company hid many secrets. The undercurrent was turbulent at that time, and now the situation has changed dramatically. Emma actually couldn't explain what happened inside. There are traces of any change: Weskier's ambition, Weskier's hatred for Spencer, Isaac's ambition, Sally's disappearance. The global virus crisis broke out, and while these things made Emma unable to breathe, they pointed all the spearheads at the real Weskier. The clone Weskier died, but the real Weskier was still alive, and might even do more crazy things. If you want to catch him, you can only ask Alicia if she knows anything. After that, go to the Red Queen's computer room at the bottom. The Red Queen must have a lot of information. Even if you can't tell her what it is directly, it should be enough with Alicia's authority. Unlike her, Alicia has completely inherited James Marcus' authority. Especially since the Red Queen was created by James Marcus, Alicia should have extremely high authority. It was great that Alicia could sleep in the headquarters. Even if she really didn't know the inside story because she slept too much, she could still use it. Emma was eyeing Alicia Marcus's authority. Alice listened very carefully. She listened to every word Emma said at this time. Emma's tone when she talked about these things was quite unusual. When she talked about Salatini, Alice could hear that she was very happy. Whether it was complaining about Salatini or talking about Salatini's love history, she seemed to enjoy talking about it. But after Salatini disappeared, Emma's tone became strange. You could say she was angry, or she didn't care that much. Alice knew that Emma cared about Salatini, so why did she have that careless tone? Is it because Emma trusts Sally's ability? She doesn't think Sally will be hurt by Isaacs and Weskier, so the hatred is not so strong? Alice didn't ask, but she felt that Emma might think so. Emma was willing to say these words to her, took the initiative to mention her mother to her, and even said that she would introduce her mother to her. Alice could feel that Emma cared about her. Alice didn't feel any so-called heartache for Emma's experience, and Emma didn't need such emotions. Alice was even a little envious. Her past was blank, but Emma was not like this. She had complete memories, and a home that was not so perfect but very important to her. This became another attraction for Alice. Let's go! I have seen Sally, and there is nothing to see here. Emma didn't like this historical corridor at all. But Alice should be interested in it. With history and comings and goings, it is a complete life. This is indeed very attractive to Alice, who is missing a page in her life experience. Alice smiled at Emma and felt that she had heard enough. From Emma's words, Emma's image seemed to become more complete. A person's image, as long as the present, without seeing her past, will feel thin. Alice didn't know why Emma was interested in her, and the reason why she was interested in Emma was because of the mystery of Emma, the comings and goings, the mutual support in danger, and Emma's initiative. The more she got along with Emma, the stronger this feeling became. Let's go! She walked out first. The four of them continued to move towards the second underground floor. After passing the historical corridor, there is a trestle. From the trestle, you will reach the floating platform, and you can only take the floating platform to enter the second underground floor. The underground area of the headquarters is very large. Even if you go deep underground, you will not feel that the environment here is cramped. Working in a place without sunlight for a long time can easily affect people's physical and mental health. The senior executives of Umbrella Corporation, while considering confidentiality, also paid attention to other aspects that need attention. If not, Umbrella Corporation would not have developed healthily for so many years. In the research of T-virus and the discovery and research of other viruses, Umbrella Corporation's investment is almost astronomical. Without the reputation of pharmaceutical companies and the Global Pharmaceutical Association to grab the world's interests together, Umbrella Corporation would hardly have survived until now. Emma's biggest doubt is why Umbrella Corporation still has people available. Not many people are willing to bear the crime against humanity, and there are not so many truly vicious criminals. Is it because of some promise made by Weskier, or are the people who are still working for Umbrella not normal people, but existences like Weskier's clones and Alice's clones? The company has very complete cloning technology, whether it is the process, principle, instruments. Everything is available. This is definitely not developed in recent years. Just as the company's cryohibernation technology is excellent, the cloning technology also makes Emma puzzled. How long ago was this plan started? If it weren't for the time, and the addition of a large number of geniuses, how could Umbrella have achieved such success? Perhaps this can only be known after meeting Alicia. It is common sense that people who live long enough can know more secrets. The pier is very narrow, and can only accommodate one person. When the four people walked across the pier, the lights on the pier lit up one by one, making the deep darkness under their feet not so scary. The floating platform can bear the weight of 4 people without any problem. Emma and Chu exchanged orders. She was the one with authority among the 4, and had to walk in front. Emma felt at ease with the environment in front of her. It was suspended in the air, without threats from above, and difficult to reach from below. It was indeed a very safe place. Of course, if something dangerous really happened, it would be another situation on the pier. It would easily turn into a situation of being trapped in prison with no one to help. Emma walked to the top of the pier, found the control mechanism of the floating platform, and put her face over to check her iris and open the authority. The floating platform slowly floated out from under the pier. Its movement was not fast, but it revealed a different kind of calmness and elegance. The gliding arc was a beauty that ordinary vehicles could hardly achieve. Emma didn't know where the technical difficulty was, but she knew that this technology was not easy. The floating cars in science fiction movies have appeared for so long, but they have not been realized yet. It can be seen that it is not so easy to get rid of gravity. It is always easier for people with authority to accomplish something in the headquarters. If it were someone else, it would be a very bad thing. Compared with other branches, the headquarters is controlled by Red Queen in all aspects. She has unimaginable power here. Emma turned around and stepped back slightly, but she missed a step and her balance was broken. Emma quickly grabbed the handrail beside her, and didn't let herself fall because of losing balance. Emma! Alice came over quickly and pulled Emma. Kaplan's eyes swept around and finally saw a strange pit at the top of the pier where Emma had missed a step just now. There are signs of corrosion. Kaplan reminded everyone present. Emma turned on the flashlight. The indicator lights near the pier were on, but not all the lights here were on. She thought the light was enough, but she didn't expect the pier to be damaged. It's only been a short time. Was the pier built with substandard building materials? How many kickbacks did the logistics department take? Emma's flashlight shone on the place where she almost fell into the abyss. The piers are all made of synthetic metals. Whether it is strength or other aspects, the quality can stand the test. Umbrella Corporation has never been stingy about such things. But the pier exposed in front of Emma did have a problem. It seemed that something had corroded that part, and the materials of the pier around that part were damaged. Emma could even see the part where she stepped on it, and the material of the pier broke. Something is strange. Chu frowned. Emma shone her flashlight on the floating platform, and there seemed to be no problem on it. Emma supported her body, opened the control mechanism of the floating platform that had not been retracted, started the self-check program, and checked the floating platform carefully. After confirming that there was no problem, Emma jumped on the floating platform first. The rest of the people saw the strange corrosion marks on the pier because of Emma's light, so when they followed Emma to the floating platform, they carefully avoided the corroded area. The 4 people were so careful, and quickly boarded the floating platform. Kaplan had a hard time walking across the pier. His body was too wide, and it was really difficult for him to walk on the narrow pier that could only accommodate one person. What in the company can produce such strong corrosion? Emma asked Chu. The floating platform was slowly descending, and below them was the second floor, where the bigwigs of Umbrella Company slept. Chu searched in his mind, and he really couldn't think of anything that could be so corrosive. Some people infected with the T-virus will become stronger, and can spit out corrosive acid from their stomachs. But those acids will at most damage human skin, which is not a problem for the alloy used to build the pier. How long have you not been back to the headquarters? Emma saw that the floating platform was getting closer and closer to the second floor suspended underground, and her heart beat faster and faster. She always felt that the damage to the pier was not a coincidence, and it was even less likely that it was a problem caused by the long-term disrepair of Umbrella Corporation. About a month. Chu did follow Isaacs and Weskier back here more than a month ago, but he didn't know why. That time they took away the last batch of people in the headquarters. From then on, there was no living person walking in the headquarters, except those who were forced to fall into a deep sleep. The experiments at the headquarters were completely stopped at that time. We will enter the second floor in a while. There may be unknown changes in it. It's best to be careful. While Emma reminded others, she was also preparing herself mentally. I hope Alicia is okay. If the signs of corrosion on the pier are because of the madness of Weskier and others, then Alicia is in danger. Alice wanted to ask something, but their feet shook, and the floating platform hovered for a while, and then a hole opened on the second floor under their feet, just enough to accommodate the floating platform falling. Be careful, keep your balance. Emma reminded again, interrupting Alice's thoughts. The floating platform slowly fell, and the lights inside the second floor of the floating platform lit up one by one. Although not all the lights were turned on this time, most of them were turned on, and the situation on the second floor was shown to the eyes of the 4 people without reservation. As the floating platform went deeper, Emma and the others could see more and more. What was exposed in front of them was a row of dormant chambers that reached the ceiling of the second floor. They are like neatly arranged capsules in a refrigerator, but they reveal a pure metal texture. Just from the appearance, it even makes people feel cold. There is no air conditioning in the second layer of the interior space, but the extremely smooth metal texture of the dormant chamber itself brings a strong enough technological coldness. And inside the dormant chamber, surrounded by the device that allows people to sleep, there is air conditioning. After all, it is a frozen dormant chamber. Chapter 97. The second floor, suspended in midair, has an unexpectedly wide interior space. When you enter here, the first thing that comes into view is the neatly arranged rows of frozen hibernation chambers, which are like neatly arranged metal capsules, exuding an inhuman coldness. Standing on the floating platform that has now been embedded in the ground, Emma, Alice, Kaplan and Chu can more intuitively feel the width of the second floor. It is not the kind of largeness that you feel when you are standing in a large house with nothing in it. Instead, the visual form forms a layer of deception, as if this house is infinitely extended, especially when the window on the top is closed. The walls on all four sides automatically become flawless wild scenery. In this way, this place is not only not cramped, but because of these various means, the interior is visually larger. Technology can do much more than that. It is not just visual deception. From the touch of the skin, the slight breeze complements the scene shown, which is really as free as placing people in the wild. Before the window above the head is closed, the room inside the second floor, where the cryostasis chamber is placed, is decorated like the old Roman Colosseum, and the four of them are like being in the arena. And at this moment, the cryostasis chamber in this room has become as charming as candy. The people of Umbrella Company are quite good at enjoying themselves. Alice saw the changes here and realized the power of technology. Emma walked out of the floating platform. This imaging technology is more mature. The company's business is really not just pharmaceuticals and viruses. Such a versatile performance makes me wonder where these cutting-edge forces come from. She didn't say how much she knew about Umbrella, but at least she was born and grew up here. But apart from the viruses, pharmaceutical business, virtual imaging, new alloy materials, and floating technologies that Umbrella has been doing, it seems that they appeared suddenly. Before this, Umbrella had never shown any signs, whether it was open or secret. It's not that a company shouldn't have these technologies, but such technologies can only be possessed by a giant like the government. Emma has entered the aerospace base, but even in the Los Angeles aerospace base, the technical level shown on the second floor of the Umbrella headquarters is not maturely applied by the Los Angeles aerospace base. It can be seen that such technology has not reached the level of promotion and application, and it is even more impossible to guarantee safety. But Umbrella has it, and it seems to be very easy to use, and there is no doubt about it. This situation is not normal. Too many things are related to aerospace technology, and too many designs have nothing to do with knowledge of biopharmaceuticals. Even if we know this is wrong, what can we do? If something cannot be explained, we must find the reason behind it. Emma's words shifted Alice's attention to the technology displayed in this room. It was indeed a bit suspicious. Umbrella was a pharmaceutical company to the outside world, but it was conducting secret research on viruses internally. Anything more was illegal biochemical research, which had nothing to do with aerospace technology. But inside this second floor, there were so many frozen hibernation chambers, and even the top executives of Umbrella were very skilled in using them. These should have been applied to medicine and aerospace technology, especially aerospace work, and even because of the high cost, they cannot be widely promoted. In medicine, cryostasis chamber technology is also a luxury and preliminary exploration. The information revealed here is really weird. Where was Alicia forced to sleep? Emma frowned and asked Chu. Chu's eyes looked innocent. When asked this question, he was helpless. I didn't participate in these, so I don't know. Then look at them one by one. Everyone should look for Alicia first, and be vigilant. Emma wanted to ask Red Queen to choose directly, but in this room, Red Queen's hand could not reach out. The second floor was restricted at the beginning of its construction, and many things could not be used here. Red Queen's influence on the interior only exists in the external floating platform control. If it is not controlled by people like Alicia, Red Queen cannot take over the program here autonomously. So if there is really a spontaneous rebellion in the second floor, it is actually very easy to do it. After all, most people who are qualified to appear on the second floor are not strong. Alice and others did not refute Emma's proposal. The four of them dispersed and searched in this room. Although this place is indeed very large, it is not as infinite as the sight. Vision can be deceived, but things that actually exist will always be exposed. In other words, When you measure the size of this room with your feet, your body can also see through it. Apart from the room used to place the cryostasis chamber, there are many special designs on the second floor. The original design here is to make diversified use of space. Using technology and deformable metal, many rooms can be separated here. Just from some of the technologies that Emma has seen, we can know that the designer has quite interesting ideas. Technology is not all cold things. Technology helps humans live better. The development of technology often changes some of the way of life of human beings, but don't be afraid. As long as you slowly explore and adapt, you will find that in the end, it is still people who control technology, not technology that enslaves people. People like Wesker are not driven by technology to do things. He is not seeking wealth or making his life better. From his behavior, Emma felt very strange, and she couldn't help but always wonder why he had everything in front of him long ago. What drove him forward? Is it his ambition that is so big that it can swallow everyone? Or is it the hatred between the Spencer family and him that makes the fireworks of revenge want to burn the world? But the most important thing at the moment is not what Wesker wants to do or what he wants to do. They had to find Alicia quickly. There might be other changes in the headquarters. If they didn't hurry, something unexpected might happen. The four people who came down from the floating platform walked past the first row of cryostasis chambers. They met each other in pairs, but none of them saw the Alicia Marcus logo on the nameplate of any cryostasis chamber. Then, there were no cryostasis chambers belonging to Alicia in the second and third rows. The cryostasis chambers were neatly arranged. No matter how high the room was, it was just 12 rows of cryostasis chambers from top to bottom. In fact, this room looked tall and big, but it was just because the imaging technology was too good, and the visual deception reached a level that was difficult to distinguish true from false. Of course, a cryostasis chamber was about 2 meters long and nearly 1 meter thick. Even if there were 12 rows, the room was only about 13 meters high. It would not be that difficult to find Alicia if you looked at them one by one. Emma not only looked at the names, but also the faces of the people exposed from the cryostasis chambers. The lid of the chamber was made of some kind of glass, which was very clean and clear, and could see the situation inside clearly. Not limited to Alicia, Emma also saw many familiar faces in the cryostasis chambers. And more cryostasis chambers were empty. If you look closely, you can see that those cryostasis chambers without people inside have not been activated. If you get closer, you won't even feel cold. The isolation of the cryostasis chambers was quite good. Unless you get very close, you can't feel the temperature flowing out of it. Even if you get very close, you need to put your hand close to it to feel a little bit. Emma felt like she was a machine that ruthlessly checked whether the cryo chamber was working. It was not very efficient to check one by one. Like her, Alice, Kaplan, and Chu were doing similar work. There were not many people forced to hibernate in the headquarters, and most of the cryo chambers they saw were empty. Occasionally, they would see a cryo chamber with a person in it, and they would take a closer look for a while. It didn't take long for one to check so many cryostasis chambers. The time required to check them all together became longer. The cryostasis chambers here didn't look special. Kaplan thought as he walked past the cryostasis chambers that had no problems. One of his eyes could now see images by other means, no longer like ordinary human eyes. His field of vision was obviously greater than that of Alice, Emma, and Chu, which made Kaplan more efficient in checking cryostasis chambers. Kaplan walked through the cryostasis chambers that were as quiet as tombstones until he saw something unusual. The glass inside of one cryostasis chamber seemed to be covered with blood. Kaplan's legs stopped involuntarily. He approached the cryostasis chamber that seemed to be filled with blood and found that it was locked. At the same time, Alice also saw a strange phenomenon. The face of the person shown on the glass of the cryostasis chamber in front of her was not as peaceful as that of others, as if he was sleeping peacefully. The man in the frozen hibernation chamber had his eyes open and his mouth wide open like a dead perch. He looked painful and panicked, his hands flapping, and the whole person seemed to be frozen in fear for a moment. Alice got closer to see that the man's chest was bulging, and something black and sharp was sticking out of his chest. His clothes were all stained with dried and frozen blood, and the clothes on his chest were just bulging, but there were no bigger flaws. Kaplan and Alice immediately told this strange discovery, and Chu soon discovered the same thing. Emma found an open cryostasis chamber. There were blood stains and other strange marks next to the cryostasis chamber. Emma squatted down and observed carefully. She found that there were traces of corrosion at the bottom of the cryostasis chamber. This situation looked very similar to the corrosion marks on the pier. Emma opened the lid of the cryostasis chamber. The person inside put one hand on the chamber opening key in horror, and pressed the other hand tightly on the hollow in the chest. He had died long ago. Fortunately, the cryostasis chamber was powerful. Even the random buckle did not completely close it, which allowed this person to maintain the final posture of death. Such a movement naturally attracted the attention of Alice, Kaplan, and Chu. Emma, did you find the same thing? Chu frowned and asked. Should we open the cryostasis chamber and check the inside? Alice didn't want to open those cryostasis chambers out of intuition. Her curiosity was not that strong. She knew that behind these strange phenomena, there was a great danger. No, first carefully check whether the cryostasis chamber with similar situations is locked. If it is not locked, check whether there are blood stains and corrosion around it. Emma checked the body in front of her inside and out without missing a single spot. Except for the huge hole in the chest, there were no other fatal injuries. And the flesh and blood in this hole were turned outward, which also meant that the cause of his death was something drilling out from his chest. It was an unknown monster. Emma felt that things were getting complicated. Were these monsters cultivated by Weskier? All the people sleeping here were arranged to die in this way? No, some people were still safe. Did the monsters implanted in them not wake up? Or did they not have the monsters implanted in them? This monster should be cultivated in the human body, and after growing to a certain extent, this monster will break out of the chest by itself. This creature has the nature of a parasite, but it is more thorough and brutal than a parasite. People who die because of such monsters will suffer great torture for this. Seeing this scene, Emma was a little horrified. Were these monsters implanted by Weskier when he forced them to sleep, or did Weskier not know? If it was Weskier, this person probably had a strong desire for revenge against the top executives of Umbrella Corporation, instead of having an extraordinary obsession with the Spencer family, as Red Queen said. If it wasn't Weskier who did it, then who did it? He had the authority to use it to enter the headquarters of Umbrella Corporation and implant the sleeping executives with monsters with certain parasitic characteristics, waiting for the day when all the people in the headquarters died. How much hatred would it take to treat living people as monsters incubators and let people die from having their chests torn apart from the inside by monsters? Emma felt that this scene was extremely terrifying, more terrifying than those horror movies produced by Hollywood, and even more dramatic. According to what Emma said, Alice, Kaplan, and Chu all checked whether there was a similar situation, but it seemed that only one of Emma's cryostasis chambers was not locked. Even if the same situation occurred in other cryostasis chambers, they were not opened. The people inside died in an extremely miserable state. Their last expression before death was incomparable fear and pain. Every twisted wrinkle can make people who accidentally see it feel cold all over. Emma closed the lid of the cryostasis chamber in front of her again. She didn't want to see such a body rot in the headquarters, just like the freezing technology of the cryostasis chamber kept it in this state. After locking the cryostasis chamber again, Emma turned to look for Alicia more attentively. However, after the four of them marked all the cryostasis chambers with problems here, they still didn't find Alicia. Since there is no one, maybe Alicia is not in this room. Emma hurried down. Let's go to another room. Those who have died in the cryostasis chamber, their chests have been broken open, and something wants to get out, but because they are in the cryostasis chamber, these monsters have failed. Alice also got goosebumps from the scene. The death of those people was too miserable for her to bear. The problem is quite serious. The monster in the open cryostasis chamber, I checked, should have escaped. And it may have escaped through the pier. All projects in the headquarters have been stopped, and useful things that can be transferred have also been transferred out. So next, we may encounter the monster that escaped again when we look for Alicia. It should have an extremely cruel nature and can spit out highly corrosive liquids. Its size should not be large when it leaves the cryostasis chamber. Emma thought about the blood stains and traces of movement she saw, but there is no guarantee that it will not grow further in the future. At present, the monster is not very intelligent. The materials in the cryostasis chamber are difficult for it to destroy, so it has temporarily left here. But we also don't know where it will appear, and what specific abilities it has. We must be doubly careful in our actions next. Emma was in a state of high tension. The unknown monster put a lot of pressure on her. Alice understood Emma's feelings and said, Emma, find Alicia Marcus first. She was not very good at comforting words, so she could only use more important things to divert Emma's attention in advance. Emma understood what she meant, and took them to another room. The second floor of the floating space was very large, and the room where they were placed in the collective cryostasis chamber was just one of the rooms. Emma touched the door wall of this room. Because of this touch, the projection of the room was cut open, and a door opened. Emma saw a huge hole in the other room at a glance, and she walked over quickly in 2 steps. Alice, Kaplan, and Chu also saw it. With the emptiness. Unlike the room where the cryostasis chamber is placed, this room, which looks very natural with the help of projection technology, is more like a study room. This room is very comfortable, with exquisite fabric curtains, thick red carpets, and gorgeous patterns, which seem to be embroidered by craftsmen. There are many bookshelves against the wall, with many large books on them. Alice casually glanced at the most conspicuous position on the bookshelf, which is also the position where she can just reach a book with her hand. There are a row of books with strange words on it. What attracts her to these books is that the author of the books is James Marcus. Emma stepped on the desk, facing the big hole behind the chair. At this moment, the big hole looked out, not the darkness outside, but bright lights. The second layer will change. This room is probably not connected to the room where the cryostasis chamber is placed at the beginning, but was moved here. The second effort in this regard is actually to facilitate the entry of the authorized people here. Emma noticed the discordant traces of corrosion everywhere, whether it is the wooden tables and chairs, or those bookcases, or the precious carpets. These things have traces of corrosion by something. There is such a hole, which really means that a monster escaped through this hole. This should be related to Marcus. Alice saw Emma's eyes turn to her. She pointed to the bookshelf and took out a book casually. Alice's original intention was to let Emma pay attention to the author of the book in this room, but the moment she took out the book, the room suddenly turned over, and the study completely changed its appearance. The 4 people standing here were taken to another country by the moving room. When all these changes stopped, it finally settled into a bedroom. This should be a room for a single woman. Everything is neatly arranged, with some exquisite small ornaments, some warm oil paintings, and even women's coats hanging on the wall. This is a familiar room for Emma, but there is a little change here. The bed that should have been here has now become a locked frozen hibernation chamber. Emma rushed over and saw Alicia's old face through the glass. She looks fine. Alice stood beside Emma and commented. Alicia, lying in the cryostasis chamber, was much better than those people they saw being killed by the monsters that burst out of their chests. She fell asleep, but her brows did not relax. It seemed that being forced to sleep made her very uncomfortable, but she did not seem to be tortured and endure pain. Emma forced her lips to bend and smiled. Alicia is already very old, and spends most of her time in the cryostasis chamber. She has progeria, and becoming an old lady like now can be regarded as fulfilling her wish to grow old peacefully. The cryostasis technology barely extended her life. But because of her illness, she actually did not participate in the company's internal affairs. Weskier did not even let such a person go, which was really crazy. Alice heard the emotion in Emma's words, and felt Emma's concern for Alicia. Do you have a good relationship with her? Alice looked at Alicia sleeping in the hibernation chamber, and asked in surprise. The first time I met her, it was Sally Teeny who brought me. It was in this room. There was a small bed here. She was holding a bunny doll, and sleeping as sweetly as a little girl. Including the time she was awake, Alicia's age is not very old. Emma looked at the sleeping Alicia, and her hatred for Weskier rose. Sally Teeny often works here. Occasionally, Alicia will be present at the meeting where all shareholders must be present. Sally introduced her to me just because she wanted me to spend more time with her when she was working. Alicia spends a lot of time sleeping, but she also wakes up. At that time, she would seize that time and continue to learn. She was afraid that she could not do as well as James Marcus and exercise her rights. It was at that time that I became familiar with her. I often come to this room. Alicia is a very gentle person. Emma said this, her back teeth clenched. Let's wake up Alicia first. Chu saw that Emma was feeling guilty at the moment, and made a direct suggestion. Kaplan's hand carefully knocked on Alicia's cryostasis chamber, a little curious about how this thing actually works. Alice pulled Emma's hand, and Emma held Alice's hand in her backhand, and found the awakening operation button next to the cryostasis chamber. Pressing the button, many buttons were projected on the glass, and Emma saw that it was the permission password. Emma entered Sally's code, and the system passed the judgment. From the outside, the changes in the cryostasis chamber were not obvious, but Alicia's face seemed to be getting redder and redder, and it seemed that the blood began to circulate again. The 4 of them stood around the cryostasis chamber, waiting for Alicia to be awakened. It's not that Emma didn't want to take Alicia out as soon as possible, but reckless operation might kill Alicia. First, according to the operating manual, remove Alicia from cryostasis, and then wake her up to make sure that there is no such monster in her body, and she is in good condition, and it won't be too late to release Alicia. The waiting time always seems particularly long, especially waiting for Alicia to wake up from the cryostasis, which is an even longer process. Every step is very cautious, and Alicia's state changes can be seen every minute and every second. Even the cold air that can be vaguely felt next to the cryostasis chamber disappeared completely without knowing it. If it weren't for this subtle change, Emma and the other four would almost think that Alicia had not changed at all. The four of them waited quietly, and they didn't know how long it had been. Kaplan keenly noticed that Alicia's eyelashes moved, and then Alice saw Alicia's fingers flicked, and then Emma's eyes met Alicia's eyes. Pressing the call button, Emma said, "Welcome to Wake Up, Sleeping Beauty." Alicia blinked twice, but didn't move. Her physical condition was getting worse and worse. At this moment, she was awakened and felt very tired. Her lips moved, looking at Emma, with a smile in her eyes. After a long while, she could respond, "Emma, good morning." Alicia's old face was so kind, and her curved eyebrows and eyes, even if the nasolabial folds and crow's feet were serious, only contributed to her gentleness. Emma thought of the treatment she had received, and the possibility of being parasitized by the monster that would burst out of the chest, and she was furious in her heart, but she still smiled on her face, not letting Alicia see anything wrong. "How do you feel? Is your chest stuffy? Is it making you fall asleep?" "Don't worry, I feel fine." Alicia glanced at the people around her. Even though she saw Kaplan's terrifying look, Alicia's expression was still with a gentle smile. "Albert Weskier has obtained the consent of other shareholders, and he wants to lead the company into the abyss. Don't worry about me. He didn't do anything to me except let me sleep. I also promised not to interfere with him." At this point, Alicia didn't dare to look at Emma. "I'm sorry, I know I should have stopped it. But you did a good job." Emma interrupted Alicia's self-blame. "The most important thing is that you are still alive, and your authority is still with you." Alicia was relieved a lot when she heard that Emma didn't care about her concession. "You left the headquarters too early, otherwise it wouldn't be like this now. They are all a little crazy, and no one can dissuade them. Weskier took them with him, just like driving a train directly off the track. I can't stop it, sorry. It's okay, it doesn't matter if they go crazy and take the company to destruction. Alicia, it doesn't matter even if Umbrella no longer exists." Emma comforted Alicia. Hearing Emma's words, Alicia, who was originally very concerned about not being able to stop them, and chose to avoid them because of fear of death, was relieved at this moment. "Do you really feel nothing unusual? When Wex and the others found you, did they bring anything strange? Did they hurt you?" Emma was still worried about Alicia. Alicia thought for a while and replied, "No, there were only Weskier and Isaacs. They knew I would not agree to their plan to purify the world, so they let me sleep and chose to default. Are you going to come out? I see you have recovered well." Emma finally felt relieved after hearing Alicia's answer. "No, Emma, let me lie here first. I will only be a burden to you if I come out." Alicia is very clear about her physical condition. If Emma wants to do something, she can't ignore her after she comes out. This will not be good for either of them. Emma looked into her eyes, and didn't know what she should say for a while. "Are they your friends?" Alicia took the initiative to ask. From her perspective, she couldn't see Alice, Kaplan and Chu clearly. She could only see vague shadows. "Yes, yes." Emma followed Alicia's words. She let Chu come over, pointed at his face, and said, "You have seen my brother, Chu." "I remember." Alicia nodded, indicating that she still remembered who Chu was, but please forgive me, her biggest impression of Chu was that a beautiful and enchanting Asian man. Seeing Chu's beautiful face, she only looked at the little boy in her memory. Emma was about to say Kaplan, when Alice took the initiative to appear in Alicia's sight. Emma took the opportunity to push Kaplan forward. "She is Alice, and Alice is my favorite. This is Kaplan, my comrade in arms and friend." Alicia listened to Emma with a smile, but when Emma mentioned Alice, Alicia's expression was not natural. Emma's heart was tense, and Alice also caught Alicia's slight change of color. "Nice to meet you, Ms. Alicia Marcus." Alice gave Alicia a standard smile. "Emma, how did I get to know you?" Alicia's gentleness gradually faded, and she looked at Alice's expression, which became more and more serious. Noticing Alicia's seriousness, Emma wanted to say something, but Alice answered herself. "Emma and I met at the entrance of the hive in the Alex Mountain area of Raccoon City." "Why does Emma like you?" Alicia murmured, looking at the glass with a dull look. Because Emma spent a lot of time at the headquarters, and stayed with her almost every time, she knew Emma's sexual orientation, but she didn't expect Emma to like Alice. Alice heard Alicia's hidden meaning, and she stared at Alicia more intently. "Do you know who I am?" Emma shook her head at Alicia slightly, indicating Alicia not to say anything. Alicia saw Emma's action, but Alice asked again, and her focused eyes showed that she had guessed something. Emma's heart was beating fast. Alicia finally answered, "I know you. You were created by the company using my genes to fill in the gaps." Alice's eyes twitched fiercely, but she didn't know what expression she should use to face this long-suspected thing. She always felt that it was strange that she couldn't recall the sporadic memories from a long time ago. If there was nothing, it might not be because the nerve gas was so powerful, but because she didn't have the memory she should have in the first place. Alice also imagined that maybe it was because of the nerve gas that her memory was damaged, so she couldn't remember. But the brain is so magical that even if the memory of the cells is cleared, even if the memory is damaged, it won't be that when she has superpowers and can use mental power to reversely check, she will not find nothing. This situation means that her past is a blank. She was created by Umbrella, she is the company's property, her life is dedicated to Umbrella, she has a fighting instinct, all skills seem to be born, can be used smoothly. This is not so normal. Alice, don't mind. Emma looked at Alice, she clenched Alice's hand. No matter how you were born, you are you. The reason why she is now is not because of who Alice was born, nor because of who she may have any relationship with, but because of all her experiences. Emma likes all of Alice's appearance, not because of who her genes come from, or because Alice is the property of a certain company. Don't worry, Emma, I'm fine. Alice doesn't mind this life experience. When she knows how she came from, when everything is confirmed, Alice becomes more calm. Thank you for telling me, Alicia. Facing Alicia, Alice's attitude is still very normal. Alicia looked at Alice's beautiful face. Her youthful appearance was indeed very similar to that of Alice before she became ill. Even though she was very old now, they still looked alike in their eyes and eyebrows. Alicia suddenly smiled and said, "Alice, you look good, thank you." If she didn't have progeria, she might be like Alice. From Alice's dress, Alicia knew that she had grown into a qualified warrior. Being liked by Emma showed that Alice was a very good woman. She was grateful to Alice because Alice showed her a possible self, and Alice was much better than she thought. Her genes were given to the company to breed Alice, and Alicia had no expectations for Alice. Because Alicia knew that Alice would become the company's property, and the company's treatment of its own property, and how it would breed it were no longer under her control. The company would definitely train Alice into a qualified tool that could be driven well by the company. But now Alice standing in front of her was so healthy, and in such a good mental state. She had already broken free from the constraints of the company, and walked a different path. It was really not easy to break free from those shackles under the control of the company. "You've worked hard too," Alice said to Alicia calmly. She accepted all this easily, and she knew very well that her genes could not determine her life. Emma liked her, not because she was so similar to Alicia. She already had a lot, Emma, her abilities, Kaplan. All the memories of being with them, these were enough. In that spiritual fantasy of blue sky, white clouds and green grass, Alice understood that the blankness of her memory was not a problem, but whether she could clearly understand who she was. Emma's observation was also conveyed to her from the side. Let Alice know more about what kind of existence she is. The past is important, but without the past, it is more important to grasp the present and the future. Don't let others control your life, walk it yourself. No one can understand the meaning of this better than Alice. Thank you for telling me, but I think Emma has more important things to communicate with you. Alice said so. Alicia suddenly understood why Emma liked Alice. Knowing her own life experience, she could be so rational and even so open-minded. It was not surprising that such a person with such a character could be liked by Emma. However, Alicia also knew Emma's standard for choosing a spouse, and Alice's appearance should be quite in line with it. Alicia looked at Alice as if she saw a younger generation who inherited everything from her. Although Emma had always behaved like a little girl in Alicia's eyes, she was no different from a younger generation. Now that the two of them could get together, Alicia felt a little weird, but also felt that this was good. Emma thought Alice would want to ask something else, but Alice gave her the seat and asked her to quickly ask Alicia what she wanted to ask. Their time was not particularly tight here. But things that could be finished quickly must also be finished quickly. Who knows where the missing monster went during this time? Who knows if Weskier has deployed new chess pieces during this time? Emma, what do you want to ask? Alicia is very tolerant of Emma, and in Alicia's heart, she actually hopes that Emma can stop Weskier and Isaacs. Whether Umbrella is destined to disappear from this world or not, Alicia only hopes that the bad reputation brought by these two people can end as soon as possible. She doesn't want to see more casualties, but she can't deal with them, and Emma's power is not great, so Alicia only keeps such hope in her heart and won't say it out. Although it is important to uphold justice, Alicia hopes that Emma can live well. Emma looked at Alicia, sorted out her thoughts a little, and asked the question that she could not get the answer from Red Queen. Who is Albert Weskier? What are he and Isaacs going to do? Her question hit the point. Alicia covered her forehead with her hand, and seemed to have a headache, but she quickly spoke. Albert Weskier was born in Uncle Oswell's Weskier plan. Just like using my genes to complete them, they created Alice, and they were not satisfied with just one, and mass-produced many. Uncle Oswell E. Spencer's Weskier plan was the same. He mass-produced many Weskiers, put them together for training, and finally decided on Albert Weskier, and taught Weskier many things hand in hand. Weskier is very capable, and Flora doesn't have the ability to inherit Uncle Oswell's position, so Uncle Oswell relies more and more on Weskier, until later, your mother, Sally Teeny, was born, and Uncle Oswell saw hope in her. After Sally Teeny grew up, Uncle Oswell gradually handed over his power to Sally Teeny. Sally Teeny controlled the power of the Spencer family in public, while Weskier acted in the dark to protect Umbrella Corporation. But an accident happened. Chapter 98. The people in Uncle Oswell's Weskier project are all androids. Their genes are not the same, and their appearances are not all copied. They are implanted with different memories, making them think they come from different places. Only the one who wins in the end can become the real Weskier. The truth of the Weskier project, the androids in this project, like Alice, do not know their own life experience. Not only do they not know, but they cannot even know. If you know the truth of your life experience, you know that your life has been played in the hands of the people of Umbrella Company, and everything they firmly believe in is false. It is difficult for anyone to bear such a blow of collapse of three views. The accident originated from this. Alicia's eyes were particularly tired. She didn't know about this at the beginning. Even though Alicia hadn't said everything yet, Emma, Alice, Kaplan and Chu had guessed what would happen next. Knowing that everything about them was fake, not everyone could bear such a blow. Alice was able to accept everything so calmly, which was extraordinary. That's why Alicia was shocked and Emma was so nervous beforehand. Alicia took a deep breath and then revealed the secrets. Sally took over Uncle Oswell's power, and she became a strong person like Uncle Oswell. Even if Uncle Oswell died, Sally could still firmly control Spencer's power. Sally Teeny gradually became an indispensable and important leader of Umbrella Corporation. She did not trust Weskier that much. This was also the origin of the conflict. While Weskier was in charge of part of the power of the Spencer family, he also participated in research. He met William Birkin, who was also a young man with a reputation for genius. However, all researchers in Umbrella Corporation were suppressed by Alexia at that time. William left the headquarters and opened his research institute in New York, Gale Country, with the company's secret funding. Albert Weskier often contacted William in secret. Weskier used William's G virus to do many irregular things. In addition, Weskier has many small actions. The crisis in Raccoon City is not the first time. It's just that it was Raccoon City, and even the nuclear explosion caused by it attracted more attention. Sally Dine tried to stop him many times, but Weskier insisted on his own way. He secretly funded stars, and hoped to place his own people in the bureaucracy of Gale Country, rather than the company's people. Sally Dine also quickly lost control of Weskier. This was not something that could not be expected. He did not recognize Saladine's leadership from the beginning, and the conflict with Saladine escalated in every confrontation. Weskier always believed that he was the legitimate heir of Uncle Oswell, and this was indeed the case before Saladine was born. After Saladine was born, he no longer had the possibility of taking over the power of the Spencer family. Because he was not convinced by Saladine, as the sword in the dark, he could not suppress his ambition after controlling the power. Sally was assassinated when she went out. Her office in another city was raided by Weskier's men, and some of the information was taken away. This part of the information is exactly what Weskier planned. Hearing this, Emma's emotions rolled violently. Weskier is an ambitious man. He can't accept that his whole life is being played by the Spencer family. A person who has power will always find a way to do greater damage. Thus, his betrayal began. Sally returned to the headquarters after a narrow escape, and her fight with Weskier was even more full of gunpowder. Weskier promised the benefits that belonged to the Spencer family to other people in the company. The temptation to erode Spencer came first, and Weskier's coercion came later. Sally was ambushed without noticing and disappeared afterwards. Weskier took over Sally's position. "It's your own fault." Emma said this with a wooden face, and thought of Sally who had disappeared. It can be basically concluded that Weskier is related to the disappearance of Sally, and Isaac's hooking up with someone like Weskier is probably a perfect match. After all, Isaacs initially had a relationship with Sally because he wanted to use Sally to enter the core circle of Umbrella Corporation. Sally did not give him what he really wanted, so it was expected that Isaacs would switch sides. Why didn't you tell me at the beginning? After Sally disappeared, Emma left the headquarters because she was impatient in the vortex of power struggle. If she knew about this, how could she leave at that time? And she never knew about Westgear, but for a while, Sally did look very tired. It should be because she had to fight with an opponent like Westgear that she was so embarrassed. Alicia sighed, and her face through the glass looked unreal. I thought Sally could handle everything. After she escaped, she only said that Uncle Oswell raised a wolf, which turned around and killed its master. But she never said that she needed help, and I didn't know anything from Sally. All this was revealed by Westgear and Isaacs when they forced me. At first, all I knew was that Westgear and Sally were fighting for power. You are often by my side, and you have not touched Sally's work, so naturally you don't know who Westgear is. His activities are all in the dark. Even for me, when I learned about the Westgear plan, it was just a name. He is really a hungry wolf, cruel and cunning. To know something, in addition to your own position, you must have your own intelligence network. But Alicia exercised her power in cooperation with Oswell, and later with Sally Teeny and the Ashford family, always paying more attention to her own experiments. So Alicia did not have any intelligence network of her own, and everything she knew was screened by Westgear and the Spencer family. If Westgear and Isaacs did not need her authorization, and were sure that she was not far from death, how could they be willing to let her go? They told the truth, first to deter her, second to vent the fireworks in their hearts, and third to show their determination. Alicia did not have the power to compete with them, so she could only give up. Alicia knew that she was not a very useful person, not only because of her body, but because she did not have the heart of a strong person. Emma's eyes still looked bright when she looked at Alicia. Alicia looked at Emma's eyes, and suddenly remembered Sally Teeny, who had fled back to the headquarters in a panic. The light in her eyes, at that time, was exactly the same as Emma's. Westgear and Isaacs are both responsible for Sally Teeny's disappearance. Whether Sally Teeny is dead or alive, they will never stop fighting with me. Emma originally just wanted to know who was behind her plotting against her, but at this moment, when she got the confirmation, Emma became extremely calm. Alicia looked at Alice. Alice just nodded to Alicia calmly. She held Emma's hand comfortingly. Her eyes showed her undisguised worry about Emma, and there was also a firmness, which was her support for Emma's revenge. At this moment, Alice didn't know what to say. She had no such experience. Until now, she was either fighting and killing or running for her life. Her life experience was always between life and death, and she lacked experience in interacting with people. Even so, Alice can distinguish right from wrong. Westgear and her life experience are similar in many ways, and Alice even thinks that Westgear's rebellion is somewhat reasonable. But from her own feelings, Alice will not approve of Westgear's approach. After all, they have different personalities from the beginning. Although she and Westgear are used in the same way for Umbrella, Alice can awaken herself, disagree with Umbrella's illegal biochemical research, and is willing to take risks to pass on information and deal with such a behemoth as the company. Most people don't have such courage. The warmth of the palm of her hand was transmitted to Emma's heart through the touching skin. Feeling Alice's comfort, Emma just patted Alice's hand, indicating that Alice knew what to do. Alicia watched their interaction, coughed twice, and with trembling fingers, she found the button that belonged to her on the key in the cryostasis chamber. Pressing the button, some characters popped up on the glass. Alicia entered her own code, unlocked the password lock, and opened the control of Red Queen. Alicia, I'm at your service. The voice of Red Queen suddenly sounded in the room. Emma and the other four looked back at Alicia. Alicia said to Red Queen, Alicia Marcus hereby voluntarily grants all the authority of Umbrella Company in your hands to Emma Winchester for management, and you witness it. Westgear and the others did not trust Red Queen, so they did not store too much information in the information database connected to Red Queen. This also left Alicia with a part of the authorization, which she could fully control. Alicia, you confirm the transfer of all Umbrella rights from Alicia Marcus to Emma Winchester, and Emma Winchester will execute all rights on her behalf from now on. Red Queen did what Alicia said in a flat tone. Alicia chose to confirm in the pop-up file, and unlocked all rights through her iris. Emma, choose to confirm. Alicia knew that Emma was going to fight Westgear, but Emma was alone, and even with the three people around her, how could she completely deal with Westgear? Since Emma was going to do something she was too embarrassed to mention, how could she not give Emma some convenience? Are you serious? Emma looked into Alicia's eyes, trying to see her intention. Alicia's eyes were full of seriousness, Yes. Emma, confirm it. Another document of the Red Queen was displayed on the glass. Emma understood Alicia's hope, pressed the confirmation button, and let the Red Queen collect her information. After that, the key to open the authority was also reset by Emma. If she was unwilling to return the authority to Alicia, then Alicia would really have nothing to do with Umbrella Corporation in the future. Alice, Kaplan and Chu all avoided it, making sure that they would not see Emma's key. Even Alicia closed her eyes when Emma was about to enter the key. Emma looked at the prompt to modify the key, looked at Alicia, who closed her eyes and waited, thought of Sally, Weskier and Isaacs, and her men quickly modified the key. The sound of the fingertips touching the glass was not loud, and Emma's movements were also very fast. Welcome, new master, Red Queen is at your service. All the information projected by Red Queen on the glass disappeared, and her voice rang out again in the room. Only after Emma confirmed and modified the secret key, and the whole process was completed, did Alicia open her eyes. Alice and the others also turned around, waiting for Alicia's reaction. Emma, everything in the future will depend on you. After losing her authority, Alicia seemed particularly relaxed. My father passed away suddenly before, and I was forced to take over everything from him, but I was never prepared. What he gave me was so important, his hard work, his hope. Everything is in Umbrella Corporation. I took over all this, and did it so clumsily. Flora is not much better than me, but she is luckier than me, and has the love of her life. Alicia even smiled, and the wrinkles between her eyebrows were somewhat smoothed. You will do much better than me. Falling into Weskier's hands, Umbrella is no longer the company it used to be, nor is it the company I want. Although I feel a little sorry for my father and uncle, you should go ahead and do it. At least, Umbrella will not get worse. Emma solemnly nodded in promise. I will. After getting Emma's promise, Alicia's eyes fell on Alice again. Her deep eyes were no longer just overflowing with tenderness. From Alice, Alicia saw her own hope and everything she could not touch. But Alice stood so beautifully in front of her, and those unattainable dreams seemed to have been realized in Alice. Alicia seemed to be moved to tears. She slowly closed her eyes and pressed the sleep button. There was still some time before she fell asleep again. Alicia did not open her eyes and said calmly, Alice, you have to live a good life with Emma. You all have to be careful. If you have any secrets you want to know, go ask the Red Queen. She knows more than me. That's it. I'm a little tired and want to rest first. Okay. I wish you a good dream. After Emma said that, she turned off the call button. Alicia closed her eyes tightly, and seemed to smile at the corners of her mouth, in response to Emma's words. But soon, her breathing gradually returned to normal, as if she fell asleep in the cryostasis chamber. Unlike the first time she saw her, Alicia's brows were no longer furrowed. She was really relieved. Emma pondered, her eyes swept across Alicia's chest, and she was relieved to make sure that she had no abnormalities. The four of them stopped staring at Alicia, and walked to the desk to discuss their next move. Weskier was a dangerous opponent. He was like a lurking hungry wolf. No one knew when he would jump out and bite people hard. His ambition and hatred pushed him to move forward. He was also smart and cautious enough not to fall into the trap easily. Isaacs was like a poisonous snake. His ambition was never carefully restrained because he knew he would always find a way to achieve his goal. No matter what he would pay for it when he achieved his goal. It was not so easy to deal with these two people when they joined forces. If you want to catch them, you have to let these two people set a trap for them. Chu said this idea, but they still need to make a long-term plan to make arrangements for it. Now that they have obtained the information they want from Alicia, especially the information Emma needs, they should go underground to find Red Queen after they have sorted out their thoughts. Coming out of the second floating floor, a group of people hurried to the underground Red Queen room. Along the way, Emma did not waste the remaining energy of the headquarters, and only let Red Queen continue to do simple lighting according to the initial settings. Of course, there is one more thing, which is to turn on all the surveillance again and closely monitor all the movements in the headquarters. Emma walked out of Alicia's room, got so many shocking news, and still didn't forget the monster that ran out of the room where the cryostasis chamber was placed. Alicia didn't notice anything when Emma asked about the relevant words. This shows that Alicia didn't know about this. That's right, this is normal. If Weskier said everything, it would be really stupid enough. The four of them didn't say anything more along the way, and they seemed particularly quiet when walking. After Weskier's raid, the headquarters was indeed no different from being dead. But when Emma was walking, she seemed to still see the distant past. Every corner, every light, every railing. There are her memories everywhere here. The headquarters is like her other home, not a cold and indifferent existence. Wesker can drag Umbrella into the abyss without hesitation, and Emma can also choose to abandon the headquarters in danger without hesitation. But the biggest difference between the two is that Emma will never choose to destroy her home casually, while Wesker only has a destructive heart. Emma's hope for Saladine's safe return has been shattered. The first time she heard the news of Saladine's disappearance from Isaac's at home, the second time she got the confirmation at the headquarters, and thus received a gift from Saladine. The third time was from Alicia. Under such circumstances, it was indeed difficult for Saladine to escape. Emma just didn't think that her proud mother couldn't even see a complete body, and all the news was missing, which inevitably made Emma expect Saladine to return alive sooner or later. But people like Wesker and Isaacs, would they allow such a thing to happen? After Alice learned about her life experience, she didn't know how to comfort Emma. Emma was in a mess, and Alice was also in a mess when she accepted her life experience. Such silence, while infinitely growing loneliness, made Emma unable to help but close the distance with Alice again and again. It seems that only by feeling the body temperature of the people around her can she calm herself down. She is obviously hard all over, a warrior born in the fire, and there is the smell of gunpowder, which is the madness of just leaving the battlefield. Such Alice can make Emma feel safer and more at ease. If it weren't for this, if Alice was not strong enough, Emma might not be so relieved to walk with Alice at this time. Even in the distant past, they would not have had any intersection again. Walking on the road, you need to be alert to the dangers that may come at any time. Alice and Emma's hands did not overlap, but just standing beside each other was enough to comfort each other. The Red Queen's computer room is in the deepest underground of the Umbrella headquarters. It is a separate floor, with the most complete configuration and many secrets of the Umbrella Corporation. From the predecessor of the Umbrella Corporation to the establishment of the Umbrella Corporation, most of the secrets are in the Red Queen's database. This is why Alicia said that if Emma still has something to know, she can ask the Red Queen herself. Alicia has little time, and cannot see everything from the Red Queen's database. If she does not need it, Alicia would not think of using her authority to use the Red Queen. Now that Emma has been given the authority, Alicia sleeps peacefully, and no longer needs to ask what will happen in the future. At that moment, Alicia felt very relaxed. Her responsibility should not be placed on Emma's shoulders, but she felt that she could not do anything. If Emma is willing, Alicia will do her best to help her. With all the authority of Alicia, the Red Queen's database is a paradise open to her. As long as she needs it, the Red Queen will tell her everything. Chew, why did you go to Isaac's? Was it really arranged by Sally Teeny? When Emma approached the Red Queen's computer room, she suddenly asked Chew. Chew thought Emma would not ask this question, no matter if it was unexpected or not, but since Emma asked, he would naturally answer honestly. Sally Teeny has made corresponding arrangements. She seems to have made arrangements for everything she might encounter. If she dies, what arrangements will be made, and what arrangements will be made if she disappears? When Sally Teeny was confirmed to be missing, and you inherited Sally Teeny's authority, but did not take charge of the corresponding authority of the Spencer family, I confirmed that there was a secret behind Sally Teeny's disappearance. According to Sally Teeny's arrangement, I stayed with Isaacs. On the surface, it was a transfer of the company. I belonged to the company's property, not your private property, so Isaacs acquiesced to my being by his side. At the beginning, Isaacs was also on guard against me everywhere, but he would deliberately show me the news against you. So every time before you encounter danger, I can transfer you in time. Later, he stopped guarding against me. I was in a strange position beside him, sometimes far away and sometimes close. But it seems that Isaacs never considered me important. He pushed me in front of you without hesitation in the Rhea branch and gave up on me. These behaviors are really contradictory and weird. Contradictory behavior, he pushed you to me. Since he was wary of you and wanted the authority of Sally Teeny, he should have spread false information and let me die in an accident, but he didn't do it. Could it be that he suddenly awakened his fatherly heart? Emma said the last sentence, but she just thought it was a joke. So why did Isaacs do this? There must be some deeper secret behind this behavior. He may have some mental illness. Kaplan heard it clearly. Isaacs's behavior was inconsistent, as if two people were making decisions. It was really scary that even Chew, who was following him, couldn't figure out Isaacs's true purpose because he changed his orders every day. Since he cares about power, he shouldn't be soft-hearted when he has the chance to kill Emma. After all, judging from what Emma and Chew said, he actually wanted to murder Emma more than once. But after formulating the action to murder Emma, he deliberately let Chew see it so that Emma could escape the trap. This is not simply to test whether Chew is loyal to him, or Isaacs has never thought about getting Chew's loyalty. He only uses Chu as a tool when he should use her. Kaplan's evaluation made Emma laugh, and the atmosphere became much more relaxed. After laughing, Emma said, "No matter what he thinks, we just need to be firm." After that, Emma opened the door of Red Queen's computer room. Red Queen's computer room is a whole floor. When Umbrella Corporation's headquarters was built, the plan for this place was not like this, but James Marcus insisted on transforming the bottom floor into Red Queen's supercomputer room. Modern people's computers seem to be powerful, and no longer as clumsy as before, and even the appearance is shallow and ugly. But supercomputers still can't get rid of the huge feature. Red Queen's hardware is placed in the bottom computer room. Walking into Red Queen's computer room, you may even feel that the space is very narrow. It is almost full of Red Queen's hardware, and the passage left for people to pass is not wide enough. And there is no virtual imaging technology to deceive people's vision, so what is presented to them is the naked supercomputer room. There are really only cold machines here, but the intelligent programs running in them are endowed with spirituality by geniuses like James Marcus. I remember Sally Teeny said that Red Queen was a gift from James Marcus to Alicia. It's a pity that Alicia never makes good use of the resources in her hands, otherwise she wouldn't be in such a state. Weskier's success shows that even if there are many geniuses in Umbrella, they will still fall apart in front of a truly ambitious person. Especially when Emma thought of Alexia and Alfred, two geniuses from the Ashford family, who seemed to have some connection with Weskier, she couldn't help but feel tricky about it. If Alexia really reached a cooperation with Weskier, then the current situation might become more tense. "Welcome home, Emma." Red Queen controlled and closed the door of the machine room. "Have you found where the monster that ran away is?" Emma asked this question first. She didn't find any strange traces along the way. Emma couldn't help but wonder if the monster had already run out of the headquarters of Umbrella Corporation. The image of Red Queen appeared in front of the four people. It was still the Scarlet Girl with long hair. This image alone seemed a little scary, but in fact, Red Queen was not that scary. She was a gift from a father to his daughter. According to the last surveillance record, it was trapped in the third laboratory on the first floor. But there is no guarantee where it went after that. From my perspective, it ran from the third laboratory. There was a hole in the top of the third laboratory, but the system I controlled did not sense its location, nor did I see it leave the headquarters. "It hid," Red Queen said. Emma thought of the location of the third laboratory, which was very close to the historical corridor of Umbrella Corporation, but at the corner, so it was not easy to find anything wrong. Especially since their destination was clearly the second floor, they would not waste much time on the first floor. Red Queen's words made Emma realize that this monster was extremely flexible. It might not know how to avoid prosecution, but it must have another purpose for hiding itself. "When did it run out of the second floor?" Emma asked. 33 days ago," Red Queen answered. Emma felt that this time was a bit coincidental with the time Chu said Weskier and Isaacs came. When was the last time Weskier and Isaacs came to the headquarters? 36 days ago. Red Queen understood what Emma wanted to ask. The alien project was not hosted by them, but a joint project with the Gale Country military. Emma was shocked. "You mean the company has a project in cooperation with the Gale Country military?" Emma remembered what she and Alice had encountered in the Huron military district. At that time, she thought it was just a coincidence, and the military was short of people. Now it seems that the decision of the Huron military district was really a bit strange. Everything is afraid to be pondered. If it is not so, it is difficult to find the connection behind it. Only when you know more, you can understand the intricacies of this world. In this world, a few coincidences are real coincidences, while most are fixed numbers in the dark, or even arranged by humans. The Global Pharmaceutical Federation has cooperation projects with the military in various places. Our umbrella company has been cooperating with the military of Gale Country as early as 70 years ago. Red Queen projected documents one by one in front of Emma. Emma looked at them one by one, and indeed saw the documents signed by James Marcus, Oswell E. Spencer and Edward Ashford, while the other side was stamped with military seals from different regions of Gale Country. The projects included were all-encompassing, and the most eye-catching one was the exploration of alien galaxies. Emma flipped through the documents one by one and even saw a planet wrapped in fog, with many terrifying monsters growing inside. Such a description reminded Emma of the fog she encountered in Huron County, the Arrow Plan. Her own research eventually harmed her, and this was not the first time Emma had encountered such a situation. Even though she felt that this incident was absurd, it really happened, and Emma had to accept it. This also made Emma completely understand why Umbrella Corporation had so many cutting-edge technologies, and a large part of them were the technologies of the Gale Country military. Because of the cooperative relationship between the two, the Gale Country government shared this part of the technology with Umbrella Corporation. Emma took a deep breath and tried to shift her attention to other projects. The subsequent large amount of drug research was no longer in Emma's eyes, until Emma saw a strange research. Travel through time and space? Emma felt even more strange. Red Queen had anticipated Emma's reaction, and she calmly placed other materials that could prove this document in front of Emma. The exploration of time and space has achieved results as early as the 1960s. The manned rocket of the Gale Nation military successfully went into space, but when it returned, a gorilla came out of it. The gorillas are a couple, female gorilla Kira and male gorilla Connolly. They came down from the rocket that originally belonged to Taylor, and brought a lot of news about the future. No one paid attention to what they said at the time, and the military detained them. They predicted the outbreak of the ALZ-113 virus, and that the gorillas would gain wisdom as a result. It's just that the fact that the human planet was occupied by gorillas, and became the gorilla planet, has yet to be verified. After that, in the 1970s, we got the future technology, which was an extremely intelligent robot. The materials used to make it, and its core chip are still inexhaustible treasures. My system upgrade also used some of its program codes. Red Queen bluntly used herself as evidence. It's a pity that such technology is controlled by the Gale government. But Umbrella also hid some things to develop the company. The future appeared in front of us like that. Some people tried to change it, but the world is using its will to make all the deviated tracks return to where they should go. Chu felt that something terrible was brewing from Red Queen's words. Emma also understood why Umbrella could do this. What is that monster? What project is this alien? Emma felt her eyes hurt when she saw the layers of project files in front of her. It's no wonder that Alicia didn't use Red Queen so thoroughly. If she didn't ask, and didn't involve related things, who would know that Umbrella Corporation did so many things behind the scenes? They are creatures from outer space, and we named them aliens. Aliens are born by their alien queens, who lay many eggs. Once a living creature approaches the eggs, the face hugger in the eggs will grab the prey's face, and inject the real eggs into the body of the living creature. Aliens will be inside the living creature, grabbing the host's life to hatch themselves. When they mature, they will burst out of the host's chest, and the host will die miserably. The fully mature alien has extremely strong defense, and it is difficult to kill them even at a high temperature below 1,200 degrees Celsius. Their shells are extremely hard, and it is difficult for weapons to penetrate them. And they can spray highly corrosive liquids. The cryostasis chamber has become an incubator for aliens, which was made by Weskier and Isaacs. Red Queen did not see this incident on the second floor, but Weskier and Isaacs did not deliberately avoid her. From many traces, she can still do it. With this long string of words, Red Queen told Emma how to call that kind of creature, and how to defeat such a monster. Before she finished speaking, Red Queen projected the image so that Emma and the other four could also see the monster. The scene in front of them was very clear, as if the narrowness of the machine room had become something that could be ignored. Emma and the other four could only stare at the monster called the alien. Why does the company have such a monster? Emma felt terrible. The alien project is part of the alien colonization plan. Although the alien planet is not suitable for human habitation, it has good mineral resources, so the military hopes to develop a suitable method to deal with the alien. Aliens are born to fight. They have no emotions, only instincts. During the initial exploration of the alien planet, many military personnel were killed by them, and even became a hotbed for the incubation of aliens. This is also in line with the company's original idea of cultivating war machines. This is also a joint project launched by the Lifeong military. The research on the alien is not just about understanding this step. Now I know the latest progress. The company has already applied it to virus transformation. Initial achievements have been made in implanting parasites to control aliens. Red Queen spoke the extremely terrifying truth in a flat voice. Her voice made the dark, fawn-bearing, but slightly human-shaped monster in the picture even more terrifying. Are you sure how many aliens are in the headquarters? Can the aliens locked in the cryostasis chamber be safe? Emma took a deep breath to calm her feelings at the moment. Alice, Kaplan and Chu could fully feel the horror at the moment. Was the Gale Country's wanted list for the people of Umbrella serious or fake? The wanted list did not include information about Weskier and others, but only targeted the top executives of Umbrella. So, are they going to deal with Weskier and Isaacs, or should they also include the Gale Country's military? These thoughts are not known by Red Queen as a program, a computer. She just faithfully answered Emma's questions. Only the alien that escaped accidentally has transformed into a complete body. Its corrosive liquid cannot damage the cryostasis chamber, nor can it leave the tightly closed headquarters. With its ability, it is easier to kill people, but facing the alloy of the headquarters, it can't do more. So the aliens locked in the cryostasis chamber will also be forced to fall into a deep sleep. It's just that this hatching process is irreversible. It can be stopped for a while, but it can't be guaranteed to be foolproof. I don't know what Weskier did to those cryostasis chambers, but it seems that he doesn't seem to have the idea of letting all the aliens run around. The Red Queen said confidently. The evidence is that among those aliens, only one was completely hatched and ran out of the second floor. But even at this level, Emma couldn't be completely relieved. How far away can you control the program now? Emma knew what kind of people might be standing behind Weskier and Isaacs, and she didn't intend to take a step back. Knowing that she had such a terrible enemy made Emma more motivated. Neither Emma nor Alice were people who would flee without a fight. Weskier was on guard against me, so he only used the database and didn't give me the corresponding permissions. I can't control those external programs. When Red Queen said this, her face didn't show that she was really powerless. Emma knew that she had an emotion simulation module, so she wouldn't be unable to do it. Have you also learned the bad habits of people? If Emma authorizes me, I can use the backdoor to take back control of those programs. Red Queen's function is so powerful. This is not the technology that Weskier understands. It has always been the scope of Marcus' lineage. And most of the people in Marcus are loyal to Alicia. Thinking of this, Emma felt a lot more relaxed. This really has to be thanked to Alicia. Chapter 99. Fighting in the virtual world, no smoke can be seen in reality. During the time when Red Queen was fighting, Emma, Alice, Kaplan and Chu also had their own things to do. First of all, before leaving the headquarters, they had to design a plan to catch the running alien. Who knows what kind of damage it will do to the headquarters if it is left alone. Not every part of the headquarters of Umbrella Corporation is made of extremely hard alloy. For example, the pier leading to the second floor has traces of being thoroughly destroyed by the alien. Secondly, they must wait for the results of Red Queen before making further strategic plans. Now that they have left the official organization, a lot of information cannot be obtained in time. And from the previous conversation with Red Queen, they can also understand how bad the current situation is. At least they can expect that not all people in the Gale country are eager for such madness. It is not good for anyone to stir up the situation in the world so much. But it is difficult for the 4 people present to believe that all this is just an accident, both rationally and emotionally. Since we are here with Red Queen, let's read more relevant information and know our enemies. Especially when we face Weskier and Isaacs head-on in the future, we will have to deal with more and more biochemical monsters, so we have to find a way to understand these enemies. Emma showed Alice, Kaplan and Chu some of the information that Red Queen had given her, but just reading the information was not enough. Apart from the official, they also needed to know more about the biochemical terrorist incidents, which might include the actions of Weskier and Isaacs. While reading the information, Alice also suggested that Red Queen broadcast news from all over the world, which would help them grasp the trend of bioterrorism incidents. Emma felt that it was indeed necessary to let Red Queen do what Alice said. This would not cause any extra impact on Red Queen's work. It would not be difficult for her to take back the control of Umbrella's sub-programs around the world. The programmers working under Weskier and others now may find abnormal overflow of data flow, but it is difficult to find that it was her who did it. Technology beyond the times is really no joke. Even after so many years, these people have only touched the threshold. The intelligence of Red Queen is something that these people can hardly catch up with. Although during this period, because of the outbreak of the global biochemical crisis, the signal in many areas has still become a big problem. Now radio is not the main force, but many small places basically rely on radio for communication. Except for the big cities and big countries, there are few places that can guarantee that their signals are not interfered with. While taking control of the backdoors of her own subordinate programs in various places, Red Queen was also re-establishing signal connections with the outside world, especially the places connected to the internet. For her, it was basically like opening the fence of the back garden, allowing her to enter and exit. In the computer room of Red Queen, she specially opened up a section on her big screen to play current events for the 4 people in the computer room, so that Emma and the other 4 people in the underground could also understand the current international situation. As for the battle in the virtual world, Red Queen didn't need to show it. After all, the few people present only had a superficial understanding of the knowledge of programs. Kaplan knew more, but his mind was not so obedient now. Even if he could understand part of the content, he couldn't do more. His body, especially his flexible hands, had become claws. These hands were convenient for killing people, but they could no longer allow him to operate the keyboard as before. The sound of news was playing on the Red Queen's speakers. She was also balancing what news was important. In the end, she focused on several major countries, but the news of the Gale country was not broadcast at this time, and the news about Europe was not particularly nutritious. Especially the news from the UK, which seemed particularly strange. Although the news from the Commonwealth was not unified, it was generally about how to subdue zombies, and use them as their own tools. However, the news also mentioned that because someone failed to control the zombies, his family was infected with the virus, and the government had no choice but to burn them all. These things are just like black humor jokes. The examples of Great Britain always reveal such absurdity. But this has nothing to do with Emma and the others. At most, when they heard the string of questions in the news, they found some unexpected fun for themselves. Is there any useful news? Although these news are about biological terrorist incidents, they are useless. After listening for a long time, Emma thought that the information filtered out in this way was really useless. They wanted to understand the international situation, especially the possibility that it was caused by Wesker and Isaacs. The news from the Gale country is not yet connected to a useful signal. If I fully invade the secret communication channel of the Gale country government, I may know something, but this will slow down the speed of my regaining control. The voice of the Red Queen came from the speakers. Her image was standing next to Emma, like a spirit floating around. The translucent body really gave people the illusion of a ghost story. Seeing her like this, Emma's mind drifted to the people who believed that there were ghosts in the world before. Was it because of the distortion of time and space that they saw the projection of future technology, so they firmly believed that there were ghosts in the world? Ever since she learned that there was such a thing as time travel in this world, Emma couldn't help but wonder what was there in this world to travel back to. Time is linear, it always moves forward. Whether going to the future or looking back, can you really break your fate? The pair of gorillas who returned to Earth in the 1960s on a rocket, their arrival was not greeted by friendship, but by imprisonment without a daylight. In addition, it was because of their arrival that the founder of Gene Systems was inspired to study the so-called gene drug for the treatment of Alzheimer's disease. What are the high-tech robots of the future that appeared in the 1970s? What's going on? Red Queen didn't explain it very clearly. But as far as Emma knows, Red Queen's technology has always been at the forefront of the world. Its existence is like someone brought it directly from the future, rather than being solidly made step by humans. Or is the core of Red Queen the chip of that robot? Then why didn't the Gale government take this power into its own hands, but instead handed it over to Umbrella Corporation? Or does Red Queen not have such a great advantage in this world? How much control have you recovered? Emma did not doubt Red Queen's intention. James Marcus could let Alicia control Red Queen without any worries, and Red Queen had never done anything to harm innocent lives. Instead, she had always controlled the virus from leaking. It can be seen that she was definitely not on the same level as Wesker and his team. Alicia had not fully figured out the function of Red Queen for so many years, but what can be guaranteed is that Red Queen still cannot leave the protection upgrade of the Marcus family. She is not like the main brain in the science fiction of the Onic Crisis, so there is no need to be afraid of her existence. The progress has reached 62%, and it will take some time to complete the recontrol. Red Queen's voice at this time sounded a bit happy. Umbrella has many branches all over the world. In addition, Umbrella has secretly supported the establishment of many enterprises. In order to ensure the confidentiality of data transmission between each other, every organization related to Umbrella has also installed Red Queen's system, or the simplified version of Red Queen's core program. These designs seemed fine at first, but after Umbrella was controlled by Wesker, a backdoor was left for the Red Queen's managers. Secondly, it's not that Wesker and Isaacs didn't want to kill Alicia, but if she died suddenly, the trouble they brought would definitely be more serious than letting Alicia fall asleep, so the two of them could only choose to force Alicia to fall asleep, and dared not do anything else. In the Red Queen system, there is a module that senses Alicia's life state. Once Wesker and Isaacs are unfavorable to Alicia, the Red Queen can break through some blockades and bury the two alive in the headquarters to accompany Alicia. No wonder Wesker and Isaacs left consciously when they could have succeeded. Now these designs are all cheap for Emma. Red Queen still controls the satellite weapons belonging to Umbrella Corporation, but it is not possible to use this weapon by one person. In the end, the three major families of Umbrella Corporation need to choose to allow the satellite weapons to be activated. The satellite weapons that attacked the Los Angeles space base last time were not launched by Wesker using Umbrella's satellites, but were made by Al-Qaeda and other organizations. The satellite controlled by Red Queen is just to provide data calculation assistance for this operation. It is precisely because of the help of Red Queen that the satellite weapon can be so accurate. In this world, the number of artificial intelligences that can compete with Red Queen's performance can be counted on one hand. Red Queen's words made Emma feel that the progress was not bad, but the information broadcasted from English-speaking countries was quite meaningless, which made Emma unbearable. Since the completion rate is more than half, we are not in a hurry to leave. You can spare some energy to search for news about the ancient civilization in the East. If she remembered correctly, this country in the East was vast, and since the outbreak of the biochemical crisis, the Gale country had lost the voice of this country. Especially the establishment of BSA, no corresponding strategy of this country was seen. It seems that they are hiding themselves and want to do something big. Emma is not like those brainwashed Europeans and Americans who think that the yellow race will bring disasters. After all, so many crises in front of them are caused by the white people themselves, and it is the yellow race that suffers from the disaster of the white people. The country in the East has indeed made outstanding contributions in solving virus-related incidents. Throughout world history, only that ancient country was not defeated by these viruses when large-scale epidemics occurred in ancient times. Instead, it relied on primitive medical skills to save many people. They also made great contributions to the Ebola virus a few years ago. In the development history of Umbrella, only the branch of that ancient eastern country failed to complete the establishment of its own secret underground laboratory. The strict nature of the other party's work makes it difficult for Umbrella's people to find loopholes, so it is not too much to pin their hopes on this. Emma's words surprised everyone present except Alice. Chu is of Chinese descent, but he was born in a slum in Europe, so he didn't know what to say about his blood country thousands of miles away. Gale country is the initial place where the biochemical crisis broke out, and airborne viruses also take time to spread. After that, the full outbreak of the virus also gave people time to react. Emma didn't believe some rumors in the Gale nation, saying that it was because of the population density. The eastern countries didn't respond for so long because they were in chaos and couldn't take care of other things. Emma thought that this silence was actually brewing some big news. When the Red Queen heard what Emma said, she seemed particularly embarrassed. Their walls have been reinforced, but I can feel that their strength has not decreased. If you really want me to go through the wall and bring you the news there, my progress in taking back the control of the programs in other places will be greatly slowed down. Red Queen has always been very confident in her performance, but she dared not say so when facing that ancient country. But the more difficult it is, the more it shows that the ancient country that has remained quiet until now still has great power. In terms of their system, it may be much better than the situation of Gale country. Emma wanted to know more about what was inside the wall, let it go, and the control of some unimportant places can be abandoned. Red Queen heard Emma's order and no longer said anything, and went to work quietly. But this time, Red Queen's projection disappeared in the room. In the machine room, only the sound of news was played on the speakers. The members of the BSAA North American branch suffered great losses during the trip to the BSAA RIA branch. There were dozens of people when they came, but only 4 people left when they left. Not counting Alice number 4 next door, there were only 4 people left in the main force, which was barely a tragic luck. Unfortunately, such luck, in the current situation, cannot play a role in protecting themselves. Especially Carlos. Because of the trip to wipe out the Umbrella Company's RIA branch, he was left with extremely serious sequelae. His current physical condition makes it difficult for him to be a soldier on the battlefield. After returning to the BSAA North American base, it is probably best to stay in the camp to retire. But it is too early to say all this. They don't talk about the injuries of Alice 4 and Carlos, not to mention that the RIA people have not shown any intention of letting them go back. Jill, Chris, Leon and Carlos are still under close surveillance. Because of the news exposure, their personal safety does not need to be considered. The RIA people will not do anything to them for the time being, but their personal freedom is restricted in this hospital. Everything was searched away by them. Jill lay on the windowsill, her face full of anxiety. Chris was also annoyed. During this period, except for Carlos, who was still unconscious in bed, the 3 of them had thought of many ways, but there was no way to leave the hospital. Do the RIAs want to trap them to death, or what? We know the truth. If they can't kill us for the time being, they may try to create an accident and let us die reasonably. Leon leaned against the wall, his eyes focused on Carlos, who was lying. Carlos's condition was really not very good. The rescue was indeed successful, but Carlos was not really out of danger. He might be infected with the virus, so even if the long rescue operation was successful, he was sent to the ward with his limbs tied up. Carlos was lying on the bed, his face pale, and there was no blood color. But Carlos' skin was not so good that his complexion merged with the color of the pillow after being exposed to the sun and rain. The three people who were still intact prayed silently for Carlos in their hearts, hoping that he could survive this period of time and then follow them back to the territory of Gale Country. No matter how bad it is there, at least it will be better than such a dangerous place as Rhea. We can't just sit and wait for death. Chris frowned, and the wrinkles between his eyebrows could almost kill mosquitoes. Jill sighed. Everyone knows that we can't just sit and wait for death, but what other measures can we take? We have to find a way to pass our message out. Leon's idea is quite simple. He thinks that the possibility of them being able to fight is very low, so they must think of another way. The people of Rhea know our news, but all signals are controlled by the government of Rhea. Even in the era without walls, it is somewhat impossible for us to send our news back. Jill was very helpless about this. Even if they become so-called heroes, they are still controlled by the state machine. Chris racked his brains, but couldn't think of what they could use. The training in the distance began again. Even if Tokyo was destroyed, the fight against the virus is still a long process, so the government of Rhea has not given up the reconstruction of the BSA Rhea branch. This time Rhea also suffered heavy losses. The people in their camp behaved very badly, and it can be seen that they are all newcomers. Chris stared into the distance, and suddenly said, "Join them first." What? Jill didn't realize what Chris meant. Leon understood. He stopped leaning against the wall, and stood listlessly. Yes, join them. No matter whether they want to do it secretly, and want to get rid of us. But the government of Rhea also needs pioneers like us. They really need it. Chris saw the horrible training in the distance, and this was also their opportunity. They did not directly announce that they had unfortunately died of the virus during emergency treatment. Perhaps the government of Riyadh had also considered this, but there was no news and no one came to find them. This shows that this idea may conflict with the other idea of killing them directly, which led to their inability to make a decision. This period of time was peaceful, but the situation of being closely monitored made the three people aware that their situation was extremely dangerous. If we take the initiative, their ideas may shift to keep us. Jill murmured, and suddenly felt that this idea was very feasible. Carlos is in a very bad condition now. We have to stay here for a while, until he wakes up and confirms his recovery. If they are willing to use us to help train the new members of the BSA Riyadh branch, then we can use this time to find a suitable opportunity to pass on our message. Jill's face was full of joy as she spoke. Seeing hope is better than wasting time on useless things. Knowing the direction can make their waiting not seem useless. This is the first time Chris has seen Jill with a smile on his face in the past few days. Since everyone agrees, let's ask the Yamada Seiichi for help. Chris thought of Seiichi Yamada, and he didn't know what to say. Since the first time he met Seiichi Yamada, Chris knew that he was not a simple character, but he still couldn't confirm whether Seiichi Yamada knew about the plan of the Rhea government to bomb Tokyo. Intellectually, Chris was more inclined to believe that Seiichi Yamada knew about this, but judging from the way Seiichi Yamada treated people, he was not so scheming. In any case, Seiichi Yamada cared about the members of his BSA Rhea branch. This time, Seiichi Yamada would feel sorry for the loss of so many people in Tokyo. If he really knew about the bombing and deliberately concealed the news, it would be equivalent to him being the executioner who murdered the members of the BSA Rhea branch and the BSA North American branch. Then seeing them like this, the survivors who finally escaped from the doomed Tokyo, Seiichi Yamada would not just let them die. On the contrary, it is very likely to help them survive. Leon and Jill both supported his idea. Carlos was not awake yet. He needed time to recover. And they were trapped here. Life and death were like Schrodinger's cat, which was beyond their control, but had to wait for the unknown judgment. Chris and the others chose to sell themselves before being judged. At least they could save their lives and wait for opportunities to find the possibility of leaving here. Thinking of this, Chris walked to the wall and knocked on the wall. Alice number 4 on the other side responded to Chris and knocked on the wall. Alice number 4 was the one who could barely walk among them, and the matter of finding Seiichi Yamada had to be entrusted to her. After passing the intersection, Seiichi Yamada looked at the quiet hospital ward again. After the Tokyo bombing, he couldn't help but take a look when he passed by this place. Alice number 4 had noticed this pattern of Yamada Seiichi a long time ago, so when Yamada Seiichi was about to turn around and leave, Alice number 4 suddenly stuck her head out of the window and called Yamada Seiichi. "You are? What do you want?" Yamada Seiichi's impression of Alice number 4 was that she was beautiful. Because number 4 was injured, she did not participate in training, and she did not even enter Tokyo. There was not much communication between them, and they still had a certain degree of freedom for the time being. Alice number 4 said to Yamada Seiichi, "They want to talk to you." Alice number 4's words stunned Yamada Seiichi. He didn't expect Chris and the others to take the initiative to find him. The situation was not as bad as Chris guessed. Yamada Seiichi had no idea about the Tokyo bombing plan. The Yamada group also had a say in the government, but they deliberately concealed Yamada Seiichi's arrangement of the Tokyo bombing. After the incident, he realized that he was almost sending his subordinates to die. This made Yamada Seiichi very difficult to accept, and when he learned that they even wanted to deal with Chris and other survivors from the BCAA North American branch without knowing it, he was also one of the ones who strongly opposed it. Yamada Seiichi actually always understood what kind of organization his government was, but he didn't expect them to be able to do this. Yamada Seiichi was filled with guilt these days. Every night, every time he fell asleep, he could see the tragic faces of his subordinates. They rushed to him one by one, crying to him about their own death and their hatred for him. All these became Yamada Seiichi's lingering nightmare. He always believed that as long as he persisted, all these waves would eventually subside, and they didn't have to go to such a level. But he had no way, and couldn't even provide accurate mission intelligence to his people. He had always been proud of his department, but until the bombing of Tokyo sounded, Yamada Seiichi suddenly realized that the BCAA branch was just an organization that could be abandoned at any time. Their greatest role was to be the outpost of the army, and they could only be sacrificed continuously to pave the way for the army to move forward. Seiichi Yamada knew very well that those members of the BCAA North America branch and the BCAA branch who died in Tokyo did not all die because of those biochemical monsters. Many of them were directly abandoned by the RIA government. There are many smart people in this world. The people of the BCAA North America branch and the BCAA RIA branch who came back alive probably understand that they have been abandoned. When Seiichi Yamada went to see his two subordinates, who came back alive, he did not dare to look at them at all. He was afraid to see their expressions. It's just that he was distressed, while they were extremely angry about being betrayed. Nothing is more serious than being betrayed by the motherland for which they are willing to serve. Everything can be abandoned, and Seiichi Yamada believes that human nature cannot be abandoned. The decision of the RIA government on this matter made Seiichi Yamada feel ashamed of his subordinates, and he did not feel honored for it. Soldiers can die on the battlefield, but soldiers should not be sacrificed as abandoned pawns by conspirators. His two subordinates couldn't forgive him, but Chris and the others wanted to meet him on their own initiative. Yamada Seiichi had to be surprised. But even though it was unexpected, Yamada Seiichi still readily agreed to Alice 4's request. If you can save one more person, save one more. Alice 4 called him, and the purpose was definitely not to chat. Knowing what they expected, Yamada Seiichi also turned and walked inside. He was going to meet Chris and the others. No matter what he might encounter, Yamada Seiichi has made all preparations. It has been a while since Albert Weskier, who was sleeping in the cryostasis chamber, was awakened. After the clones of the Umbrella Corporation's RIA branch died, Weskier's wake-up program was automatically activated. After waking up, Weskier immediately asked Red Queen to check the video at that time. Unfortunately, there was no surveillance in the laser corridor, and Weskier had no way to find the corresponding video to find out how his clones died. Not only did he not know how his clones died, but especially, when the Red Queen motherboard of the RIA branch was directly smashed, he didn't even know whether all those people escaped. Weskier saw Emma Winchester, Alice Abernathy, and the Goddess of Vengeance. But he didn't know what happened later. This was very intolerable for him. Fortunately, there were spies in the RIA government who could bring him news from RIA, and Albert Weskier also knew how many survivors there were. These three people he disliked very much should have been buried with the RIA branch of Umbrella Corporation, which made him feel much better. No, not only did he feel much better, he even felt very happy. Weskier laughed several times for this, and even Red Queen could see his emotions. This was very rare. Since the first time Red Queen saw him, she had never seen Weskier's emotions change like this. The Weskier she saw had a very serious expression. Even when killing people, Weskier had a blank expression on his face. What happy thing happened? Red Queen thought this was an opportunity to record it. Weskier glanced at the translucent projection, not afraid that the computer would know something. Oswald Spencer's inheritance has been cut off. Is this something to be happy about? Red Queen didn't understand why Weskier would laugh at such a thing. According to her emotional module, this was clearly a sad thing, especially for Spencer. She was created by the Marcus family, and the Marcus family had a good relationship with the Spencer family, so Red Queen couldn't understand why Weskier was happy about this matter. Obviously, Weskier was also trained by the Spencer family. According to common sense, Weskier should be grateful to the Spencer family. Of course, there are actually a lot of farmer and snake stories in her database. But in her program setting, the personality simulated is Alicia, so it is difficult for Red Queen to approve of Weskier's behavior. Weskier had long guessed that Red Queen would not understand this, so he did not explain. He just looked at Red Queen by himself, as if he saw Marcus and Spencer through her, and laughed more and more wildly. You never thought that this day would come, ha, your daughter, your granddaughter, and even your great-granddaughter will die because of me. You want to control my life? That is absolutely impossible. Weskier's madness made it difficult for Red Queen to accept. Her image even blurred and disappeared from Weskier's eyes. Every word Weskier said revealed his hatred and malice for Oswellie, Spencer. His full hatred for the people of the Spencer family was very unreasonable to Red Queen. Weskier did not need Red Queen's understanding, he just needed Red Queen to do things according to his wishes. A computer does not need to know much. If it knows too much, it will make Weskier feel insecure. This is why Weskier was unwilling to use the Red Queen at the headquarters. Feeling that he had laughed enough, Weskier asked the Red Queen to wake up Isaacs. Next, they had something to do. The night was an extremely unstable time. The night cast a veil over the sin, and covered the darkness in the corner. Even in peacetime, safety under the shadow could not be guaranteed, and it was still the same at this time. The more chaotic the moment, the more ordinary people would behave themselves in the dark. Those who dared to come out and make trouble at this time would either be swallowed by the monsters hidden in the darkness, or killed by more powerful people. Ada took back her monitor, and put away the things on the ground in an orderly manner. After picking up the last patch, Ada took back the dagger that she had inserted into the enemy's heart. The cold body would still ooze blood from the wound. It might not be as spectacular as when the dagger was taken back at the beginning, but the scene was much cleaner than the possible picture. After taking a last look at the corpse on the ground, Ada wrapped up her coat, put on her special goggles, and left this corner. The states of Gale Country have reunited, with the current President Grimm as the leader, and have made every effort to clean up the discordant forces in the country. Ada has been running for a long time for this, and tonight is almost a precursor to closing the net. She has been running around for too long and must go back quickly. There are many voices in Gale Country, and almost all the leaders of the states, who have not died have their own ideas. However, the current situation gives them a reason to unite. For this reason, the relationship between states is even closer than in peacetime. After walking to the agreed place, Ada waited for a while, and then the sound of the helicopter coming to pick her up was heard. The noise of the rotating wings was very loud. Ada felt the strong wind blowing, and stepped accurately on the ladder lowered from the helicopter. Climbing under the cabin, Ada grabbed the hand handed over from above, and was pulled up. The owner of this hand has amazing arm strength. Ada quickly found her seat, sat down steadily, took off her goggles, and looked at Weskier in a black tights opposite her, without feeling the slightest bit of surprise. Have you finished what you want to do? Half of the goal has been achieved. Next, I need your help. Weskier looked at Ada's face through his sunglasses. No matter when, his eyes were full of scrutiny and evaluation. Ada still felt uncomfortable about this, but she had learned to play dumb. What are you going to do? Weskier liked her straightforward attitude and said his purpose: assassinate an important person. Oh! What do you need me to do? Ada knew that it would not be a good thing for Weskier to find her. Since Weskier said it was an important person, it must not be a small role. Of course, it was never a small matter for Weskier to find her. Ada had expected that what Weskier did was like a puzzle. Each piece of the puzzle seemed to have no connection, but when they were put together in the end, they could piece together Weskier's purpose. It was just that Ada still didn't grasp the most important piece of the puzzle. She still didn't know what Weskier's ultimate goal was. This was a dangerous person. Ada knew that getting along with him was like dancing with a snake, and she might be bitten at any time. But a deal is a deal. Even if you know you are courting disaster, you have to do it. Weskier said, go find Simmons. Him? Ada didn't feel good when she heard Weskier's request. Weskier saw that Ada was not happy and said, why? Don't want to face your old lover? Collect intelligence around him? Or what? Ada ignored the ridicule in Weskier's words, or the malicious speculation. Weskier emphasized, just go find him. Are you sure you want to find Simmons, Derek C. Simmons, the security consultant of Gale Country? Ada didn't understand why Weskier wanted her to find Simmons. In Ada's memory, Simmons was not someone who could be fooled. What's more, Weskier's mission was very ambiguous. What kind of mission was it to simply ask her to find Simmons? That's right. You don't need to do anything else. Just let him know that you are working near him. Weskier simply stated his purpose. Ada sensed Weskier's sinister intention from this sentence. She smiled and agreed. Sitting on Weskir's plane, if she didn't bow her head temporarily, she might be thrown off. Seeing that she agreed, Weskir stopped talking. The two of them were silent until the light of dawn illuminated the entire sky. Because of Emma's request, the Red Queen's work was transferred to things related to the east. Compared with the ancient civilization that blocked itself, the other island countries or peninsula countries around it were much easier to invade. The news of the countries of Ria was regarded as a gift, and the Red Queen played these news. Red Queen was considerate enough to provide translations for these foreign languages. This was just a relatively simple part of her function, and she didn't even use much of her computing power. The situation in South Korea was very bad, and their army couldn't even protect their leaders well. This was really within Emma's expectations. South Korea could basically be said to be the back garden of Gale country, and their military strength was not strong at all. As for the news from Ria, they were still reporting about Tokyo. Hearing this, Emma remembered something. She left Tokyo with Alice, Kaplan and Chu, while Leon, Carlos, and the others were still in Ria, and they were probably alive. Then it was not difficult to imagine what those smiling but dagger-hiding Ria people would do to these people. Can you help them? Alice obviously thought of those who were left in Ria. Emma had told Alice about the people from the North American branch of BSAA in the spiritual world, so Alice also knew who was left there. If I were a high-ranking official in Ria, I would at least put them under house arrest and prevent them from contacting the outside world. In this way, the secrets they know would not have a chance to be exposed to the public. It is obvious that only by letting them die can the secrets be better kept. Unfortunately, the bombing of Tokyo attracted too much attention, and the chaotic public security made it impossible for the government to completely control the mouthpiece. Lion's equipment must have been searched away, and we don't know their specific situation. If we want to help them, we have to find another way. Emma felt that it would not work to work on Lion and the others. Clone. Alice suddenly mentioned this word. Emma also remembered the clones. When she first entered Ria, Alice number 4 also followed. Because she herself had serious injuries, she was not included in the team list for the final Tokyo operation. It is not known whether Alice number 4 can be used now, and since the Ria government has the possibility of putting Lion and others under house arrest, how can they not monitor Alice number 4? Rescue does not necessarily have to start from the mainland of Ria, but can also be responded from the side. If Gale Nation exerts pressure, there will be 2 reactions. And the possibility of a bad reaction is relatively high, and such a risk is something that neither Emma nor Alice wants to see. Clones can be used. Find a way to pass this news to the clones of Gale Nation, and then let them quickly report the news to the camp of the BSAA North American branch. Those people should be able to come up with a relatively safe way to solve the problem. In this way, it can be regarded as solving a problem. Chapter 100. Buzz. The vibration of the communicator was disrupted, and the Alice clones scattered in the states of Gale received a message one after another. Trapped in Ria, cautiously request rescue. The sender of the message was Alice 4. Hundreds of Alice clones far away in Gale did not know the situation of Alice 4. After seeing the message, they immediately reported the situation to their superiors. After the superiors made a brief analysis of the situation, they immediately issued rescue instructions. There were not many elites in the North American branch of BSA. Chris, Jill, Emma, Leon, Carlos, Nevins. These people were completely sent out because they saw that Ria sincerely sought help from the Gale government and offered many benefits. However, when these elites were sent out to help, they lost a lot of manpower due to the incident left over from Skull Island. Even so, the elites of BSAA North America arrived in Ria in time to help them solve the difficulties in Tokyo. But who could have thought that these people from Ria would actually do such a thing as destroying the bridge after crossing the river? No, it was not just destroying the bridge after crossing the river, they even wanted to kill the people who built the bridge to silence them. Who could have thought that these dogs, who were like wolves in their bones, would dare to attack the people of BSAA North America one day? Alice 4's distress message revealed too much information, and for a time, the senior executives of BSAA North America were a little confused, and they also doubted whether the source of the information was reliable at the first time. If they had not checked the source and confirmed the information was correct, combined with the report sent back by the Ria country, the people of the BSAA North America branch would have understood what these Ria people were thinking even though they were separated by an ocean. There were not many elites in the BSAA North America branch, and even fewer people who were trustworthy. The top leaders of the BSAA North America branch obviously could not easily abandon the members of the BSAA North America branch, who survived on the land of Ria. So a rescue operation across the ocean was launched. Alice's clones could not intervene in such an operation. They continued to search for information in their own territory with peace of mind, waiting for new orders from their superiors. In the list of casualties sent back by the BSAA Ria Country branch, the name Emma Winchester was particularly prominent, but even so, Alice's clones did not take this information as true. They would still wait for the day when Emma gave them instructions. I just hope that it won't be too long. The news that caused an uproar among the people in the BSAA North American branch was obviously not sent by Alice for. Her communicator was taken away by the people of the government of Ria, and she didn't learn how to use superpowers to send information. But how could the people in the BSAA North American branch camp in Gale know about the situation in Ria? In the chaotic era, there were few CIA agents around the world who were outside and could contact the Gale headquarters. Even if they were lucky enough to survive, they would become rootless duckweed. In troubled times, severe punishments are used, and those who want to take advantage of the opportunity to cause trouble in the CIA will be killed rather than let go. This has led to the fact that there is very little foreign information available in the current Gale country. It is precisely because of this situation that Emma has the confidence to issue this order. The only one who can use Alice IV's communicator to send a distress signal to the other clones of the BSAA North American branch is the Red Queen at the Umbrella Corporation headquarters. As for why the message arrives differently in this world, apart from the problem of different delay times in different places, the communicator has a group messaging function, but the group messaging of the BSAA North American branch has an upper limit, and the number of people who can send a group message at a time is not large. In order to make it more like a real person controlling it, the Red Queen deliberately delayed for a while. Without knowing it, Alice IV has become the savior among the members of the BSAA North American branch sent to the Ria country. It really feels like being appointed. After doing this, Emma and Alice have given an explanation to the North American branch of BSAA. Regardless of whether the interior of Gale country is already rotten or not, they will not hesitate to save their teammates. Not to mention that no one can be left behind. At least those who have finally survived can continue to live well. However, because of this and that, Red Queen had to do too much. So it took Red Queen a week to break into the information wall of the ancient eastern country. Such a waste of time, energy seems a bit incredible for the powerful function of Red Queen. If it were in other places, Red Queen could basically enter and exit easily, and would not be troubled by it at all. Even if it was to invade the defense system of the Fierce Wind country, Red Queen would not feel that she could easily achieve the invasion goal, but it would not take so long. With such a simple comparison, it is easy to see that the power of this ancient civilization in the East has obviously not been lost much because of this riot. Otherwise the defense of the virtual world would not have increased instead of decreased. Such a situation is completely incredible compared to other already broken countries. However, Emma did not believe that the virus crisis had no effect on it at all. The larger the population base, and the denser the population, once a virus crisis like the T virus or ALZ-113 broke out, the speed of infection would be more terrible than imagined. It's just that the people of that eastern country have stricter control over their domestic power. In times of chaos, they can ensure that they have the greatest power to end such riots. Blocking themselves can ensure that virus carriers from the outside world will not invade the country to the greatest extent. This can be said to be a very wise approach. Emma was not sure how much effort these people had to make to achieve this level. What she wanted to know was not about this, but whether there was an antidote for the virus in Yin country. The cause of epidemic prevention must always move forward. A country with a more peaceful and stable environment, coupled with their inherent wisdom, may bring unexpected gains. Take the Ebola virus as an example. Such a terrible virus has not yet found its original source, but it is highly contagious, has a short incubation period, and a high mortality rate. This 3-high virus is fierce, but it is also very easy to prevent. On the other hand, the RNA virus extracted from those flowers by Umbrella, namely the progenitor virus, is not so easy to guard against. After all, the series of viruses developed from the progenitor virus are highly infectious, and the incubation period depends on the physique of the infected person. Although the mortality rate is extremely high, such a virus can dominate the human body and prevent the dead organisms from burying themselves on the spot. This also ensures that viruses like the T virus cannot be stopped in their spread. In the research of the progenitor virus by Umbrella, it can be said that the people of Umbrella have played with it. It is just the T virus, which is just a basic version. Dr. James Marcus extracted the T virus, and the T virus has also undergone many changes since then. After leaving Umbrella, William concentrated on developing the G virus, which also came from the progenitor virus, but it has more unpredictable changes. Not only that, in other research institutes of Umbrella Corporation, The T virus was combined with the Abyss virus extracted from the ultra-deep sea creatures to mutate into a new virus, the T Abyss virus, which is also very destructive. Organisms infected with the T Abyss virus will undergo a great liquefaction phenomenon. Emma has only encountered biological weapons infected with this virus in the country of Rhea. Apart from these viruses, there is also the T Veronica virus that Alexia secretly researched. Its specific effect is unknown. When Emma saw this part of the information, she just took it and made herself more careful. After all, Alice met Alexia, and it is very likely that Alexia, who was in the secret laboratory at the time, tested the T Veronica virus on herself. If Alexia and Alfred really form an alliance with Weskier, we have to be on guard. In addition, through artificial mutagenesis and DNA reconstruction technology, Umbrella Corporation has also artificially cultivated a parasite, T Nemesis parasite. Such a parasite can strengthen the company's researchers' control over biological weapons, and it can also be said to be a virus. In the past 100 years, Umbrella Corporation's development of the progenitor virus has been fruitful. And such a mountain of accumulated information can also let Emma and others know how much trouble they may encounter. If there are no available allies, dealing with Weskier will not be very smooth. Finding allies is not an easy thing. Looking for official forces may involve yourself. This is why Emma will try to get out of official control. Moreover, now that it is known that someone in the Gale government is connected with Weskier, unless Emma is really stupid, she will take the initiative to contact people in the Gale government. But if you want to use people, and want to know the official movements, you can't do it without people. Red Queen cannot monitor the whole world at the same time. Emma wants Red Queen to open the blockade of the ancient eastern country to obtain the news inside, and she also wants to find cooperation from it. The three founders, and even the discoverers from a long time ago, all care about the ancestral virus, and want to find the possibility of human evolution from these viruses. The fact that Emma and Alice gain superpowers because of the virus naturally proves that there is indeed room for operation. But it is a good situation if there is one person who can evolve and gain superpowers because of the virus among 100 people. More often than not, once infected with the virus, they will turn into zombies, or even become more terrifying monsters. The Gale government likes to take such risks, even at the cost of shooting itself in the foot, because once successful, it can create superhumans. For the Gale government, which worships personal heroism, they will be dazzled by possible achievements and ignore whether the risks behind it are worth it or not. But the ancient eastern country, which likes to develop steadily and treat people kindly, is different. Their various strategies can be seen. Although there is also an overly bloated system, it comes from the consideration of managing more than 1 billion local citizens, not really without courage. They have always understood that unity is strength, and they may also develop a large force at the expense of the interests of a small number of people. But that would be when they have great confidence. They do not have the urgent mentality of businessmen who only pursue profits. Instead, they look at the long term and act more steadily. Emma believes that if she seeks power within this country to help herself deal with Weskier, it is worth a try. Because of the crazy actions of Weskier and Isaacs, more crazy companies have been involved in investing in biological weapons, entering a new round of reshuffle and hegemony, and so many people around the world are in extreme danger of life. Compared with the peacetime, when they can guarantee their own lives, most people now may be swallowed up by powerful monsters at any time. Such a precarious life. Such an era where you can lose your relatives and friends at any time. Such a life that should be facilitated by modern high technology, but because of a madman who has nothing to do with you, you have to hide in a crowded human settlement. Even so, Weskier and his men will continue to invade further, and further spread bioterrorism. When all the interests of their lives are squeezed, and when the last retreat is wiped out by Weskier and his men, after learning about Weskier's madness, there must be many people who are willing to stand up and resist. Even in Europe and America, their governments were bribed by Weskier. Emma thought it would not be difficult for her to find some help in the ancient country in the East, which could quickly block itself when the global crisis broke out. Emma did not want the country to help her with all its strength, which was impossible. Perhaps they would be more willing to see people in their world destroy themselves because of their stupidity, but reasonable use of resources could be tried. Red Queen finally entered the virtual world of Yin Country, and no one could see anything unusual. She simply explored it, and found that there was indeed a smooth network in the land of Yin Country. This could be largely attributed to the fact that their signal towers were well set up, and the infrastructure was well built. Since such a long time had passed, and there was still no problem, Emma could judge that the situation in this big country was indeed not bad. Red Queen quickly released the information she had searched. Disaster, disaster, prevention. The news said by Red Queen was just a live broadcast. Since this string of words lacked a premise, it was difficult to understand what the half of the words meant, so Emma focused more on the subsequent complete words. Red Queen's translation is done with all her heart, and even people who don't understand Chinese can understand what the news is saying. The powerful intelligence system and the built-in translation module are extraordinary. Red Queen's autonomous association and error correction functions, when used in translation, can at least accurately translate the words in the context of knowing the context, so that the listeners can hear the pronunciation but not know what is being said. At this moment, whether it was Emma, Alice, Kaplan, or Chu, they all put down their work temporarily and listened to the news from China attentively. This was also the first time they really heard the voice of China since the chaos began. I hope all citizens can understand that the Dang will never leave you alone. Our nation, for 5,000 years, has always tried its best to overcome all difficulties and obstacles. This was the case before, and it is even more so now. We have absolute confidence that we can solve the crisis brought by various viruses, just like the special vaccine launched by the government now. After clinical trials, we found that the vaccine effectively prevented the virus and reduced the threat of the virus. For those viruses that act on RNA, although we can only give up on people who are completely infected by the virus, people who are still in the early stage of the disease or in the incubation period can use anti-RNA gene serum to greatly reduce the damage of the virus and even help patients return to normal. At the very least, it can achieve a balance between the virus and the immune system, and people will not become puppets of the virus. You don't have to be afraid of such viruses anymore. The army is always guarding everyone and will not let the infected people who have been infected with the virus and have completely changed their disease hurt everyone. In addition, we have been producing large quantities of drugs for biochemical diseases caused by the outbreak of the global virus crisis. These serums and vaccines will be upgraded in the future, and sooner or later, the biochemical virus crisis will be completely resolved. The first produced drugs have been shipped to various important checkpoints. We will resolve all crises in the country step by step. Please have more confidence in the party and the country. The voice from the speaker was very peaceful, but it was extremely confident and convincing. But the meaning revealed in these words was a bit too shocking. Is this true, Red Queen? Emma asked Red Queen. Alice's eyes were also bright. She didn't expect that Red Queen would hear such good news just when she entered Yin country for the first time and obtained important information for the public. If this is true, then it would be much easier to deal with Umbrella, which is controlled by Wesker and Isaacs, when the virus can no longer pose an absolute threat, when there are real antibiochemical weapons. Antibiochemical weapons made for different viruses can also better protect their safety. This is all true, with a lot of data as evidence. Many of their plans can be confirmed to be effective after my simple simulation and calculation. Red Queen replied. Red Queen searched for a lot of information on the Yin country's network, and sneaked into some secret databases, and saw some things. Although not all of them, just from these contents, we can see that the Yin people did not speak nonsense. They did analyze what kind of viruses most of the global biochemical crisis were, and made weapons and medicines accordingly. A large amount of clinical experimental data, weapon innovation data, and combat debugging data. There are also records of many researchers being hospitalized due to overwork. All these things, just to falsify and appease the people, it is really too much trouble. So this official announcement is definitely not as simple as words. Before the official announcement, many regions have already piloted vaccinations, and the army has replaced new weapons. News about mutations of infected people can still be seen from time to time in the news, but the damage caused is not great. Infectious viruses with too high a mortality rate are actually not conducive to expanding the impact. This truth is true in Yin country. On the contrary, Life Own country and other European and American countries, for some reason, have been in chaos for so long because of the virus. Is it really because of an insider? What Emma didn't know was that the communication between Yin country and the outside world had not stopped. They also actively communicated with other members of the United Nations at the United Nations meeting and exchanged experiences and methods on how to deal with domestic bioterrorism. The so-called closure is just that they prohibit the influx of outsiders, and they have strictly eliminated foreign forces in the country. Although their internal information is only partially revealed when the upper-level people communicate, it is not that difficult for the information to flow into the hands of their upper-level people. Purge is also part of the heavy punishment. As soon as possible, they reacted quickly in the early stage, but they still suffered a lot due to lack of experience. Especially when pacifying the people, the interference of foreigners also made the government go astray. It is not easy to govern to such a level now. Only by increasing troops, strict prohibition, and unity can such an effect be achieved. In this regard, it is not that Yin country looks down on anyone, but that most countries on the earth are younger brothers. Emma was quite excited to get a definite answer from the Red Queen. She didn't have the capital to trade with a country, but Emma could kill someone by borrowing a knife. Yin country is not the world police, and would not be willing to do this, but sending them information about the progenitor virus would definitely help them further crack one of the sources of the world crisis, the virus from Umbrella Corporation. The root of many viruses developed by Umbrella Corporation afterwards is the progenitor virus. Whether it is the T virus or the G virus, or other viruses, they are strictly speaking derivatives of the progenitor virus. Grasping the root is not far from solving the problem. Emma is convinced that Yin country will not waste such information. And she doesn't care whether the research of the predecessors on the virus will be leaked. For their obsession with so-called evolution or immortality, it is not important to Emma. All she wants is the destruction of Weskier and Isaacs. Finding a state machine that knows how to restrain and has credibility is better than a few people busying around here. Leave a backup of all the virus data about Umbrella in your database in their files. Don't leave any traces, so that people can track you back. Emma made a decision quickly. Red Queen faithfully carried out Emma's orders. Immediately, Emma turned her eyes to the disappeared Weskier and Isaacs again. The hive of Umbrella's Rhea branch, in the laser corridor, Isaacs disappeared after he dropped Chew. With his familiarity with the hive, it was not difficult to find a safe route and leave the hive. Especially at the parking area, there were a few planes missing. No matter who used it, one of them must have been driven away by Isaacs. Emma really wanted Isaacs to die in the hive, but she knew better that he couldn't die so easily. And in the past few days, Red Queen has taken back most of the sub-program control rights, because it was stolen back from the back door, and Weskier couldn't find it for a while. The most useful news is that Weskier's body has woken up. There is also a base belonging to Umbrella Corporation on a small island far away in the Pacific Ocean. Except for Umbrella Corporation's own people, few people know that Umbrella Corporation has dug a nest in so many places to make a hive. The geographical location is remote, and the environment is relatively hidden, which is very suitable for secret research. Umbrella Corporation always considers places like this. After all, everyone knows that their biochemical experiments are illegal. Cooperative development with Gale country and other European Gale countries does not mean that all this has nothing to do with it. When abandoning a loser, capitalists never soften their hearts. Weskier's cooperation with those people Emma didn't know for the time being was not ironclad, and knowing or not knowing didn't have much impact. As long as the Red Queen system could track the real Weskier's whereabouts, it would be fine. Because of the death of the Weskier clone of the Umbrella Corporation's Rhea branch, Weskier's original body, who had been prepared for this, was awakened by the Red Queen sub-program set up on the Pacific Island. He really left a backup plan for himself, otherwise it would be really difficult for such a cunning person to die so easily. After waking up, he did something that confused Emma. He asked Red Queen to wake up Isaacs. When Red Queen passed the message back, Emma still wondered what was going on. There are only two possibilities for this situation. One is that Isaacs escaped to the island, then took the time to rest and fell asleep normally. The second is that Isaacs escaped to the island and realized that his strength was insufficient, so he accepted biochemical transformation. The third is that Isaacs has always been with Weskier. They are clones, not their original bodies. Emma always has a feeling that Isaacs always has many faces in front of her. It's not that his face changes quickly, but that Isaacs' distortion and stitching give her the same feeling as a complete person. Including Isaacs' reaction, the decision he made. Chew's instructions from Isaacs are often inconsistent. If it is a person, then this person is sick. But what if it is not just one person? Isaacs is so afraid of death and greedy for power, how could he put himself in danger? If she had been facing Isaac's clones, then everything would be explained, no matter whether this person is real or not. As long as she catches the slightest clue, Emma will hold on to him until he is sent to see God. Oh no, not to see God. Isaacs doesn't believe in Christ, so he can go to hell. The land of Gale country has become much more peaceful since the major states decided to fight against the biochemical crisis together. No matter what kind of strange monsters, at least with a strong enough army, these forces will not seem so difficult to deal with. The monsters did gain some intelligence because of the virus, but their superficial ideas still cannot resist the cunning humans. There are not many viruses like ALZ-113 that specifically increase the IQ of gorillas and reduce the IQ of humans in the biochemical outbreak. Especially because viruses like ALZ-113 are extremely harmful to the survival of humans. Humans will always defend and clean them up at the first time. Therefore, in the territory of Lifeng, except for a group of gorillas living in the forest and temporarily unable to move, there are no particularly powerful monsters that can compete with humans. It is urgent to fight against the alienated monsters caused by these viruses, as well as the terrorist organizations that use the biochemical crisis to make trouble, and those who advocate the so-called heavenly punishment and want to use the disaster of the biochemical crisis to elevate themselves and attempt to become the so-called gods walking on Earth. Regardless of whether this is a modern civilized world, once a large-scale disaster occurs, in the eyes of people who still have so-called faith, God still exists. It is not difficult for those who are interested to take advantage of this and do more abominable things. Ida wanders around the land of Gale Country, collecting information about people in this field. If she finds a terrifying monster, she will also sort it out and report it to the FBI headquarters. If necessary, Ida will also deal with the garbage herself. The acquaintance with Weskier was not an accident, but a deliberate act of Weskier. It was in a small town in Gale Country. Ada was an intelligence officer of the secret organization HCF. Weskier got the news of HCF from somewhere, so he came all the way here to join HCF. People from the same secret organization always have intersections when they act together. HCF was happy to accept Weskier, and since then, because of his ability, Weskier's status in the organization has soared rapidly. Later, Weskier did something to Umbrella Company, and even Weskier and HCF joined forces to capture Umbrella Company's strongman Sally Winchester. Isaacs was not trusted by Weskier, and Ada knew that Weskier did not trust her either, so in doing tasks, Weskier never said much to her. Fortunately, she was not a fool who would let Weskier play tricks on her. No matter what Weskier wanted to do, Ada would leave a line to guard against Weskier. This also prevented Weskier from completely controlling her. If he was completely discovered, it would be dangerous. As Umbrella was gradually eroded by Weskier, Weskier also became more and more arrogant. HCF also gave Weskier some privileges and improved his status to help him transform himself. But Weskier would never be satisfied. All that HCF did could not suppress his growing ambition. After confirming that he could not enter the core circle of HCF, Weskier quickly chose to target Umbrella and completely control Umbrella under his own hands. Before HCF has no value, Weskier will still maintain the so-called cooperative relationship. Ada knows very well that Weskier is just waiting for an opportunity. Obviously, the full-scale biochemical crisis is Weskier's opportunity. HCF is also in a passive situation. Ada knows that her cooperation with Weskier will continue until the day Weskier dies. But it is not easy to kill Weskier now. HCF is waiting for an opportunity, and Ada also has to wait for an opportunity. Weskier must think that she is loyal to him, otherwise he will lose Weskier's trace. Weskier's whereabouts are very secretive. Even Ada can only wait for unilateral contact from Weskier in most cases. Because of the complexity of her identity, Weskier has many places to use her. In addition, Ada can complete every mission perfectly. Even if Weskier does it himself, it will not be better than Ada's. Weskier is naturally very confident to use the power of others to strengthen himself. Such a connection has continued. Ada couldn't say what she felt. She always felt that Weskier was extreme and arrogant. As a teammate, he was a good person. After all, there was no failure when going on a mission with him. The people of Umbrella Corporation would never have thought that the people they trained would corrupt them to nothing in such a short time. Not only was there nothing left, but they also had to bear all the infamy. But Weskier was still alive and well, and might even be living a better life. Ada has no feelings for Umbrella, so when she saw Weskier destroying Umbrella, she had no special emotions. But it is inevitable that the people of HCF will have some other ideas because of this, but HCF itself is strong enough, so they are also confident that Weskier cannot threaten them. Every time HCF issues a mission, Weskier obeys orders to complete the mission, and HCF will continue to guard against Weskier's betrayal. This cooperation and mutual vigilance make Ada feel tired. Maybe this is the fate of people who do intelligence work like them. Ada knows very well how much of the current situation is due to Weskier, and how much is due to HCF. Before receiving accurate orders, such a complicated relationship will continue. Ada thought about what Weskier meant by asking her to go to the place where Derek C. Simmons could know her whereabouts. Weskier just wanted to use the relationship between her and Simmons to do something. The biggest question is, what does he want to do with this? Ada thinks that she has no relationship with Simmons anymore. Even though she is in the FBI and occasionally has intersections with Derek, she has no improper relationship with Simmons. Weskier's words are not just casual, which means that he wants to take advantage of her and Simmons' past relationship. Ada can't remember how long ago it was. She had an intersection with Simmons when she was on a mission. Simmons admired people like her very much. They dated for a while, but soon broke up. A momentary infatuation cannot become a permanent warmth in the heart. At least Ada no longer has any feelings for Simmons, and Simmons should be a rational person. Otherwise, he would not have been promoted to the position of security advisor of Gale Country. The security advisor of Gale Country is a very important position, which is directly appointed by the president. Every day, he must report the international situation to the president and remind the president what he should pay attention to. And all the decisions made by the person in this position can basically reflect the president's mind. So Weskier targeted Simmons, and Ada really wanted to know if Weskier had any plans against the president. Targeting Simmons is not exactly the same as targeting the president, and even if Weskier assassinated President Graham, it would not be worse. Unless Weskier himself sat on the presidency. But please, in such a world, Weskier plotted to become the president of the Gale Country United States? To be honest, that is actually a little less interesting than a monopoly capitalist. Of course, if Weskier really went for President Graham, Ada would not be very surprised. Now President Graham's various decisions are actually very disadvantageous to people like Weskier. He wants to cause riots, rather than letting organizations like the Gale government solve the crisis and re-establish prestige. Especially President Graham has done a lot of things. It is rare for the Gale government to do practical things instead of fleecing the lower class people. Under the various plans he proposed, it seems that Gale will soon be able to get rid of the chaos. How can Weskier tolerate it? If President Graham is killed, it is hard to say whether the new president can do the same as Graham. But Ada is not optimistic about Weskier's actions. Even if he succeeds, the Gale government will not succumb to it. Even if he wants to threaten President Graham, in Ada's opinion, President Graham is an idealist. Even if he threatens him or threatens him with his family, he will not achieve his goal. But Ada is not going to tell Weskier this. She has been waiting for Weskier to make a mistake, and now is a good opportunity. Simmons has followed Graham back to the White House in Washington, D.C. According to Weskier's request, she also has to go nearby. With Simmons's information sensitivity, he will know her appearance soon. She is a member of the FBI. Although she is not under the charge of a security consultant like Simmons, a special person like her will always receive attention from many parties. Especially when she appears in the core area of a regime, she needs to be noticed even more. For intelligence personnel, we should trust them and be prepared. Because no one knows what intelligence officers might encounter after going out. Human loyalty is also something that can be changed at any time. People in high positions often do not trust people's hearts. Ada really wants to know from what perspective Weskier thinks that she can influence Simmons. Weskier rarely shoots without a purpose, so Ada does not think he is doing useless things. Then let her see whether Simmons will be influenced by her. And what Ada is most looking forward to is to see Weskier make mistakes. It rained in the Huron military district. After the soldiers who were training outside finished their training, they prepared to return to the dormitory. David Drayton fell behind, but he did not look very tired. He is no longer the same as when he first entered the Huron military district. After this period of training, David Drayton's physical fitness has improved very quickly. During several missions, his performance was also very eye-catching, and he has been commended several times. His interpersonal relationships in the army were neither good nor bad, and he had never worked hard to maintain them. In his opinion, as long as they could cooperate with each other in the mission, it was enough. The heavy rain made the Huron military district foggy again. David Drayton stood in the rain, as if he had returned to that desperate moment.